Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Nottingham. Welcome to the National Watersports Centre for the 2026 British Rowing Club Championship. Ahead of us lies 4 days of outstanding racing, bringing together the very best of crews from across the British Isles and beyond. It's a record-breaking entry ahead of this year's competition. It's up on 2024, it's up on 2025, and we welcome 169 clubs from across the country and from across Gibraltar as well here to the National Watersports Centre. As I said, we've got 4 days of racing ahead, over 40 hours of racing that we will be bringing you over the course of the next days, from single sculls through to eights, everything in between, from the J14s right the way through to the seniors, and we can't wait to deliver every single stroke of this outstanding journey. I'm Fergus Mainland. Joining me this morning is Charles Barry, and we will be guiding you through the first block of time trials this morning. And the first of those is already underway. It's the Open J18 single sculls, and this is the largest entry of the whole weekend. 92 scullers set to take place, and Charles, what a way to kick off the British Rowing Club Championships 2026.
Well, indeed, Fergus, it's looking a bit breezy out there at the moment, with a nice little tailwind pushing the singles down the course. And as you can just see on your screen inset on the right-hand picture, we have the first 3 scullers in the wave coming through. So we should be seeing Fullman from Hartpury, Pacoulis from Lee, and Shoot from Windsor Boys coming down the course very shortly. They're just probably about a minute or so. And I'm looking out my window and I am seeing bright orange blades and a bright orange Leica, which can only mean one thing. It is Thomas Pacoulis of Lee Rowing Club storming ahead and leaving, frankly, his opposition in the dust. And I'm not surprised because Thomas is an incredible athlete. I should declare an interest. I'm very heavily involved in Lee Rowing Club as their captain. But Thomas won gold at the National Schools Regatta in this competition, and frankly, looking at how the time trial's going out the commentary tower window, I'd say he's definitely putting himself in that A final.
Yeah, he certainly is. Big start from him as he comes into the Red Boys. 250 metres left to go. Our first sculler, our first of 92 scullers that we have racing down this course here in Nottingham. Great day for some racing as well. He's got a nice tailwind to spur him on as he comes into the final 100 metres of this time trial. Of course, we've got to wait and see how all of our scullers get on this morning. But just a few strokes left for Thomas Pacoulis of the Lee Rowing Club, Charles Barry's Lee Rowing Club, and he will be our first sculler across the line. The British Rowing Club Championships is officially underway. The first of our scullers this morning in the time trial has completed it.
Thomas Pacoulis, they're blasting over the line at 35, and I'm just looking at the time gap back to crew number 1, who has just entered the Red Boys. So that was a phenomenal effort. Obviously, with these time trials, we've got to be very careful because we don't actually see when they go off the start. We won't have the times up live just yet. So, but I think that was certainly a statement of intent, given the gap between the two crews is now over 30 seconds. As just coming up to the line now, it's the Hartpury sculler Fullman who is just coming up to the line there.
So we've had Lee, we've had Hartpury University and College. Next up, we've got Sir William Boyle's Grammar School.
Oh, and I have to correct myself actually, because it's number 4 who's just come across the line rather than number 1. So that is actually Page of Hartpury, and just across the line then number 7. So that's Britton of Boyle's.
Yeah, 8:05. We're keeping you on your toes this morning, aren't we, with these numbers. We've got our binoculars up here in the tower. Welcome, of course, everyone, because we are not just broadcasting around the venue here at the National Watersports Centre. Champs Live is beaming to you wherever you are, not just in the UK, but around the world, tuning in. We hope you are enjoying our coverage as one of our Windsor Boys scullers comes through, the Moss of Windsor Boys. Yes, Champs Live will be bringing you all of the action of 4 days, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, wherever you are in the world, making sure you feel like you're a part of this event as our Windsor Boys scullers continue to come down. We've got a good contingent of them racing here.
I mean, just looking at this, it's a fabulous picture. You were saying it's the biggest event in the competition, Fergus, and I'm not surprised because just looking up the lake as we have our next sculler, that's Woods of Windsor Boys just coming across the line, we must have at least 20 single sculls on the course. They're racing in 3 lanes, coming down over, I think they're time trialling over 1900 metres, so not quite the full distance, which will mean when you see the times, they will look a bit fast. Although, to be honest, in this singles category, we'll expect some quick times, and with a nice little tailwind. Not too much, it's just helping them bring those times down as well. Across the line for Leppert of Hartpury. And although it's a time trial, almost a head race format if you like, we're actually getting a little bit of side-by-side action. Just coming beneath the commentary tower, we have the scullers 11 and 12 for Moss from Windsor Boys and Whitehead from Buell Bridge. And it looks like the Windsor Boys sculler just looks over his shoulder as the two of the scullers looking at each other in the last 50 metres of that there, trying to see who could get their bow out in front. But it is Moss of Windsor Boys who is a canvas up there as they went across the line. And Evans of Rob Roy just crossing the line now. A bit of a gap again to the next sculler, which means they've had a phenomenal time trial. And I'm just waiting to see who the next sculler will be. Just looking a little further up, I think it is Gamble of Hereford who is just sculling up towards the line. They are absolutely blasting along.
Yeah, you've got your stroke coach.
I know, I'm trying to do this and talk and look. Yeah, he's at 41 in the end of his time trial, which after 1900 metres in the legs is some feat. Yep, it is Gamble of Hereford just going across the finish line there on your screen.
41 strokes
41.
a minute. But of course, you have to be doing 41 strokes a minute. Well, you don't have to, but it'll help get you over because the time trial is so important this morning. It's absolutely vital because it is what will determine our semi-finals, which we'll have kicking off from 11:45 this morning. And then, of course, once you're into your semi-final, it'll be the top 12 will be progressing into semi-final ABs 1 and 2, which will have at 11:45 and 11:50 for this Open J18 single scull. Then, of course, the best of those, they'll be progressing through to our A finals. And you'll be having the A, B, C finals of the Open J18 single sculls there. C final kicks off at 15:40, 15:45. 15:50 is the big one for the J18 single sculls, and that is the prize for the best boat of the day. I have determined. What a colour scheme on that one. That's bow number 18. That is Markham of the Windsor Boys School, and it's like looking out and seeing Joseph and his amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat out there on the lake.
I know, it's like there's been an explosion at the factory when they were doing the painting of that. But to your point about rates earlier, Fergus, we had, I think it was Leopards of, actually it was the York sculler, it was Richardson of York City, who was going across at 31. So not all the scullers are taking either to able to maintain the same rate or are taking different pacing strategies. And the sculls are coming thick and fast now. We're blasting through our order list, and Fergus is ticking off the numbers coming across the line quicker than Speed Crosswords Championships. Anyhow, it's LeBlanc of City of Oxford who's just come across, and we've also seen Walker of City of Bristol, and I think Pritchard of Warrington Rowing Club, who've had a really good junior programme the last few years, and hopefully they'll be looking to do some good results today. Interesting mix here, of course, between clubs and schools. So again, we've got our next Windsor Boys sculler. This is Manwaring of Windsor Boys just across the line, and they're being pursued, if you like, by sculler from Shiplake. This will be Solovyov from Shiplake College, just coming to the final 100 metres of the course, and they'll be on your screens momentarily. Across the line. So really great, Fergus, that we're attracting not just clubs, but also school clubs as well for the juniors.
School clubs, clubs, all clubs. Yeah, brilliant, absolutely brilliant. And we've talked about a record entry, and that is largely in part due to our seniors that we'll see racing over the course of the weekend as well. Wonderful to have them, and senior entries, up more than 25% from last year, which is outstanding. Also welcoming 50 entries across various adaptive events as well, and of each of the days, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, more than 300 crews will be racing each and every day. So often is the case in Nottingham, but we'll kick off with probably one of the largest head races in the country every single day, and another two of those scullers are coming down now. We've got bow 30 and bow 28. That's Lawler of Durham Amateur Rowing Club, just ahead of another one of yours, Charles. That is Sully of Lee Rowing Club.
Yeah, Adrius there just caught, I think, on the line by the Durham Sculler, who had a phenomenal explosive sprint. And again, it's a time trial, not a side-by-side race, but it means that they were caught up there by the looks of things by the Durham Sculler. Although you have to be careful interpreting this because, as I say, while the race organisers would love it that everyone went off in 1, 2, 3, etc. order, it doesn't always happen that way. We've got Tideway Scullers there, Lee of Tideway Scullers just going across the line. But yeah, you would want everyone to be going off in that sequential order, but sometimes some people are just up for it and just go a little bit early, and so the organisers have got to sort that out amongst themselves, and we've got to stay on our toes and make sure that we're calling the crews as they actually are rather than as we would like them to be.
Well, this is 32, following 31 very nicely. That's Gay of Molesey Boat Club. Somewhere on the bank will be Jack Gilligan, his coach. Looking on for his performance is the American School in London. They come through, that's 34. Grad of American School in London.
Yeah, and it's amazing to think we're only a third of the way through the time trial. In fact, there are 92 crews on the start list for this event, which is phenomenal. I mean, we've had some big ratios earlier in the season. This is Durham School rather than Durham Amateur, just going across the line there. So Chater of Durham School, number 36. But yeah, it's quite interesting with the regatta season, the popularity of the sort of time trial followed by semi-final or even just straight final. I mean, I think at Marlow Regatta this year they had 143 eighths racing across the junior and champ categories, and that meant that they ended up having an S final.
Well, they're in danger next year of running out of alphabet letters, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean they actually had they had the S final, but it got scratched. Because I think the three competitors decided they would go home rather than do a session that late. But anyhow, they had the R final. That did happen. And just to my point about Scullers being out of sequence, that we've just had number 16 following what was 36. So that just number 16 was Corbett of City of Cambridge. So again, we can only speculate as to the reasons why the Scullers are coming in and out of sequence. But here's 37. That is Britain of Windsor Boys. And right up against them, number 38 from Durham School as well. That's Wilson from Durham School.
Yeah, and I feel, looking down this entry list, I feel this is a very good metaphor for this entire event. We've got our scullers from the Thames Valley. We've got our scullers from Mediterranean. By number 90 to look forward to from Gibraltar. We've got some of our Scottish contingent from Aberdeen, from Glasgow as well coming down, and of course from Shanklin Sandown as well. And it's it's coming from all over the country, from West Country, from the northeast, from the northwest. It's the full shebang here in the Open J18 singles.
Yep, number 43 just about to come up to the line. As you can see on the inset picture, still the scullers coming thick and fast down the course. We've still got another 60 singles, I believe, to come through before this event will be over. And then, of course, we'll have the women's doubles after that. So we'll be continuing to see. I think we have 3 hours of time trials lined up this morning. Across the line there for number 29. So again, to my point about the singles being slightly out of order, that's Backwell of Hartbury E. What do you think how do you think it's going down in some of the clubs? Because they've got an E. I think Hartbury have also got an F sculler lined up, Fergus. How do you think that's going down between the different scullers in terms of selection and so on?
It was interesting. I was walking the boat park yesterday once I arrived here, and I think chatting to a couple of the coaches who were out here on the banks, and they were talking about the number of scullers that they have entered across the board, and I think the opportunity to get your squad out en masse in single sculls coming and racing, I think was a theme from the coach that I was speaking to. They'll spend a huge amount of time in club boats. I mean, who have we got coming across the line? This is Hinksey now. Ely Ford coming through just ahead of Battelle of Weybridge. Chatting to them, and I think more than anything, when it comes to rankings and that sort of thing, it's not the be all and end all. They just want their scullers out and racing, and this is a place where you can do that. You can just get your entire J14, J15, J18 squad out in boats, out racing, and just from your perspective as a coach, I suppose it doesn't really matter who comes out on top ahead of them. You get a really good opportunity for some cracking racing.
Well, we had G Balkwill, and we've now got D Borkwell from Hartbury. So not only are they sharing the same club, they're also sharing the surname. So perhaps siblings there competing against each other. Just coming up to the line, Bothamley of City of Cambridge. Yeah, to your point, Fergus, I would think that if you're a coach, this is a prime opportunity, perhaps if you've been racing in the Octo or the Quad earlier this year, to take your scullers and put them out in singles and allow them to just compete each other, have a bit of fun in their final big multi-lane race of the season before they pack up for the school holidays. Just across the line there for Walker of Christchurch Rowing Club.
Christchurch Rowing Club giving us many great things, including Matt Aldridge, Christchurch Rowing Club.
Yeah, very accomplished athlete, and I believe, is he current member of the squad?
Current member of the squad, getting ready. He's gone up the mountain, gone up to Silveretta on altitude training camp, ready for the World Championships coming up in August.
Well, just coming up to the line now, we have cousins of Leander. Leander were very successful this year in the Fawley Challenge Cup in sculling, and they're just caught up slightly to 46, we think. It is 46, but we think they've caught up, is what I mean. That's Humphrey of Hartbury. And to confuse us further, not only are the scullers going off down the course in slightly different numbers, but the even within the proper ordering, the letters of the scullers are not quite necessarily sequential. So we've just had Hartbury C, but we've also had Hartbury F before that. So we can't rely on A, then B, then C, etc.
Keep your intro. 17 minutes past 8 in the morning. You've got to be bang on it, on the money. Yeah.
It's a good way to warm my brain up, really. I've got to be looking out the window, looking at this sheet, looking at the computer, looking at the screen. So, yeah, as they come up to the line, we've got number 49 now from Weybridge Rowing Club. That's Hobbs of Weybridge. Just trying to put some distance in between him and his number 50 just behind them. So this is all happening in a very orderly sequential manner. That's Rack of Durham School, who's just being pushed quite hard by 51 on the inside lane. That's Kay of Windsor Boys, who has the interesting title of sculling as the J Crew from Windsor Boys in this event.
The 11th.
There are 11 scullers from Windsor Boys. Wow.
There you go. Well, as we've said, coming up to 20 past 8 here in the morning, it's the first day of racing at the British Rowing Club Championships. Hello, good morning to everyone who is listening, everyone who is warming up around the lake. We hope you have a wonderful day of competition as our sculler, Rob of Star Club, comes through the line. But of course, hello to everyone who is tuning in from around the country. Wherever you are, we hope you will be settling down for a great day of racing. You'll be enjoying it wherever you are in the country or wherever you are around the world. As we said, we are delighted to welcome, as we so often do at the club championships, at the junior championships in years gone by, a phenomenal entry from Gibraltar. And we've got them back again, as this is our sculler number 39. This is Queen's Park Chester, who are next through to complete their time trial. Results will be coming through throughout the morning. We will, of course, be waiting for all of our scullers to come through and finish their racing before everything gets uploaded online, and results will be available online, so you'll be able to get them along with all of the other information about the event. Race results, well, they can be found at rowresults.co.uk/BRCC26. That will be your guide for the weekend, where not only the results of this time trial, but every single time trial and every single race can be found. rowresults.co.uk/BRCC26. We've just had Bow 47 come through. That was the second of our Queen's Park Chester scullers, just ahead of 52 from RGS High Wycombe.
And here comes the third and final sculler from Lee Rowing Club. It's Adam. Adam is doing a great job there to come across the line as we're more than halfway now through this single scull, and we've got a sculler from Tyne. So to your point, Fergus, we've got full representation from around the country and indeed the globe, with the Gibraltar crews coming up later. We've had Chester, we've had Newcastle, we've had Hackney, and we'll continue to see more crews from all over the country coming down the course. We've still got 40 single sculls to go in this time trial of the Open J18 single sculls.
Well, this one's 56. This is from Shakespeare Country, Stratford upon Avon. Next through, the A sculler from Stratford upon Avon.
Sissins Roffey, I believe, is the surname. And then they should be being followed by Lakey of Durham. That is them. Yeah, from Durham Amateur Rowing Club. Dark, as they're known. Just coming through across the line. And then a bit of a gap back then to the next single scull, which is all happening in a rather neat sequential order now. I think we've ironed out some of the creases, although never say never, but they are being chased very strongly. You can just see from the inset window they're being chased very strongly by the sculler, I think, from Calpe Rowing Club. Bianovitz. There we go, that's a bit of a mouthful. Yeah, it's the sculler from Stratford on Avon just crossing the line. And here we are. Here's our sculler from Calpe Rowing Club. Fantastic, Fergus, to see someone come all the way from Gibraltar to race in the championships. If you're on the bank, give them a little clap, because I think that deserves a bit of support. To be here at 8:20 on the Friday, having come all the way from Gibraltar to be racing in the British Rowing Club Championships.
Yeah, but we'll have one of our scullers. We will have, as you've mentioned, our sculler from Calpe. We'll see the second of our Gibraltar crews coming up, bow number 90 Mediterranean. A little bit later on, we've just had Agecroft coming through. O'Donnell of Agecroft just ahead of them. They're just sculling ahead of Blankley of City of Bristol, who's next through on this time trial this morning.
Yep, and there's 61, as you were saying. So continuing through with the single sculls from Bristol, and then we should have, and he just needs to sit up actually, looking at the sculler from Bristol. Make sure he's not alarming the umpires anyway. And then they're followed by Wilson from Durham School. So that's bow number 62. There are 92 crews in this event, so amazing to think that there's still another 30 scullers to go, and it's going to be incredibly tightly contested because we will have only the top 16. Is that right, Fergus? No, probably not right. Let's not do maths on
it's the AB semi-finals. You get the top 12 heading through, Chucky.
Okay.
6-lane racing here at Nottingham.
So yeah, so you got two semi-finals, and then I think the C final selected on time. And then there's a D, E, and F final as well. So of the 92 scullers, I don't think everyone will get a final. It will be the top
36.
Top 36 will be racing the final, and of course the top 12 racing for the semi-finals for those A and B positions.
Yeah. Anyway, whilst we've been blabbering on about numbers, we've had Grosvenor come through. We've just had by number 66, that is Norwich, and 64, that is Canford School coming through in quick succession.
Yeah, just a little crablet, if you might, from 64 there, as it just went over the line. Clearly, obviously, you're very tired when you've been doing a time trial, but you've got to make sure you're staying upright and afloat. There's nothing worse than capsizing in the final 50 metres or just beyond the finish line.
A crablet, that's new to me. I'll come back to you on that one. Bow 67, Eton Excelsior. Big year for Eton Excelsior. 200 years. It's their bicentenary. What a year of celebration it's been for Eton Excelsior. With dinners, with row pass at Henley Royal Regatta. So Eton Excelsior, to all of your athletes and your supporters here and everyone who's tuning in and listening as well, happy 200th anniversary to Eton Excelsior. And long may that year of celebration continue. Next up, though, it's City of Bristol. That's their C sculler. Roberts of City of Bristol comes through just ahead of another one of our Grosvenor scullers, Van Leefland of Grosvenor Rowing Club.
Well, as someone from Chester, it's great to see the Chester Rowing Clubs represented in force. We've had Queen's Park, we've had Grosvenor, and hopefully I think we'll see maybe some Royals crews later in the senior events. Here's another of the Windsor Boys single scullers, so perhaps this is Rhys Jones, F, but I think I think he might be the last of the Windsor Boys, so 11 out of 11th going across the line. So given that there's only 12 going for the A and B finals, it will be interesting to see how many of the Windsor Boys scullers take up those slots. Going to be fiercely and hotly competed for this event. 71 just coming up to the line now from Clydesdale, and we've got a whole segment of Scottish clubs, Fergus, which Immediately I can see a smile on your
Lock
face.
in. Here we go.
We've got Clydesdale, we've got Strathclyde Park. I've seen Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association, or ASRA as they're known, then Stirling. So we've had the English clubs. It's now time for the Scottish contingent.
We're gonna have our moment, and of course, Clydesdale Amateur Rowing Club, the club that Ben Parsonage rows for. He's just been selected as the lightweight sculler for the European Rowing Championships across in Varese. St Andrews University, who's at Strathclyde Park, we've just had come through. That is Langley of Strathclyde Park. And then from Scotland we go back down over the border because we go to Doncaster Schools. Ford of Doncaster Schools coming through.
Yeah, and then they'll be followed, hopefully, by Dennis of Worcester Rowing Club. And we've actually got a bit of a little bit of a scrap going on here, if you like, between Dennis from Worcester and I think number 72. That's Langley of Strathclyde Park. No, sorry, 73. Correction. It's Ward of Clydesdale Amateur Rowing Club. Both scullers blasting along on the line. So clearly, Dennis of Worcester's had a huge row to come through there. But both scullers not giving up anything. I guess they will realise just how much this means. And actually, the sculler from Clydesdale there, Ward, just actually going through the finish line and rowing a little bit longer as well. So clearly making sure he didn't waste a single stroke of that race.
Worcester Rowing Club made a bit of history. They were one of the first entries to the Danesfield Challenge Cup at Henley Royal Regatta this year. Wonderful for them to get a crew into that new sculling event. 77 though just coming through. That's Great Marlow School.
Yeah, I'm always complimentary of any club that is doing juniors and seniors and doing the full spectrum of rowing right the way through to masters. I think it's not easy. If you're a club that focuses or prioritises one thing over another, it's easier to focus your coaching, your boats, your equipment on that specific thing, whereas when you're trying to do everything, it's harder to get it all right. But of course, those are the clubs that are developing the sport, those are the clubs that are growing talent and then keeping people involved in the sport for later years. Another side-by-side battle, not quite as high-paced as the one we just saw, but this is between Fuller of Hexham, who just goes ahead of 76 Turner from Eton Excelsior. Just another 20 or so single sculls to go. I say just. My maths isn't actually quite good there because we're coming into number 80 up to the line, which means we should have roughly about 15 scullers, 10 to 12 scullers, depending on how the sequencing has played out. But here is 80, and it's Lefort from ASRA.
Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association.
Yeah, and I know that I was having a nice sundown drink with the ASRA crew last night, and I know they'll be very excited to see how they get on later in the competition. 79 just coming up to the line, so again, is it sequencing, is it timing? We've got the crew from Shanklin Sandown, King from Shanklin Sandown, who I believe, Fergus, they're based on the Isle of Wight.
They are indeed. We've got a big contingent from the Isle of Wight. We've also have our contingent from Ryde Rowing Club. They'll be coming through as well.
Here's Anderson, also from ASRA, closely followed by Watts from Ryde Rowing Club, to your point.
Yeah, it's been a big year for Shanklin Sandown. Connie Batley Smith, she was selected to be the J16 sculler at the GB France match. She came out on top, she beat the French. So Shanklin Sandown continuing to go from success to success at the moment.
Well, we just had Watts of Ryde Rowing Club go across the line. I think that's what they call nominative determinism, hopefully. It's a good surname to have as a rower, Watts. But we'll have to see what the outcome brings. 84 there, so that is Crane of Monmouth Comprehensive, closely followed by Waddell of Stirling Rowing Club. And I'm pleased to inform you that we've got our first bucket hat on the course.
Superb.
Fergus. Here comes number 86. This is Simmons of Norwich Rowing Club. So we should just have a handful of scullers left in the Open J18 competition, and we will be shortly moving on to doubles, although there will be a bit of a gap between the two events just looking at the course. So I can see coming down now, 1, 2, we've got 7 scullers, the final 7 scullers in this event coming down the course. and the two that are just blasting along against each other, having a quick look over their shoulder, taking the rate up. It seems to be 87, I believe. Riley from Lambton, also from the northeast, who is chasing down 85, Morgan Tansley of Nottingham Rowing Club.
Do you know what? You're doing well not to get your binoculars out. I'm very impressed. Very impressed. 85 and 87.
Well, the thing is, folks, I did go to Specsavers, so
You've been sorted.
I've been sorted out. The contact lens is doing a shift there. 85 there from Nottingham, continuing to race through the finish line. I was about to say the home advantage.
Well, I was about to say congratulations. You haven't dropped the cliche in yet of home advantage, but there it is. You can tick that one off. That's
I gave my notes to the
that's on your
team.
bingo card. There you
go. Okay. It's a fair cop. I was telling the commentary team not to use the usual cliches, and I've just done that. So
8:31.
It's early. It's early. I haven't had. Not all my brain cells are firing yet.
Anyway, by number 90, it's another one of our Gibraltar scullers. This is Mediterranean. Pity of Mediterranean. Head of 89. Is of course Clydesdale, Blair of Clydesdale Amateur Rowing Club.
And just 3 scullers left to go into this event. And again, another time trial turning into a side-by-side race. A little bit of separation. There's a lane in between them. But the 2 scullers here, I think this is 82. 82 from... no, we've had Waddell from Stirling Rowing Club. This is 92. This is Diffie of Shanklin Sandown, who is having an absolute crack at Jones from Star Rowing Club in Bedford, and has to go up to the line. It's not meant to be a side-by-side race, but there is a bow ball at most between those 2 crews, and they were looking at each other all the way down the last 100 metres. So even if not everyone's going to make it through to the side-by-side racing in this format, at least it's good to know that people have had a fun time trial and got the most out of it. And here we go, 91 across the line. It is Green of Shanklin Sandown, which wraps up our first set of time trials. That is for Open J18 single sculls. Results will be available shortly on rowresults.co.uk. We'll have a little bit of a gap. I can see just about a kilometre away we have the next time trial, which will be for the women's J18 doubles.
Well, whilst you are here getting ready for the next of our time trials coming down the course, so as Chucky said, that'll be the women's J18 double sculls. 8:36, that one's due off, but as I look up the course from our tower, it looks like we are already underway with that, the women's J18 double sculls. Another massive contingent here. We've got at least 40 doubles racing in this one, which is absolutely outstanding. We're expecting the likes of George Heriot's, Hartpury University of College, City of Bristol and City of Cambridge to be leading this one off. But as we look up the course, they're probably about 1,000 metres or so. So in a few minutes' time, they will be coming down, and that means it's the perfect opportunity. If you find yourself online tuning in, well, you can head to the British Rowing Shop website to pick up some merchandise. But if you find yourself on the banks, well, you can head over to our retail village, which is just next to the centre. And there is plenty of merchandise that you can pick up, whether it's from some of our vendors, whether it's from the official British Rowing Shop. And of course, we've got our traders as well from SL Racing. They're located at the bottom of the finish tower. And it's an exciting one this year because you've got the opportunity to win an SL Racing boat as well, some of which are on display just in front of their trailers. So there's plenty on offer, plenty to see and do here at the National Water Sports Centre across 4 days of racing, the British Rowing Club Championships. We've also got the whole team from British Rowing here, the British Rowing tent. That's at the bottom of the finish tower, so go and say hello to all of them. They'll be able to answer any questions you have and make sure you're on the straight and narrow with all of your club-related bits and bobs. But they'll be delighted to see you over the course of the 4 days. Our scullers, our double scullers I should say, are just coming further down the track at this point. as I said, expecting the likes of George Heriot's, Hartpury University and College, City of Bristol, City of Cambridge, perhaps leading things off, but as we found out in the single sculls this morning, anything can happen and anyone can set off in just about any sort of order. But we made it through the first 92 boats. They're already underway. About another 40 odd we're expecting in the doubles. And to give you an idea as to what is coming up over the next wee while or so, we'll have the women's J18 doubles. That will roll nicely into the women's J16 single sculls. The Open Club single scull at 9:18 with the women's J16s at 8:56. Then at 9:34 we'll have the women's club single sculls. The Open Championship lightweight single sculls at 9:50. 9:56 will be the women's championship lightweight single sculls. And then at 10 o'clock, another big one, the Open J16 double sculls kick off. And as we said, time trials running right the way through until the final one, the women's beginner coxed fours at 11:02, with Furnivall, University of Birmingham and the City of Cambridge to look forward to in that event. But our doubles, they're now into the last 250 metres. It's red boys for them. Leading them out, it's George Heriot School, all the way from Edinburgh, from the Union Canal, winding their rate up as they're coming into the finish line. They've had an outstanding season so far, have George Heriot's their J18 squad. 5th at the National Schools Regatta Championship Girls Quads, pre-qualifying for the Diamond Jubilee Challenge Cup at Henley Royal Regatta, and beating in the process Los Gatos, the winners of the US Rowing Youth National Championship. So George Heriot's are in fine form, and what a performance from them to see them over the finish line, the first crew in the women's J18 double sculls.
Well, look, this is going to be as competitive event as any. I was looking at the progression rules for this event, and it's going to be, again, first 16 going through to the AB semi-finals, then we've got another 20 going through to the minor finals, and then unfortunately the other crews who are not in those rankings will be not progressing in the competition. So a huge number of crews racing in this event. I think we've got over 40, as we've had 94 just go across the line, so that's the Hartpury A crew, and they've just been closely followed by Grant of City of Cambridge, who've just come across the line. And then actually a bit of a gap between those three crews down to the tracks. We've then got I can see the green of the Notts County crew, who are in a side-by-side battle with, I think, City of Bristol. Not really sure how this has emerged, but the two doubles are going bow ball for bow ball as they come into the red boys and the final 10 strokes of the race. So certainly the spectators sitting just below the commentary tower have been treated to some entertaining side-by-side racing, even though this is still just a time trial. So that's 95 from City of Bristol and 97 Notts County Rowing Association, and look at that, it's only half a canvas between those two doubles.
Notts County, City of Bristol painting the National Water Sports Centre green in the process. As is another one on the far side of the course. That's Barn Elms, Fawcett of Barn Elms coming through.
Yeah, Barn Elms, based on the Tideway just up from Putney, community rowing club, who it's great to see having representation here at the Junior Champs, and they are being pushed very hard. They're 98, 99 just behind them from Notts and Union Rowing Club, just coming up to the line as well, just behind them. So again, the competition for these places is going to be incredibly tight, I suspect. It will come down to a matter of seconds between qualification for the semi-finals or indeed the minor finals, which minor final you're in. I think when we had some of the semi-finals last year into the junior events, we had less than half a second separating some of those going through to the A final and the B final, so we can expect tight racing throughout. Just had 100 there, Cheshire of Peterborough, City Rowing Club, little tap, little handshake, fist bump going on there between the two scullers as they go through the line. And then 101 from Newark Rowing Club, who will be closely followed by they're the B crew allegedly, but they seem to be out in front, and their A crew will be coming very shortly.
Well, we've just had Sir William Perkins' school coming through. That was 104, Sir William Perkins. Again, great season, outstanding season they've had. Coming through is 105. Means we get to turn over the page. That's Leeds Rowing Club just ahead of 102. That's the A crew from Newark. We've seen their B crew. That's their A crew in action now.
Yeah, and then we should, if we're in order, I can see it. In fact, I can see it. It's the orange of Grosvenor Rowing Club. Used to be a sort of yellow, but they've changed shade to orange. I don't know why I'm giving you the Pantone colour chart of Rowing Club colours, but there you are. Now they're coming up to the line. We've had Grosvenor racing in the single sculls. Great to see them now in the doubles. And of course we've had Queen's Park, and maybe we'll see Rolls later today as strong Chester representation in the club championships.
Well, we stick on the west of England, going into the West Country. Hartpury University and College. They're through next, 107.
Yeah, I'm not sure that Hartpury and Chester are actually that close, but I suppose when you're up in Scotland, Fergus, it's all the same thing.
It's the west coast. It's on the west side.
But a crew that is a bit closer to Chester will be the scullers from Warrington, who are just entering the Red Boys now, the final 100 metres. And I can see the blue and yellow of Warrington powering up to the line. They'll just be on shot of the finish tower momentarily. There they are, coming up to the line. Again, they'll be looking to put themselves in those AB semi-finals later today. And a big, I don't know if you call it relief or howl of exhaustion from the bow air of the Warrington sculler. Coming up to the line, it's one of the Lee crews. We've got Alucci and Millie here, just coming through the finish line. 109 from Lee, and then we've got the, I believe, Christchurch crew, 110 across the line for them. They are racing very nicely. Again, it's going to be super fierce and competitive. I don't think we've had times up yet from the J18 single sculls. That's just being worked through at the moment, so we'll give you that when we get them.
Yeah, with 92 we'd expect it to take a wee while, wouldn't we?
Yes, indeed, and you'll have to work out who is what and where, given the sequencing we had with not all of the scullers coming down in sequential order. We will probably have a little bit of untangling to do there from the umpires. So, yeah. Anyhow, on with the show. We've got the rather aesthetically pleasing 111 in terms of numbers. That's from Clare's Court. We've got Gator of Clare's Court just sculling across the line. And Hereford just coming up behind them, 112. So again, the women's J18 doubles running slightly more smoothly in terms of sequencing and order than the open J18 single sculls. Across the line from Hereford, another crew from the west of England. And then just looking a little bit further up the course, we should have the crew from Brentford Boat Club, I think.
We do indeed, Brentford Boat Club.
And yet they're just coming into the Red Boys now. Got an absolute shift on there. They are, again, working very determinedly to make sure they are going to be on the right side of that time cut-off. Again, actually, given the fierce number of competitions for the finals, often with, as we were talking about earlier, with Marlow having multiple lettered regatta finals, you're trying to get everyone here, but of course that's not feasible with so many entries for this regatta. So you've got an A, B and C final, D and F minor finals, and then everyone else, unfortunately, that's their race for the day. So that was Brentford. We should have some crews from Stratford-on-Avon just coming up to the line. Got 115. Actually, this is Sir William Perkins, I believe. Yeah, 115. They're just sculling up. So great to see again. We've got schools and clubs racing from all across the country up against each other, meaning this really is a very competitive event, and people deservedly will have their race.
It's a big one. This is a big one. It's 116. This is Stratford-upon-Avon. And in the stroke seat, it's Poppy Baines from our commentary team. We have been commentating with Poppy for a number of years, whether it's the club championships, whether it's the National Schools Regatta. There's Poppy across the line. Cracking row, as always, from her and her doubles partner. So big shout out to Stratford-upon-Avon. Great row from them.
Yeah. Little fist bump there from Poppy and a little shake to the crowds. Closely followed by the scullers from Agecroft Rowing Club up in Manchester, or Salford as you prefer. They row out on the Salford docks up the Irwell into the centre of the two cities. So we've got some northwest representation alongside the Chester crews, and then closely following behind them it's Falcon Rowing Club.
Falcon Rowing Club, one of the great clubs of Oxford, coming through the finish line.
And then a little bit of a gap back to the next scullers in green from, I believe, Windsor Girls School. This will be. We've had lots of Windsor Boys crews racing in the J18 single sculls. We had 11 single scullers from the Windsor Boys School. It's interesting to see we've got Windsor Girls here racing as well. A new force in single scull, in double sculling. And still, as you can see inset on the live stream pictures, continuing to have a huge number of double sculls coming down the course. I can count at least 10 or 15 on the course right now. So they're continuing to come down in the 3 lanes, thick and fast, quite closely bunched up together. So we've had a bit of a gap between the Windsor Girls 119 and now it's 120. This is another Stratford-on-Avon crew, Dunn, representing Shakespeare country, as you put it, Fergus. And then this is Durham 122, who are being pushed very hard by 103 from Hartbury. So some sequencing issues there. And they're motoring through, actually. So they must have started off a bit late, but they've come right the way through the pack and up against 122. But of course, we're not quite sure at what position they started. And then another big gap between them and the next crew, who I think are... actually, I'm not going to speculate. My eyesight is good, but it's not that good, Fergus. I think it's 123, which is from Trentham Boat Club. Yep, the scullers from Trentham just coming up to the line.
It's impressive. Your eyesight is that good. You have been to Specsavers.
Yeah, indeed. As they come through, just inset onto your pictures momentarily, we'll have those doubles from Trentham.
Yeah, Trentham, it's a big weekend for Trentham. They cross the line in their double sculls, but their alumni, Meg Knight, she's getting ready to travel across to Duisburg, Germany for the Under-23 World Championships. Meg Knight, she'll be racing in the Under-23 Women's Single Scull, part of the Trentham system in years gone by. Went on to Reading University. That's 124, though, coming through. That's Trent.
Yeah, so we've had Trentham, and then now it's Trent. I believe another Nottingham-based club. We've got still another 20 doubles in this double sculls event to come through. And again, it's going to be brutally competitive for those time trial places. We'll have to see how they do. Live times will be available on rowresults.co.uk later today. Hinksey just coming up to the line. Again, Hinksey Sculling School from Oxford. Another really amazing community club that helps get people into rowing. They're closely followed by AB7. And they're from Tewkesbury Rowing Club. And now another great rowing club for its community. It's Derby Rowing Club, who've continued to go from strength to strength under their captain. Their captain, Martha Nutkins. Sorry, having a momentary brain freeze there. And just coming up to the line now, we've got Northampton Rowing Club. And we should see, in a moment, our first composite of the regatta. We've got an interesting combination of Camas and Tyne. So Camas-based, Tyne obviously from Newcastle up in the northeast, and Camas-based a little bit further up in the northeast as well. I can't remember exactly which river they row on, but I think it might be the River Alm actually. And look at this, it's King's Chester. So we've had 3 of the 4 rowing clubs from Chester racing in Inigo Atkin, who was a World Junior International athlete in their time. Great to see King's Chester on. Maybe we'll have the full, as a Cestrian, delighted to see such strong representation from the city, and hopefully we'll have the full set with Royals Racing later in the competition. And there is the composite. Sorry.
I was going to say, you just need Newcastle Uni, and then you've ticked off the Charles Barry club list, haven't you?
Yeah, I don't think Newcastle Uni are racing this weekend. I have actually raced and won a medal at the Brit Champs as Newcastle University back in the day, but it was so long ago that nobody needs to remember that. As I say, we had the exciting sight of our first composite coming across the line, and now we have the crew from Trafford Rowing Club who've just completed their time trial, and again they're coming through. We've got 32 now. This is from Doncaster Schools, their B crew, across the line. And then closely followed behind them, it's Dart Totteners Rowing Club from down in the southwest. So again, we are seeing really great representation from across the country, all over the UK. Crews racing here from the south and the north, and of course Scotland. And we'll have crews from Wales and Northern Ireland as well racing today.
Well, you can't miss it. 134 Doncaster Schools Rowing Association. .136. The time trials for the women's J18 double sculls continue to come thick and fast. Eton Excelsior, we've already mentioned 200 years of that club, or bicentenary year. And they will be coming through ahead of the next couple of double sculls that we've got. That's 135. This is Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association, and just behind them will be 137. Another one of our crews from Northampton Rowing Club. Aberdeen Schools through, Northampton through, and we are really starting to get through this field of women's J18 double sculls. As we look further up the track, we'll have another one of our Scottish doubles, this one from Strathclyde Park. The base of this, the beating heart of rowing up in Scotland. That's where Scottish Rowing is based. That's where they have the championships, the Scottish Rowing Spring Regatta as well. One of only 2 eight-lane courses in the UK, Chucky, Strathclyde Park. That and Dorney.
Well, and also I was really interested this year to see the Scottish Championships recognised as a qualifying event for Henley Royal Regatta.
Yes.
So really great to see that the premier event of UK rowing to some extent is seeing the whole of the country in its view when it's thinking about who to pre-qualify. The interesting thing, of course, is I don't think the stewards have previously admitted that they didn't look at those competitions. So anyhow, it's great that they definitely are now looking as far north as Strathclyde Park. A fine rowing course where I've had many great races in the past.
This is 142 Dart Totnes. We've just had 141 come through. That's York City Rowing Club in a boat named after Lucy Edmonds, who's had success for England at home international. She's gone on and represented Great Britain at age group level, went off to Yale University, coached by the great Phil Jones of York City Rowing Club. Yeah, Phil Jones won a British Empire Medal in the New Year's Honours List as well. Stalwart of that club. He is. We've had a couple of other crews coming up to the line. This is 144. Shanklin Sandown just ahead of 443. That is Kingston Rowing Club. So from southwest of London to the Isle of Wight, Shanklin Sandown, Kingston Rowing Club come through. And I think, if I'm allowed to say it, I think that is the end of our women's J18 double sculls. We've had them all come through. We've got a nice bit of a gap now. We can take a moment's pause as we compose ourselves for the women's J16 single sculls. So we stick with some of our junior women, and we go from doubles down to singles and move to the J16s. And again, huge field, massive contingent this one that we've got racing. I think it's another 50 odd scullers that we'll be expecting to come down the track. The first of which is coming into the last 500 metres of their time trial.
Yeah, you can just see them inset on the picture there, just in the middle of the screen, coming down the course, and their competition following closely behind them. They'll be at the finish line in about a minute and a half. So, race number 3, the time trial for the women's J16 single sculls is now underway, and as Fergus was saying a few moments ago, we're going to have about 50 scullers competing in this event for progression into the hotly contested A-B semi-finals, and of course for those who aren't able to make that, to have a place in the minor finals, the C, D, E and F finals. There's no guarantee that you will get a finals place. You have to be fast enough to make your way through. And just coming onto screen now, our first sculler, it is Sullivan of Sir William Perkins School, crossing the line, and a big gap between her and the next single sculler, who I think is French from Maidenhead, which means she's clearly had a good time trial. Looking up the course, the scullers seem reasonably evenly spaced. They're coming thick and fast again in the 3 lanes down the course. We have something like 20 single sculls now on the course from the start to the finish in those 3 lanes. And across the line, just coming up to the line, sorry, it's French of Maidenhead Rowing Club. She's the B sculler from Maidenhead in this event, and we should then see momentarily 148 from City of Cambridge Rowing Club, and she's being actually chased very strongly by 149 from George Watson's school. Fergus, what do you know about George Watson's?
Oh, I could harp on for hours about George Watson's College. What a season they've had, and I think what a season that our sculler Alva Clements of George Watson's College have had. J16 years, she raced up, she was racing Championship Girls Single, the National Schools Regatta. She was outstanding. Absolutely outstanding. Getting into the final of Championship Girls Singles, that was phenomenal, and I think one of several great results for that Scottish club. Worth noting though, their head coach Adam Johnson, his final race with the club was when the boys quad bowed out of the Folly Challenge Cup earlier on this year. He has given so much to that school, to that club over recent years, and I'm sure everyone has been thanking him for all of his years of service that he has given to the club. But he moves on from George Watson's. 150 though coming through. That is George Heriot. And the two of them, they've got their boat houses. They back onto each other on the Union Canal, Chucky. You've got George Watson's College, you've got George Heriot's, you've got Edinburgh University. They've got a boat house for their beginners, and St Andrew Boat Club as well. They've got their headquarters set up on the Union Canal. One of the worst stretches of wear water in the entire country, and that is something that I am very proud to be able to say that I survived the Union Canal.
Well, look, as you alluded to earlier, we're based at the River Lee, which is a sort of Park River down in East London in Hackney, and it's got its fair share of challenges too, shall we say, with twisty bends. We're sharing the water with a number of barges, and of course the weeds and wildlife that you only can experience on a narrow, twisty stretch of water. So all credit to the scullers here who've been training or surviving, as you put it, those stretches of water.
Thriving.
We've just had a brace of scullers come through, so we saw 151 from Notts County, who may or may not have a home advantage, depending on Fergus's viewpoint, and we had a very close roll through from Coleman of Nottingham and Union Rowing Club and Gritton of Chester Street, who came across the line, and Rob Roy Rowing Club, Baker of Rob Roy, just coming across the line now as well. Rob Roy from the River Cam in Cambridge, which is, again, you were talking about clusters of rowing clubs. It does seem to be the way. You were talking about the multiple clubs that are based next to each other on the Union Canal in Edinburgh. The Cam is obviously a very famous cluster for rowing clubs. I was talking about the Chester clubs. They're all based on the River Dee, literally 4 clubs within 250 metres of each other. And the Lee, where I'm based, is slightly different because there were 5 clubs there. They all merged together to form a single club, Lee Rowing Club, which is a different way of doing things. And that's why they have the orange, because it was the only colour that none of the clubs used previously. So it wasn't biased towards any previous ones.
That is genius. That's a good one there. Rob Roy, they're coming through just ahead of Putney High School 158. And because there's a gap, it means, Chucky, I get to ask you, what were those 5 clubs that came together to form Lee Rowing Club?
Wow, that's an excellent question, Fergus, and I shall play for time by talking drivel for a few more moments more. So we had City Orient Rowing Club, which was famous, most famous for having being sponsored by ABBA in the 1970s.
Brilliant.
Tony White, who was the captain at the time, I think his sister was their manager or something like that. That was the connection. So there's a nice picture in the boathouse of City Orient racing the head of the river with the blades painted ABBA on both sides as they go up there. There was Crowland Rowing Club, which was named after the local area of Hackney. There was Stuart Ladies, which was one of England's earliest all-women's rowing clubs, and the other 2, there was XL Rowing Club and I think Gladstone Warwick Rowing Club. So there you go, Fergus. That's probably wrong, but there you go.
There we go. Well, we've just had 159, 160, 161 coming through. That is, of course, Duncan of Notts and Union, Buick of Notts County Rowing Association, and Tilhoney of Falcon Rowing Club next through in their time trial, the women's J16 single sculls. 162, that is the second of our scullers from Camus Lewis of Camus Rowing Club through nicely.
And indeed a huge gap now. I'm just looking out the window to see if there's anyone behind our screen or out of view, but a massive, massive gap there back to there. So those scullers have got a bit of a shift on. The conditions still continuing to be pretty gentle. Well, I say pretty gentle. A reasonably gentle tailwind, which I think will be sort of ideal conditions really, just to help speed along the time trial, but without making it too difficult to row.
Yeah, I think particularly with conditions like this, I think this season has been a fascinating one across the whole junior landscape, and the records have been tumbling left, right and centre. The standards have stepped on in a way that I think we haven't seen for a number of years. What's this? This is 164 coming through. This is Molesey in quick succession, Richards and Shepherd of Molesey, Richards then Shepherd coming through nicely, and we've got 165 Lee Brandt of Hartpury University and College. Yeah, I'm really excited to see what sort of performances our scullers and all of our athletes can put down over the next 4 days. I think if conditions remain as they are at the moment, these are really quick conditions, and particularly with the warm weather, warm water out there on the lake at the moment, I think we can be expecting some serious and quick times. You know, we had records tumbling at the National Schools Regatta as Brutton of Trent comes through, and they weren't even tailwind conditions. They were just warm, flat conditions, and the crews were lightning quick. So I think the standard over the past 5 years has just elevated enormously, and I'm so excited to see the next chapter of that on display over the next 4 days. I think it's going to be absolutely superb. So that is 169. That is Dottie of Northampton Rowing Club through on the finish line. Next up, completing her time trial of the women's J16 single sculls.
Yeah, and then a bit of a gap. You're right, though. The warm weather we've had all summer has probably meant the lake is probably pretty warm compared to what it's used to being, even for July. Just coming up to the line there, 167. That's Claudia Wright of Lee Rowing Club, just finishing her race. Warm water is less dense than cold water, which means, of course, the hull can just cut through, has less viscosity, so there's less drag on the hull, and the times are faster. And it does have quite a noticeable effect, actually. I think there was a famous result where there was at Lucerne, where the incredibly warm weather led to some record times being set.
Next through 171, it's Hall of Barn Elms. Just ahead of Lambton, Thompson of Lambton coming through from London to Lambton and everything in between.
And then another big gap back to the crew. So you can see them continuing to come down the course, dotted a bit like the aeroplanes that you see stacking up in the sky waiting to come down from Heathrow Airport on that inside screen. There's at least 8 single sculls in view there, and of course we've got more stretching all the way back up. So I think they might have finished, just started setting them off, so we've still got all of the sculls to come down the course from at least the 500 metre mark from here to the finish, still to race through. Fiercely competitive, still a big gap. The next single sculler, in fact, that bunching effect has led to another battle side by side. This is between 176 and 174, so 176 potentially from Evesham. Hamilton from Evesham has caught up McLeod of Watson. It looks like she's come through in the last 100 metres, and she's probably just taken about 3/4 of the length there in the last 5 strokes.
Wow.
So
big sprint there from Hamilton of Evesham. Second of our George Watson's college scullers coming through McLeod nicely there. This is Stratford upon Avon, 177. We're expecting 2 Stratford upon Avon scullers in this event, but this is the first of them coming through just now up to the line.
Yeah, and she's clearly put significant distance between herself and the next crew, because there must be at least a 15-second gap between them and the next set of single sculls. Out my window I can see, I think, 173 from Evesham again. We've got a Lee sculler coming down. We have Sophie Chalaski from Lee Rowing Club just on the inside lane. Just taking a quick look over her left-hand shoulder. She's looking to see where 173 from Evesham is, but the answer is not quite close enough, and she's being pushed very hard by 179 here. Simpson from Chester Street, who seems to be having a cracking race. She's sculling reasonably high rate and coming through pretty close to 178 from Lee. And then just behind them we're seeing 184 from Stratford-on-Avon again, so the second of the 2 crews from there, Pennington from Stratford-on-Avon. And then again, the bunching effect really quite pronounced here, so another big gap of about 20 seconds between the single scullers, and then behind, for both them and the single scull behind it, and then I can see the final set of single sculls in this event just bunching up together, so they should have a reasonably close finish. We've still got about another 30 single sculls, I think, to come in this event, although my maths first give me a quizzical look, so let's immediately maybe
no,
down my mental
there is
math.
no quizzical look coming towards your direction. Absolutely none. No, it's more of a squinting, because the sun's starting to come out, which is outstanding. And I think it's only going to get brighter as the day goes on. So, No, not towards your maths. I've questioned that earlier on this morning, but I'm not questioning that at the moment. We've seen the next of our scullers just coming through the finish line. 180, Eton Excelsior, Stevenson of Eton Excelsior.
Yeah, and then again another big gap. Just behind the commentary tower we have 185, which is from Shanklin Sandown, so again from the Isle of Wight, and we should have another from Shanklin Sandown close by, but it doesn't seem to be them. It seems to be a sculler from Agecroft, 181, who Brealey Lister, who is the next one to come. Some hugely enthusiastic cheering for this sculler from the Agecroft supporters downstairs. They're very excited to see her coming through the line. So we'll have to see how she does in the timings. And then again, a bit of a gap. And then we've got another set of bunching effect. So it's 182 and I think 186. So Balham from City of Oxford, 182, coming through 186 there from Shanklin Sandown, the second of the scullers from that club. So they're going across the line. And we continue to have the single sculls coming right down the course. Again, that bunching up there means there's another big gap between them and the next sculler.
City of Oxford, they've given us some great athletes over the year. Sholto Carnegie springs to mind, 2024 Olympic champion in the men's 8. He was City of Oxford. Shanklin Sandown, as we've mentioned. Representation at the GB France match, the 44th edition of that J16 match. Actually, in this event, it was Connie Batley-Smith of Shanklin Sandown. Not racing in the women's J16 at single sculls. We've got other representation, as we've already mentioned. Collier and Hayden of Shanklin Sandown. As 183 comes through, that's Jones of Weybridge. 187 will be Pride of Queen Elizabeth High School Rowing Club. The next of our two scullers through across the line.
And then we should have a sculler from Camas Rowing Club again. I've just done my research, reminded myself they're not from the river, they don't run on the River Owl, they row on the River Wansbeck up in Ashington. So we had the composite with Tyne and them earlier today. So here comes the sculler from Camas Rowing Club very shortly. Just coming up to the line. It's Ward of Camas Rowing Club, and then we should have a sculler from St Peter's School, hot on their heels. Yeah, just a couple of lengths behind them. That is Drinkhill of St Peter's School. And then behind them as well, 191 Blanchard of Dart Totnes. So again, incredibly closely contested. And of course the sequencing not completely one for one, which means there might be some time required by the umpires to untangle that. I was just having a quick look to see if we had the results up for the... we do have this.
We've got the first set of results have come through for the Open J18 single sculls. These are available on rowresults.co.uk/BRCC26, and you'll be able to see that it is the top 12 progressing through to semi-finals AB. The next 24 will go through to minor finals. So the 12 heading through to semi-finals AB are Lee Rowing Club, City of Oxford, Rob Roy, Windsor Boys, Hartpury University and College, Sir William Borlase Grammar School, City of Bristol, Hereford, Durham Amateur Rowing Club, Buell Bridge, the Windsor Boys School and Shiplake College. They are your top 12 advancing through to semi-finals AB, and then the next 24 will be going through to minor finals. As we said, all of these results are available on rowresults.co.uk/BRCC26. It's 182.
192.
192, sorry, comes through. Falcon Rowing Club comes through the finish line. But there you have it. The first of our side-by-side racing is set. That will be for our semi-finals of the Open J18 single sculls, which will be taking place at 11:45 and 11:50. They have already been drawn, and of course the first 3 will be advancing through to the A final, remainder to final B. So much to look forward to.
We just had Matilda Lackman there of Lee just catching up to Cuthbert of Rob Roy Rowing Club, just about a length behind at the end of it. Both scullers looking like they've put in a very significant effort over the course of this time trial, and as we heard, they have to, because there's no guarantee they'll get a final side-by-side race unless they are sufficiently fast, and of course if they want to be racing for the medals they need to be in the top 12 on the time trial, or they won't be able to compete for that. And I was looking just over your shoulder, folks. It's not often I feel tech incompetent, but I somehow was pressing the wrong button, so I couldn't get the times up on my own laptop. But there was just 0.2 of a second separating the fastest, the 12th and 13th place, shall I say. So really, every moment really does count in these time trials.
Absolutely. So we saw every ounce of effort coming from Roth of St Leonard's School, and from Blackburn of Mersey Rowing Club. And of course coming through now, that is the distinctive purple tartan of Glasgow Academy, represented by McCrae Campbell.
Oh, there you go, there's another one for the bingo card. Distinctive club colours.
Oh really? All
yeah.
Right, there we go. We've got 2 off this morning's sessions already. It's not even 9:30.
And then just sculling behind the commentary tower up to the finish line, 196 from Tyne Rowing Club, Fuller. From Tyne up on, unsurprisingly, rows on the River Tyne in Newcastle. Up the boat just out of a town called Newburn, and then they rowed down the river either upstream to Wylam or downstream to the city centre with the famous bridges through spanning Newcastle and Gateshead.
Yeah, what a place to row. Home of Tyne Amateur Rowing Club, Tyne United Rowing Club, Newcastle University, Northumbria University, Durham University make the trip up and do a lot of their training on that stretch of river. It's awesome. It's absolutely brilliant. This is Strathclyde Park. This is Black of Strathclyde Park coming up to the line.
She's racing 36 as she comes up there. I really like the look of the pace the aggressiveness with which she's approaching this final segment of the race. So hopefully that final sprint has given her the push over the limit that will be needed to get her into those semi-finals. We've also got just, I think, 3 more scullers from this event. It's a bit hard for me to tell because the next event is also single sculls, but it doesn't seem to be a gap between the 2 competitions, which is perhaps to be expected because the next event is Open Club single sculls, who will probably be a bit quicker than J16 singles. So 200 just going across the line. So this is from Ravenscroft from Molesey, that's their 3rd sculler, and rounding off the event we have 2 more sculls, one from the American School 201, that's Grad from American School, and then a sculler from Kingston Rowing Club, that's Parker from Kingston Rowing Club. And it looks like that Grad is going through Parker just as they go into the Red Boys, having a quick look over her left hand shoulder practically with every stroke actually, as to see just how far off she is from the sculler from Kingston. But it's just as well that they're coming into view, because the gap between them and the next race is about 150 metres, and that's leading us into the Open Club single sculls.
It most certainly is. Oh, that's great. We've got another event ticked off this morning, and we have had, I mean, can you believe it, Chucky? We've had 200 boats already have come down and raced this morning.
I mean, it's phenomenal. I sometimes forget this, like the women's head or the men's head of the river, they can have 300, north of 300 eights, and there's 9 athletes in an 8, so that's 2,700 people can be blasting by in the course of a couple of hours. So phenomenal to see this. Yeah. And it is Joss of Tideway Sculler School just coming into the final stretches, the last 50 metres or so, and again he was just a matter of seconds behind that women's J16 single scull time trial. So the organisers have spaced the races to perfection, which means there's no gap for us to fill. We can just go straight into the racing, and there is Joss of Tideway Scullers.
Lawrence Joss of Tideway Scullers. I feel like I've gone back in time by 10 years and seen Lawrence Joss leading off a time trial. It's outstanding. Racing in the, I think it was the Y-fold at Henley this year. It was either the Y-fold or, yes, it was the Y-fold he was doing. He's been across at Syracuse University, now he's here back with Tideway Scullers, and now it's 203. This is Smith of Nottingham Rowing Club coming through.
Yeah, indeed, and It's funny, Josh doesn't look like his eighth day, Fergus, in your imagination, which is good. He's looking very strong and effective into the final 100 metres there of the time trial. Coming up the line now is the sculler from Star Rowing Club, so Palmer. Again, he's been racing at multiple events earlier this year, including, of course, Henley Royal. And coming up to the line, it's Max Raymond Barker, who's had...
What a season.
What a
season.
A bit of an up and a down season. He's raced at the Sculler's Head, did phenomenally well at Sculler's Head. He raced the Wingfield Sculls. He also raced at Met Regatta. Had an injury which meant he was out for Henley Royal, but he's clearly back with a vengeance in his single scull to try and do well in this event. Come to the line, it's Coombs from Hereford Rowing Club, who, if I remember correctly, I think I saw last weekend at Henley Masters Regatta. So no shame in that, of course. It's a great competition, and hopefully we'll see success for some of our Masters athletes here at the Club Championships as well.
Aaron Jackson, London Rowing Club. I had the pleasure of calling his race. He qualified for the Diamond Challenge Sculls at Henley, and it was awesome. He was racing the German Tim Granitz, I think. But yes, Aaron Jackson in action. I'm so excited to see what he can do here at the Club Championships. I think a really exciting sculler to watch. And it was awesome. I also saw some of the footage of him boating at Henley Royal as well, and what a cheer he got. I got a massive roar. Loads of support for him whilst he was out racing. So yes, that is Aaron Jackson. He's next through from London Rowing Club. He is bow 207, and he will be followed of Minerva Bath.
Yeah, and he's powering through into the final section of this race, and to be honest, he's got an absolute lick of pace on his boat. I really like the way he's moving through the water, and a nice flow to his rhythm. So it'll be interesting to see how that comes. But I think this is going to be a fiercely competitive event.
I think so too. I think you're bang on the money there. I think the calibre of scullers here is superb. Just looking down some of the names who will be racing here, I think this final that we'll have coming up later on, I think will be absolutely superb. The Open Club Single Scull, I'm expecting the same sort of level coming from the Women's Club Single Scull. That will be next up at 9:34 in the time trial this morning. I mean, yeah, some great names, some really exciting names coming up there. And plenty more still to come in the Open Club Single Scull. We've got 208. That is Webb of Sunderland, just ahead of 200. 210. That is Rushton of Royal Chester. Royal Chester, finalists in the Britannia Challenge Cup just a couple of weeks ago. 211. That is the second of our scullers, Eggleston from City of Sunderland.
Yeah, and then just coming up to the line, we have a sculler from Nottingham, Black from Nottingham. Maybe he has a home advantage, maybe he doesn't. This is going to be such a tough race, and to be honest, I'm looking at the course. There's a gentle tailwind, but it's dropped from this morning. Beautiful sunshine just powering through the clouds. This is probably the fairest conditions we're going to have that you could honour any rowing lake. It's practically mill pond still as big open 2 kilometre lakes go. Janeway of Broxbourne there just completing his scull, and then a bit of a gap to the next sculler from Cambridge 99, which will be Tennant.
Yes, and that gives us an opportunity to read out some more results. This is the Women's J18 double sculls. As we said, the top 12 will head through to semi-finals, and the top 12 are Nottingham and Union, Peterborough City, Leeds Rowing Club, George Heriot School, Newark, City of Cambridge, Sir William Perkins School, City of Bristol, Hartpury University and College, Christchurch, Hartpury University and College, Barn Elms. They are your top 12 in the Women's J18 double sculls heading through to finals AB. Semi-finals AB. They're not at the finals yet. As 214 and 215 come through. That is Tennant of City of Cambridge. That is Fuller of Reading University.
Yeah, and the scullers coming thick and fast here. This is a very, not just a closely contested, but the scullers seem to be pretty compact compared to some of the previous races, which is good for us in the commentary tower. I was also I was delighted to see that Thomas Bakulis was the top of the Open J18 single sculls, so looking forward to seeing him racing in the semi-finals later today. Cross the line for 218, that's Sherman of Leicester Rowing Club, and we will see momentarily Rory Mooney of Lee Rowing Club powering into his final 100 metres. Again, he's had a really solid, strong season. He was trying to qualify the Prince of Wales quad at Henley Royal a few weeks ago. He raced successfully at Ghent Ghent Spring Regatta in the single scull, and we're looking to round out his season with a good result in this event. And we've been talking about the international representation that you get at a British Championships. I was joking to my commentary team that they don't have to worry about any difficult German or Dutch pronunciations, but we do have representation from the Mediterranean in the form of Calpe Rowing Club. So we have T. Zammit from Calpe, who is just coming up to the line now. They've entered their final sprint. Fantastic to see them sculling. If you're watching, give them a round of applause, because they've come all the way from Gibraltar to compete today here in Nottingham, so well done to them. Again, the competition is thick and fast, and there's a sculler here coming from, I think, Wallingford Rowing Club. It's Kent from Wallingford, and he's just gone into overdrive as he enters the final segment of his race. He's doing 48 for some reason in the final 100 metres of this time trial. Has shortened up a little bit to correspond with that rate increase, but he's decided to just throw the kitchen sink at it and see if that will get him through into the final of the racing later today.
That's your third one ticked off. That's kitchen sink. That's been thrown in at 9:25. Oh
no. Commentary cliche bingo continues.
There we go. The half slide mega wind, absolutely deployed. That was sensational. And you're wondering, you're asking, why is he at 48 strokes a minute? Well, because the margins are so tight. We saw with the J18 singles, 0.2 or 0.3 of a second separating 12th and 13th place. So you have to throw everything at it. You have to fight right the way through to the finish line in these racing. This is 220. This is Canterbury Pilgrims coming through the line. The alumni club of the King's School Canterbury. 222. That is Upton Rowing Club. Upton next through the finish line in this race from Merseyside. Upton Rowing Club.
Yep, and then a little bit of a gap back to 224. Oh, and he's just hit a buoy. Goodness, that's no good for that's not exactly what you don't want in your final time trial. Just came slightly off track, just clipped a buoy. He's just stopped momentarily, but restarted. 224 from Knight from Monmouth Rowing Club. Just having a quick look. Where is the finish line? Look over his right shoulder. Look over his left shoulder. Well, he's over it now. Behind them, it's 225 from Falcon Rowing Club again from Oxford, who will be looking to compete, but this is going to be such a brutally tight competition, I suspect. We've seen some really interesting efforts, some big names, and it'll be interesting to see how this plays out later today.
.227. Next up is Furnival Sculling School, ahead of 200 and...
Yeah, Sculler from Grosvenor Ayres from Grosvenor Chester Rowing Club. We've had the full house of Chester Rowing Clubs, literally all of them. We've had Grosvenor, we've had Royals, we've had King's School Chester, and we've had Queen's Park School Chester as well. 4 clubs, as I said, based within 250 metres of each other. So it's great to see that before we've even reached half 9, we've had the entire Chester rowing system represented. Here's 229. This is from St Leonard's School, Roth of St Leonard's School, competing. Again, we've got another 13 scullers to come in this event, and they're coming thick and fast. I think they're all on the course now, and they're all in the final 1,000 metres of their race, so this will all be over momentarily. Here's 231, Hartley of Nottingham Rowing Club.
Hartley of Nottingham Rowing Club, just ahead of 226. That's the second of our scullers of Furnival Sculling School. We got another couple coming up next, first of which will be from Sunderland, Dryden of Sunderland.
Yeah, so Dryden of Sunderland up against, I think,
City of Cambridge.
230 here, so Palfreyman of City of Cambridge, and they've turned this again into another grudge match. The sculler from Sunderland, again, just looking to make sure that his bow is indeed in front of the sculler from City of Cambridge, and it is, but only just by a canvas or so. And I think as I look out the conference tower window, we have our final 8 scullers coming down the course. Bit of a gap between them and this duo, so we should be seeing them. The next sculler coming up to the line is just about 150 metres off the finish. So we will have to see how the timings do. Again, as we heard from the juniors, there can be just 0.2 of a second separating those who qualify for the semi-finals and those who don't. And indeed, it can be equally close between the C, D, E and F finals that will be running later today. 2, 3, 4 just coming up to the line. This is Ads of Shanklin Sandown Rowing Club. And then we should also have scullers from Glasgow Academy, Penguin, Nottingham, Windsor Boys, Bedford and Cardiff Met.
Well, that's the Shanklin Sandown sculler. Ads of Shanklin Sandown next through Glasgow Academy, coming down nicely. Yeah. 235. Where you've ticked off Chester. We're making slow progress on the Glasgow contingent. We've had Glasgow Academy and we've had Clydesdale, but still a long way to go to get all of the other Glasgow clubs there.
Yeah, and coming up to the line, it's 237 from Penguin, so they're from Shrewsbury, and then 238, another of the Glasgow scullers. That's Hayashi. We had Sibley of Penguin, and then again about another 20 seconds or so to our final quartet of scullers, which is being led out, I think, by the sculler from actually it's the sculler from Bedford Rowing Club. This is Cave Grubb from Bedford Rowing Club, who is out in front of the sculler from Nottingham, which is Mooney. We've had Rory Mooney from Lee Rowing Club, and we've got Jay Mooney from Nottingham Rowing Club in this event. And then they're listed as Windsor Boys, but well, I don't wish to speculate, but they might be a bit older than a boy these days. This is
Windsor Man.
Windsor Men's. Hennessy Hunt Racing as Windsor Boys, just coming up to the line now, and that is the penultimate sculler. The competition for Open Club single sculls will be rounded out by, I believe, Salmon of Cardiff Met Rowing Club, who is just Cardiff Met University Boat Club, which is just in the Red Boys now. They're in their final 30 seconds of racing.
Cardiff Met, Chucky, the Archers. That's what Cardiff Met are known as.
Oh, well, I don't think that's particularly useful in rowing, but dexterity, hand-eye coordination, these are things that famously rowers don't have. This was all, why people chose this over ball sports. So archery, not particularly useful. But anyhow, well done to Salmon, who's rounding out that, again, what I imagine will be fiercely competitive open single sculls. We've got 500 metres to go before the women's equivalent of this event comes down the course. And I think I'm saying goodbye to you first.
You are. You've got 500 metres coming down, but you've got the real privilege of Carol Wallace joining you for the next stint of time trials.
Perfect. Well, thanks, Fergus, and we'll be back momentarily. Well, welcome aboard, Carol. Delighted to have you here. Delighted to be another year, another British Rowing Championships commentating with you. What does the Brit Rowing Champs mean to you, and why do you think it's such a special event?
I've come to the British Rowing Championships for many, many a year, and I always enjoy it. It's great to see the best of their club athletes performing on the big stage, pitting themselves up against people from all over the country. And it's so nice looking through the lists earlier, seeing so many different names from all over our country just here today competing against each other. And just having come to the almost a culmination of their rowing season, and here they are just coming towards us. The first sculler is one of our Janes from Hartpury University and College, 244, just going through the line there. Women's club singles, always a good one to watch, and so many of them just lined up there up the course. And I've just come in from Fergus, and I just said to him that every day's a school day. I didn't know about Cardiff Met being the Archers, so always nice to live and learn.
Yeah, and here comes Jen Titterington of Newark Rowing Club, icon of the sport, frankly. Really strong club competitor who's been...
I was going to say I recognise the name from many a time, Titterington. It's one of these ones that you always recognise and you know she'll go well.
Yeah, done brilliantly at previous competitions, Henley Women's, etc. And hopefully she'll be putting in a strong performance that will take her through to the semi-finals. 248 Yulton from Chester Street, just coming up to the line as well. Just a reminder, Carol, we've had some phenomenal racing so far today. We had over 90 in the Open J18 single sculls. And the gap between 12th and 13th, which was the gap between qualifying for the semi-finals or not, was just 0.2 of a second.
Good grief. There we have McGee of Norwich just coming through to finish her time trial. But the time trials, as we've always said, we've talked about this many times, Charles and Fergus, that bring really close racing when we get to the minor finals, the semi-finals, because there are very, very fine margins. 251, we have Bakuli of Lee. Sorry, jumped in there before you there, Charles.
Evelyn Bakuli of Lee is racing there. She's former Lee Junior, now racing as an under-23. I think she's training out of UL most days, but she's representing Orange today.
And we have Saunders of Tideway Scullers, 252, just finished her time trial.
Yeah, and this is not perhaps quite as large as the Open J18 single sculls where we had 90, but we've still got another 30 scullers to come in this event.
253 Fleming from Nottingham.
And again, just talking about some of the races that happened earlier today, so the women's J16 single sculls, again, the gap between the AB semi-finals and the C final was just 0.1 of a second, Carol. It's astonishingly close.
It's amazing. So Faint of Leeds just going through there, finishing her moment in the time trial, and just sitting here, the sun's starting to break through. The conditions are just beautiful this morning. I was watching some of the earlier time trials. Really nice conditions. It will get warmer as the day progresses. I'm sure those competing earlier were really quite enjoying the overcast, bit cooler atmosphere.
Yeah, but I personally think this is absolutely perfect conditions. 255 there from Warrington Rowing Club, so that's Jones of Warrington coming across the line. And then, again, quite evenly spaced at the moment, we will have a sculler up from Newark Rowing Club. This will be Corley, I think, coming up to the line, 257. And then they'll be closely followed by scullers from Rob Roy, Turnbull, and I think we have a sculler from Dart Totnes. I'll check my assessment in a moment.
A lovely bright red boat there. Well, for a while there was a trend for having really nice bright coloured boats. We seem to have gone back to the plain whites again.
Well, we were saying earlier there was, I think it was one of the Windsor Boys scullers. It seemed like his single, there'd been an explosion at the paint factory when his single came across, because it had practically every single colour in a reasonably neat stripe pattern, may I say. But
so Stoddart of Evesham. No, sorry, Stoddart of Evesham just coming through there. It must have been...
It was Turnbull of Rob Roy just in front of him.
Yep, just cut the colours.
Yeah. And up the lake, continuing to see a very, as you'll be able to see inset on the pictures, the scullers are continuing to zoom past, coming thick and fast. We must have at least 20 to 25 single sculls on the course at the moment as they continue in the women's club single sculls. Just in the final 100 metres, it's 2:50. This is from McGee, I think. No, apologies, 2:60. This is Hallett of Darts Hotners Rowing Club. Just crossing the line. We were saying earlier, Carol, we've got a big Scottish contingent here, including, I think I was talking to some of the coaching team from Azra, Aberdeen Schools, last night. It's a long way to travel.
Yeah, tell me about it. It was quite an enjoyable drive down the road yesterday. I thought one of the more pleasant drives. But yes, Aberdeen Schools, possibly the furthest travel. I can't recall seeing anybody from Inverness come down this year. 261 sculler from Notts County, Besley.
Someone who hasn't had to drive very far at all, because I can see their boat shed from the end of from the commentary tower. But yeah, Notts County Rowing Association, a powerhouse of lightweight rowing in the 1980s and 90s, reformed recently with a focus on junior rowing. Great to see them back in action.
Oh, look at that. Two lead scullers side by side, Morley and Simmons, 262, 263.
It's quite funny you've come all this way to race. Obviously, Leeds not too far from Nottingham, but it's funny to see that you end up in a time trial right next to each other and going side by side with your fellow crewmate all the way down the course for the time trial.
Well, it sort of gives you something to work on, because you probably sat beside each other quite frequently over the season, and being side by side by a clubmate just sometimes pulls you on, and you just think, well, this time I'll get in front of her, though she's won, sort of beaten her the last few times. But that's up for the timing team to work that one out. 264, City of Oxford. Haysom.
Yeah, and again, this is a brutally competitive event. We have in the first 12 will go to the AB semi-finals. The next 24 will go to the minor finals, and if you're outside of that timing, that top 36, you will not be racing for the rest of the day. This is your only race, so every stroke counts. And as we heard with the women's J16 single sculls, the gap between the medals potential semi-finals and the C final was just 0.1 of a second, and indeed the gap between those who were eliminated and those who got to race day was just 1.5 seconds, so incredibly tight.
So just going through the line, we have Blair of Newark, and she's followed by Noonan of Tideway Scullers, 267.
Yeah, we've had a lot big entry from Tideway Scullers, a big junior program, had some seniors racing. We had Lawrence Joss in the open single sculls a moment ago, and of course got someone here in the women's single sculls.
And Postlethwaite of Llandaff just coming through the line there. As I said earlier, it's great to see so many different clubs coming together to race here this weekend, just from all over the country, and yeah.
Well, we said we were seeing scullers with people racing from the Isle of Wight, from Edinburgh, from the northeast of England, from the Thames Valley. I said we'd also got crews from Wales and Northern Ireland here, and Fergus gave me a quizzical look, but I'm reassured to see that Llandaff are here racing, so that certainly ticks off Wales.
Well, Cardiff Mets too, we were talking about them earlier.
Yeah, exactly. Here's another Notts County Rowing Association sculler.
268, Hutton Mitchell there, just finishing her time trial.
And again, we continue to blast through them. We have roughly about another 10 scullers to come through in this event, and I can see them all on the course out the window.
Clothier of Millfield School, 269, finishing her course. It's lovely looking up the course, just seeing so many scullers, just beautifully arranged, racing down in their patterns, having been set off in different lanes so that they don't impede or impinge on each other as they do their time trial. When you're doing a time trial, of course, you want a really clear run. You don't want to have to worry about maybe somebody being in your way.
Well, exactly. I mean, it's one of those things when you're rowing, you don't realise it, but the puddles aren't actually moving. The puddles stay exactly where you finished a stroke, and so when you're moving, it looks like the puddles are going away from you, but they stay where you are. So those vortices will continue to whirl and swirl for another 30 or 40 seconds after you've gone, and of course you want that all to have cleared up before the next sculler's coming along the course.
So Clifford of Notts County just gone through there, 274, and she's been followed by Eldridge, Cardiff Met University. So the water's beautiful, so you can see these puddles really clearly. It's a really nice coaching incentive, I always think, is to maximise the distance between the puddles. Just maximise the length and the run you're getting in the boat between each set of puddles.
Yeah, well, distance per stroke is crucial, particularly here in the single scull, where yes, you can jack the rate in the final segment and have a big sprint, but actually it's that efficiency through the middle which will be the most important for these races.
So Cherry of Clydesdale just coming through the line. That's one of the clubs that Fergus is missing off his little tick list from the Clyde in Glasgow. So that's another one to be ticked off, Fergus.
And we've got an interesting side-by-side battle here going on, I think, between Walters of Shanklin Sandown and Crab of Dundee University Boat Club. They've just ended up by quirk of fate in the side-by-side. It looks like Sculler from Shanklin Sandown out in front as they come up on the line, Carol.
Yeah, 277 just coming through the line before Crab of Dundee.
And then just coming into view of the finish tower, and on your screens momentarily, it's Lotte Koenig of Lee Rowing Club. Delighted to see her sculling here as well. She again competed earlier this season at the Ghent Spring Regatta in the single scull. It's great to see her continuing her sculling journey here at the British Championships.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a nice course in Ghent. It's sort of very different, quite a sort of narrow course. It feels narrow when you're on it.
The unusual thing about the Ghent course is that they have a sort of pool behind the start line. So actually, when you, rather than waiting as you do here in front of the finish and then coming onto the course, you go behind it and then come through. So it's a rather clever feature, actually. It works quite well.
It works very, very well. The only problem I ever found with Ghent was the fishermen, who during the week spend a lot of time sitting on the bank just fishing. Here we have our second sculler from Dundee University, Dunlop. Sculler 280.
Yep, from Dundee University Boat Club. And we should have our final few scullers now on the course. I think we have just 5 left to go.
278 is Norton of Calpe.
Again, another of our Gibraltar rowers. Great to see them here.
Oh, absolutely. Make your way across the water. Sculler 440, Barnard of Nottingham. I think just the last 3 coming along here.
Yeah, 2 from Agecroft. Here's 256. So all the slightly out of sequence. That's Tregenza of Agecroft. That's their A sculler. She's just coming across the line there, and then we will have the next Agecroft sculler in a moment. I think this will be Reed of Agecroft, and then we'll have one more sculler to round off the women's club single sculls. Indeed, Reed storming there through the final few strokes of that time trial. And it's 279. It is Travers of Shanklin Sandown who rounds out the women's club single sculls, Carol.
Yep. And just a bit of a gap before we have our next event, which will be the Open Championship lightweight singles.
Yeah, and it's actually, I think this might be, well, he's on the start list, but he might have scratched by the looks of things.
He has scratched.
But I was
exactly
going to say,
who you're speaking about.
I was about to say Ben Parsonage from Clydesdale, and I was going to say he's been selected for the European Rowing Championships.
Absolutely delighted to see his name up there, and he's a very good sculler and great pedigree. His mum's a great sculler, his dad a great sculler, so it's great to see Ben carrying on the family tradition, and I am so pleased for him to get that selection.
Yeah. It's an amazing result, and congratulations to them, and great to see British Rowing supporting the continuation of lightweight rowing as well. I think I saw on the selection announcement he's being coached by Peter Haining, who's also a phenomenal legend of the lightweight single scull.
He was being coached by Peter Haining for the last couple of Henley Royal Regattas, with Nick Thomas also helping along as well. So it's got a great coaching team behind him, and it's got great coaching input from both mother and father. So yeah, great to see it. I'm sorry not to see him here racing, because he is a phenomenal racer, but delighted for his selection.
So just looking at the course, as you can probably see inset on the picture, we've got very, very still conditions here in the final 350 metres. There's a bit of a breeze, looks like a tailwind just coming, a crosswind just coming across the course from what is your right on the screen to left. And then again, reasonably still conditions up at the front. So the wind has slightly shifted direction. We had a bit of a stronger tailwind down the course earlier this morning, but I don't think that should upset selection too much. And I'm seeing, as I look out of the window, in the final 250 metres, it is Sylvain Boyer of Kingston Rowing Club, who had the pleasure of watching race at Henley Masters in the B single sculls last weekend. He had some very amusing commentary information that he had submitted himself. He described himself as the French frog, and his commentary was, "The French frog is coming back, croak, croak, croak." And he won the final of Henley Masters by a foot.
Wow.
From behind. So
wow.
And he's previously won this event at the Brit Masters. So I'm looking forward to seeing him race later today. I'm sure he'll be doing well in the time trial as he comes across the line at rate 34 into the final.
Definitely picking it up meters. Just for that last few strokes. Just relaxing just as he comes through there. And then we have Chard of Wallingford, Sculler 283, a couple of scratchings here, but most of them are appearing in our programme. They'll have been up early this morning making weight and making sure they could make weight so that they could race, get some food in before they start racing.
Yeah, indeed, of course, that's the sort of complexity that most of the rowers don't have to worry about, but of course lightweight rowing means weigh-ins.
Weigh-ins, being up early and then thinking about food and when you're eating. So 285, Marston of Hexham.
And just a small number of scullers in this event, so I think with 2 scratches there are only roughly about 10 scullers in this event, so it's not quite as brutally competitive as some of them. The format is, I think, the first 12 will go through to the semi-finals, the remainder will be eliminated, so most people should be going through to the semi-finals in this format.
Ray of Peterborough City, 286.
We don't have any results yet from the open clubs, all the women's club single sculls that have just been racing for the last few minutes, but I imagine that's going to be very, very tight. Had some really high-class sculling going past us earlier, so it'll be interesting to see how it plays out. Here comes 288, Carol.
MacDonald of Hartpury University and College. And then we have Comiskey of Tideway Scullers, 289.
Yeah, just keeping himself out in front of 289, who was absolutely charging in the final 100 metres there of that race.
And then we have Jimac of Clydesdale, 290. And I can recognise the sculler coming behind him. Jakub Zbikowski of Aberdeen Boat Club.
Well, that's beautifully pronounced, Carol, because I was hoping you were looking at me saying, will you pronounce that?
Oh, no, I know. Well, I've had Jakub shouting at me many a year to get it right. So delighted to see him actually coming back to race at championship events.
Yeah, well, this is obviously a championship level competition, so you would expect everyone to be sculling pretty well. But yeah, he's given it his all in the final 100 metres. And we'll have to see how it plays out. But again, the key thing is to make sure you're not eliminated here and that you've got a spot in the semi-finals later today.
Again.
Then we just got 3 more sculls in the championship lightweight single sculls before we have a gap and then have the women's equivalent format. We've still got quite a few more time trials to come today. So we've got the J16 doubles, the J18 women's pairs, the J18 Coxers fours, the J16 pairs, and then the J16 Coxed fours, Open Club fours, Coxers fours, Women's Club Coxers fours, Beginner doubles, Beginner Coxed fours. Although some of those events are a reasonably small number of time trials.
So we've got Jones of Gloucester just finishing his time trial, followed by Benyon of Northwich.
Yeah, wearing a blue star there on his shoulder. Love to see it. Fergus was saying I could tick everyone but the Blue Star off this weekend, but there we go. I've done it. So yeah, and just a big gap now between Benyon and the final sculler.
Yeah, just trying to figure out who this. I think it could be an Agecroft sculler.
Yeah, I think it's Lord of Agecroft, who's just now entering the Red Boys. So that's the final 200 metres or so of the race. Despite that gap, though, he might have deliberately done this just to give himself a bit of clean water and not to allow himself to be disrupted in any way. Yeah, sculling beautifully as he approaches the line, doing a nice.
Definitely hear the support coming from the bank, so maybe that's why he was rowing what we felt was in isolation, just so he could hear the supporters.
Well, I'm not saying there's a competition to shout the loudest, but definitely the Agecroft supporters have been the most vocal from at least where we stand in the commentary tower so far this morning. Even before 9 a.m. we had great support for one of the junior single sculls from the rest of the club. So great to see the Northwest representation out in force.
So you say it's not a competition, but of course in rowing everything's a competition. Loudest supporters, best dressed supporters, whatever. It's I think if you're a rower or a supporter of rowing, everything's a bit of a competition. It just goes with the DNA.
Well, that might be true. There are no prizes, at least, for shouting the loudest, but we'll probably note on it. So there's your incentive if you if you are the competitive sort that Carol describes, then that's your reward. You'll get a little bit of a notice from the commentary team, no doubt.
No doubt. But yes, I think most rowers tend to be very competitive with whatever they do.
So we've got a nice short snappy time trial coming up next. So this will be for the Women's Championship lightweight single sculls, and we'll have, I think, just 6 crews, if I can count correctly. No, 7 crews.
7.
Can't count correctly. Racing in this event. So we will see Wake of City of Oxford, Daniels of Hollingworth Lake, Moole of Sudbury, Robertson of Trafford, Morby of Loughborough, Ferguson Nottingham, and Vaughan Brooks of Beckett Rowing Club coming down very shortly. All the scullers are in the final section of the race. As I say, it's quite a compact one. I think the final sculler is just going through the 1,000-metre mark now, and the nearest sculler to us, Carol, is in the Red Boys.
I know, I could see that the sculler coming, just lifting it. It's lovely when you see scullers making this big lift just as they come into the Red Boys. Time trials are quite difficult to gauge just when you're in isolation, but these scullers everyone I've seen so far is just really making a big determined effort just as they come into this last few hundred metres. So that's Wake of City of Oxford.
Yeah, just a quick look over her left shoulder. Where is the finish line? To your point about timing and pacing, it's going to be absolutely critical to get this right. Not so much in this race, because I don't think we have quite such a brutal time trial eliminator. I'm just having a quick look. So interestingly, we've got a different format for this one, Carol. So the first, according to what's in front of me, the fastest person of the 7 will be guaranteed a place in the A final, and everyone else will go to the rep, where they will race for places. So again, with seven of them in that rep, actually one of them will lose out and not make it to the A final. So
Daniels of Hollingworth Lake, there's also a name that appears in quite frequently in regattas we've attended this year, and in fact the last few years. So Daniels certainly a sculler to be contending with, and as you say, 6 into the rep, and that'll be that race to watch.
Yeah, I think it's going to be, knowing lightweight single sculling, it's going to be very, very tight margins all the way through. Just coming up to the line, we have 296.
Moole of Sudbury.
Yeah, great to see Sudbury here represented. I love going to Sudbury Regatta, which is normally the first weekend in August, although unfortunately this year it's been cancelled due to, I believe, an issue with the arrival of a population of water voles on the regatta banks.
Oh, wow.
So
that's special. It's a shame for the regatta, but it's very special for the water voles.
Yeah, they've given themselves a really nice bit of water to beautiful chalk stream to give themselves to live in. So I think that's being looked at.
7, we have Robertson of Trafford finishing her time trial.
Yep, so just from the south of Manchester there. Great to see them racing from the northwest. And then the final 3 scullers in this event just coming up to the line now. First up is 299.
Ferguson of Nottingham.
Nope, correction, that's 298. I can't.
Oh, I thought the colours weren't quite right. It's Moorby of Loughborough.
And then 299 next, and then we'll be rounding out with, I think, 300.
So 299 is Ferguson of Nottingham. And then Vaughan Brooks of Beckett, just picking it up there, just really going for the finish line.
Yeah, she's up at rate 34 there, which is higher than it feels than it would feel in an 8 in a single scull. Going that kind of rate is really quite exhausting. So, and she's gone right through the line there and continued to keep going. So, anyhow, that will be interesting to see who has got the top spot, which will guarantee them that place in the A final later today.
Let's just turn the page and looked at the number of open junior 16 double sculls we have coming towards us. And I remember watching a lot of the juniors race at Nat Schools and various other regattas, and there's a lot of high quality juniors out there racing in quads, double sculls. So this will also be very well contended. Over 40 crews in this event.
Yeah, I think we have the first crew coming up to the line, and it's a Windsor Boys School. Phenomenal sculling operation. Very much interesting results at Henley Royal Regatta, where they were beaten by Sir William Borlase. But this is the next generation coming through. A phenomenal operation. It's great to see State School doing so well in rowing under the tutelage of Mark Wilkinson, and this J16 double is looking phenomenal.
I was going to say they're flying, aren't they?
Phenomenal as they come into the final 100 metres. If I could scull like that, I'd be very happy. And to see people who are in their second year or the tail end of their third year of racing doing so well is great to see.
Look at! I was just looking at the puddles as they came down. Beautiful, beautiful even matched puddles. Very clean, very tidy. Here we have Burden and partner from George Watson's College.
Yeah, and that Windsor Boys Crew very much setting the standard to which all of our crews will need to match. It's going to be brutal and tough racing there as the George Watson crew comes across the line. Now, just a reminder that you can get all the results from the regatta up online on rowresults.co.uk/BRCC26. That's rowresults.co.uk/BRCC26. We have the results up from the J18 singles, the women's J18 doubles, and the women's J16 singles. Still waiting for the club and women's single sculls results.
So just going through, we have the junior 16 double from Henley Rowing Club. That'll be interesting to see. It's always good when you're sitting at a time trial, I find, Charles, just to have a look at crews and just figure out where you think you might see them appear later on in the day. In this format, you will see some of them later on in the day, because it's just nice to gauge who's going well, who isn't going well. 304 from Buell Bridge.
Well, again, with some 40 crews racing, as you said, Carol, in this competition, only the first 12 are going to make it through to the semi-finals A and B. Then the next 24 will be in the minor finals, and then the remainder won't be. And look at this, Carol.
I know, I was just going to try to interrupt, but Windsor Boys School and Camas just side by side.
And it's not often that you see Windsor Boys on the losing end of a side-by-side race, but they've been overtaken there by 306 by the looks of things. The crew from Camas up in Ashington. Great to see them doing so well. Hughes there of Camas, just to the north of Newcastle on the River Wansbeck. Fantastic racing. And then it looks like we've got Brentford Rowing Club just coming down the course now. This is Keating, Brentford's A crew. As mentioned, we've got some C and B and even a D, I think, crew from Molesey racing. Not quite the 11 single sculls we had from Windsor Boys earlier in the competition, but good to see Brentford here.
Indeed, and a bit of a gap before we see our next group of scullers, and there's three pretty much across the course here, just in the corner of the window.
Yes, it's almost like some of the side-by-side racing that we hope to see later today in terms of competitiveness. And so if you're in the spectator area, just have a glance down the course at these three crews. looks like we've got RGS High Wycombe, so 309 potentially there across the lake, who are just staying out in front of 310. No, not 310.
No,
there's no orange.
There's no orange there, and I think
it's 308. Sorry, they've come through 308, and then it's 311 here, storming up the inside. A composite actually, Hartbury and Ross Rowing Club.
I know, very impressive performance from Royal Grammar School High Wycombe, overtaking Falcon, and as you say, that great performance from the composite there, Hartbury and Ross.
Well, they were looking like they had the pace in the form of some of the J18 crews that we'd seen earlier today, so it's amazing. They're J16, so again, we were saying that Windsor Boys had sort of opened up the event and set the standard by which other crews be matched, and I think it'll be interesting to see when we get the results how those two crews compare.
313 is the crew from Maidenhead. I'd say looking at these double sculls, some really impressive J16 performances. Really strong, very tidy, very polished, looking very professional as they just coming towards us. So here we have the Lee double.
Yep. So Oscar and Alistair from Lee Rowing Club there going across the line. Great to see them racing, and hopefully we'll see them do well in the time trial and be racing later today. As I say, only top 12 into the time trials, so it's going to be brutal. And as I said, in one of the earlier events we had just 0.1 of a second separating those who made the semi-finals and those who don't. Nice to see some sportsmanship there from the Maidenhead crew, giving the Lee Scullers a little clap and a thumbs up, so that's really positive interactions there. Well done to them. Just coming across the line now, it's another composite. So this is Falcon Rowing Club and City of Oxford, both from Oxford. A little pat on the back there from the Falcon member of that composite to his City of Oxford compatriot. So they're clearly happy with their performance. But of course, the only thing that matters is the stopwatch. And coming up to the line, it's 319. This is from Weybridge Rowing Club, Gazowski of Weybridge, their A crew. Just worried a little bit about their steering maybe, because they've just held up as they went through on the line on one side. So, and they're just about to donk into the yellow warning buoys that separate the racing course from the boating area. Here comes 321, Carol. 321,
Clare's Court School, another well-polished double here, and then we have another composite.
Looking quite
Chester,
pacey.
Street and Durham.
Yep, so a northeast composite. So we've had our Oxford composite, we've had our West of England composite, Ross Rowing Club from Ross on Wye, and now we've got our northeast composite. So interesting, we've got 3 regional composites that will be potentially racing later today. Again, great to see such representation from across the country. We've had Scottish crews, Welsh crews, crews from the north and the south of England. Here comes one from the Thames Valley. This is Molesey 312.
As you say, so many different clubs represented here at the British Rowing Club Championships, and it's nice to see such a spread. Some of these athletes will never race each other at all this season, so it's always a bit of an unknown as to who's going to appear and how fast they are relative to your boat speed. And this is where you find out. And I think I can recognise the bright colours here, Charles. Crew 320.
Yeah, and this is 310. This is
310.
This is another Lee crew. This is actually not on my list, but great to see. That's Marlow there at the in the stroke of that crew. So hopefully they've had a good race, and I think I can actually see the next Lee crew coming up. This should be Zach and Finbar. 320 just coming up to the line now. So with 3 Lee crews in this event, interesting to see who comes out on top and has the bragging rights between them. But great to see. Just a massive thanks to their coaches who've worked so hard this season to keep them going and get them here. It's been a long season since September, so again.
Absolutely, and George Watson's College here just coming through the line, 3-3-2. And you're talking about a long season. This is, sort of where this lies in the Scottish calendar. This is middle of the the school holidays in Scotland. So this is
Yeah.
keeping these kids going, possibly for club champs, and possibly some of them and some of these athletes going for HIR next weekend.
Here's Evesham 325, Hall of Evesham. So yeah, the British Champs obviously is our sort of last big multi-lane regatta. There are more multi-lane races. I think there's Peterborough Summer, which will be in August, for instance. So it's not to say that the season is over for everyone. All rowing clubs approach it differently, but certainly if you started training in September and here we are in the middle of the July, it's a long season, and few sports go for such a protracted period.
Indeed. 314, we have Wolsey. Well, you said that already, I'm sure. Sorry.
Yeah, well, we had an earlier crew from Molesey, so here's their other crew. I think there was 1 year in rowing at the international level where they decided to have the World Championships in New Zealand at Lake Karapira. I think it was 2010 or something. And so if you were training as a selected athlete that year, it was a 13-month season.
Which is a long time to
From
keep
September.
going. So just going through the line there, we have Davies and partner from Hexham. And it's a long season, it's a long ask, it's very demanding to keep going.
Well, I think they raced from September through to October the following year.
I do apologise, we got distracted out there and there's been quite a few double sculls gone through without any acknowledgement. So just going through, we have the Tideway Scullers, I think that was 329, and great battle going on in front of us between Wallingford and, I'm sure it's Wallingford and Exeter.
Exeter just out in front there by a canvas.
Sitting in a double, it's nice to have these sort of battles that just push you on, just make you raise your game somewhat, and just give you that extra lift in that final phase of the race.
Yeah, but we still don't have the results from the Open Club Singles or the Women's Club Singles yet to bring you, so they'll be coming up on rowresults.co.uk/BRCC26. But in the meanwhile, we've had quite a number of the double scullers in the J16 category just coming past. We have the scullers from Peterborough, Hinksey, Brentford, as mentioned, and we've now got 328. This is from Brentford. just on the River Thames up towards Kew, with matching bucket hats to...
I know, the second double from Brentford we've seen this morning.
Interestingly, the bucket hats, I don't think, are the club colours. So, there you go. Anyhow, we've got a composite by the looks of things. Sorry, from Star Club, 336. Not a composite, just a crew from Star Club, and then they're being chased or have overtaken crew 333 from Rob Roy Boat Club. Rob Roy from Cambridge.
I was convinced it was a composite too, so I was rapidly looking up my sheet for a composite and couldn't find one. So thank you for helping me out. Your eyes are just that bit sharper than mine. And just
come up to line here. We've got, I think this is City of Oxford, 331. Racing in the boat called Twisted Pair, but they're a double, so
that's why it's a twisted pair. It's nice to see interesting names in boats, and it's nice to see boats with names, because there's been a trend for a while not to give boats names, and I think that's a bit sad.
No, I strongly believe in boats being named. I mean, the traditional thing, of course, is to name it after someone who deserves recognition within your club, and I don't see why you would have a boat without that opportunity to recognise someone. Although some of my favourites are the scullers from the crews from Peterborough, who have a series of wordplay as their boat names.
So 337 is from Camas, and 334 the second one. Well, in fact, that's the second boat from Camas and the second boat from Rob Roy. Just going through the line there. Bit of a gap over the far side of the course. We can still see these bigger boats just heading up. We've got the doubles to finish, and then we're going on to the women's junior 18 Cox's pairs, the open junior 18 Cox's fours, women's junior 16 Cox's fours, junior 16 Coxed fours, open club Cox's fours, women's club Cox's fours, and then a bigger beginners doubles and women's beginner Coxed fours. And just at present on the presentation pontoon, Tom Salisbury, the CEO of British Rowing, is presenting Sven Friedman of Bristol a certificate of commendation for his efforts in attempting to save the life of a fellow water user.
Yeah, and although we don't have pictures of it, I can see Sven just receiving his certificate there with a crowd of well-wishers around them. So well done. It's great to see. It's great to have that recognition for people who've gone out their way to help someone else in distress.
And you can hear the applause from here. Over in the course we have the second double from Falcon, 340.
Yeah, and we had 342, I think, a moment ago as well, which was from Sudbury Rowing Club coming up. Although, again, it's a little bit of a test of my eyesight. I have to get the binoculars out.
This is Molesey, the D crew from Molesey, 338.
And we should only have two more doubles in this event. 341 and 343, Carol?
341 is from Warwick, and 343 Reading Bluecoat School.
And they're just coming into the final 200 metres of the race. Further up the course at about the 600 metres to go point, we have our first pair in the next event, the time trial, which is, I believe, from Tideway Scullers, opening that up. So yeah, just coming into the line.
Doubles.
Here we are, 341.
341 is Warwick. And they're being chased almost in the same lane. A bit of overlap with the lanes there by Reading Bluecoat School.
Yeah, it's becoming a bit of a head race in more senses than one, because almost washing down the crew from Reading Bluecoat there at 343. But that rounds out the J16 doubles. We'll have the results of that up very shortly, no doubt. And indeed, we now have the results of the Open and Women's Club single sculls. So let's just have a quick look. Again, brutally close. It was Max Raymond Barker from Lee Rowing Club who was top of the Open Club single sculls. So Carol can see how smug I'm looking right now. Again, brutally close, only 0.8 of a second separating 12th and 13th, which was the gap between the
Gosh, that's very
semi-finals
tight,
and the C final. And then, looks like there's going to be some great racing later today in the Open Club. And then just a quick look at the Women's Club single sculls. So, again, not quite as brutally close. It was 2 seconds separating the gap between the AB semis and the C finals. So in the Women's Club single sculls, the scullers who will be going through to the semi-finals are Saunders of Tideway Scullers, Faint of Leeds Rowing Club, Barnard and Fleming both of Nottingham Rowing Club, Jen Titterington of Newark Rowing Club, James of Hartbury and College Boat Club, Turnbull of Rob Roy, Yulton Chestler Street, Jones of Warrington Rowing Club, Ella Postlethwaite of Llandaff Rowing Club, McGee of Norwich Rowing Club, and Evelyn Pekulik of Lee Rowing Club will be racing in the semi-finals later today. Meanwhile, on the open side, it will be, as mentioned, Max Raymond Barker, Jay Coombs of Hereford Rowing Club, A. Norton of Minerva Bath, Aaron Jackson of London Rowing Club, Marcus Janeway of Broxbourne Rowing Club, T. Fuller of Reading University, T. Sherman Leicester Rowing Club, Charlie Palmer of Star Club, Rory Mooney, Lee Rowing Club, D. Smith of Nottingham Rowing Club, Lawrence Joss of Tideway Scullers, and Jay Polfreman will be the AB semi-finalists for later.
And just going through the line, we have that first women's G18 pair from Tideway Scullers School.
So yeah, and there's a phenomenal gap between them and the next set of crews. 347 is next.
And that is Aberdeen Schools. So that's Max and Gabs.
Yeah, and a composite it's listed as, I believe, 346.
No, that's 346. Is
oh,
composite.
You're quite right. They're coming up very shortly, I think.
Yep.
349 is our next crew.
King's School Chester.
Yep. Racing through. Great to see another Chester crew represented. As I say, we've already had the full house earlier, so I'm quite happy. But great to see another crew.
So the next over the far side it'll be 348 Hope and Mackenzie of Aberdeen Schools.
And then it will be 350 and then 351.
So 350 is Great Marlow School.
And they're just inset on your left hand, on your bottom right hand screen, those two crews. In fact, there's a little bit of a coming together just a little bit further up the lake. I'm just having a quick look out the window. It's I think you can see it on your screen, it's the scullers from Hereford, 352 I believe, and the crew 354, who are just getting very, very close to each other. You'll see that probably just on your screen on the bottom right. Meanwhile, how's it going at the finish?
We just had Great Marlow's School coming through. I'm just looking at the Wallingford pair over there in the middle of the course, just lifting it to finish their time trial. Some really good, great performances from Wallingford this season on the girls' side, the junior girls' side. Just wondering if they split into smaller boats to take part in the pairs as well.
Well, it's the Hereford crew again. Just look, they're coming into view now of the finish. The crew 352 from Hereford. They've been struggling to stay completely straight in the lane because they're being pushed so hard by 354.
That's 354, the composite from Hexham and Warrington. But Hereford just managing to hold that lead over the composite.
Yeah, and they're actually continuing to come together as they go over the line, so they've had some steering, not quite steering issues, but certainly it's been interesting to watch their different lines as they've been racing a little bit further up the course.
Well, as you know, pairs notoriously difficult to keep in a straight line. Just it's all dependent on power and where the power comes on, and when people get tired, they just sometimes slacken off, just in different ways. Just trying to get the
That's
number
356.
356 from Calpe.
Oh, great. Another crew from Gibraltar. Fantastic to see them racing here.
Yeah, they always come over in great numbers, and it's great to, as you say, great to see both Calpe and Mediterranean just appear, making the effort to come over and race at the club championships.
Yeah. Well, as you were saying about pairs aren't actually symmetrical. I know it sounds a bit counterintuitive, but they don't actually go in a completely straight line. Even if you have two evenly matched people, what they tend to do is they wiggle. They do a sort of little wiggle. So at different parts of the stroke, each side will have more power and leverage available to them, and that means that it can be quite disconcerting if you're not used to that effect. Here's 358.
From Evesham.
Salmon of Evesham just going across the line, and one of them stopped rowing before the other, so they've just gone into the
Boy.
warning buoy there. Here's 357.
Clare's Court School.
Oh, and speaking of steering issues, just looking a little bit up the course, it's the rowers from 353 who are
Durham and Durham School.
they are going to go in front of 360 here from, I think, City of Cambridge.
Yeah, that's City of Cambridge. Well, that's not particularly helpful for City of Cambridge. It's going to give them some dirty water to row down in.
Yeah, well, they're actually right up across them in front of the
Good
in front of
battle
Durham.
here between these two pairs.
And the crew from 353 from Durham are going to have their work cut out, just not get any close to City of Cambridge.
Durham and City of Cambridge.
Although City of Cambridge seems to be rowing with someone else's blades in terms of colours, so not sure what the story is there, but maybe they just like the colour. I don't
Maybe
know.
they just like the colour, maybe they're new blades, and maybe that's an undercoat colour.
That's entirely possible. Meanwhile, we've got another close race going on between 355 and 359. Looks like 359
Weybridge
going
and
through.
Strathclyde Park.
So,
Oh, gosh! That's the commentary kiss of death, isn't it?
359 just caught a,
A wobble there, just...
you would say a
Came towards
shipwreck. Oh.
No, just a wobble. 355 just made advantage of that wobble just to cross the line before Weybridge crossing the line before Strathclyde Park.
Yeah, and you can see they're just going across the lane in a slight angle. In
And-
fact, they've actually stopped before the line, which is...
Here we have the composite of St Andrew Boat Club and Aberdeen Schools.
Oh, right, so there's the crew we were looking out for earlier,
Yes.
just coming up across the line now. And that, I think, is the last of our women's J18 pairs. Well done to all of them. It's not easy to come down this course in pairs. And then we should have J18 Coxless Fours, another boat which can be tricky to keep straight if you don't know exactly what you're doing. And this we will see, Carol, in this event.
Yes.
I think I just looked at Claire's course. And just
Well, I know, and as you know, I'll answer to anything. So I was expecting to see. It's quite interesting in this field. You know, junior 18 Coxless Fours. I will say there's two Aberdeen Schools boats in it, and I'll be interested to see who's going to come out on top of this race, because they've been really close to each other all year. Just often race each other on the D, and it's it'll be interesting just to see how they pace out at the end of their racing season. And for some of these athletes, of course, it's the end of their junior racing career. Just as we're coming to this Junior 18 event. So this is the colours of Reading Bluecoat School.
Yeah, and they're absolutely motoring down the course. They're doing rate 37 as they come into the Red Boys.
I think they're right to just do their utmost to get into the major finals, the major semi-finals later on.
Yeah, so in this, it'll be the first two guaranteed a place in the A final, and the remainder of the crews will be in the Rep.
Well, I'm delighted to see that Murphy Watts sitting at 2 there has got his distinctive red cap on. Always wears it. I think it's his lucky cap, so it's obviously lucky for him today.
Well, let's see if that's a sartorial choice that pays dividend. Meanwhile, coming up behind them, I think it's the scullers, the rowers from Great Marlow School, who just, I think I clocked them at 40, although
Wow.
that might be a little bit optimistic from me as they come up towards the line.
Well, as we all know, time trials, you have to go for it, because you don't go for it, you won't appear in the final of your choice.
And this is the next crew. This is from Wallingford. Again, they're motoring along at 37, so some really fast. These are J18 crews, really fast movements going on. I'm afraid to say up the course we're having a little bit of drama between, I think it's the Windsor Boys School in 365 and the Crew 366.
So Aberdeen Schools and Windsor Boys School.
I'm afraid the Aberdeen crew is now putting their blades in the Windsor Boys School's lane, and they are just giving Windsor Boys a little bit bumpy water there, so this is going to be a bit of argy-bargy as they come into the final 200 metres, Carol.
I think they've just moved over, and but yeah, it's both crews almost kissing the boys as they come towards us. Windsor Boys possibly just in there. There we go, Aberdeen Schools, stroked by Sandy Bain. They appeared at the GB France last weekend. Proud Dad's out there helping coach and look after the boys today before he puts on his umpiring gear later in the weekend.
Well, that Windsor Boys School crew coming across the line at 39 there, so
Wow.
the standard of this event is pretty high, to be honest. Of course, Windsor Boys are an outfit famous for their sculling, but actually recently have been moving
Well, it's
into sweep.
interesting. I was quite surprised the first time I saw them with just one blade rather than the two. So Clare's Court School there, but they've made the transition from sculling to sweep very well. It's still very competitive on the sweep side as well as the sculling side.
Yeah, they actually we lent them an 8 at the Ghent Spring Regatta, so that they could get all of their kids out racing sweep as well as scull. Now here comes 368, closely followed by 369. Carol.
368 from Nottingham and Union, and 369 from Leeds.
Yeah, and to be honest, I've been looking at all of the fours that have been coming through, and they've all been a really good high standard. So this is going to be a super competitive event. As we're saying, top 2 will be guaranteed a place in the A final.
And then the rest have to fight it out to the repechage.
Yeah. And speaking of fighting it out, looking up the course, we've got another good side-by-side action going on.
Between Aberdeen Schools and Clare's Court, I think. It's the
Yeah.
yellow boat from Aberdeen Schools.
Yeah, 371. And this Clare's Court crew are absolutely moving. I'm just going to try and clock them on the rate meter. They're...
It's a beautiful boat to watch race, Cox's 4. It's very fast.
It's they're doing 38 there as they come into the final sprint, so they've raised their rate up. I mean, in my view, it's the best boat if you can make it work. If you can make it's such a technically demanding, the bow or whoever's steering have to have really good precision and skill. You have to move as a unit, but if you can get that lightness and that elegance, it's just the most wonderful boat to row. If you can't, it's terrible and you keep crashing into things.
Yeah, well, it's always good. But as you said, some really classy Coxless 4s there. And one with comprehensive just rounding off the field here, just as they come towards the line. Crew 372.
Yeah, and again, we're being treated to another exciting, explosive sprint from one of the Coxless 4s. So all of them have actually been a real delight to watch as they come past the finish tower. We're just got a little bit of a gap now to the next event, which will be, I believe, the next set of pairs. So that will be women's J16 pairs coming down the course. Again, we're going to have, I think, approximately 18 crews in this race, and we will be seeing the first 12 go through to the AB semi-finals, the remainder racing in minor finals. So we will be looking to see how they do. Now, first down the course is crew number 373.
Oh, sorry, I forgot to switch myself on as I was taking a slug of my tea. It's Sir William Perkins School, just going to be this first pair to come past us.
Yeah, a little bit of a steering correction there. They were just right up against the boys for the last few strokes, and again, another little bit of a wobble. They're going back towards the boys, so they just need to make sure they don't... The worst thing could happen now would be to catch that blade on the boys in the final 100 metres and have some sort of wobble or worse.
And it's often that last 250 metres or so where somebody tires more than the other, and you tend to get these little wobbles in steering. They've got themselves corrected and nicely in the middle of the buoy lane there. It's strange that sometimes you're sitting in the middle of the buoy line and it feels really wide, and then occasionally it just feels quite narrow.
Yeah.
And it just depends on where you're steering or how the steering's going. at Sir William Perkins School, 373, the first of the women's junior 16 coxless pairs.
Well, all credit to all of the people racing in this event, because do you know what? Racing the pair is not an easy. Rowing the pair is not easy. Racing the pair is harder, and doing it as a J16 at the end of your third year of rowing is pretty impressive, to be honest.
Oh, absolutely, totally agree with you, and yeah, reinforce everything you say about the pairs, because they are twitchy boats, and you have to have real confidence in your crewmate. But going through the line there, we have Wallingford Rowing Club is finishing their time trial.
Well, they left nothing out there. They left it all on the water. They kept going through the finish line and had only stopped when they went through the yellow warning buoys afterwards. So
I'm sure the coach will have probably told them just keep on racing until you're sure that you've gone through the finish line.
yeah,
375 St Paul's Girls' School, followed by 376 also of St Paul's Girls' School.
yeah. So I'm sure their coaching team will be delighted to see them out racing in force. And we'll have to, again, they're also another crew keep going through the line, and they're going to bonk the warning buoy at full speed. But that's what it's there for.
And 377 we have Henley Rowing Club.
Yeah, good old of Henley just coming up to the line there with a few strokes to go. All of the pairs seeming reasonably spaced out in this competition. We've got a few more to come down the course, so I think we've got another 10 or so just on the water right now. Yeah, 10 or so pairs still to come. Next one will be
379 Strathclyde Park.
Yeah.
Inside knowledge of the colours, I'm sorry.
I was like, some of them you can spot a mile off,
well,
Carol, and
you know,
some of them. Anyhow, yeah.
And
so
then over
Strathclyde
the far
Park.
side we have Aberdeen Schools, 378.
It's the Scottish crews that cause you least difficulty.
Well, me certainly.
Yeah. Nice little fist bump there of the Strathclyde crew as they went across the line. And it seems like
Who's got the drum downstairs? Oh, it's not the drum, it's those clappy things.
It's the inflatable sticks, I suppose you call them.
They're brilliant at a cycling race where you can bang them against the side of the hoarding, but they're making quite a racket down there, so...
I think it's the Molesey gang who've decided to... they've heard what Agecroft could do in terms of cheering, and they've decided to up their game. Anyhow, it's not just Molesey coming up to the line, we've got 380 as well.
Which crew from Leeds, 381 from Molesey.
Another great community club, Leeds Rowing Club there coming across the line. It's this Molesey pair who are causing, frankly, an absolute racket from their supporters down there. Obviously, they're being exuberant, and the reason for that is because, of course, they're being followed closely by another Molesey crew. We've had the A crew, 381, just go through the line, and here comes the B crew.
382. They're just lifting it, you can hear the support, and yeah, I think you're correct. That Molesey support is giving Agecroft a big run for their money at present.
Well, I fear you may have unleashed. What will happen by Sunday?
Nobody will have a voice by Monday.
There will be no
It'll
commentary.
quiet.
You won't be able to hear it. It'll just be a wall of noise.
Well, that's... If you're out in a boat in a time trial, which can be quite daunting, it's really nice to hear somebody on the bank giving you a bit of support. It's like racing Tideway when you go under a bridge and somebody shouts your club name. Makes you sit up and just gives you that extra impetus.
Yeah, absolutely. You sort of just go, oh,
Whoop.
there is someone actually watching. It's not just
Exactly.
me and my struggles on my own.
So here we have Wallingford in their junior 60 double sculls.
Yeah, and then we'll have Scullers.
Oh, sorry, Pierre. Carol. Honestly.
Yeah, so it's the pairs, and we've had Wallingford. Here comes Tideway Scullers just coming up to the line, 384. That's
I was just
Pendred.
looking ahead that we've got another two St Paul's Girls' Schools pairs to come down. You think that maybe was their junior 16-8 just split into pairs for today?
I mean, do you know what? Why not? Why not?
Exactly.
It's a fun way of doing things.
But before we have the St Paul's Girls' School, we have Walton 387.
Yeah, Walton, Sear of Walton there. And indeed, you know, we had 11 Windsor Boys School single sculls in the J18 singles.
And
so
as you say, why not?
why not? You know, it's
Why
a different regatta. You don't. I think this is sometimes the mistake we make in rowing is we think, right, well, I want to race the 8 at competition X, so it means everything I do up to competition X must be in that 8 or that 4 or that quad or whatever. And actually just breaking things up, it just freshens things up and gives people a different challenge for a bit.
If you can move a boat, you can move a boat. You move a single, you can move an 8. So 3585 is from St Paul's Girls' School. Yeah, and as you say, it freshens it up. It gives you a bit of. Sometimes if you're in the same boat all the time in the same seat, it's a bit tedious. So as you say, freshening it up, changing it around is always good.
Well, 386 is our next cruise. That's the next St Paul's Girls at the final of our 4 St Paul's Girls Schools pairs in this, the Women's J16 pairs event. And then we should have around roughly 4 more pairs. And I'm just looking out the window, and there's some excitement down the
coming
course.
Together there. It looks like.
So it's 3.
You can see the red. Is that
388? I think.
It looks like Aberdeen Schools boat.
They're in
looks like
front
a
of Kingston.
boat.
Yeah. Oh, they've gone. They've come together. They've come apart, and now they're actually going. Oh dear, they're going to go to be in the next lane across at this rate. I think that's 388 from Azra, who are just. Yep, they've just got their blades in the next lane across now. So that is the thing is, and actually the Kingston crew as well are now moving into the safety lane. I think not by design. So as I say, tricky stuff pairs rowing, and I would say hats off to everyone who's racing this competition because I couldn't do this.
389 from Queen's Park Chester, just staying out of any trouble behind them.
Yeah, big shout out to Queen's Park because they're a state school program that's gone from strength to strength over the last few years. Great to see them racing here.
So 390 Clare's Court School, and then we have these 2 pairs still
weaving around,
getting a bit close to each other. So we have 441 from Kingston just going through the line before 388 from Aberdeen Schools. As you said, pairs can be tricky, and especially at the tail end of a time trial where you're getting tired and you're not quite as in sync as you were earlier in the course.
Yeah. I'm just looking at the course now, actually. We've got a bit of a gap up to the next race, which will be the Open J16 Coxed Fours. So we'll have probably a few minutes gap before we see them on your screens or down the course. But I'm just looking, and the tailwinds pick right back up again down the course. So we did just have a much gentler, more benign conditions earlier, and we'll have to see how that affects the times in a moment.
So we could just see these first of these Open Junior 16 Coxed Fours coming towards us. We've seen a lot of coxless boats this morning. I think this is the first Cox boat, Charles.
It is the first Cox boat, unless I've We should check that before I say. But yeah, no, we've had small boats. We've actually only had pairs sweeping. So this is both our first. Well, no, we had the open Cox's Falls, the JAT Cox's Falls, but so our first Cox boat.
Yeah, I know. Cox adds a certain element, adds a bit of weight to the boat, which makes it a bit heavier, but can really push a crew on, just giving them that extra impetus, giving them knowledge of where they are, talking them through their race plan. Because sometimes the best will in the world, you can go into a race with a race plan, but 20 strokes in, you've forgotten the whole kit and caboodle. But coming towards now, we have Great Marlow School, 391, the first of our Coxed Fours today.
Yeah, and you've just seen them going past a few moments ago on the inset picture. Here they are across the line. Just actually coming up to the end of the inset picture, it's the Wallingford crew who are just about to head into the final 250 metres.
And talking about the final 250 metres, final 50 metres for the Reading Blue Coat School. 392.
Just a little bit, they just caught the water there, a little bit of a wobble as they went into that final 5 strokes there. Not quite as beautifully composed as some of the crews we've seen go past, but nonetheless, good effort for fighting their way down the course. Here's 393, Carol.
And they're from Leeds, but I just out the corner of my eye, I caught this first Wallingford boat that seemed to be really motoring towards us, really lifting that rating up, and just putting a marker down for everybody else to emulate.
Well, they're at 37 there as they come through the line. Again, a little bit of a wobble just on the finishing post, but they were clearly a reflection of the exertions going on from within that crew.
And that was the A crew from Wallingford, closely followed by the B crew from Wallingford. Do you think there's a bit of a needle match going on there, Charles? You know, knowing that your clubmates are so close behind you, and just trying to make that separation as much as you can, just to make a point, prove a point.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it?
Right.
You know, you're out, particularly this Wallingford crew have been racing basically on their own with no one really around them. The thing that you've got to keep in your mind when you're at, say, the 1200 metre mark, you've done your 1000 metre push. Okay, everyone does that. That's easy. But it's like when you're at the 1250, you're far enough in the race for your legs to be hurting, and you're not quite far enough in the race for the finish line to be comfortingly close.
It's that third quarter, which is really a hard one.
Yeah, and so it's that kind of, that's the sort of thing that can spur you on to think, I just want to beat the A crew, whatever. That's the sort of thing that would keep the energy levels and the motivation up as they go.
Well, the Cox will be helping with that one, won't they? Just in that third quarter where it is hard. So that is 396 Queen Elizabeth High.
Yep, absolutely giving it their all.
Good battle going on here between Brentford closest to us in the tower, but it's Trentham 396. Oh no, I'm sorry, it's not Trentham, it's Barn Elms 399, just taking the honours there over Brentford 398.
Yeah, should give Queen Elizabeth High School a shout out. They've done a phenomenal job this year to get their crews here. They're based up in the northeast near Hexham, and I think they only have 600 metres of water to row on, something like that. We'll have to turn around, so great to see them racing here.
I'm sure they're really delighting having a long stretch to race on rather than turning all the time, but it makes you very good at boat manoeuvring.
Yeah.
Here we have Aberdeen Schools, the first of the 2 Aberdeen Schools boats.
Yeah,
and then 400.
And then just a little bit further up, we've got Windsor Boys, who I think are overtaking one of the Aberdeen Schools crews. By the looks of things, it's very closely fought side-by-side action as they come into the final 100 metres.
That is close, isn't it?
I think Windsor Boys have just caught them up, and they've just taken around half a length out of them. They're upping their rate, and I'm not sure that the Aberdeen Schools are going to be able to respond to that.
Oh, good battle just coming in front of us. Yeah, it's a Windsor Boys School, just as you say, overhauling Aberdeen Schools and not giving up, because they're still managing to sort of make it a bigger and bigger gap. 403 followed by 402.
And then we have 4 more crews in this event, and then we've got another big gap to the next event. So that will be for the Club Cox's Falls in a moment. But we've got 4 remaining of these J16 Coxed Falls. the only coxed event of the. Sorry, that's not true. There's the women's
Beginner
beginners fours later.
I saw that just at the bottom of my page.
So of these beginner fours, the progression will be the first 12. Sorry, of these J16 coxed fours, the first 12 to the AB semi-finals, and everyone else in C.
And just finishing their time trial, we have the Royal Grammar School High Wycombe. And we've got another great tussle just coming towards us here, Charles. Hereford and
387.
397 is Trentham.
Yeah, Trentham Boat Club.
And it's
from
really having
near Stoke-on-Trent. And look at that, half a canvas at most between Hereford.
And you know, it's nice to be able to have something to push off in these time trials, and these two crews have had a good battle there. So our last crew to finish is 401, and that is 1863.
Yep, so we'll have a little bit of a gap now to the Open Club Coxless Fours. They're just a little bit further up the course. I think they're roughly at about the 1,000 metre mark, so they'll be with us in about 2 or 3 minutes' time. And just coming back to the racing now, we have the Open Club Coxless Fours, and the first crew on the course is Home Club from Nottingham Rowing Club, Carol.
Club number 4, boat number 406 in our time trial this morning. We go all the way up to 430, and that's how many boats we've just seen go over the course this morning.
Yep, like the
and
way
they're really
moving.
Lifting it for the finish there. Got a bucket in the middle.
Yep, 37 as they come across the line, if not higher. They'll be determined to make their mark on it. For some clubs that come far away, this is a big commitment to get here. But if you're a Nottingham-based club, why wouldn't you be racing here, frankly?
Yeah, I know. And if you're a home club, you have to make your mark, as you said, because it would be shameful not to progress into the major finals. 407 from Globe.
Yep, so that's 40 as they come across the line there.
Good grief, that's rapid at this stage of the race.
Yeah, really, they're from East London Globe. They're actually, I think their clubhouse is based on the River Thames at Greenwich, but they often train out of the docks at London City Airport. Here is another Nottingham crew.
Yeah.
Jeffcoat. And then just inset behind the commentary screen for us, it's crew 409, just from Evesham. Oh, it's nice to see an adult Evesham crew I haven't seen.
Well, I was just thinking that as well. They've got a nice run in that boat. It's just looks very smooth. Yet another bucket in the middle, just to help timing and power distribution.
Well, the bucket setup is the optimal way to set up a Cox's 4 if you have even power amongst the rowers, which is not always the case. For the engineers out there, it helps distribute the forces more evenly across the sides. So, but it is less conventional than the standard setup, so you have to get used to it.
And yeah, there's more the conventional setup with crew 410 from Leeds.
Yep, just rowing across the line, and then they'll be closely followed by crew 411.
Dark Totnes.
Yep, down from the south-west. As the name suggests, they row in Totnes on the River Dart.
I know. And I love it when a club name is exactly as it says on the tin.
Yeah, we've had Tyne. At Henley Masters last week, we had Detroit Rowing Club, who were from Detroit, rowing on the River Detroit.
Brilliant.
Very straightforward. No complexity to that whatsoever. Here's 412.
Clare's Court School.
So interesting to see. Perhaps they're alumni to see the school crew racing in the club Cox's 4s rather than the J18 event. They've all got matching Philippi hats there.
Quite right. And the last one in this race is from Wallingford Rowing Club.
So in this event, it's very much more of it's the first two going through to the A final, and the remainder to the reps to determine who gets there. But as I say, there aren't a huge number of crews, which means
Eight crews.
It's not as brutal. But again, there will only be 6 places in that A final, so to see what happens. Now we've got the women's Cox's 4s, I believe.
And we've got 6 boats in this.
So everyone is going through to the A final, so this is basically a race for lanes. So slightly less pressure on this one, I think.
Well, I don't know, you just don't know what the weather's going to do for the rest of the day, so being seated in a favoured lane is always a good place to be. And it's good psychologically. So 414 we have Nottingham.
Yep, they're just coming from line. Actually, no gap at all between the men's crews and the women's crews, so I don't know if that's because the race organiser was like, right, we need to crack on, or whether this Nottingham crew is a phenomenal one to watch. But anyhow, the gap is very small, so well done to them.
Looking at the timings on my sheet, we are pretty much on time, which is wonderful to have with these time trials. So 415 from Wallingford.
Yeah, credit to all of the coaches and athletes who've helped get their crews on the water efficiently, on time. It will help. Hopefully we can keep it that way for the rest of the day, because there's a lot of racing and I don't want to be here at 10:30.
Well, I think bad light would stop play long before then, judging by how dark it got last night. But yeah, as Charles has said, much credit to everybody for just keeping this show on the road and keeping us on time, because if you have a really good day, it sets a phenomenal example for the rest of the weekend. So we have Tideby Scullers there.
Yeah, racing with Oriel Kensington blades. Perhaps they've borrowed them for today or whatever, but they're across the line. And then we've got it's meant to be a time trial, but it's a 3-way side-by-side race.
I know, isn't it? Cracking. Sir William Perkins School, Glasgow Academy and Notts County, just all racing towards the line. And it's going to be the Purple Tartan of Glasgow Academy just taking that pole position, 418 going through first.
It looks like it's Notts County crew, the one who are catching the most, because they've come almost 2 places up there if they go through the line. Sir
William Perkins having to just settle for that. But as you said, all these crews are going to meet each other in the final. This was a race for lane position. Later in the day, we've got pretty benign conditions at the moment, and I think the forecast is pretty benign for the rest of the day. A bit more cloud cover, which makes it a bit cooler for the athletes, but the ambient air temperature certainly seems to be rising in this box, Charles. So it's just the hot air we are spiting.
It's the excitement. We've got so much to look forward to.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, with just 2 categories left to time trial, that's the Open Beginner Doubles and the Women's Beginner Coxed 4s. I've just had a look up the lake with my binoculars, and I can tell you that there is nobody in the start lane, and all of the crews, I believe, have just started racing. So we have these doubles and Coxed 4s to come down and race, and then that will be it for Friday's time trials. 3 hours. I was just saying, 3 hours of time trials have flown by. I frankly thought this was going to be quite demanding on me to keep going for so long, but I've enjoyed every minute of it. It's flown by.
It has, and I think yourself and Fergus set up a really nice flow early on. So for me, it was really easy coming into this sort of rhythm and relaxed style you've set up, and it's been, as you say, I can't believe I've been on here for an hour and a half. Well, I haven't yet, but it has flown past. But some of these athletes coming past, some really impressive performances. Just trying to think some of those standout ones, but I think every time trial I've seen has showed some excellent performances, some really good racing.
Yeah, well, we should stop giving ourselves compliments about how good we are as commentators and focus our attention on the athletes.
Absolutely.
Anyhow, so the beginner doubles are coming down the course now, and I think we've got a rather exciting three-lane race going on between the first three scullers. So I can see the green, not even distinctive, the blindingly green high-vis colours of, I think, the Thames Scullers.
Thames Scullers, I could spot them without my glasses on.
You can spot them from the 2,000 metre mark.
Yeah, very distinctive, very bright, very vibrant.
So they are going stroke for stroke with 422.
422 from Leeds.
And then on their left is 420.
Is Nottingham Rowing Club.
And I'll tell you what, this crew, 422 from Leeds, they are determined to go ahead of Thames Scullers. And Thames Scullers are saying, no way, mate, we are going to stop you from doing that. But this crew from Leeds, they have raised their rate up. They are now blasting along as they enter the Red Buoys.
They've gone up again, Charles. They're really gone up again just to make sure that they stay in front of Thames Scullers.
Yep.
Both these open beginner doubles really racing for the line. And Leeds sort of going up the rating again, but I think there's more power in the Thames Scullers boat.
Thames Scullers have responded. That Leeds crew blasting along at 36, whereas the Thames Scullers crew a little bit lower, but keeping the length perhaps. And it's a battle of two different styles, if you like. But to be honest, racing a double as a beginner at rate 37 on a multi-lane course, that's very impressive. And
very much so.
Credit also to the Nottingham crew who stayed in the mix there as they went over the line together.
So for these three beginner doubles, what a race to have, and it's not even side-by-side racing yet, so I think they'll have been testing each other just to see what they can produce and how they respond to pressure.
So we've got another bit of a side-by-side go on here between 426
Cardiff Met
and 425
University of Sunderland.
Yeah, and it looks like the Cardiff Met are going through. They've kept their length and just raised their rate again as they come into the final 5 strokes or so, just putting them out in front of Cardiff Met. So they've overtaken them in literally the last 100 metres.
Wow, that's impressive, isn't it? It's 426 from Cardiff Met and 425 University of Sunderland. So I think we've only got another 2 doubles, and I can see them having their own private tussle there. We have Cardiff Met and City of Cambridge, 424, 427.
It's interesting, isn't it, what you're saying about how to pace the time trial. As a coach, you're saying, row your own race, don't worry about the other crews. But perhaps the beginners are going, I like the look of these people, I'm going to try and take them on, and giving themselves a little bit of excitement. It's unusual to see in the time trials that you'd have sort of everyone come across in sort of waves rather than being more spaced around.
It's keeping the timekeepers downstairs on their toes, just giving them something to look for.
Yep, so
these two crews are really just having their own little battle here, aren't they?
Yep, so it's 424
Cardiff Met
and 427.
Cardiff Met just looking as though they've got themselves in front. They've got a lower number. I think they may have started first.
Yeah, they've just clipped the buoy there. And they've had to just slightly, not quite stop, but they've lost a lot of momentum there, Cardiff Met, unfortunately. They're right up and across the middle of the buoys. Meanwhile, the City of Cambridge crew is just gliding very elegantly across the water as they come up to the final 5 strokes. They'll just be on shot now. So I'm afraid the Cardiff Met crew just struggling a little bit with the buoys and the steering. So here they come. I think I'll finish. Oh, there we go. They're back.
And just finishing their race. And we've got 3 more boats to go, and this is the women's beginner Coxed Fours. And then that'll be the end of our time trials for this morning. We'll move rapidly in to our side-by-side racing, and we go to the semi-finals.
Yeah, there will be a little bit of a gap between the time trials and the major races, side-by-side races for those semi-finals and reps, I believe, which will be our next set of races. Yep, semi-finals for A and B crews.
Slight gap, and the first race will be at 11:45.
Yeah, so about a 40-minute gap between 30 to 40-minute gap between this and the side-by-side racing. So just giving you some of the results. I'll wait for the beginner fours to come down the course. From the championship lightweight single sculls, the two that made it through to the A final were Sylvan Boyer and Chard of Wallingford Rowing Club. They will be straight through to the A final. Everyone else will go to the rep except for the scull from Agecroft, who unfortunately was outside the time cut off. In the women's championship lightweight single sculls, it's Wake of City of Oxford who's going through to the A final, everyone else to the rep. In the J16 doubles, the gap between the 12th and 13th place, i.e. those that made it to the semi-finals and those who going to the C-finals, was just 0.2 of a second.
Good grief, that is very, very close.
Yep, so going through will be Camus, George Watson's, Windsor Boys, Hartbury, Chester Street, Brentford, Hinksey, Henley, Exeter, Hexham, RGS High Wycombe and Rob Roy as the top 12. The women's J18 pairs, it's King's Chester, Tideway Scullers, Hexham and Warrington, Evesham, City of Cambridge, Azra A, Calpe, Hereford, Azra C, Weybridge, Great Marlow and Durham Amateur as the top 12 going into the semi-finals. And from the J18 Cox's Fours, it's Clares Court and Reading Bluescoat who will be the two going through to the A final, everyone else through to the reps. And as we say that, we are now seeing the three crews from the women's beginner fours, Carol.
I know 3 boats in this. We've got Furnival, University of Birmingham and City of Cambridge.
I think they're coming up in order with 428 first.
And that's Furnival, Scully.
Then 429.
University of Birmingham.
And then finally 430.
City of Cambridge.
That's the order in which they're coming up to the line. And I can see just up the course the 2 umpired launches as well, which will be rounding out the racing from this morning before we have that gap to the side-by-side.
I can hear the cocks from here just encouraging the crew on just to take those last few strokes just to finish out their time trial.
Yeah, we've gone for the big zoom onto the finish line position as we go into the last 2 crews. Here comes the University of Birmingham crew. Their coach, Alex Darvish, famous for his Instagram page, University Rowing, and a valued member of the commentary team here. Who will
I
be
think
speaking.
he's with me just after the interval. So we'll.
You'll get the inside track on how this crew has done.
So 429, University of Birmingham there.
And then finally, just coming up towards the line into the Red Boys, it's the last crew of our time trials today from City of Cambridge.
Indeed, and as you said earlier, this has been a very fast morning. It's just disappeared, and here we are, sort of going to rapidly move on to the semi-finals, the side-by-side racing. And as we always say, many, many times, that these time trials give us really good racing later on in the day.
And there we have it, City of Cambridge across the line. That wraps up our commentary coverage of the time trials for this morning. The side-by-side racing will commence at 11:45. I'm Charlie, I'm wrapping up now.
And I'm Carl, and I'll be back with you at 11:45 for some more fun, some side-by-side racing. I'm looking forward to it.
Happy racing.
On your marks, get wet, go. Dry Robe. Live young, dry fast. Visit dryrobe.com.
Most successful Paralympic programme in the world.
You want it for yourself, but you've also got to want it for everyone else. All boats came home with a medal, 3 of them were gold, 1 of them silver.
I crossed that line, I looked to the crowd, it was euphoric.
And you have to be a bit of a fighter. Like, it doesn't come easy when you get to the top of the world.
I love the way that the SLR is so responsive, especially out of the start. I love the way that I can rate really high without any extra effort, and I love the comfort of the boat. It's been made specifically for my needs, which I think is pretty similar to any heavyweight woman of my shape and size, and I think it's a boat that could be raced by any ability. I love the stiffness, and I love the way that it responds when you really want to. So if you're coming into a sprint or out of the start, I think it's really dialed in and locked on, and that's what I love about this particular model. What I love about it is the knowledge that it's going to be made to absolute perfection, because that's the attention to detail that Simon and Hamish and the team at SLR show when they're building their boats. But when I sat on the start line in Paris, I knew that I was in a speed machine and it was up to me to make the boat go fast. So yeah, it's been an amazing process to be part of, and working with the guys at SLR has been a privilege. I think they take the mentality of customer service to the next level, and their attention to detail is some of the best in the world.
On your marks, get wet, go. Dryrobe. Live young, dry fast. Visit dryrobe.com.
I love the way that the SLR is so responsive, especially out of the start. I love the way that I can rate really high without any extra effort, and I love the comfort of the boat. It's been made specifically for my needs, which I think is pretty similar to any heavyweight woman of my shape and size, and I think it's a boat that could be raced by any ability. I love the stiffness, and I love the way that it responds when you really want to. So if you're coming into a sprint or out of the start, I think it's really dialed in and locked on, and that's what I love about this particular model. What I love about it is the knowledge that it's going to be made to absolute perfection, because that's the attention to detail that Simon and Hamish and the team at SLR show when they're building their boats. But when I sat on the start line in Paris, I knew that I was in a speed machine and it was up to me to make the boat go fast. So yeah, it's been an amazing process to be part of, and working with the guys at SLR has been a privilege. I think they take the mentality of customer service to the next level, and their attention to detail is some of the best in the world.
On your marks, get wet, go. Dryrobe. Live young, dry fast. Visit dryrobe.com.
Most successful Paralympic program in the world.
Want it for yourself, but you've also got to want it for everyone else. All boats came home with a medal, 3 of them were gold, 1 of them silver.
I crossed that line, I looked to the crowd, it was euphoric.
And you have to be a bit of a fighter. Like, it doesn't come easy when you get to the top of the world.
love the way that the SLR is so responsive, especially out of the start. I love the way that I can rate really high without any extra effort, and I love the comfort of the boat. It's been made specifically for my needs, which I think is pretty similar to any heavyweight woman of my shape and size, and I think it's a boat that could be raced by any ability. I love the stiffness, and I love the way that it responds when you really want to. So if you're coming into a sprint or out of the start, I think it's really dialed in and locked on, and that's what I love about this particular model. What I love about it is the knowledge that it's going to be made to absolute perfection, because that's the attention to detail that Simon and Hamish and the team at SLR show when they're building their boats. But when I sat on the start line in Paris, I knew that I was in a speed machine and it was up to me to make the boat go fast. So yeah, it's been an amazing process to be part of, and working with the guys at SLR has been a privilege. I think they take the mentality of customer service to the next level, and their attention to detail is some of the best in the world.
On your marks, get wet, go. Dryrobe. Live young, drive fast. Visit dryrobe.com. I love the way that the SLR is so responsive, especially out of the start.
I love the way that I can rate really high without any extra effort, and I love the comfort of the boat. It's been made specifically for my needs, which I think is pretty similar to any heavyweight woman of my shape and size, and I think it's a boat that could be raced by any ability. I love the stiffness, and I love the way that it responds when you really want to. So if you're coming into a sprint or out of the start, I think it's really dialed in and locked on, and that's what I love about this particular model. What I love about it is the knowledge that it's going to be made to absolute perfection, because that's the attention to detail that Simon and Hamish and the team at SLR show when they're building their boats. But when I sat on the start line in Paris, I knew that I was in a speed machine and it was up to me to make the boat go fast. So yeah, it's been an amazing process to be part of, and working with the guys at SLR has been a privilege. I think they take the mentality of customer service to the next level, and their attention to detail is some of the best in the world.
Hello and welcome to Champs Live. My name is Megan Chester and you're joining me here in Nottingham at the National Watersports Centre, which is where we'll be for the next 4 days as we bring you full live coverage of the British Rowing Club Championships. Now, whether you are tuning in from afar or whether you're here watching on the big screen, you are in the right place. We have so much in store. Over the next 4 days, we'll have 1,647 entries, and they're coming from 169 different clubs from across the UK. So there's a lot going on, and I'm joined now by someone who will be keeping a watchful eye over proceedings. I'm joined by one of our incredible commentators, Sasha Castelbranco. Now, Sasha, you are no stranger to this stretch of water. What is it like being back?
I mean, we were saying this when we got started. It's like we never left. I think it was only just yesterday that we were here last year doing this filming. And I think over the last 2 or 3 months, I've been here 3 or more times. So when I woke up this morning in the National Watersports Centre, it did feel like Groundhog Day. But it's one of my favourite places in the world. It's one of my favourite stretches of water. And so it's like coming home.
It is like coming home, and for some of the athletes it will feel like that. For others it might be the first time they've raced on this stretch of water. Can you tell us a little bit about the atmosphere down here? We've had time trials already. Yeah, how does it feel?
It's been really exciting. I think my favourite part of doing Brit Champs, the Club Champs, is the slightly different style of commentary. The live commentary and so the live stream and the lakeside commentary are merged, which I think just adds to the atmosphere. You then get a slight a bit more vibe, a little bit more information than you normally do over the lake, and I think that just really builds people up. You get to learn more about the people that you're watching, the cruises they're going past, and especially in time trials where you've got one after the other, it just gives everyone a bit of a chance to get to know who's on the water, and it's been really exciting. We've got a couple of clubs from Gibraltar joining us actually, so Calpe Rowing Club is one of them, and so it's just been really lovely to see everyone back.
It is good to get the gang back together again, and yeah, we've got, like you're saying, so much in store the rest of the day. Can you tell me a little bit about what you're particularly looking forward to?
Well, I've recently become quite a fan of the Coxless Four, I have to say, and so we've got Club Coxless Fours and Women's Club Coxless Fours. I think those will be really exciting. It's just nice to see that boat class. I'm normally a bit more of a fan of the eights, but this is I think it's just they're really great boat class. The one that I am really looking forward to actually is the Open J18 single sculls. That is the one I've really had my eye on coming up to this weekend, especially today, on the kind of the schoolboy rowing front from the Henley Royal Fawley Challenge Cup. We've got a couple of potentially enemies from Sir William Borlase's and the Windsor Boys School, 2 out of each of their quads that faced each other in I want to say on the Thursday of Henley Royal Regatta this year, and Windsor Boys were very much the favourite to win the Fawley Challenge Cup. That's junior men's quads, and there was a huge upset because William Ballazes went right through them. They ended up losing out to a fantastic Leander Crew the day after, but I think it would just be really amazing to see those boys get into slightly smaller boats, see what they can do by themselves. Another one we've got is a little bit akin to our club champs last year, where we had Quinn Mosley from Durham Amateur Rowing Club. This year we've got Aidan Lawler, who is 16. He's racing in the J18 singles today, and I think is hoping to go for a similar matchup as Quinn had last year, where he wins both categories, J18 and J16. So he's racing up a category today, but he came 9th in the time trials by only 6 seconds, and so I think he's in with a really good chance of getting into that A final and really doing some damage. And he's just come off of his first GB vest in the GB versus France match, so I think it's just really great to have all these kind of junior events, see what the boys and girls are getting up to, and hopefully see some names we can expect to see in the future.
Amazing. So you've told us the ones to watch out for, and it's exciting to hear that we're going to have a few rivalries, maybe even a few rematches on the water over the next few days. So we best let you go and get ready to do some commentary. We will be listening intently, and it's time for us now to head back to the water and get on with some semi-finals.
And it's Carol back for the first of our side-by-side races in the British Rowing Club Championships 2026. We've had the time trials this morning. I'm joined up in the tower by Darbs, who's been out there helping his crew off and on the water, and sprinted up the stairs to join us for this first semi-final. And this is for the Open Junior 18 Single Sculls. Huge field this morning that raced in the time trial. So we've got the 12 fastest now. And I know from what Charles said earlier, there was very little separating the 12th and 13th places. It was all really tightly bunched in this junior 18 single sculls. So in this first race, you can just see them there on the right-hand side of the screen, just going to be called onto the pontoons. At the end of the pontoons, if you've never been up at the start, there's a stake boat person who will hold the boats, make sure the bow balls are level, and then we will have these crews starting. First race due off at 11:45. I think there might be a slight delay in that, Darbs.
Looks like it. Looks like we have umpire launches attached to the pontoons rather than singles, which is what we're expecting. But I'm sure everything will run smooth as soon as we get this first race underway.
Indeed, it's such a beautiful view when you're up at the start tower, just looking down the course, just to see what's happening. And just a view from one of the cameramen on the side of the course, just looking up just to see what's happening over there. So this first race, as I said, we've got the 12 fastest crews. We have Lawler of Durham in lane 1, Page of Hartpury University College in lane 2, Bakula of Lee in lane 3, Moss of the Windsor Boys School in lane 4, Gamble of Hereford in lane 5, and Solovyov of Shiplake in lane 6.
Yeah, and fair play to these guys, carrying on their season, past Henley Royal, past Nat Schools, for the British Rowing Club Championships, which I brought my trailer in earlier, and I was astonished at how...
Raced as a junior, so this might be their, perhaps part of the reason that they stayed on racing this long is just to see out their junior career at Club Champs.
Yeah, absolutely. Just get that final appearance before... Well, I'm sure some of them will race again as alumni. Some of our rowers at Birmingham are racing for their schools or previous clubs. And so maybe they'll do that again in the future as well.
Indeed. And as you can see, the water's looking really nice up there at the start. Nothing to cause anybody any concerns.
It's what I would call a good tailwind. You know, it'll help you push you down the course, but it's not chopping up the conditions or anything like that. So, good tailwind, although it did almost push over the camera over there. So.
Well, he has got his umbrella up, so yeah. health and safety. You're giving yourself protection from the sun, but not necessarily from that gentle breeze rippling up there. And we often forget the cameramen who are doing a sterling job there, just giving us the shots that we want to see, making sure that we have got a good view, and making sure wherever you're watching this, you have a good view. Whether you're watching at home or sitting on the deck chairs out there, the seating area just beside the tented village. Huge screen there so you can watch everything, so you're not just confined to the last 250 metres. You get a great view of the racing and how the race is progressing.
8 a.m. apparently the time trial for this.
Yep. 8 a.m.
I definitely was not here at 8 a.m. These guys must have been here from probably 7 a.m.
Just to get themselves prepared. It was quite overcast at 7 a.m, 8 a.m, just a bit of more cloud. It's breaking up now, which is nice for the spectators, not so nice for the athletes.
Make sure everyone puts on their sun cream though. I think it's one of those sneakily hot days when suddenly the sun pops out from behind these clouds. just an update for anyone that's not watching currently out on the live stream. The singles are just getting in position. I think we're waiting for some stake boat holders for crews to get attached, but looks like we are preparing to get some racing underway. Fairly imminent update as to when that race actually begins. And we have action underway, which is what everybody wanted. So, just to recap, it is the semi-final of the Open J18 singles, featuring Lawler of Durham, Page of Hartbury, Pakulis of Lee, Moss of Windsor Boys School, Gamble of Hereford, and Solovyov of Shiplake College.
Well, just watching these scullers come on for the next race, just both Darbs and I are a bit puzzled as to there doesn't seem to be a finger at the end there for them to attach onto. I think the other race started off with a free start without them being attached, but I'm sure the bow balls were all immaculately aligned by the aligner who sits just about 100 metres down on the left-hand side of your screen, just lining these boats up. A lovely picture now as just these boats are coming into view, this first semi-final. And early on, you know, we know that the time trials produced really tight clumping of these athletes, and they were pretty close together. And early on in this race, it's really hard to pull these athletes apart. And early in the race, it's very hard for these athletes to make a significant margin of distance over their competitors.
So Pakulis of Lee was the quickest in the time trial at 5:24. But the other two that are in here, Moss and Page, were 5:26 and 5:26, so only 2 seconds separating them, despite the fact they finished first, fourth, and fifth in the time trial. So yeah, very, very tight. And in fact, across all the semi-finalists, it was 8 seconds separating all of them. So we are expecting some pretty close racing here. We're just going to wait for times to update for ourselves. But yeah, so just to remind you, Durham, Hartbury, Lee, Windsor Boys School, Hereford, and Shiplake College. 6 competitors in here who will be looking to be in the top 3, because the top 3 will proceed through to the A final and race for medals a little bit later on today.
As will the top 3 in the next heat, so it's, theoretically we should have the 6 fastest boats in the A final, which is what you want. And that's where the medals will be awarded later on this afternoon. The sun's just breaking through, just making it lovely for the spectators just sitting watching these races, and as Darbs has already said, just ensure that you're covered up, you're well hydrated, and you apply sunscreen liberally throughout the day. And if you're watching this at home in your garden with the telly outside, the same applies for you.
So our shot at the moment, I believe, is at the 1K mark as it just pans around, and it is the sculler from Lee, who was the quickest in the time trial that has about a length lead at the moment over the sculler in lane 2, which is Daniel Page of Hartley. So those two have pushed out. They were, say, 2 of the quickest ones, and then the Windsor boys in 4. That's who we were expecting to be.
Well, I think he was just hanging on to the tail end of Page of Heartbreak there, just sort of just keeping in touch, not breaking that elastic, just making sure that there isn't too much of a gap so that he can come back if he needs to. But as we said earlier, 1, 2, 3 into the A final.
And as I'm sure you'll hear from many commentators, you can change speed in a single fairly quickly. You can just grit the teeth and just kick the ball over 2,000 metres, but you can definitely over-rev it just for a short period and just maybe find half a length to a length when you need it.
Sometimes the danger of doing that, though, is just coming down just a bit too much and all your hard work's gone in vain. But I'm sure these scullers are experienced enough to know just how much they can back off and how much they need to keep pushing on. But there we have Pakula of Lee still leading that field as they come towards us. They're about 1,000 metres into their race now, well over 1,000 metres just coming into this. We were talking, Charles and I, earlier about that third quarter of the race where it's starting to hurt and you need that mental strength just to keep pushing on, and you can see the challenges coming from either side of you because Lee, being the fastest qualifier, is in the middle of the field. So he's got that chevron pattern behind him, just showing where the other scullers are.
Yeah, that third quarter, where the sirens start to sing their song, you have to just stay away from it and just stay on course. But yeah, this is good racing here between the Hartley and the Lee sculler out at the front here. I think there's that balance now of how much to spend and how much to save for the final, because it will be 3 pieces they have to do today.
Yeah, but I'm sure the Hartpury sculler is just putting a bit of pressure on Pakula of Lee just to see what he's got left, or just maybe tiring him out a bit more, because as you say, they've got 3 races. There's always this, sometimes sculling races I think is a bit of a mind game, just pushing each other just to see what you've got left in the tank, what reserves you got. But look at that shot now. It's Lee Sculler in the lead, but nothing much between Page of Hartpury and Moss of the Windsor Boys School.
Yeah,
I think both these scullers are starting to make a move. They're just about 50 metres before the orange boys change colour, and I think that's where they're just going to start making a sprint.
Yeah, and I think the 3 gentlemen in the middle are holding off the charges from the outside, so we haven't said much, but Lawler of Durham Amateur Rowing Club
I think he's got overlap with the Hartpury sculler there in lane 1.
Pushing really, really hard to get on terms, because like we said, it's the top 3 to go through, and you don't want to be on the outside looking in.
Scullers, 4 scullers really pushing for the line here. Pakula of Lee's really going strongly there. Look at that overhead shot, isn't that? It's a fantastic description of what we're seeing on the course.
Yeah, and then it also does come down to a little bit of a lane, so it's better to finish second and third, so they're going to be pushing for second place. Pakula's crossing first, and it is, I believe it looks like Daniel Page by about half a length has just held off Sam Moss of the Windsor Boys School.
And the Lawler of Durham having to settle for that 4th place. He put in a huge effort there just to try and make it into that first 3. And Soloviev of Shiplake and Gamble of Hereford just rounding out the field.
Yeah, so just looking at the finish times, just a couple of seconds separating first and second, and then about 1.5 seconds separating second and third. So very close between the top 3.
Looking at the times from the time trial, we were expecting that to
it did play out that way, and shout out to Aidan Lawler, just missed out, but just gave it everything the whole way down, wasn't willing to settle for a place in the B final. So
we're talking about a B final, we're into the B race, and this is the second semi-final of the Open Junior 18 single sculls. Whitehead of Buellbridge in lane 1, Britton of Sir William Borley's school in lane 2, City of Oxford LeBlanc in lane 3, Evans of Rob Roy in lane 4, Walker of the City of Bristol in lane 5, and Mannering of the Windsor Boys School in lane 6. In fact, just looking up the course, I can't seem to see the sculler in lane 3.
No, I don't think the sculler from lane 3 is there. Lowen LeBlanc is who we were expecting. Which is a bit of a surprise because was the second quickest, only by 0.3 of a second in the time trial. So that opens the door.
It does indeed.
For someone who maybe thought, that might be tough to get in there, but just opens the door just a little bit.
So it's Britton of Sir William Borley's school and Evans of Rob Roy really vying for that first and second place there. And then also in lane 1 we have Whitehead of Buell Bridge really pushing on. And then side by side we have Walker of City of Bristol and Mannering of the Windsor Boys School. I think it's City of Bristol just taking the honours in that.
To look maybe a bit further to his right to see Fred Britton of Sir William Borley, then it's pretty natural.
And it's quite hard because there's, sometimes you get vision of the umpire's launch as well, just to block out of your view.
But this will be some good racing for the third place, I think, between lane 1. It looks like Buell Bridge squeezing on to try and take that third place.
I think he's really pushing hard.
City of Bristol in 5. He's going to have to up and go to try and get onto that. What a race up top, look at that.
I was just going to say, look at 1 and 2 though, Evans and Britton, really both of them going for that first spot, and as you talked about the lane preference, but wow, they both wanted it so hard. But it's...
well, it looked to me like Max Evans did just concede right at the end.
He did.
Just the last couple thought, okay, fair enough, I'll just shut it down now, save a little bit, but that was a really exciting finish, well done.
And Whitehead of Buell Bridge managing to get that third place. Walker of City of Bristol into 4th, and Mannering of the Windsor Boys School settling up for the B final. But yeah, great race there.
So I think the racing is probably going to come fairly thick and fast, just because we did have a very slight delay getting the first one off, so they're going to try and get back onto schedule.
Keeping us on our toes.
Absolutely. Next up would be some more J18s, but it'd be the women's doubles. And so Harbury, Newark, Nottingham Union, George Heriot School, City of Bristol, and Barn Elms will be next down the track. Just looking at the shot, that's an exciting race, Cal.
Isn't it? Just, I could not really pull these crews apart there. We've got 4 of them pretty much line abreast just as come to that timing point.
And that was another time trial that was pretty close. Only 14 seconds separating the top 12.
I think it's the Nottingham and Union double that's just got their noses in front over George Heriot School.
So they had about a 4-second advantage in the time trial over them, but it looks pretty close here.
I don't think the forecast is going to change much today, so I think we've got pretty benign conditions. But yeah, let's, as you say, they were time trialing earlier this morning, and this is the race for the A or B finals. So they keep working hard. But to my eye, it looked as though it was the red of Nottingham and Union just getting themselves out in front there. And then the hoops of George Heriot's in that second place. Just on screen there, you can see City of Bristol on Heriot's outside with Barn Elms on their outside. And they're just coming into shot on our right-hand side, we have Nottingham and Union.
Just looking at some of the times, so they're pulling about a 1:54 split, the quickest one there, Nottingham Union. Through that first K, that's pretty speedy. So I'd say that actually the tailwind is not doing them any favours at the moment. It's all them. Like the flag on the far side, the windsock is pointing pretty much straight down. So that is speed being generated by Ella Hardman and Amy Page of Nottingham Union at the moment. And the crew that was second was just 2 seconds behind. George Heriot School, Rosie Hendry and Freya McConnell were chasing them down, and they had about a 3-second gap over City of Bristol's Madeline Banfield and Lydia Shufflebotham. And just coming to our next camera point, it's really close again. It has not split out at all.
No, it hasn't, and I think that Barn Elms double has overhauled the City of Bristol double there. Just looking at the shot, just coming into view. And I love it when you see the peloton of coaches following these crews down the back. Just
and as we just look at the course now, I believe it looks like the sculler that we're missing might be coming down in lane 0 at the moment. So I think was in the race potentially early on. but it's just sort of paddling down.
Yeah, disappointing for him, just especially with such a good placing in that third place in that
previous event,
previous time trial. And if you're watching at home, you can see that beautiful cruiser coming, and the atmosphere out there is really nice as well. It's just so many spectators just coming, enjoying, watching rowing, because what else are you going to do on a sunny day?
Yeah, and credit to everyone that's come along. No one's forced to enter anything, but you decided to come along and you all add to the event. So
this race is hotting up, though.
5 crews for 3 places at
absolutely, and it's Nottingham Union really having to work hard to stay in front, and they are managing to stay in front, but I think there's overlap between those other 4 boats, and it's really going to be push. I think Heriots are being pushed by Newark there as well.
There was only 5 seconds between first and fifth with 500 to go, which is about a length and 3/4. And just charging to what? I think Nottingham Union getting sprinted out of this by George Heriots.
Well, I think George Heriots had just lifted it, and they are really charging for the line there.
Look at third,
wow, what a finish.
Key one here. Who is it? Is it going to be Newark or is it City of Bristol?
Good grief.
Across. Oh, I think that's too close. We'll have to just wait for what it says.
It's one of those ones. We've got an artificial line on the screen. We are not exactly on the line, and it's one for the judges, that second, third and fourth place. As we often find, though, the big battle is on for that cut-off between the A and the B final. Phenomenal race.
Yeah, we can confirm, though, George Heriot and Nottingham Union are the 2 that cross the line ahead of City and Bristol and Newark. But which way round City, Bristol and Newark are, we'll have to wait for the official verdict, but it was within half a second between each of them.
Yep, here's the... And the next semi-final, the AB semi-final, is underway. We have Christchurch in lane 1, City of Cambridge in lane 2, Peterborough City in lane 3, Leeds in lane 4, Sir William Perkins School in lane 5, and Hartpury University and College in lane 6. And looking up at this again, I think we're in for another dream.
Yeah, and just looking at some of the names, I recognise some of the Sir William Perkins ones from Women's Henley. I believe Henley Royal as well. So some absolute calibre, high calibre crews in this race here at Bridge Champs. So they've had to extend their season on for at least a couple more weeks following the weekend of Henley Royal. But yeah, just keep on going. I assume it'll probably quieten down a bit after this, because schools do also shut down for the summer. I'm very aware that I'm not at work today, but I did ask for the day off and I was given it, so yeah.
Well, sort of up in Scotland, half of these kids have been on holiday for 2 weeks already, and still carrying on racing. And
sounds like a good opportunity for a training camp there.
It sounds like a good hard sessions on the water. You know, keep on going and carry on through. Some of them might get selection for HIR next week, and there's always a. And as we said earlier, for the junior 18s, this may be their last few races as a junior, so they want to keep on and keep that memory as fresh and sweet as possible. But boy, this is, I cannot separate 1, 2 and 3 there.
Yeah, I just want, give Christchurch a little sneaky shout out. I just bought some blades in that colour the other day, so hopefully they can use theirs to propel themselves on up a couple of places. That's what they'll need. But it's a real 4-way battle in the middle there.
Isn't it just?
2 to 5, yeah. City, Cambridge, Peterborough, Leeds and Sir William Perkins all battling hard for just those 3 places in the A final.
We just got a quick view of the overhead shot from the drone there, and if you've got a glimpse of it on the big screen, you'll see how close that was. And looking across here, it is nothing. It's going to come down to this last sprint, the last 50 metres.
I think Sir William Perkins, they have some high calibre athletes been doing some very high level racing recently. Might have their nose just out in front of Peterborough, who are in lane 3.
I think I disagree with you there. I think Peterborough have got their noses in front.
Okay. Leeds as well, though, they're really strong and well coached, and they'll be fighting for this as well. It's a 3-way battle for that first place.
City Cambridge also up there. What have they got left in their tank? This is, I've got to stand up because this is just too exciting.
It does look like it's the battle of the yellow trim here. Who is it going to be? It's pretty much side by side here.
Sir William Parkin School, you could be right. I think they've just maybe done enough to get the canvas in front or the bow ball.
Maybe.
Wow.
Super close, super close. Well, we can tell which three are going through. They finished pretty much side by side, pushing City of Cambridge, unfortunately, out of the top three. But that was one heck of a race. I mean, if they have a race like that in the final, alongside
we'll
the
have
other
a dream.
that's going to be phenomenal. Will the excitement never end, Carol? I mean, we have been treated to a good set of semi-finals here, and that is not always the case at every event that we've commentated at.
Not always, but I always think if you've got a good time trial, it does tend to produce these exciting races. But that last semi-final, nothing between those three. That, and the previous one, it was very close between 1, 2, and 3 as well. I'm looking forward to that one. Whenever it comes later in the day, that will be one to watch. But we're moving on to the women's junior 16 single sculls, and it is well underway, rapidly coming towards us. We have Camus in lane 1, Falcon in lane 2, George Watson's College in lane 3, Sir William Parkin School in lane 4, George Heriot School in lane 5, and Barn Elms in lane 6. Good mix of clubs there from all over the country.
Yes, some of which we have had in races very recently, the last couple of races, and then a couple that I have not commentated on yet today, Falcon Boat Club, who are from Oxford, and then Camus as well, who do have to travel a reasonable distance to get here, we could say.
Yeah, from up in the northeast.
So not the hardest trip, but sometimes it's just, a long way down the M1, isn't it?
Well, yeah, big debate. Do you do the M1 or do you do the A1M?
Do you know what? When I go up to the northeast and when I come back, the sat-nav just seems to decide one way and the other way. I'm just like, okay, fair enough, but I'll just follow it. Yeah. This we're probably not expected to be quite as tight because there were a couple of scullers who were a little bit further ahead, and the George Watson's College sculler Alva Clements was the pick of the time trialists, just outside 6 minutes, which was 9 seconds quicker than the Chester Street sculler.
She's just got herself out of trouble there and just sitting there in the middle of the field, seeing what everything is happening behind her, so just quite in charge and in control of this race. I'm sure Fergus will be watching her progress as an ex-Watson's alumni. Watson's alumni. So yeah. Watson's used to be renowned for being very good in sculling, and I'm glad to see that the sculling side is coming back into fore.
So, Alva Clements had a lead of about 10 seconds at the 1500 metre, so won't have to really sprint into the line unless she wants to kind of do a kind of a dress rehearsal for the final, of course.
Do a race plan, get one race under your belt, and then that makes you a bit more relaxed, knowing what you can do.
I think at the very least you want to think through what you would do here. Even if you don't do it, it's like, okay, when I need it, this is where I will go.
And I don't think, as you said, I don't think at the moment she really needs it. She's sitting there quite comfortably in that lead, just seeing what else is unfolding. And the race will be on for 2 and 3.
And just keeping an eye on Lara Till-Orney there from Falcon, who is in a good position but was a little bit close to the buoy line. Has just worked her way off. That's not what you want down here as you take the rate up. You want to just be able to have a smooth run through to the finish. But yeah, Falcon Boat Club sitting there in lane 2, nicely placed. And then Ashley Sullivan of Sir William Perkins School is also nicely placed, but they will have to just continue to press through these last few strokes through the finish line. But just looking out at the front, it was Alva Clements, who we mentioned a lot. Just lovely through there. A little glide through the line.
A little glide with the blades off the water, just enjoying it. Isn't that lovely to see? with second place with Falcon, and as you've already said,
And
third.
well done. Like, you can see the effort, you know, arm up. She really wanted the place in the final.
William Perkins School taking third place, and then Camas fourth, George Heriot School, and then Barn Elms. And I can see the umpires launch already up the course heading towards us with our next race, which is the second semi-final AB, and this time we have Lambton in lane 1, Chester-le Street in lane 2, Chester-le Street in lane 3, Stratford-upon-Avon in lane 4, City of Cambridge in lane 5, and Putney High School in lane 6. And when I started reading out the names, I thought this is a real battle of the Northeast here.
Well, it started off that way.
Yeah, it certainly did.
Came down south.
And then we went to different parts of the country, so that's really interesting.
Coming through halfway, it was Stratford-upon-Avon, lane 4. Imogen de Pennington, who was the quickest ahead of... Well, the quickest in here is supposed to be Bo Gritton, who was third through, but might just been sitting ready to pounce. And we'll see what happens in this next portion of the race, because they now enter the last 500 metres. And once again, as with all of our semi-finals in this block, it is just the top 3 to go through. And it looks like 2 of the scullers have really pushed themselves out in front, lanes 4 and 5. Stratford-upon-Avon and City of Cambridge, but there is still another place to be battled for behind that battle out at the front. So from our drone footage, it does look to me like lane 3 is probably best placed to take that third place. But yeah, lanes 4 and 5 have really walked out from their opposition in the second half of the race up to now.
Indeed. We come back down to time trialling versus side-by-side racing, so some athletes are not really suited for a time trial. They've got the boat speed to get themselves into those top positions, but they are much better being pushed by somebody at their side. And it's Margot, City of Cambridge, really showing some class here, just pulling herself, I think, even further in front of de Pennington and Stratford-upon-Avon. And then I think the battle is on yet again between the Dobson of Lambton and Gritton of Chester-le Street for that third place. And it's maybe the Chester-le Street sculler just taking the honours at the moment. Just a good battle going on there too, because the Lambton sculler has just certainly not giving up. But over the far side, it looks as though it's going to be Margot of City of Cambridge. She's got clear water now over de Pennington of Stratford-upon-Avon.
Yeah, those 2 way out in front just move their boat nicely, setting themselves up well for good lanes in the final. And Chester-le Street, they will take the other place in the A final. So it looks like Bo Gritton, who was the second quickest in the time trial, will indeed take a place in the A final and challenge for medals a bit later on.
And then it's Lambton just finishing 4th, Simpson of Chester-le Street in 5th, and
yeah, Putney High School's Grace
Smith just saving some energy for the B final later on this afternoon. And you have to remember that these scullers have fought off huge challenges to get themselves into these semi-finals. A huge field earlier this morning. Just scrolling through my notes.
It was indeed a huge field.
So we're looking at 50-odd scullers
who
took part. So these are the 12 fastest. And, you know, this is a phenomenal feat to get into these 12 places. Oh gosh, there was a wobble we just caught on our screen there from, I was just saying we're going to move on to the Open Club single sculls, and that poor sculler there, couldn't quite see who it was, just had a big wobble, recovered beautifully, but that will unsettle you when it's that early in the race. So this, That was, just heard that was the Lee Sculler in lane 1. I was just going to give you the roll call. So it's Mooney of Lee in lane 1, Janeway of Broxburn in lane 2, Raymond Barker of Lee in lane 3, Jackson of London in lane 4, Palmer of Star in lane 5, and Paul Freeman of City of Cambridge in lane 6. Lee Sculler trying to get back in touch, just a wobble like that just off the start when you're really trying hard. Not unexpected, but it does unsettle you.
Yeah, and it can throw your confidence if you're not able to just dispose of that stroke, put it in the rear view mirror and just go, right, blades in square, press, press, press. So Lee and London leading through the 1500, but Sculler in 5, Star Club putting a lot of pressure on right now.
Starting to move on up, I think, sort of getting overlap with the Sculler from London. It's pushing on.
And I think for those three, it's how far they want to really push this, knowing that they'll progress through it anyway. So sometimes, though, you just want to just jump the next person and be like, no, I'll take that slightly better lane, thank you very much. Or just test them out.
Well, as we talked about before, it all comes down to psychology, doesn't it? It's if you're feeling strong, just pushing somebody maybe a bit more than they would normally do is... It's fascinating, these race tactics, that everybody's got a different view on the whole field. But it's the Lee Sculler getting himself safely into that first place at the moment, just coming into the Orange Boys.
I think Aaron Jackson has said, no, I want the second place.
But then, as I said, good battle between London and Star there for second and third.
Yeah, and Charlie Palmer's just had a little look over, continues to test the waters. But yeah, Max Raymond Barker is just pushed out. Just a bit of open water lead. Just cruise through the line. So Lee followed by London, followed by Star, and hard chasing, but just missing out is going to be Broxburn. Unfortunately, wasn't quite able to push into the top 3, but was just about a second outside of it. So it was worth going all the way to the line.
And then we had City of Cambridge and then the other Lee Sculler. So good depth and strength to have 2 Lee Scullers in this AB semi-final.
Yeah, and there were also quite a lot in this event as well. Not quite as many as the last, but there were 37 people that went down the time trial earlier on.
And to get to the top 12, as we've said before, it is tough these days in rowing. There's so many people doing so well, training very hard and just getting themselves in these great places for these club championships. So we move on to the second AB semi-final. So who have we got here, Darbs?
We have David Smith of Nottingham Rowing Club. We have Thomas Fuller of Reading University Boat Club. James Coombs of Hereford Rowing Club. Archie Norton of Minerva Bath. Teddy Sherman of Leicester Rowing Club. And Lawrence Joss of Tideway Scullers. So some pretty big names in the sculling world. But it's Hereford's James Coombs who looks to have gone through first, and he was the second quickest in the time trial, just behind the person who won that previous semi-final. So would want to be out in front, and he has put himself in position through the K to be ahead by a good 5 seconds over Archie Norton of Minerva Bath.
And that's very impressive. Just 1K in to get that. Pull yourself out in front, as we've said before, just sit there and just control the race, because you can see what's happening behind you, you can see who's making pushes, and just get yourself there and just be in that sort of almost protected place. It's very hard to overhaul a lead like that, but as Darbs keeps saying, you can change boat speed in a single relatively fast.
Yeah, and some of these were going to have a lot of power on board, so I'm sure we'll be able to change speed if needs be. Especially if you've got someone like Thomas Fuller of Reading University. We know what they've been doing recently, so being within that program and competitive means you definitely have to be able to scull, because you don't have any other choice but to Reading. Well, I suppose you could join Reading Rowing Club if you really wanted to swim. But if If you want to row at Reading University, you better have 2 blades in your hands.
Well, you know, I can see the point of view. Choose one thing and do it very, very well. And there is no denying that Reading University do sculling incredibly well. So back with this race, we are just seeing the side-on view of the second semi-final. Just launch umpire following along, just making sure there's no infringements. But it's Hereford Sculler still leading. There's still that push coming on from Reading and Minerva Bath. In fact, I think it is Minerva Bath that's giving the big challenge here. I think the Reading Scullers dropped off the pace on our left-hand side of the screen, as has Nottingham. The action all seems to be over on the far side of the screen between Hereford, Minerva Bath, and then the battle is on for that 3rd place between Tideway Scullers and Leicester.
Yep, absolutely. Tideway Scullers and Leicester battling for 3rd place right now. It's been Hereford out in front for the majority of this, and looks good out there in front as well. Archie Norton of Minerva Bath in 2nd place right now, and it is Leicester's Teddy Sherman who's just cranked the rate up maybe a couple of seconds ahead of Tideway Scullers. Lawrence Joss, who has to respond now if he's going to be able to get through.
Oh, I think Sherman went just stole that lead there and really wanted it so badly that he's just pushed himself into that 3rd place.
Yeah, and they've now actually almost formed a perfect formation, straight line from lanes 3 to 4 to 5 to 6, and it will indeed be Hereford's James Coombs who goes through first. Minerva Bath's Archie Norton goes through in 2nd. I believe that will be Teddy Sherman of Leicester Rowing Club crossing 3rd, so I'm sure Poppy will be very happy that Minerva Bath has proceeded through.
Indeed, and then Tideway Scullers, then Reading University, and Nottingham just having to make it in the B final later this afternoon.
And you know, no rest for the wicked. Some of these coaches have to just turn the bike around and head back up the side. And off you go. And next crew.
And I remember once sort of stravaing myself when I was at Ghent Regatta, just clocking the mileage I'd done. And when you sit down with a liquid refreshment at the end of the day and look at what you've done, you think, yeah, I deserve this. And I'm sure these coaches deserve it. I'm sure they wouldn't have it any other way. To get crews into these semi-finals at the British Club Championship is no mean feat. So I'm sure they're delighted to be able to have to force themselves to cycle up and down, and just as a testament to how successful they've been this year. But this is moving rapidly into the Women's Club single sculls. We've got Warrington in lane 1, Newark in lane 2, Tideway Scullers in lane 3, Nottingham in lane 4, I'm sorry, it was Warrington in lane 1, Nottingham in lane 4, Chester-le-Street in lane 5, and Lee in lane 6.
And some names that are often on the circuit, you know, Jennifer Titterington, we've seen many times, Ursi Fleming, Susanna Yulton, Evelyn Pakula. These are people that we've commentated on multiple times, but not just this year, but previous years as well.
Certainly not, and it's always a delight to see these scullers still racing, you know, very well. And it's the action yet again, middle of the field between Tideway Scullers, Saunders, and Fleming of Nottingham. Yeah, both Susanna very Yulton experienced racers.
Shot right now, I can't remember, maybe Meadowdale's team. I cannot honestly remember, but so, let's say it's a name that we've seen a lot of times. At the moment, it's the clock at 1500 said it's Newark and Tideway Scullers out in front in lanes 2 and 3. But looking out, I would say it's actually lanes 3 and 4 that are out in front.
Total agreement with you there, Darbs. That's where I would place the honours, a battle going on between Newark and Warrington for that important third place. Looks as though it could be with Newark at the moment, with Warrington just probably about half a length behind.
Yeah, these two out front are slugging it out a little bit. They haven't really ramped the rate, but they're definitely connecting hard and pressing firm through the footplate. As Margaret Saunders and Ursi Fleming really battle to take first place.
I think the battle is still on. I think they are not willing to sort of just back off that pace, which is great. I think third place seems to be now with Newark, just maybe a length in front of Jones and Warrington. It's great when you see two scullers who just don't want to back off, just really keep slugging it in. As you say, it isn't done on rating, it's just done on power through the legs, power in the water.
Both scullers just having a quick glance to the right, see the finish line. They do cross Tideway Scullers just ahead of Nottingham Rowing Club. And then here in lane 2, Newark's and Jennifer Titterington cross in third and secure a place in the final just ahead of Madeline Jones of Warrington Rowing Club. Then we have Susanna Yulton of Chester Street just crossing the line next, and it will be Evelyn Kula of Lee Rowing Club to round out the first semi-final. They're in the Women's Club Singles. We have some more names that I have definitely been commentating on, including the sculler in lane 4 we'll get to. But the next semi-final is Llandaff. That's Ellie Postlethwaite, Harbury University College, Gracie James, Leeds Rowing Club's Charlie Faint, Nottingham Rowing Club's Chloe Bernard, Rob Roy Boat Club's Flora Turnbull, and Norwich Rowing Club's Mirella McGee. And Chloe Bernard had a phenomenal Bucks Regatta, winning in the beginner single by a long way, and is now stepping up to women's club single, but I think is also racing the beginner single on Sunday.
That's a big step, isn't it? A big, confident step to take, and good honour. Good honour.
Yeah, and was one of the quickest, 3 quickest in the time trial, against some other scullers that had certainly more experience, but experience takes you so far.
Well, I was just going to say, experience doesn't take you all the way across the line, otherwise everything would be so predictable. And that's why we race at night, because get these young whippersnappers jumping into the sport and taking to it like a duck to water, just demonstrating some good skills and boat speed.
Every Olympiad, the British squad is not the same names on each sheet. There are obviously some returners, but there's always a lot of turnover as well. And that's great for our sport, that it's not just the same names over and over and over, that we do have this through flow of talent in this country.
Through flow of talent, and often the talent who are...
James Rudkin for one training session, but he's been doing some stuff with the Tideway Scullers, and I've seen him on the other side of the Atlantic. So giving back to the sport that we all love.
Rowing's one of those sports, once it gets hold of you, you can't, it's there forever, I think.
Well, we've obviously found it difficult.
Very much so, very much so.
So just looking at Chloe Bernard, who just took a bit of a misstroke there, but we'll just get back to business because that's just her kind of attitude. But was leading through the K against, as I say, a more experienced field, and you can just see it on shot right now. But just took a slightly missed stroke on the right-hand side, which is opening up the door.
I think Charlie Faint there is just pretty much nip and tuck there, just as they're coming into shot. Just lower down in the screen.
Yeah, and I think Leeds Rowing Club doing great things. You know, they've got some good coaching there, a lot of members, and I don't just mean like any one particular squad. I think just up and down their club, I think they're doing some really good stuff.
So we've got two out in front. We've got Faint, Leeds, and Bernard of Nottingham. Yet again, I think the race will be on for that third place. It looks to be between Hartpury Union College and Rob Roy.
Yeah, and Flora Turnbull has done a lot of racing, again, that we've commentated on, and needed to find about a second at the K, but Gracie James of Hartbury has pushed out a bit more of a lead up to 3 seconds. But 3 seconds is not, you can turn that over, it's not unassailable.
I think Charlie Fates, to my eyes, now just got herself in front, and then I think the battle is on between Bernard and James. But out on our outside as well, we have Turnbull and Rob Roy. Oh, this could get very tight just as we come towards the line. Some beautiful water conditions there, just the gentle ripples.
Yeah.
You just don't know where the push is going to come. It's Charlie Fate from Leeds, just making a bigger impact there, just getting yourself a wee bit further in front with every stroke, just as we're coming towards the line.
Yeah, that's nice work from Charlie Faint there. Just pushed out, I'd say, more than a second. She had a second at the 1500, pushed out to a couple of seconds now.
But look at this battle for 1, 3, 4, 2, 3, and 4.
Gracie James really squeezing up here, so who is going to be able to cross the line?
James Barner and Turnbull. Oh, look at that move Turnbull's just put into from Rob Roy. Look at that. That last 100 metres or so. Wow, that is a finish.
Yeah, great sprint there. Oh, and it will indeed be Flora Turnbull and Gracie James who are able to turn the screw right at the end. Just pushing Chloe Bernard out, and that is slightly unfamiliar territory for her. Ellie Postlethwaite finishing for Llandaff in 5th, and rounding out Norwich rowing club's Morella McGee, who in itself is a very good athlete actually. So to be 6th in that tells you the standard that was out in front. So that is a really good club competition there.
That was a brilliant finish from Turnbull of Rob Roy. Really, really impressive. Just that last 500, last 250 metres in fact, just to turn that round. So from the singles, we're going to move into the doubles and Open Junior 16 double sculls. We have Exeter in lane 1, Chester, Le Street, Durham Composite in lane 2, Camas in lane 3, Hartbury, Ross Composite in lane 4, Henley in lane 5, and Rob Roy in lane 6.
These races are coming so quick, thick and fast. I've not been able to have my shortbread biscuit, but I just looked at the time. Sasha's due up in a couple of minutes, so maybe I'll just wait 2 minutes and we'll just commentate on one more race. So some composites here actually. I don't think we saw any in the first set of doubles, but a couple of composites. We've got Chester Le Street and Durham School in 2, and Hartbury College and Ross Rowing Club in 4. So
goodness gracious me, and as you say, they're coming really, really fast towards us, and it's Camas there in the lead. Camas look to be safe in the lead, but then they're being chased by the 2 composites and Henley over in lane 4. So yet again, 3 boats vying for 2 places. Somebody's going to get disappointed.
Absolutely.
Oh, they're all mounting a challenge. Camas are in danger, and I said could be safely out in front. They are all mounting this charge.
Camas coming under
Carl
pressure.
Camas really being pushed there.
Who are also then putting a charge on Hartbury and Ross. So I think Camas, I think that it's going to be.
Don't discount
like
Henley over in the far side.
Yeah, like in the last race. I think it's the same lane as well. Henley
absolutely.
Up in 5.
Good
lane
grief.
5, lane 2.
They are really pushing on.
4. What a race. It looks like Hartbury and Ross might be getting pushed out of this.
And you can see it on your screen. This is just amazing. Henley, what a push to put in there.
Yeah, and there's Chester Le Street Durham School composite, I think.
Camas did enough to stay in that first place, and then between Henley, Chester Le Street, Durham School, one was marginally in front of the other, but from up here I just couldn't call that angle. It's a finished judge decision there.
Yeah, within half a second those 2 crews.
But then knocking Hartbury Ross composite into that B final. And then over on the far side we have Rob Roy, and on this side we have the green of Exeter. Phenomenal racing here. Just really, really exciting stuff.
Absolutely, and with that I am going to pass over to the, well, I don't know, you're like the up-and-coming commentator of the age, I think, Sasha. So I'm going to pass over for the second J16 double semi-final, and hopefully the racing continues to be as exciting as myself and Carol have just witnessed.
Well, thanks very much, Darbs, for the company, and thank you for all the fun. And enjoy your cup of tea. I'm sure it's cold by now, and your shortbread biscuits. And so Sasha's just going to pick up the mic and join me for the second AB semi-final Open Junior 16 double sculls. And this time we have Hexham in lane 1, Brentford in lane 2, George Watson's College in lane 3, Windsor Boys School in lane 4, Hinksey Sculling School in lane 5, and the Royal Grammar School High Wycombe in lane 6. All big names in the sculling world here, Sasha, and I've seen Watson's race quads, Windsor Boys School race quads, Hinksey racing quads, going down an age group, and we've got these doubles. I remember watching the time trials and thinking they are so fast, and so many of them raced to come through.
Yeah. Singles at least, so to then also have Scullers spare to pop in to doubles, it's fantastic.
40 doubles, over 40 doubles, and these are the 12 fastest, and you know, these are always exciting ones. The last few races, I don't know if you were watching, was coming down for the big battles for between second, third and fourth, but looking up at the screen just now, I think this is going to go a battle yet again, but I think it's going to be 4 boats vying for 3 places.
Oh, and I think the geese are trying to get involved in that race as well over in the far lane. The boat's looking, I think it's a pretty similar lineup to the last race that I just saw go past, in that you've got kind of one boat nosing out, but yeah, that race for second and third to go into the A finals is really quite exciting. I think it's George Watson's.
It's a maroon of George Watson's getting their nose in front, but then that Brentford double, just not letting them away with it, and I think that Brentford double have overhauled the Windsor Boys School double on their outside. And then in lane 6, the Royal Grammar School High Wycombe, not to be discounted either.
No, not at all. In lane 5, I think Hinksey just falling back from the rest of the pack ever so slightly. But I think that it's now a race for that third place, although I think that Windsor Boys are pulling it out. The final stops to make sure that they can get into the A final. I often find that semi-finals are sometimes more hotly contested than the A finals, because you're just trying to get a chance at the medals, aren't you? And that's George Watson's College Rowing Club across the line first, followed by Brentford Boat Club and Windsor Boys School.
Great performance from Brentford there, because they were vying pretty much level with the Windsor Boys School, but to actually sort of overhaul them and take 3/4, almost a length, that is phenomenal. 250 metres. Here we have
Hexham just crossing the line
to finish off that race.
I also think we need to tip our hats to George Watson's College there. They were 4th at the 1K mark, and so to be able to come back second at 1500, first across the line, pretty impressive.
Not everybody has good starts though. We've talked about this before. Not everybody has a good start. Not everybody wants to be out in front. Some people, we're talking about that sort of third quarter of the race where it's starting to hurt. Some people are very strong there. They're just quite happy just to sit in the mix and then just go for that killer move. Just to that bit where everybody's just like, oh, this is sore. We're just halfway in. Can't see the finish. It's just that sort of dead area. But if you've got strength there, it's amazing what you can do.
And that's what makes the racing really exciting sometimes, isn't it? Is the people who have a plan that doesn't involve getting out in front and staying in front. It's those that want to use that kind of, as you said, the dead stretch to move through. When I was at Henley, one of my favourite things was watching all of the scullers go, okay, right, I'm against Ollie Zeidler. End of the island, I'm going to be out in front. And it was the same story almost every time. You'd get to the end of the island and they'd go, look, there's no chance that I am going to be winning this, you know, against the world and Olympic champion, but I will get out for a little bit. And so sometimes it's just about having a good start, trying to see how far away you can get before kind of people start to catch up with you. But on the other side of it, having the we always talk about rowing as being such a psychologically intense sport. To be able to trust your gut, especially in the junior categories, to know that you have the power to be able to move through your competition is really spectacular, and to be able to trust that and still come out on top. So I'm really keen to see what George Watson's do in the final.
I think it could be dangerous in the final. I've been watching them through the year, and I think they used to be very, very up there with all their sculling, and I think they're sort of moving back into that zone again. Kerrick's going with them as well, which is great to see the two Edinburgh schools just doing so well. But let's move into this first semi-final of the Women's G18 Cox's pairs. We've got a composite of Aberdeen Schools St Andrew Boat Club in lane 1, City of Cambridge in lane 2, King's School Chester in lane 3, Evesham in lane 4, Hereford in lane 5, and a composite of Durham and Durham Schools in lane 6.
I think for a lot of crews it can be a little bit of a trek sometimes to get to, whether it's Nottingham, whether it's further down south. And so it's really nice that you've got kind of northeastern and Scottish crews being able to pull their athletes together and make their way down, and especially for a pair, because that is a very difficult boat to row. And I mean, you look at them going along and you kind of, for maybe a slightly less trained eye, they look like they're doing a spectacular job, which they are. But with the kind of the little insight that you do get from watching people and being in boats, as we have in our past lives, you more recently than I, the pair, I think, is a spectacular boat. So to be able to be so confident in such a stressful boat, I'll say, at this age, potentially 17 years old, is really spectacular.
Twitchy boat. You need total confidence in your body. You need total confidence in the power going in. And Aberdeen Schools, I have to say, I wasn't very impressed with their time trial, but I'm glad to see that they've actually brought the Ray game to this semi-final. So it's Lottie and Katie of Aberdeen Schools St Andrew Boat Club just leading the charge for the line here. Just in lane 1, not an expected lead for them. I did think they might do a bit better in their time trial, so obviously that didn't go to plan. But glad to see that they're actually put that behind them and just say, right, let's just see what we can do in this AB final.
I think there's going to be a lot of pushing through the final stretch between both that Scottish composite and King's School Chester, because they've kind of been switching around, very little in it between both of them, both at the 1K and the 1500, about 0.3 of a second actually coming through the last 500, and so as I come into the Red Boys, Carol, you've got a slightly better view than I do.
It's still nip and tuck, and it's just coming down to who wants that middle lane most, and middle lane for these races is quite important to have, being in the middle so you can see what's happening around you. But it is King's School Chester and Scottish Composite really pushing on really hard between each other. Good grief.
Gosh, that is...
going to go?
I would say 6 inches to King's School Chester, but that Aberdeen Schools and St Andrew Boat Club composite.
Look at the race for 3rd and 4th. Oh
gosh, this is exciting.
Evesham, oh man, as we've said many times before, that's often where the big race comes, between 3 and 4. Over the far side you can see the black and white of Hereford, and then just behind them we have the Durham composite. Oh, what cracking races those were.
You can see there on the live stream screen or on your phone if you are here with us in person. 0.4 of a second between, well, that's the difference between being in the
A final and the B final. And so we've seen that from some of the time trials earlier. The difference between 12th place and 13th place, 0.2 of a second, 0.3 of a second, very, very close. Now, what a race that was, and yeah, absolutely brilliant. And I was going to haul you up a bit, I have to confess. 6 inches, I'm sure that should be 15 centimetres for a modern young thing like you.
Well, I'm I'm basing my margins on the Henley Royal, because Because what was it they introduced? We had a canvas, I think, up until recently, and then this year they introduced 6 inches bow ball and 1 inch, I believe. I know. And we had a couple. Yeah, we had a couple of bow balls, we had a couple of 1 inches. You know, they're just trying to be as precise as possible, and so I think we can only try and emulate that here. So, yeah. Down to the line, and coming thick and fast towards us now, the second of the semi-finals for these women's J18 pairs. In lane 1, Weybridge Rowing Club. Lane 2, another Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association crew. Lane 3, Tideway Scullers. Lane 4, Hexham and Warrington Rowing Clubs. Lane 5, Calpe Rowing Club. And lane 6, Great Marlow School Boat Club. I know we've had a couple of shout-outs already, but really lovely to see Calpe making their way over from Gibraltar for this.
Absolutely, and they always come over. And over the years, I think I've seen them at most championships I've been at, which is always brilliant to see. And it can't be easy to take your athletes, your coaches over. It must be very expensive, but credit to them for coming here. And to my eye, it's Tideway Scullers there, just getting themselves out in front, and yet again, what happens? It's the race on between 2, 3 and 4. And it's going to come, it's going to be a cracker on this one.
I think they've really and about 2 seconds between second and third, but I think that they've really done some work coming past that final marker. They clearly saw it and went, right, okay, we've got 500 metres to go. What can we do in that time?
This is it, A final or B final.
Yeah.
You don't want to settle for the B final, and the push is on.
I think Tideway Scullers are being tested, gosh,
by Calpe.
By Calpe. You know, they've not come all of this way for nothing. They are going to come away with at least a spot in the A final, if not a medal as well.
They are really pushing on there. What a finish they are having, and they have overhauled Hexham and Warrington, and I think Hexham and Warrington have overhauled Aberdeen Schools, but what a finish from Calpe. Tideway Scullers holding on to that first place. Calpe putting themselves into second. The Hexham Warrington composite third. Aberdeen Schools having to settle for 4th place. Then over the far side, it's going to be Great Marlow School, and then on this side, Weybridge.
Emily London, that Hexham Warrington composite from Hexham herself. Her name has cropped up a lot on my screens over the last year. I think she was at Brit Champs last year. She's definitely been in and around kind of Nat Schools and junior interregionals, and yeah, so brilliant to see her keep coming back. I think she was with a different partner, potentially in a sculling boat last year. But yeah, no, it's really nice, I think. Carol, I'm sure you've had a lot more experience than I have. But to be able to come to these events and just see the same names over and over again, see how they progress in their careers.
I think it's lovely. I really enjoy it, and it's nice to know that you may have seen them race J14 and then just sort of progress and just keep coming back, and you just see them sort of creeping up this ladder, just getting faster and stronger each year, and it's lovely. And then occasionally you just see these stars disappear into the Olympic boats, so you see their names at Henley, and you see people, and you know, you've seen them as tiddlers, and it's so nice. It gets me all emotional. It's J16. Well, we're talking about the J18 pairs. You're talking about twitchy boats, but to have the confidence at Junior 16 to race a pair is quite stunning, really. And to see so many pairs racing here today, and all of them racing very well earlier in the time trials. I remember watching the Charles. It was great to see. But in this semi-final, the fastest 12, the first 6 will be Clare's Court School in lane 1, Walton in lane 2, Sir William Perkins School in lane 3, St Paul's Girls School in lane 4, Molesey in lane 5, and Queen's Park Chester in lane 6. And interestingly enough, there were 4 St Paul's Girls pairs in this Junior 16 event. So I think they'd split up the 8 into 4 pairs, 2 of them making it through to the AB semi-finals. So really great to see.
I mean, St Paul's Girls' School have been doing quite a fantastic job this season. I think they had an 8 go quite far at Henley Women's. Now, we were missing some of the big names on the scene, Shiplake and Teddy's, nowhere to be seen.
So it gave other crews a little bit of a chance to kind of come up through the cracks. But yeah, St Paul's, it was really nice to see them. Zoe de Toledo, very proud of her old school club, doing well on the Henley stretches, now on the wonderful waters of Home Pier Pond.
Well, it was lovely to see St Paul's Girls' School, because I bumped into their coach at the Royal, and turns out he was, well, we're talking about people whose names that crop up. I remember watching him as a junior, racing as a junior up for Clydesdale, and now he is coaching at St Paul's Girls' School, and coaching them very successfully. So, you know, it's a small world, this rowing world, and names keep cropping up. And if you hang around long enough, you meet the same people. Yeah, great performance there. But this is going to be one of these ones where it's Sir William Park.
Successful club when it comes to women's rowing. Clearly from the top reaches, winning the Wargrave. No, not the Wargrave. It was the bridge, the intermediate. It's only been around for 2 years, so forgive us. But yes, Mulsey UL won the bridge, so you've got up there intermediate standard women's rowing doing spectacularly, all the way down to women's J16 in the pairs, so you never know, these are some future Henley winners. Apologies.
So it's still Sir William Parkin's school. They know they've done enough. They're just sitting there quite relaxed, in charge. They can see what's happening behind them, saving some of that energy, saving some of that legs, because they know that from that position they will be coming back to join us for the A final later on. But great performance there. And then the race is on between St Paul's Girls' School and Walton. St Paul's Girls' School just taking that second place. Walton in third. Then Wolsey. And settling for the B final alongside Clare's Court School, and it's going to be Queen's Park Chester. They've just decided to conserve some energy and just put it down on the line in the B final.
And you know, that could be a very good tactic, because that's Millie and Phoebe Warren, I'm going to assume sisters. Lovely to go out there and be able to row with your family. It's always wonderful. I got to row with my mum a couple of years ago. That was spectacular, although we did bicker quite a lot, so there is always that issue. I know that you rowed with your son coxed by your grandson, didn't you?
Yep.
Recently? That must have been
one of the fun events up in Aberdeen, which was taking it in the spirit of the competition rather than being very competitive. But never mind, we were in a double and we had a cox.
Well,
why not?
Wonderful.
But anyway, yes, it's two-edged sword rowing with your sister or a family member. It can cause, and I know people have gone into mixed boats with husband and wife, and that can cause a lot of marital difficulties.
Yes, I did a mixed four with my best friend, except for when we were in a boat not racing. So all of the land training was wonderful, all the planning was really nice. We got to travel, we did some rowing at Keswick, on Derwent Water, which if you ever get the chance to go to Derwent Waterhead, it's spectacular.
I've heard it's spectacular, and it's certainly on a to-do list.
Well, definitely should be done because it's absolutely beautiful. But yes, I think if I ever rode in that combination again, I would want Ryan as far, probably in the stroke seat, and I would go to bow so that we weren't anywhere near each other.
That's probably, yes, the ideal combination, or an 8 stroke and bow is even better.
Yes,
but I've been in that situation too, and yes, I speak from experience.
Yeah.
So the second AB semi-final, women's J16 Cox's pairs, well underway. Got Molesey in lane 1, St Paul's Girls' School in lane 2, Strathclyde Park in lane 3, Kingston Rowing Club in lane 4, Wallingford in lane 5, and Henley Rowing Club in lane 6. All big names in girls rowing, really. You know, Henley's appeared there, Kingston, Strathclyde Park, Wallingford. Definitely know there's performance at Wallingford. So this will be really interesting. And looking up the course there and looking across the screen, very little between Wallingford. No, sorry, it's Wallingford, Kingston, Strathclyde Park, it's St Paul's Girls' School.
Yeah, you can see on the screen, if you have one, really spectacular racing, and if you aren't right by the bank, I suggest you go there, because I think that they are really in a battle here. I think the leaders there, who
It's Strathclyde Park, it's the pale blue I could see just getting themselves out in front.
they haven't got enough. They haven't broken the elastic between themselves and the
No,
competition.
there's
so they're still
overlap.
trying to
There's
push
about half a
themselves
boat
out.
overlap between them. And
Oh no, I think we've had a bit of a crab there in lane 4. From the Kingston
them
Rowing
over
Club.
there. Just
Yes. Well, this is, as we said, the pair, a notoriously hard boat to row, an incredibly impressive one to just,
yeah,
be
they're
possibly
just
good
getting
at.
themselves back in their lane and just getting themselves back into the rhythm of. But that hasn't really cost them much.
No, they're still
distance-wise.
quite out in front, aren't they?
But it's Strathclyde Park just still leading.
I think we've got a little bit of
St Paul's Girls' School
stress.
really pushing on there.
Yeah, St Paul's just clipping the buoy line as they come towards the finish line. It is Strathclyde Park with about a boat length of lead ahead of Kingston and St Paul's. Kingston and St Paul's both gunning it down to the line, but I think St Paul's there really wanting to get a good lane for their A final. Kingston slowing down ever so slightly, going, we know that we're in it, we're just going to sail across the line. Molesey followed by Wallingford, and finally Henley Rowing Club across the line. So now we move on to some slightly bigger boats.
Our first Cox boat of the day, and remember the time trials being thinking, oh, these are the first Cox boats I've seen. Not so hotly contested, not fewer boats in this event as I recall.
But I think that's often the case, isn't it? If you think about the junior pathway of sculling and of rowing, it's, you start off in a scull, so again, incredibly impressive to see J16s doing so well in a very difficult boat class on the rowing sweep side of things, having just moved up from sculling. To go into a Cox 4 is a very heavy boat to enter in as a younger child getting started into sweep rowing and getting used to it. It probably goes a little bit more slowly than you're used to in the doubles, aren't you?
Well, I was going to say probably a Cox quad would be an equivalent, but a Cox quad's a lot faster because you've got 8 blades, so it is a bit faster. Yeah, it's a difficult one.
Yeah.
But some kids adapt really well and prefer sweeping, and just that's where they're comfortable. That's where they feel more natural. Some juniors really happy just carrying on sculling.
I think that's been one of the wonderful things about having the new sculling. Then went on to win 2 out of the 3 new categories, and one of the big things that they said was just to now have that pathway that they can go through to also be finishing their season at the same time as the men in their club. And if they'd had that as juniors, to be able to go, oh, amazing, I don't have to go to university and stop sculling because I love it. And there's a Reading stand, I think, just at the base of the Water Sports Centre. So if you are a junior and interested in sculling at university rather than sweeping, you don't have to just go and sweep. It's not just 8s, I promise you. So go have a chat with Reading. I think they've got quite a few of their coaches with us today. And a really wonderful club, a wonderful atmosphere. So yes, but...
And a very successful club.
A very successful club,
very successful club.
A full sweep at Bucks they had, didn't they? That was an incredibly impressive achievement.
Very much so.
So
our Open Junior Cox 4s, and we have 1863 in lane 1, Reading Bluecoat School in lane 2, Wallingford in lane 3, Wallingford in lane 4, Trentham in lane 5, and Queen Elizabeth High School in lane 6. And we've occasionally see this 2 boats from the same club side by side, and that's just how it's panned out on the timing, the results from the time trial earlier, that this has given us these 2 boats, probably 1 and 3 or 2 and 4 in the time trial. But for a coach to have 8 J16 boys so competitive. What a dream that must be.
And credit to the Coxes as well, a brilliant steering line, and to be able to kind of test yourself against the sometimes slightly contentious waters of the Water Sports Centre is really brilliant. I know it is a straight line, but we have seen in the past a few interesting sets of conditions, haven't we? So I think it can be quite a test for Coxes, especially with buoy lines if you're not used to them. We had a bit of an incident with one of my crews one year where I think it was maybe 100 metres off the start line the fin was ripped out. So not particularly fantastic, but again, you know, I'm always so thoroughly impressed by not only the fact that the juniors come here with so much enthusiasm and determination to do well, but also are just so spectacular. I mean, you look at them coming down, you've got the bright red of Wallingford in lane 3 and 4 coming towards us quite quickly. Wallingford definitely out in front there.
Definitely showing a lot of class. These two Wallingford boats, I think possibly Reading Bluecoat School trying to spoil their party and just maybe split them, but I don't know if they can, because that Wallingford crew over the far side of lane 4 really fighting back. Reading Bluecoat really, in fact, these crews not far away from each other in the Thames.
No, so they're probably used to seeing each other out and about, aren't they?
Reading Bluecoat pushing all the time, really trying to pull these two Wallingford boats apart. Wallingford B crew just thinking, no, it's not going to happen.
They're really picking it up, coming down towards the line, aren't they?
They're really pushing hard. Wallingford A crew going through that first place. And wow, this is a push. And I think it's going to be Wallingford B and then the Reading Bluecoat School. These three, what a performance, because you can see the differential between these three boats and the rest of the chasing pack. Well deserved getting into the A final, because here we have 1863 Red Trentham and then Queen Elizabeth High School just finishing their race now. Sterling performance from these Open Junior 16 Cox Tours.
Absolutely, and you might not have been able to see it if you are watching from our live stream, but if you're watching from the banks, you would have seen that that Wallingford A crew really cheering on their B crew as they came across the line, really excited for them, and I think that's a really wonderful thing, isn't it, to have a club that not only is striving to be the best, but also brings up everyone with them.
Supportive of each other, and that's a really good club spirit, club ethos, to be supportive of each other. And okay, you know, not all clubs have that support or
some
willingness
clubs,
to look after each other.
Yeah, absolutely. Some clubs do incredibly well on the basis that you go there because you want to be the best, and so everyone is trying to be the best, and you're kind of, you know, you've got some serious camaraderie, but their success is really coming from the building of and the respect of everyone's goals. So it doesn't matter if actually your goal is to try and qualify for Henley Women's, whereas mine is to go and win it. You know, both of those are completely valid and are as important as one another. And that's a kind of, I think, club that is, you see, really go the extra mile. Both on land and on the water. But on the water now, race 34, the Open J16 Cox's Fours second semi-final. So who will be joining Reading Bluecoat and those two Wallingford crews?
Well, it's coming down to a tight race yet again. Aberdeen Schools in lane 1, Leeds in lane 2, Barn Elms in lane 3, Great Marlow School in lane 5, Windsor Boys School in lane 6, and the Royal Grammar School High Wycombe in lane 7. And to my eye, it's all between Leeds, Barn Elms and Great Marlow School in the middle of the field. I think, similar to the previous race, I think the field has been split. There are 3 leaders and then 3 that look as though they're going to be beating each other in the B final. But these 3 in the lead, they're racing for lane position. They can see that, there's 3 into the A final, but, you know, actually, I want to be first. I don't want to be second. I don't want to be third. I just want to be first.
Yeah,
and they are still racing it out.
Yeah, sometimes, especially because these will be, as you've said, the 6 of the top 12 from the time trials. Someone out there is going to want to be first every single time.
Oh, well.
So
Now, I said this to Charles earlier this morning. With rowing, everything's a competition. Okay, getting into the final competition.
Yep.
Lane choice
Competition.
First serious competition.
Yeah.
That's a psychological thing as well.
Yeah.
You want to show what you can do, and you want to show the other crews what you can do. Other crews putting them under pressure just to see what they can do. So it's Leeds, Barnelms and Great Marlow School here fighting for these 1, 2 and 3. To my eye, it's the green of Barnelms just inching themselves out in front.
I think they're looking a bit more confident, a bit more kind of smooth and controlled in their rowing, really pushing it down to the line, some more overlap.
But the greens for 2 and 3.
Leeds. Gosh, I mean, I would say that that's Leeds
Possibly.
not on the surge. I don't think they were that close. I think it was Leeds surged forwards, they saw the line and they just wanted it that little bit more. Great Marlow School doing a stellar job of staying up with the pack. Obviously it will partly be due to times from the time trial that will have gotten them into these lanes. So the 3 in the middle, you expect that chevron formation.
So Windsor Boys School having to settle for 4th, Royal Grammar School, High Wycombe 5th, and Aberdeen Schools will make an appearance in the B final later on today.
With an incredible boat called Zebedee.
No, Zebedee.
Zebedee.
Oh, Magic Roundabout. Aberdeen boats tend to have a D in their name somewhere. So Zebedee.
Okay.
So if you have a look around and you see any of the Aberdeen boats, and
they all have D's in their name.
Both clubs tend to have D or some sort of.
And that's for what reason?
Because we row in the River Dee.
Oh, I see. That is really okay. I see. It's like Durham Amateur, isn't it? Durham Amateur, they're Durham Amateur Rowing Club. They're dark, so all of their boats are. It's like Dark Night, Dark Horizons, or
Strathclyde Park tend to have their boats named after films.
Oh, really? So what are your favourites?
Odd Couple, Mamma Mia, various ones. Usual Suspects is always a good one.
That's a fantastic.
So, every club has their little quirks on boat names. We're talking about naming them after people earlier, and that's lovely to see former members, the names living on in a boat. And I said to Charles earlier, I felt it was rude if a boat didn't have a name, because to me a boat needs an identity.
Absolutely.
It needs a name. But I am just moving rapidly. I've got a bit of interest in this one. Open Championship Lightweight Single Sculls. We have Ray of Peterborough in lane 2, Spikowski of Aberdeen in lane 3, Benyon of Northwich in lane 4, and Jones of Gloucester in lane 5. Just getting a lovely picture there of Jakob. We were talking about athletes that you've known. I've known Jakob since he was J12. And I coached him in one of our training camps early on. So I've got a very soft spot in my heart for Jakob, and I know he's got a blistering start, so he will have gone out there and just tried to blow away the opposition on the start, and I am so happy to see him actually racing as a senior in the Championship Lightweight Single Sculls. So Aberdeen, Jakob Spikowski, just leading the field as they come towards us. I think in this one there'll be 2 into the final.
Yes, first 2 into the A final, the second 2 into the B final. We've got another 4 in the second repechage. So yes, we're moving on to repechages now instead of semi-finals. But yeah, I'm so glad that you've been able to follow his journey, and yeah, brilliant to see that he's out there leading.
Absolutely.
Lovely purple unisuit, I must say.
Yeah, and I'm sure you'll be really pleased with this performance. He's been putting in the mileage, working hard.
And it's clearly paying off.
But every athlete here has worked very hard to get here. And it looks, to my eyes, so it's going to be Benyon of Northwich going to follow him into this final later on.
I would agree there. Northwich and Aberdeen leading from the get-go. It was just a matter of who was going to be crossing the line first. It's Jakob of Aberdeen Boat Club who will be getting the preferable lane choice for the A final.
Well, no, there'll be 2 who have gone straight through from the time trial earlier. so they will get the preferable
so right.
place. So, you know, but it's still a good lane to be in the sort of middle of the field, which is where you want to be. So yeah, the second one's coming down yet again.
In lane 2 we've got Cormac Comiskey from Tideway Scullers. Lane 3, Fred Jimmick of Clydesdale Amateur. Seth Marsden in lane 4 for Hexham Rowing Club, and Ben McDonald from Hartpury University and College in lane 5. It was Hexham leading both at 500 and the 1,000 metres. Fred Jimmack of Clydesdale that placement and make his way into the A final.
Yeah. And still back with this second heat, and these colours coming towards us. It's difficult as a lightweight in these conditions because they've weighed in early this morning, they weigh in before their first race to time trial, and then the most lightweights I know tend to weigh in and then go and eat breakfast and hydrate. But the big, you know, the sort of thing about that is you can't eat too much because you're within that 2-hour window before your race. So they will probably have taken that time between their time trial to sort of hydrate a bit more, get a bit more food into them, but not too much because they don't want to unbalance that whole weight thing that they have going on through their racing career, racing programme today.
Absolutely. I think I always have a lot of admiration for lightweights, especially tall lightweights, because I think it's significantly harder to stay within that weight range, and so you have to not only be so dedicated to your craft in terms of the sport, but also to the dietary side of it. And obviously, you know, as athletes, prior or current, you're very used to having a pretty good idea of what it is that you're eating, making sure you're fueling properly, your muscles are getting fed, your brain is getting fed, everything is in working order. But I think it must be extremely hard to do that as a lightweight, to balance that also with then maintaining your weight class.
It's difficult, but I think sports science has come on leaps and bounds in the last 50 odd years, the last 20 years even more so. But just to get the improved dietary advice, the improved nutritional advice, the improved ways of managing your weight. And, you know, nowadays it used to be before a lightweight that they'd be heavyweight and then have a crash dieting thing just 2 or 3 months beforehand. But now it's a sort of progress throughout the year where the weight is managed throughout the year, so that it isn't a...
And healthily, and I think that I would like to say, I mean, as someone who has never even been close to being lightweight, so I have no concept of what it must be like, but I think Coxes probably feel it too.
That pressure.
And
pressure, yeah, absolutely. Coxes specifically, and I think we ignore Coxes.
Yeah.
Because, you know, that is another pressure they need to be under. But look at this race. 3 boats vying for 2 places. Ooh. That Tideway Sculler has come back. He's pushing on Clydesdale, and they're pushing on Hexham. And I thought Clydesdale had marginally got their noses in front, but that Tideway Sculler, he is motoring.
I think
look at that boost has come on.
Yeah, he really has. He was in last place at 500.
Certainly not now.
No, certainly not.
These 3 Scullers, what a race this is.
I think that Hexham have pushed out in front. Yeah, Hexham have pushed out. Clydesdale are trying to push off Tideway. Tideway are trying to get a spot in that A final.
Gosh, it's Hexham just pulling themselves, as you said, just being safe, and goodness me. Oh.
I think...
Now, I'm not the finish judge. To my mind, it was a bow ball of Clydesdale marginally in front, but maybe I'm a bit biased. But I don't know. It's up to the finish judges to call that one, because they're sitting down there with their stopwatches and got the photo finish. And on the far side, settling is McDonald of Hartpury, just in the green boat, just coming up towards the line now. Goodness me, that was a finish.
a real corker, and I mean less than, well, about 1.5 seconds between those top three. A real shame for that Tideway Scullers boat not to quite get into the A final, but an incredibly impressive row, and I think spectacular to have that in the legs and be able to plan your race accordingly. 7, a repechage of the Women's Championship lightweight singles, first 5 to the A final. So someone
this is 6 boats in this. This is going to be harsh for the person who doesn't make it.
Absolutely.
So Moole of Sudbury in lane 1, Moorby of Loughborough in lane 2, Vaughan Brooks of Beckett Rowing Club in lane 3, Daniels of Hollingworth Lake in lane 4, Ferguson of Nottingham in lane 5, and Robertson of Trafford in lane 6. These are all names I think I've seen around the circuit this year. Just reading them out, they all sound very familiar.
I was going to say Leanna Daniels of Hollingworth Lake Rowing Club is a very familiar name. I think she has been in and around the circuits for quite a while, not only as a competitor but also as a winner, and she's doing spectacularly well out in front, already at the 500 metres by about 4 seconds, and is now really leading the charge.
So I'm sure she's really enjoying these conditions, because I know that from speaking to various people at Hollingworth Lake, it can be challenging, it can be quite bouncy, it can be very, very choppy. So rowing in conditions like this, I'm sure she's just finding just so relaxing. Just pretty flat, pretty benign. Possibly a tad warm for some of these scullers, but you know.
Just a little. But I think that we're all probably very grateful, not to keep talking about the weather, but we're all very grateful that it's slightly less sunny and boiling hot than it has been in recent years, or recent days, sorry, I should say.
Yeah, just see the blue of Hollingworth Lake there, just appearing in the front of the field, coming towards us in this repechage. As we said earlier, you have 5 boats in the race, and somebody's going to lose out, and you just think that's a hard one. Just quite a hard cut-off, but there's been so many hard cut-offs in these time trials. So,
no, I mean, I think that's the really tough thing about when you're not in the final. You know, if you make it to the A final, you can say that you've done that and you gave it your best push, you were up against the best. But yeah, I often think that the semi-finals, the heats are quite brutal. Everyone gets several races to go for. I think I was speaking to someone from Nottingham Rowing Club slightly earlier. She was saying that she's in the club Coxless 4 today, the quad tomorrow, and then the pair on Sunday, and that's a lot of racing.
It is a lot of racing.
Just to even race once on every day is quite intense in a 6-lane race setup, because you're really being pushed on all sides. But you know, with time trials, with heats, and with finals, that's 9 races
a day for 3 days. That's a big ask.
It's a big ask indeed.
But, it is lanes 4 and 3 where all the action is. It's still Daniels of Hollingworth Lake there, just leading this field as they come towards the line. I think it's Ferguson of Nottingham just maybe off the pace at present, just in lane 5, just slightly behind.
I think so. Trafford Rowing Club in lane 6 also, I think slightly lagging, but I think again a testament to Leanna Daniels and her experience, almost 5 seconds in front of Emily Vaughan Brooks in lane 3.
And then I think it's a Sudbury Sculler in lane 1, maybe in 3rd place. Just closest to us at the left-hand side of the screen, closest to us if you're sitting on the chairs, just watching the racing unfold in front of you. A really nice performance there from Leanna Daniels. It's lovely cover in that boat. She's just doing enough to maintain that lead she has, just pulling it on through, pushing on. and we'll see her in the final later on alongside Vaughan Brooks of Beckett, and then Moole of Sudbury.
That's 4 crews.
We've got the Junior 18 Coxless Fours just coming up, and 2 heats of these, and I would assume it's 2 from each heat going into the final later on. And in the first one we have Windsor Boys School in lane 1, Clares Court in lane 2, Wallingford in lane 3, Aberdeen Schools A in lane 4, Aberdeen Schools B in lane 5. So all big names in junior boys racing. Clares Court, we know, are not too
shabby.
Not too shabby, nor are Windsor Boys School. We know Wallingford have got quality, and Aberdeen Schools out there too. 2 boats in this one. Goodness me, and there's going to be some disappointed faces at the end of this race.
Yep, just 2 spaces to the A final. The rest will go through to the B final. So as they shot off the start line, I'm sure that their competitors from the repechage that is going to follow them down for the next few spaces are going to be on the side, having watched them go off the start and thinking, okay, what can I learn about that for potentially my A final? You know, it's trying to manage being in the boat, being prepped and ready for the race. If you're anywhere near a screen, you can see again the red and blue of Wallingford doing a spectacular job, really gunning it down the course. I think
very powerful, but also very smooth.
Very, and I think this is why Coxless Fours have
and there we
inched
have
their
the
way
Windsor
up.
Boys School just coming into shot there.
And if you look up the course, you can see, yes, Windsor Boys and Wallingford lane 1 and 3 making their way down. Clares Court sandwiched in between,
just hanging off their coattails there just at the moment,
trying to be pulled along by the racing. But I think this is a thing, isn't it, with Coxless Fours? Slightly out of kilter. I think we can see that a little bit in lane 2 with Clares Court. They have just been swinging around a little bit. I think that they would be further up the course if their steering had been slightly straighter, but you know, in their defence, in between the giants that are the Windsor Boys and Wallingford,
I
think it's
they're
very
doing well
hard
to just be sucked along with them. But the steering issues there from Aberdeen Schools moving into the Wallingford lane there.
Oh gosh, yeah.
As they have come down the course, but luckily Wallingford quite a distance in front, maintaining that. It's a big ask to steer a course whilst you're also giving your all in your legs. A really strong performance from Wallingford there. Just
they're slowing it down as they cross the finish line.
Windsor Boys still just taking that second place. Clares Court just having to move back into their own lane. A lot of steering issues there. Aberdeen Schools having to settle for the A crew, having to settle for the B final, along with Aberdeen Schools B also into the B final.
And I think that that's the thing, is being a junior on these waters, it's not something that all juniors get to experience, but it's a really wonderful thing to experience. You get the pressure and the intensity of having a big and prestigious race and setting off from the start blocks, having a quiet start line, having a loud finish line, having all of the crews and all of their supporters around you, being able to kind of push off the people that are there. And yes, sometimes it doesn't go your way, and yes, that can be bitterly disappointing because you've worked so hard. I mean, I think this is something I always say to people: to be mediocre at rowing, you have to put in so much effort. And so, you can't even imagine what it's like I can't even imagine what it's like to be slightly better than mediocre. So to be here as a junior is spectacular.
But to my mind, they've done the race, it hasn't gone their way. You have to park it and just show what you can do in the following race. You have to put it behind you. You can't dwell on these things.
Oh no, not at all.
I really have to park it and just say, okay, that didn't go as planned. Let's just go out and show what we can really do in the next one. And sometimes it just gives you that little bit of a push to just battle on. But these crews here are just stunningly good crews, and we're now moving rapidly into the second round.
The final not a lot of wiggle room, is there? With only 4 crews, that is, you've got a 50% chance. My maths is not particularly good, but I'm going to say 50% chance, I think, is the way that it would work out. But is
it a weighted chance? Is it a weighted chance?
Exactly.
Yes.
What are the factors that you're taking into consideration?
Are you talking about fitness, strength, mental your race plan as opposed to the other crew's race plan? Yeah. Sometimes in a coxless boat, the coxless 4, somebody's doing the steering, somebody's making the calls. Stroke will be having an input somewhere just to say something. So there's a lot of internal dialogue. Not loud dialogues, you don't want the opposition to hear you, but just these little niggles.
But that's the wonderful thing about rowing in a kind of a 4 and upwards. One of the reasons that I love the 8 so much, I constantly go on about it, but is that I got to know the people in my boat so well, and I'd sit with, stroke 7, 6 in front of me, and I would be able to tell you at any point in the race exactly what they were thinking, exactly what they were going to do on the next stroke, because I just got to know the backs of their heads so well. And I think that's what they say is, everyone's very aware that it's about trusting the crew and trusting the boat, and what does that mean? And I think it means being able to know exactly what it is that they, not only that they want to do, but that they need from you, and how you can transform that. And I think that's...
You're talking about sometimes if you've got to know your crew really well, you're not actually following, you're going with.
Yes.
So you're not preempting,
no.
But you know from the body language that this is going to happen now.
Yes.
I need to be aware to go now, not 2 strokes afterwards. It's they want me to do this now, so legs on, big drive, whatever. But you have to be able to anticipate that. So it's now or never.
I think Nottingham and Union really trying to push forward, go with the top half of the field, try and get that A final, but I think that they are slowing down as they come into the Red Buoys. They are starting to lose a little bit of the power that they have maintained. We've got a little bit of a steering issue again appearing. It's, I think, a bit of an occupational hazard in a coxless crew, and I think that it has...
Especially at that phase of a race, when everybody's tired, it's just...
And they know that they're not across the line. They've heard the 2 pips for Leeds and for Great Marlow School. They know that they're not on to the A final. Some disappointed, bowed heads there in the Nottingham and Union Rowing Club crew, but what an impressive race. And again, all they can do is take their experience from this race and charge up for the next one.
And just look at the other crews and just think, oh yes, we can improve in this performance. So Monmouth Comprehensive is just rounding out that race, and from the junior Coxless 4s, we're going into the Open Club Coxless 4s.
We've got Clare's Court in lane 2, Nottingham Rowing Club in lane 3, and Leeds Rowing Club in lane 4. This is another repechage, an Open Club Coxless 4s, 2 to the A final, the remainder to the B final. As we said, quite a harsh lineup to be in, to be one of 3 where the other 2 have gone through to contest for medals. And so I think that this will either be down to the line, or someone is going to go, well, I've lost sight of my competition, so I'll keep it in the legs and I'll come first in the B final.
That's exactly what I was thinking as well. But, we've seen some really good performance from quite a few Leeds boats this morning, and it's really nice to see another Leeds boat in the Open Club 4s. And I think that it's... Just trying to see the screen. It's Nottingham Rowing Club out in front, Leeds in 2nd place, and Clare's Court in that 3rd place.
Yes, looking up the lake, that definitely is the chevron forming as we always see it. Sometimes I worry kind of what the course is going to look like when you start to lose touch with the crews around you. Is it that you then go, okay, well, we're in the chevron, I'm in the outer lane, so I'm expected to be behind, so it's fine, this is as much as I do it? Or, can you really push yourself? I mean, I've only rowed this course twice. Once was a time trial, once was a very minor final. but both times were in an 8, so I had the people around me to really keep it going. But with only 3 boats on such a wide stretch of water compared to a lot of rivers that I'm sure people are used to rowing on, it's quite a daunting lineup, isn't it?
You know, this is where we come back to the psychology, isn't it? Where's your mind strength? And it's, yeah, I'm just not sure that. Sometimes you're in an outer lane, and sometimes you just think, you know what, you don't favour my chances, but to be honest, I do. So therefore, I'm going to put it down in the line because I think I'm better than you think I am. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
And
absolutely.
sometimes it's good just to sort of go out there with that attitude. I'm going to prove you wrong. Prove you wrong.
Especially, I think, as a lot of crews do a lot of preparation before they're racing. You know, who are we up against? What are they like? Do they go out fast and stay out in front? Do they build up through the middle strokes? Where do we need to conserve our power? And so if you come in as an underdog, people aren't expecting you to push through, and then you do. That's a psychological game that you are playing.
Well, I think a lot of Scots always go into games or races as underdogs, so it's a bit of psychology that I'm well familiar with. But anyway, it's Nottingham leading this field here, and I think second place is still with that Leeds crew. Clare's Court, I thought we're maybe pushing back in that sort of mid, just about 250 metres out, 300, 400, 500 metres out. I thought they were starting to push back on Leeds. I think they've just maybe left it too late to make a huge impact. So I think it's going to be Nottingham and then Leeds and then Clare's Court in this first repechage of the Open Club floors.
Nottingham across the line there with their home water advantage, but just looking like they're putting down a bit more power. I think Leeds know that they have got a place secured in the A final, so not really putting a lot down as they cross the line. Clare's Court building it up to a spectacular finish, but not enough today to make it into medal contention, and they will go through to the B final.
Well, I've just seen Darbs come in the door, which means he's going to grab me by the seat shortly.
Don't worry, Carol, I will avenge you. I can confirm for any spectators who were concerned, Carol is safely walking down the stairs and will be returning soon. Darves, hope you enjoyed your hour with your lukewarm cup of tea. Welcome back to the Crow's Nest.
I was treated to a volunteer lunch, which is basically an extended meal deal. Beautiful.
Absolutely.
Would recommend.
Yes, so if you have some time over the weekend and would like to get involved or would like to sample some of our crisp selection, do get involved. Come down towards the volunteer hub and offer your services, whether it's stake boating or timing. We always welcome volunteers, not only for club champs, also across the all of the other races throughout the year. I've now been sucked into this for over a year, can confirm it's very good fun. I do have a day job, but all of my annual leave is spent coming to rowing events, which is brilliant. So highly recommend. Darbs, I'm sure you can too.
Yep, absolutely. Quite good fun up here on commentary.
Yes.
Little bunch of repeated names.
Yes, no, we're all quite good friends now, aren't we? Yes, brilliant. In lane 3 and Dart.Ness in lane 4. Dart.Ness leading from the outset, Evesham second and Wallingford third as they come up to 1500. It looks like they're getting slightly closer together. I think Wallingford might be dropping a little bit down, slightly off the beat, but
I think Dart.Ness really pushing off Evesham, who have staged a coup as they come into the Red Boys.
Is it 2 to final, Sasha? Can you
2 to final, yes.
All right.
2 to the A final. They're competing
really,
for those medals.
Truly is an elimination race then. And it's Wallingford, unfortunately, need to find about 3 lengths, I think, to jump up into the position they want to be. But it's the 2 crews in the darker colours at the moment that have the positions to go through to the final.
Yes, as you said, Wallingford need to find 3 lengths, and I think a bit of control over their steering. It's something we've been seeing quite a bit, especially in this lane closest to us. We had a crew go into Wallingford's water earlier in our juniors. It is Dart.Ness with some overlap as they cross the finish line, who will go through first to the A final, followed by Evesham. Evesham really putting in that charge. Hopefully they've got a bit left in their legs for the A final so that they can actually contend for a medal.
Yeah, well, presumably we had 2 go through from the time trial and then 2 from these last 2 races each. Will make up the 6 in the final, but yeah, any of the crews that just came through this repechage will be looking to pick up one of those medals a bit later on. Right, and then I believe we should be back to 6 crew racing, which we have not had for a few heats now.
Absolutely, the repechage of the open beginner doubles. Now, this is always quite an exciting one as a spectator, especially if you are down lakes, so everyone is safe and happy. But I think that it's a part of the experience of being a rower or a sculler, isn't it? It's, you know, at what race did you first capsize? That kind of situation. I mean, do you have a mid-race capsize story?
I've never capsized in a race. I've only ever capsized once, and it was February 1997 on the Tideway when I was in year 8.
Oh my gosh.
So, still remember it vividly.
Well, I can see why you've never capsized since you had that one experience and thought, gosh, never again.
This actually, interestingly, there were only 7 entries, and 1 has already gone through to the final. That was Cardiff Met University. And the other 6 are all in this. So once again, I think it's a pure eliminator of just 1 goes home.
It is first 5 to the A final, no B final today. Leeds Rowing Club in lane 1, City of Cambridge in lane 2, Nottingham in lane 3, Thames Scullers in lane 4, University of Sunderland in lane 5, and another Cardiff Met crew in lane 6, who are currently in 6th position, so may not be going through to join their teammates. It is Nottingham Rowing Club, again, putting the home water advantage theory to test, out in front at both 500 and 1,000 metre markers. Thames Scullers in second now. Thames Scullers are a new club, as far as I'm aware. The fluorescent yellow is something I've only been accustomed to seeing a la Oxford Brookes base layer up until recently. So I don't know, I mean, Darvis, have you got any insider info on Thames Scullers?
Not really, other than they have automatically become the safest club in the nation because they always have high vis, and a lot of clubs have started to mandate that you have to wear high vis on their sessions. So I suppose if your club kit is just high vis, you get around that issue. Maybe with
be much help if the person in high vis is in the water. So there is that, but I think it's good to be safe. And also, it probably saves them a lot of money because they just buy everything that they see that is fluorescent yellow, and then that sorts them out for race day and for sessions. Yes, as they come through 1500, it is Nottingham Rowing Club still out there in first, but City of Cambridge haven't overturned Thames Scullers. It looks like the field is kind of starting to separate out. There's about 10 seconds between Thames and City of Cambridge.
Well, I think it's bearing out to what the time trial suggested. There was a bit of a Cardiff Met University sandwich being the quickest and the least quick in the time trial, and I believe that looks kind of like how it's going here. But that Cardiff Met B crew have to just put in a big charge and try and take down the mighty Leeds Rowing Club, who are in lane 1. But it is indeed Thames Scullers and Nottingham in the middle lanes, just pressing away from City of Cambridge, who seem to have many crews from what I've seen here today. So fantastic effort to enter this many events. City of Cambridge is very much noticed, and Sunderland University, who I don't see racing that often. I do see them racing, but not as often as maybe I would like. But they probably do a lot of their racing up in the northeast, I would guess.
I think they do. I have to say, one of the things I've been thinking about at Brit Champs this year so far has been the fact that it's just really nice to have something to look forward to post Henley Royal Blues. I don't know about you, the Blue Monday was quite a hard one this year, but it's been really nice to have something to look forward to, and I think especially for those crews who haven't been racing at the Royal, haven't even been looking at the Royal, it's nice to have something to look forward to kind of finish off the season, or to have kind of in the middle of summer. Nottingham Rowing Club really making the most of that opportunity. They're through to the A5, considering they can see that Cardiff Met on the far side is very much not within touching distance. So
good sprint from the lads, good sprint, well done Leeds.
Good sprint. Very sportsmanlike.
Yeah, highly spirited, that's what we like. That is what we like. Yeah, I think listening to the podcast, Fergus said it was a Blue Monday, Blue Tuesday, and then finally they managed to do the podcast on a Wednesday. But yeah, maybe that extra day of Henley really just
you have to observe a morning period, I think, after Henley is over. Also, I have to say, just I think Fergus needed as much rest as possible after doing such a spectacular job, not only podcasting every day of Henley, but also on the progress board.
Yeah, progress board is wicked. If you go back and watch it, if you haven't watched it, I would recommend.
It was really wonderful seeing Ferg and Camilla just...
And it's like, because we know them, like, we're just so proud. It's like, this is so sick, actually.
Yeah. I'd often sit there and I'd go, oh, I didn't know that they showed rowing on the Ferguson Camilla show. But no, it's just really wonderful to see people who... Oh, it's us. It's really wonderful to see us, apparently, on the live stream. Hello. But yeah, really wonderful to see people who, you know, take their craft very seriously and are amazing at it, to be able to really fulfill their passion. I know Camilla was saying that if you told her that she was going to be hosting a Henley Royal lunchtime show, she would have probably squealed a little bit, and you know, I think I did for her many times. They did a spectacular job. But here to do a spectacular job now in the F final, we're moving on to the minor finals of the day. The first is the F final of the Open J18 Single Sculls. In lane 1, Jack Kelf of Norwich Rowing Club. In lane 2, Kobe O'Donnell of Agecroft. Joshua Cheney from Molesey in lane 3. Bo Hulse from Tyne Amateur in lane 4. Matthew Wilson from Durham School in lane 5. And in lane 6, Jack Bothamley of City of Cambridge. So they're about a minute into their race, and these are singles, so they'll take a little longer than perhaps the larger boat classes that we'll be seeing across the weekend. But whether you are in person or just on the live stream, use this as a nice moment to just look up the course. I mean, we're very lucky with the weather that we've been having today, and just with the fact that we're able to be out here, I think. Well, not us, we're not really outside, are we?
No, but it would be nice to be a bit more outside, because it's, it's nice out there. It's a bit stuffy up in the crow's nest. But it's all right, it's fine. We have our nice screen here. We can see down the course. And even though this does take us from places, 30s in here, I think there was probably about nearly 20 people that didn't get through to the next round of competition. So these earns it. This is a good competition in general. When you have J18 singles, you know, the talent in there is always going to be quite strong, even down to these places down here.
Absolutely, and I think it's, you know, we talked about progression earlier in terms of women's quads at Royal. Now, if you look at this, you know, it's brilliant that you've got J18s here, you've got J16s on the bank who will be racing probably tomorrow, I think. In the singles, who will be looking at this and kind of thinking, you know, let's go for that next year, and then you've got club singles, you've got champ singles, champ lightweights. There are a lot of pathways on show here that people, especially juniors, can kind of look towards as to their next challenge.
And just looking at the time trial, there's only 3 seconds separating these 6 people in the 3.5 seconds. So this should be really tight racing if it goes to form. But I would say Molesey have actually kicked out really well. 147 split for 500 is rapid.
Pretty good, yeah. And as you know, you were saying 6 seconds in the time trial, 5 seconds here in the first 500. So we'll see if they can all hold on to this pace for the rest of the racing.
Yeah, we don't give out any medals till a little bit later on, but that doesn't mean that you don't take your final seriously. Like, this is the final you got into. This is the one you have to go into and respect your opposition and go and rumble.
That's exactly it, isn't it? It's not only respecting your competition by making sure everyone has a good final race of the day, but it's also, respecting the work that you've put into it. You know, some people might be in the F final because they've, only recently started learning to scull, or they just, these are J18s, they might have been doing their A-levels or their mocks or their GCSEs for some of them, and so it's really lovely to see everyone who comes out and to see everyone putting on such a good display. And we always say, the minor finals are where some of the most exciting racing happens, because they're not
lose a race. Like, you may not win, but you must never lose. Like, you can't just cave in and go, oh, this wasn't the final I wanted to be in, I'm not going to try. That's not the attitude you want. It's like, this is my final, I'm going to go as fast as I can, and even if you don't cross the line first, you didn't lose. No. Just someone was quicker than you. That's all that matters.
And even if you cross the line last, you still haven't really lost, because if you've given it your all, then you've had the best race that you possibly could have. And, it's hard sometimes when conditions or steering, wind, or general pressure can get to you. It's, as we keep saying, Carol and I were talking about the psychology of rowing, it's such a mental game. Even if sometimes those things get a bit the better of you, if you can come off the water and say, yeah, I gave it my absolute best shot in the moment with everything I could, that's absolutely fine.
Yeah, and looking at the times just a moment ago, we had 3 seconds separating 2nd to 6th, which is about a boat length, so lots of overlap on the course, and that is what we expected, and that is how it is bearing out at the moment. And 2K is quite a long way in any boat, but especially a single. But this is really the most pure test of you against someone else.
Yeah. I also think it's the biggest test of you against yourself, isn't it? It's what can I prove to myself? You don't have a Cox in there keeping you honest. You don't have other crew members that you are responsible for. So it's you against your footplate, trying your level best to stay out ahead of the rest of the field.
You can see in the background there are always bikes, but I'll be honest, the number of times people will be like, well, we heard cheering, but we couldn't hear what you were saying.
Oh, absolutely.
It's just the kind of the din that you hear. Like, okay, they're cheering kind of for me. I don't know what they're saying, but basically it means keep going.
Sometimes it's very much just noise, and sometimes you get to the end of your race and you go, oh, I did hear people cheering for you, but in the moment it just doesn't register. And, it's not like, I did all of my rowing on the River Wear. It's absolutely tiny. It's 1.8k, and you can kind of wade from one bank to the other pretty much. And, that there I really could hear people cheering. But even in races, sometimes it far away from the bank, especially if you're in the middle lanes, you can get very lonely out there. And that's what I always think about single scullers, is they're doing great. I don't know if I could race in a single that much.
None of these are lonely though, Sasha, if you have a look out there.
They're all
very
pretty
much,
close to each other.
Big old group here. So it's lane 3, just out in front just. That's Molesey. Fighting off the Agecroft charge now. O'Donnell is charging hard in lane number 2. Lane number 1 as well, though. Norwich, what do you think, Sasha? Are you going with lane 5? Are you going Durham schools?
Do you know, I don't think I am. I mean, I think that Agecroft are putting in a charge here that could actually upset Molesey's current lead.
Agecroft does have the momentum. It's absolute motor city.
God, they are just powering down towards the finish line.
Oh, look at the boat rise.
Oh wow. Okay. Yes. I think
Molesey just didn't have a response to the charge from Agecroft. Kobe O'Donnell from Agecroft. What an incredible race. In lane 1, Norwich Rowing Club went with the Molesey.
Points back up the course. Yes. Go on that, man.
Durham School 3rd, I think. Molesey down to 4th from 1st. I think that charge was so unexpected. It really took him by surprise. And sometimes you just don't have a response to that move. So spectacular race from all of them. Incredibly well done to Agecroft and Norwich for really motoring on.
Yeah, and on your screen there you got Agecroft backing up as well. Wants to go talk to somebody. But that was great performance.
I think we've had the white flag from the umpire, but there is definitely some conversation happening down here at the finish line. So if we hear anything, we will let you know. But back up the course onto the second of our minor finals of the day and of the Junior 18 Open Single Sculls. We have the E final. George Robb of Star Club in Richards in lane 5 and another Hartpury University and College crew. This is Dylan Bulkwill in lane 6.
3.3 seconds, the spread from the time trial between these 6 athletes.
Very
so
nice.
Again, we're expecting some very close. And I saw this dude here row on up in this magnificently coloured boat.
This dude here, for anyone watching from the banks, is... I can't quite tell what lane he's in, but he has the most spectacular black shell with multicoloured stripes across the canvas. And I mean, that is a classic, you know, here for a good time kind of boat, isn't it? You know, he's in the E final, he's having a good time, he's going to do his best. And even if he doesn't cross the line first, hey, he is clearly having a wonderful time.
Yeah, you know, you can't buy that kind of style. Yeah. Well, you can, but you can't pull it off unless you actually have that pure swag and that absolute aura to pull off that boat.
Doves, would you say that he is mogging the rest of the field?
Potentially. We'll see what this happens at the finish line, but I'd say in terms of style, yes, possibly. Quite possible.
I never thought I'd hear myself say that word. I'm actually not quite sure what it means. Apologies to everyone watching who
well,
now
I think
thinks
also
I'm
what you
ancient,
need to do is you
not.
say a word and then you just chuck maxing on the end, and like we can just create a new language apparently. You know, so like on the far side, my girls are like blade carry maxing. I don't know. They're probably cringing so hard right now, but it's fine.
Apologies to everyone for the English language update that I'm currently receiving from Darbs. Clearly knows what he's talking about, and I have absolutely no idea what's going on. But I think this is what happens when you're a teacher, isn't it? Is that you get all the lingo from the kids.
You get all the stuff, although surprisingly a couple of Mondays ago it was pretty calm, despite it being the 6th and the 7th. That was shockingly calm at school.
Oh, that's the hand movement, isn't it?
Yep.
Okay. First, second, and third currently is Joshua Richards of the Windsor Boys in first, Daniel Corbett of City of Cambridge in second, and in third, George Robb of Star Club. So this field is slightly more separated than we saw in the last race, the F final of the J18 singles.
I think some of these have cranked it up at 350 out, like respect.
Do you think we're going to end up with another upset as we did? Is Joshua Richards of the Windsor Boys going to get pipped at the post?
Well, I think City Cambridge are the ones who started the wind, but yeah, Richards is out there, City Cambridge starting the wind. But there's a race now really developing between Star Club and the swag blazing Markham in lane number 2. Just keep keeping on. I think the other Windsor Boys sculler though, fair play. Richards is on a march right now.
Yes, he clearly is not here to. He's not here to play. He's going to cross the line first. He wants it, and I think sometimes that is what it is. Sometimes you look across the field, and it's not always the most technical person that crosses the line first. It's the one who can keep their hand in the fire. But I have to say, Joshua Richards of the Windsor Boys School, spectacular technique and very confident as he crosses the line first. I think should be very, very chuffed. Oh, big push! I think. Right.
Stopped a stroke early.
Yeah, and it's so hard. With this lake, it's quite wide, and so I think that it's just really hard to quite see where the finish line is. Lane 2's Will Markham, I think the Rainbow boat crossed over, still in 4th. It was Star Club in 3rd and City of Cambridge in 2nd.
I also got to give shout out to Richards of Windsor Boys. He's done the right thing. You just get the legs out into the water afterwards. That's the.
If it's unnecessary, and was it Ben Hunt Davis who said, "Is it going to make the boat move faster? Is lying in the sun going to make the boat move faster? No. So stay inside and away."
And also to keep yourself protected, just sort of below the tower there is a British Rowing tent. They're giving out some samples, and there's also a tent here. The what's it called? Lifeguard?
Life
jacket, my apologies. A really good for rowers sun cream, like non-greasy, non-sticky. That's definitely what you want.
Well, make your way over to the Water Sports Centre side of the lake. It appears that we're here to make sure that everyone stays safe and unburned. Burning down the track,
however. About the D final,
yes.
Who had a 2.2 second spread.
Oh,
just getting more and more congested.
This is the thing, is the minor finals are really very intense because of, exactly that. There's not a lot of time between the athletes in their time trial. And I mean, we look here, we've got Louis Walker of Christchurch Rowing Club in lane 1, Adam Pritchard of Warrington in lane 2, Joshua Kay of Windsor Boys in lane 3, Dylan Lee of Tideway Scullers in lane 4, Alex Moss, the Windsor Boys, again in lane 5, and in lane 6 from Weybridge Rowing Club, Charles Patel. Now, I was looking at the time trial entries. I think Windsor Boys had...
Well, this is a J crew. I don't know if they did that on purpose, that the J crew is for JK. But...
Well, they had 9 crews just in the J18 single sculls, and they've had a lot of crews across the board. So, Windsor Boys, as Carol was saying earlier, one of the titans of schoolboy rowing, of junior rowing in general.
Yeah, and I'm sure be disappointed not to have their hands back on the Forley, but they're here and they are ready to race, and that is what we want. But I'm sure that program will be grabbing hands onto that very, very soon again, because, like you said, the quality has been there for a good number of years, and I'm sure it's going to just go back to the top very, very soon. Who is at the top here? It's Warrington, just tank it up at 350, because that's where they are now, and this is, I reckon, lanes 2, 3 and 4 are the ones in best place at the moment. So that was indeed Warrington, Windsor Boys and Tideway Scullers.
And I think Joshua Kay of Windsor Boys there in lane 3, 4th at the 1K, 3rd at the 1500. He's really closing the gap, and I think he's going to be gunning to see if he can try and drive his way through the rest of the competition. Although I think that the Tideway and the Warrington crews are just doing a little bit more. I'm not quite seeing a charge yet.
Well, Windsor Boys are the burner.
Oh, no, but there we go.
Burner.
There he goes. The 3 crews in the middle are pretty much level, I think. I think Warrington is being left behind. Windsor Boys have charged. They're taking Tideway Scullers with them. Warrington now pushing on themselves. They've seen that charge. They're responding to it. Does Joshua Kay of Windsor Boys have enough in his legs? Oh my gosh, they're kicking it up. They're looking over at each other. The rates are rising. The boats are moving. Oh gosh, this is why we love the minor finals. And it was virtually on the surge. I want to say that that's Windsor Boys through from 4th at the halfway to 1st across the finish line. We'll have to see what the umpire says, but that was absolutely spectacular. I think 0.2 of a second between Windsor Boys and Warrington, but spectacular racing from these boys.
I have to just say respect to both of them for absolutely burning it at the end. Like, they didn't have to, but they did. What a race. What a battle. Whichever way it went, that was worth a round of applause, I think, on the bank for that.
White flag from the umpire there. It is Windsor Boys who won that by 0.2 of a second over Warrington.
Tideway Scullers coming fourth, another overturn there in the minor finals of the Open J18 single sculls. But we now move on. We're on to the F final of the women's J18 double sculls. Up in lane 1, Doncaster Schools Rowing Association in lane 2, and in lane 3, Hinksey Sculling School in lane 4, York City in lane 5, and Eton Excelsior Rowing Club in lane 6.
So a little bit like earlier on, some crews did not make it through to the final. So there were about 14 crews that didn't progress through. So all of these have legitimately, again, earned their way into a minor final. And the spread was maybe slightly bigger than the singles. It was about 8 seconds separating the whole field. But from the third to sixth of this was just a couple of seconds. So it might be pretty close for the third place, maybe even for the first place. But looks like this crew out in front is really striding out.
I think that's Hinksey Sculling School there, Sophie Fletcher and Bea Peters. Trafford in lane 1 across the 1K mark. Second, followed by Doncaster B, then Doncaster A shortly behind them.
And I believe Hinksey had such a real strong 2025. I think they might have won Champ 8s at Nat Schools, not this year, but last year, I believe. So really, like, that program pushed itself up to the top. So some talent in that program at the moment.
Interesting. I always associate them with that. I think it was the Forley quad from 3 or 4 years ago that I want to say got either to the semis or the final. And I think it was one of the first years that I was watching Henley Royal. And, you know, as someone who had only been rowing at a very, you know, minor college level at my university, I was having a great time, but I hadn't really explored what rowing had to offer. Henley was a whole new experience, and I remember seeing that Hinksey crew and just thinking, wow, you know, they're so young and they're doing so well. And that was one of my big inspirations. I thought, God, if they can do it, so can I. You know, let's keep pushing. There is so much that I've, you know, no stone left unturned.
And I think going back to what we were saying, like, it's important no matter what final you're in to just do really well, because it will imprint.
The thing, you know, it doesn't have to be someone who's already in the rowing community. Andy, who was managing press at Henley, has said that actually several years of working on boat race and Henley Royal, he's doing a learn to row adult course this summer. And so it's that kind of thing, isn't it? Is you see these wonderful things happening, you never know who it can impact.
Yeah, and this Hinksey double, like, doing such a good job, as and then the other one from Trafford just come flying through our shot. When I've coached in Worcester and just going along, it's, you know, along the river, and it's great when you have, like, you know, maybe a 7-year-old girl runs over to the edge of the riverbank as your crew's going past, and they're like, you know, there's a women's 8 going past, and they're like, wow, they're so fast. It's like, that's what you want, the inspiration for the future, because that kid's going to think, oh yeah, I could do that one day. Absolutely.
And you saw a lot of that at the Olympics, didn't you? You know, the Lola Anderson story that was whipped out for the women's quad. You had Ilona Mayer really flying the flag for women's rugby. I got particularly inspired by diving, not that I've done anything about that since, but, you know, it's that kind of thing, is seeing what can be done at a high performance level really gives you the inspiration of starting the building blocks. I have to say, sorry, I'm getting distracted by looking out of the window and looking across the lake. I think Hinksey doing a spectacular job of really pushing out in front of the rest of the field. They are almost 10 seconds in front of Trafford, who are about 3 seconds in front of Doncaster B, I believe. Doncaster A, if I've got that right, I think have fallen back down to 6th. So there will be words there, I'm sure, between the A and B crews. But yeah, God, Hinksey have done a really spectacular job there. They're not messing around. They went out hard. They don't want to let anyone get in their way.
Yeah, Hinksey have really just backhanded the rest of the opposition. Like, you know, there's nothing more demoralising than the backhand. Maybe an easily verdict to Henley, that's pretty good as well. But that's fantastic from Hinckley. They absolutely dominated that race there.
Oh, Trafford, I think, a little bit unsure as to where the finish line is. They started to slow down.
That's it, Trafford.
Yeah, saw Doncaster really carrying through, have crossed the line second. But wonderful that they had the ability to stop a little bit, have a look around, and then continue on.
I like Trafford. They've sent a couple of rowers to the University of Birmingham in the past, so all power to Trafford. Keep on going.
Yes, keep building up the talent reserves and sending them over to you.
Now, I think we can all agree the brightest coloured boat out on the race course just then, from Doncaster.
Yeah, another just beautiful. It's really nice to see bright colours on the water. I have a pair double. We're quite kind of unsure as to how to rig it. My partner wants to rig it as a pair.
Do both.
Well, I suggested that given that he is 6'4" and I am most certainly not, we probably shouldn't pair it, and that I think a double would be safest. But he's got his desires. But yeah, I don't know what colour to paint it.
I ask you this: have you ever seen a copper-coloured boat?
I haven't.
So there you go. There's your answer.
Okay, is this something that you've just whipped out of nowhere, or have you thought about
it's
this a
something
lot?
I've got in the pipeline, but I keep that to myself.
Oh. Well, I don't want to take away your copper.
I have just bought a single.
Oh, have you?
Yeah, not for myself. It's for the women's squad. So.
Are you going to name it?
I'm going to name it Golvig, which translates to power of gold, but not like gold is powerful, but like when people want it so much, it'll make them go a bit crazy. Because that's probably how you get to Olympic gold, right? You got to have this innate primal drive to get the win.
I think to be successful, especially in rowing, is such an insane sport. When I try and explain it to my co-workers who have no idea what's going on, they're like, "And you do this for fun?" Yes, I do. We'll move on. But yeah, I think there is a certain level of insanity that has to be had to do it well and enjoy it.
Now, Sasha, I'm going to call this early, but could this be a win from lane 6? We don't see that very often.
No, we don't.
I think lane 6 could be in with a shout here.
I think
500 metres.
Potentially, yeah. We'll see what happens when they cross.
I mean, lane 2's right up there as well, but normally it's not lane 6. But
no.
Let's see what can be done by
Maybe
Derby
they saved a bit in their legs in the time trials so that they could come out and really do some damage here. And they've been out in front at the 1K and the 1500 metres. They're about 3.5 seconds ahead of... so just to give you a rundown of who we have, we've got Stratford-upon-Avon in lane 1, AB7 in lane 2, Windsor Girls' School lane 3, Durham Amateur in lane 4, Northampton in lane 5, and Derby in lane 6. It is Derby who are putting in a huge shift in that lane 6. Matilda Vass, Alice Shaw, doing a spectacular job of leading from, as Darb said, a place we're not used to really seeing.
But great name. Unrivaled, really. Can't match it.
Which one?
Derby. Can't beat it, you know.
There was an E in there, so I just... Well, no bias from the commentary tower here at all, but yes, Derby doing a spectacular job. In second, AB7 in lane 2. So I think that's always quite hard, because then you're never quite sure whether your competition is going to go and when they go, and can you respond to them, because they're just that little bit further away. You're not quite sure whether you're still in touch with them or not. Just a couple extra lanes of look across can make all the difference.
I think it's that British Rowing Club of the Year recently. Derby absolutely flying there in lane 6, doing it for the outside lanes, holding off the charge from AB7. Derby have cranked it up though, look. They can't be beaten. Come on.
No, they can't be beaten. They not only they've seen a little bit of challenge from AB7 in lane 2, but they're not risking anything at all. They're going to pedal to the metal the whole way down. They cross with just over a length in front.
Here's a race for third. Ooh, is it the near side, middle? Oh, I can't call that one.
That was very close on the surge.
It could be Durham. and then Windsor Girls School just there. There's three crews all racing. I like that. What's going on the AB7? That's what you want. That's a crew right there.
Well, that's the thing, especially I think when there's just two of you in a boat and you spend a lot of time, well, especially when you spend a lot of time training with just that one person, it's really nice that you can form those bonds. And it's a bit like us in the commentary tower, isn't it? You know, we want to build the bonds so we can have a proper yap when we get up here.
And then D final next. Who have we got in this D final?
D final, another minor final of the women's. J18 double sculls in lane 1, Dart Totnes in lane 2, Brentford Boat Club currently leading. In lane 3, Trent Rowing Club currently in second. In lane 4, Falcon Boat Club. In lane 5, Clare's Court School. And in lane 6, the Nottinghamshire County Rowing Association. Although all of those times have just been removed from me, so I will get back to you and let you know if the times were correct.
2.6 seconds the time trial spread. So Deut between them in the time trial, and then maybe a bit more split up. Brentford, where my family live, is out in front.
Oh, yeah. It's obviously because they live near your family.
Clearly, even though I'm the only rower in the family.
Well, success by osmosis.
By osmosis, absolutely.
Brentford with almost a 4-second lead over Trent Rowing Club. Another second and a bit back to Dart Totnes, currently in third. Falcon in fourth. Clare's Court in fifth. Nottinghamshire County Rowing Association in sixth. So not a home water advantage there for the lane 6 crew, or at least not one that they are currently pulling out of the bag. But I say that there are 8 seconds between first and sixth, and they're only halfway through. So in this next 500 metres, this could be when NCRA really pull something out of the bag and start pushing towards the finish.
Just by eye looking out there, it's pretty close across the middle lanes. For sure. Brentford, a little bit of an advantage. We can see on the screens they have a bit of an advantage. I like this surge through the drive. You can see that, Good job. Good length as well.
Dobbs, give us a bit of your biography. You coach quite a bit, don't you?
I think that's probably what people would describe as doing. I don't know.
You dabble.
I probably don't say as much as I probably could. I'm more of a prodder.
A prodder?
Like just a sower of seeds. Like,
okay.
Maybe like try this idea. It's coaching, there's different kinds of coaching.
Well, exactly, and everyone plays their role, don't they? You need different coaches for different things. And I mean, there are so many things that you could comment on when watching other people row, aren't there? I mean, as we are acutely aware of.
But good length is so important, and what I mean by good length is like it's length without sacrificing like good body position. It's not length for the sake of length. It's just like if you can naturally get that big arc but be in a strong position.
Yes, rather
that's
than
what you want.
Really
because anyone can force it. Yeah, you could like fold yourself in half and get some more degrees, but it's not going to do anything.
No, and you completely lose all of the structure that you have in your core doing that, don't you? And then you lose the power. I have to say, looking at the times, and speaking of power, because I love a segue, Brentford really out ahead. They are 7 seconds ahead of Dart Totnes, in fact. But Dart Totnes have come through Trent. They are currently sitting in second, a second in front of Trent in third. Clare's Court, a second behind in fourth. I think Falcon and NCRA dropping back a little bit from the rest of the field. But the second and third positions that people are often after, trying to be in the top half of the field, it's quite contentious out there, isn't it? I think Brentford are going to be coming home with a first place in their D final, unless something horrific happens. Dart Totnes really pushing forward, but they are being challenged by Trent and Clare's Court. I think that they will just nose over the line ahead of those two. They're really putting in a sprint. There is contact between all three boats. Darbs, who do you think is going to take third?
You put me on the spot here. I think I'm going to go with Lucy Holgate's club, Trent. But it was pretty close. Could be Clare's Court.
Trent and Claire's Court, I mean, really neck and neck there. 0.2 of a second between them as they crossed the line. It was Trent crossing in third. White flag from the umpire. Very well called.
Well, I mean, I think that's right, but obviously that can be subject to change. But fortunately, we're not going to misannounce a medalist, which, has happened many times. But
well, we're all human, aren't we?
Oh, not pointing any fingers at you. I've done it as well. Although, if you do cross the line 6th and you think you're in with a medal, you probably need a bit more race awareness.
I mean, hey, they heard head in the boat and they really listened to that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, eyes in.
There is going to be a very excited Mr. Charles Barry on.
Yeah, if you like Lee, this is the one for you, isn't it?
Absolutely. I mean, this is the F final now of the women's J16 single sculls. 3 Lee crews are in here, so I think Charles is hoping probably for a clean sweep of orange for those top 3 crews. It is Lee's Matilda Lachman in lane 1 crossing the 1K marker first. In lane 2 we've got Darttop Ness. In lane 3 another Lee crew. In lane 4 Stratford upon Avon. In lane 5 Strathclyde Park, and in lane 6 the final Lee crew. Claudia Wright currently at the 1K as they passed. It was Lee's Matilda Lachman out in first, Sophie Koleski in second, and Stratford upon Avon in third. Claudia Wright of Lee in lane 6, I think will probably, who's down currently in 5th, will probably be pushing up trying to complete that trifecta.
4.5 seconds the spread in the time trial, just for anyone that's interested.
I'm interested.
Or even if you're not interested, you've heard it now and you can't unhear it.
Well, you know, that's the wonderful thing about being at the top of a tall tower that you have to really work quite hard to get into, is if anyone complains, they have to do it to the wind.
Yeah, and honestly, after lunch, coming up those stairs, I think they'd added an extra 2 stories.
Oh, I agree.
I did it in one go this time. Normally, I kind of just give myself the halfway break by coming up one of the other staircases and then in, but I just did the whole lot this time.
It gets to a certain point, you get to kind of midday Sunday, don't you? And you've been up and down this set of stairs so many times that you kind of want to throttle them.
Yeah, I could have sworn I was at the top, but no, I wasn't. There was another 2 to go. Yeah, and sometimes when you're in a single, it can feel a bit like that. It's like, that was the 1500? Oh, okay. 500 to go then.
Why am I not in the red boys yet?
So, looking out there, it's pretty measured out there, actually. No one's gone crazy, which is probably a good plan at halfway. Don't go crazy.
I think Matilda in lane 1 has done a good job of pushing herself out in front of the rest of the field.
Yeah, this Lee Sculler just coming on to shot now. Popping it along.
Yes.
Really nice angle of that sculling there.
And this is why, if you are not, you should try and make your way over to the Water Sports Centre side, where we've got a big screen on which you can watch as well as enjoy all of our wonderful food and
do some shopping
merch
as well.
stands.
I might have to go for a little shop later on. You know, it's nothing like spending money. Make you feel good.
This is the thing.
Retail therapy, I believe it's called.
We always come up here and I'm like, it's fine, you know, you break even. Everyone helps to cover travel costs, and we get to stay in the glorious 5-star Water Sports Centre. But I always end up spending quite a bit of money. Do you know what it is? It's loons and square blades that always get me. The square blade hats with the ducks across them, they tickle my brain in a way that is... Yeah, they just do something. In terms of doing something, I think that
Lee is still doing something.
Well, Lee is very much still doing something in lane 1. Matilda doing a spectacular job of staying out in front. The second Lee crew, Sophie, in lane 3, I think has pushed herself
Lee
out.
1, 2, 3 eventually, though.
I think it might
on
be.
the cards.
Claudia in lane 6 has really pushed herself out of the rest of the competition, and I think might be challenging Sophie in lane 3 for that second place.
Charles Barry, if you are not by the banks right now, I suggest you make your way down, because Lee Rowing Club doing a really spectacular job putting them out as one of the premier junior women's sculling clubs. I mean, they did a spectacular job at Henley this year. I think they qualified their first women's 8 ever. So, no, I think they won their first side-by-side at Henley ever, which is spectacular. And yeah, here they are. 1, 2, 3 of the, I think it's called Moroccan Sunset.
Is that what they call it?
I think so.
I just thought it was orange, but clearly I just...
You have no nuance, Garbs, clearly.
No, none at all.
No. Matilda crosses the line first, followed by Sophie and then Claudia of Lee Rowing Club doing their bit to referee. You've got...
What I would accept, though, is that I'll allow that colour. It's very different to the controversial Cambridge blue.
The Cambridge blue, which I maintain, is a mint green.
That's going to be a uni rowing thing next year. I'm going to just survey a bunch of random people in the public and just say, what colour is this? And see what they say. See how many say it's blue.
I look forward to seeing the not at all controversial results that I think that you will get. Looking back up the course, you've got the E-final now of the women's J16 single sculls in lane 1, Nottingham and Union, in lane 2, Durham Amateur, in lane 3, another Durham Amateur crew, in lane 4, Rob Roy Boat Club, in lane 5, Queen Elizabeth High School, and in lane 6, Evesham.
So you're telling me there's no Lee crews this time?
No Lee
no
crews.
Moroccan Sunset?
There's no Moroccan Sunset, I'm so sorry to disappoint. And none in the D final either, so we're going to have to wait.
So all the sunsets have happened?
Yeah. At 2:40 p.m.
Well, I'll just have to avoid dehydrating myself to tears, but okay, we'll move on. So
I think that they've got
times. We have times. 1K.
We do. We've got the first of the Durham crews up in first, Rob Roy second. In third we have Evesham, but I think that these women's J16 scullers are going to have quite a bit more to contend with than the crews that have come before them. The wind has certainly picked up. We can see a little bit of white on the waves as they lap on the side of the lake. We've had some very kind members of the public helping to pick up our fencing that has fallen down, so thank you to everyone who contributed to that effort. But yes, I think a lot of wind is making its way across the course, and a crosswind is never great when you're in a small boat, is it?
I think they did get ordered though, because they just put the flag up about 20 minutes ago, and flags don't work very well without the wind, so I think they definitely ordered some in. It was only 2.2 seconds between these crews in the time trial, so it's a little bit more of a spread here. Well, that's some solid length in that sky as well.
Yeah, 9 seconds between Livy from Durham Amateur and Annabelle from Nottingham and Union in first and second currently.
Yeah, so the hoop there.
So Durham
Nottingham Union, apologies, we've had a timing change. Evesham Rowing Club, 9 seconds behind Durham, India Hamilton of Evesham, but Annabelle of Nottingham and Union is 0.4 seconds behind India. So we shall see what they're able to do in the final stage of this race. They're coming towards that 350.
I think lane 1's a good shout for second place right now.
I think so. Evesham really still out there, but again,
Evesham's
it's
up there.
hard.
There's a lot of momentum down here, and I think chasing a crew that's maybe a bit closer from the Durham Scholar in 2, just kind of get that peripheral sense of there's a crew I can chase down here. But yeah, coming to the line, it is still Terry of Durham, just moving nicely. Hasn't gone to a full sprint, had a little glance over the shoulder, has just moved the rate up probably 3 pips. Flowing now, but it's going to be close between these outside lanes. We watch as the Scholars from Nottingham Union and Evesham battle away on the exterior parts of the course. that's going on these last few strokes of Sasha. So it will be Durham crossing first. Can we see a name on there?
No name. I did have a look. I think a single can't cope with the full might of a dark something or other, but it is lane 1's Nottingham and Union that managed to row through lane 6's Evesham. What a spectacular, and I mean, again, I know that we keep repeating ourselves, but minor finals, I know that they were not contending for medals, but coaches, crews, families come down to the bank and give everyone a massive cheer as they cross the finish line. This is the culmination of a huge amount of hard work, and also some really exciting racing has been going on.
And at some races, like minor finals, is the majority of what's going on. Like, didn't it go down to something crazy like an S final at Met or Marley? Something crazy. There was some ridiculous number of letters that they went down to. So obviously only one of them is a non-minor final. Unless you count the B final as non-minor, but like the rest of them.
It's showing from Lee in the J16 singles, and apologies, we spent a lot of time debating the merits of Moroccan Sunset as a colour name. I was very pro. Darbs maintains that orange is orange, but we'll leave you to defend Lee in that space.
And thank you again to Alex and Sasha, who's just been taking us through those minor finals. The racing continues now with race 52, which is a final of the women's J16 single sculls. It's the D final. In lane 1, we've got City of Bristol. Lane 2, City of Oxford. Lane 3, Glasgow Academy. Lane 4, Nottingham and Union. Lane 5, Hartpury University College, and lane 6, Agecroft Rowing Club. And the scullers are now into the final 250 metres of the course, and looking at it is the sculler in lane 3 from Glasgow, Carol, who seems to be out in front.
Amy Campbell, yes. Just a bit of our mum does commentary up in Scotland, so yes, really know Amy quite well. So delighted, and I'm sure her mother and everybody from Glasgow Academy will be delighted to see her make such a good showing in this D final.
She's got about a length on the field, and then I'm looking to see who would be second or third in this D final race. And to be honest, I'm finding it very hard to call between lanes 1, 4 and 6. So that's the scullers from City of Bristol, Nottingham and Union and Agecroft. And as we come up to the line, Carol, it looks like it could be any of them who take those positions.
Agecroft wins.
Put yourself in that position where you were down at the halfway point, and then to sneak yourself forward with a final little push in a single. Remember, these are J16 single scullers, so that's very, very impressive.
Oh, hugely impressive. But I've seen that quite a few times where somebody sort of seems to be leaving it till later in the race to actually make their pushes, and much credit, because that is a hard place to come back from.
Well, I was commentating on single sculls at the Henley Women's Regatta, as you were, Carol, and I had the privilege of being in the launch for the semi-final of one of the women's singles races, and it was between two excellent scullers, and it went all the way down to the line, and it was because the sculler who eventually won just held themselves a length down all the way through to the final 200, and then surged up on the rate and went through and took the win in that final 10% of the race.
That's a brave move, very brave move. You have to have supreme confidence in your abilities to just be able to do that. There's quite a few, I've seen quite a few crews and clubs do that, just sort of save it, not worry about the first 1,000 metres, but sort of do something major. That third quarter, we were talking about that third quarter earlier, just where it's that almost a doldrums for some crews that they just think, oh gosh, we're in that space where I can't see the finish line. We've done our 1,000 metres, we've done our push. Let's, just hold it on, but some of these crews are just so impressive.
So we've now got race 53 on the course, so we've moved from J16 single sculls into the Open Club single sculls, which of course is one of the most competitive events we had in the regatta, although I think that prize must go to the J18 singles so far today. Anyhow, who have we got on the course at the moment, Carol?
So we have Nottingham Rowing Club, Jack Mooney of Nottingham Rowing Club in lane 1, Hugh Edney of Upton Rowing Club in lane 2, Arlo Ads of Shanklin Sandown Rowing Club in lane 3. We don't seem to have anybody in lane 4. The Furnival Sculler has not appeared. Christopher Webb of City of Sunderland, and then Ian Ayres of Grosvenor. And making an early showing, it was Hugh Edney of Upton Rowing Club in lane 2. He was leading at 1,000 metres. So back with this race, it's about 1,000 metres. I'm expecting the 1,500 metres time to come in soon to see if these orders has changed. And it was still Edney of Upton Rowing Club. Just as I was speaking, the orders came in. He is some 4 seconds in front of Mooney of Nottingham Rowing Club. With 4 seconds behind him, we have Webb of City of Sunderland, then Grosvenor, and then it will be Shanklin Sandown. So the lead has not changed, but the minor placings still have, and I could have been telling you Borky Pie's there because all my timings have just disappeared off the screen yet again. So 3rd place is with Shanklin Sandown, 2nd place with Nottingham. Just a bit of reordering there from the timekeepers.
And the crews are now just coming into the final 250 metres of the course. As I look out the window, I can see Sculler in lane 2, which is Hugh Edney from Upton, continuing to have a pretty comfortable lead on the rest of the field. Of course, while this is a minor final, in fact the F final, some might say the fun final, all the scullers here have done a tremendous job to qualify for the finals. As I say, not everyone did make it through the time trial into a final. It might be the sculler in lane 3 from Shanklin Sandown, Carol.
Oh, that sculler pulled himself into that 3rd place just with 500 metres to go. So I think he's got one of these fast finishes where he's just putting it all down in the water now in this final phase of the race. But impressive performance from Hugh Edney there of Upton. Just pulling himself out in front, just getting it in a safe space. But look at the chasing pack.
Yeah, and I'm really
4
liking this
scullers
battle.
are just really, really going for it. And just nothing to choose between Mooney, Ads, Webb nor Ayres. And it's going to be the Nottingham sculler. Mooney just pulling himself into that 2nd place with Ads of Shanklin Sundown 3rd. And then we have Webb of City of Sunderland, and then Ayres of Grosvenor.
Well, I was enjoying the battle between Webb and Ayres that basically went on for all of the time that I could see them on the course. They were just basically having a good old slog against each other, seeing if one could take it. Well, the other couldn't. As it happened, they basically crossed the line practically level. So a really good racing, even if this isn't the medals race. It's good that we're seeing people able to get some practice and enjoy these fun conditions, because as I look out the course, a little bit of a breeze, reasonable tailwind, but I think a fast tailwind rather than a difficult tailwind. And it's a beautiful hot day here in Nottingham, so some great summer racing in what will be one of the last big multi-lane races, if not the last big multi-lane races of the season. Anyhow, on screen you can see the next race, which is the E-final of this event, Carol.
And in this race we have Roth of St Leonard's School Boat Club in lane 1, Knight of Monmouth in lane 2, Silby of Penguin in lane 3, Gilkison of Glasgow Academy in lane 4, Tyler of Falcon Boat Club in lane 5, and Salmon of in that order. So it's Ellis Rolfe, George Knight and Ben Silby just fighting it out at this side of the course on the right hand side of your screen, or no, the left hand side of your screen now, got the reverse angle, and that's where the action is, which is not what I was expecting. I was expecting it to be a sort of nice chevron pattern, but these scullers have obviously not much difference in boat speed as they come off the time trial, and they've just decided, well, I'm in lane 1, I've got nothing to lose, let's just go for it. Lanes 1, 2 and 3, and that's what they've done.
Well, I was looking at some nice footage there a few moments ago of the sculler Ellis Rolfe from St Leonard's School coming through I think it was the 1500 metre mark, and as I gaze out the window looking a similar shot to what you can see on screen at the moment, he is well out in front and looking very comfortable. Always have to adjust for these angles, but he does seem to have a length or maybe 2 lengths over his opposition. He seems to be getting the most heat from the crews on the lanes, as you were saying, Carol, nearest to him in lanes 2 and 3. So George Knight and Ben Sibley from Monmouth and Penguin, respectively. 200 metres to go as the boys turn red. Let's see what George Knight and Ben Sibley can do to each other in this final section of the race.
It's really interesting that I think the scullers and the crews come into this area where you've got all the boats up in the back, you've got all the spectators in the area, and they just all seem to lift their game, just actually go and try and maintain that boat speed, increase the boat speed, and just come through the line flying. And as I've said, they all have done that.
This is very much a race of 2 halves, Carol. The back of the pack sort of moving away almost into the distance, because these 3 scullers have all gone on the attack, as you say, and it does seem to be that George Knight of Monmouth has got the better of Ben Sibley of Penguin, but that scull from Ellis Rolfe, Carol, unassailable.
Oh, absolutely. And you know, not often we see people leading from lane 1, but he was in such a lead you could see right over the course and see what was happening behind him. 4th place is Harrison Tyler of Falcon, and then we have Zachariah Salmon of Cardiff Met, and just coming towards the finish line now we have James Gilkison of Glasgow Academy.
Well, I've just got an extra bonus sculler as well. He might not make the camera angle on screen, but it looks like that was one of the missing scullers.
Sam Rylands of Furnival Sculling Club in lane 4, Harrison Kent of Wallingford in lane 5, and Kieran Hennessy Hunt of the Windsor Boys School in lane 6. And leading this time we have Zamet of Calpe in lane 3, leading over Grubb of Bedford Rowing Club in lane 2, 3rd place with Rylands of Furnival Sculling Club. So a much more conventional pattern as I was expecting, all the leaders being in the middle of the field.
Yeah, and indeed looking at the time trial results, there were only 6 seconds that separated this group of scullers between them, so realistically 2 to 3 lengths. It looks perhaps a little bit more spread out from that. We can see a 10-second gap there at the 1,000 metre mark, so I'm not quite sure what's led to that dispersal. Sometimes though, some people prefer racing at a time trial versus having the pressure. Conversely, some people prefer having someone to race against rather than the loneliness of the race against the stopwatch. And as you see on screen, we're just seeing some nice shots there of the Calpe sculler leading the pack as they come into the second half of the race.
Indeed, and the Calpe coaches will be out there. I've seen Calpe's name mentioned quite a few times in some of the semi-finals earlier on, so they will be certainly going strongly there.
Yeah, and indeed, it does seem to be the sculler next door to him. In fact, just look at those times there from the 1,000 metres. So only a second actually between these 2 scullers, between Zamet of Calpe and Rylands of Furnival. Just a second separated, 0.8 of a second separated them in the time trial. So perhaps it will be that this race will be particularly close as they go into the final 1,000 metres. It looks like a length advantage for Thomas Zamet of Calpe as they go through that time, the 1,500 metre timing point.
Yeah, and as you said, the times have just come up, so Thomas Zamet leading by about 2 seconds over Rylands of Furnival Sculling Club, who is about 5 seconds over Kent of Wallingford, just going through that 1,500 metre timing point.
Yeah, and you can see that backdrop there on the screen of the enlarged...
Sun doing what they should do, as the coaches have said, get off your feet, get out the sun and just rest, especially if you've had a time trial earlier on and you've been lucky enough to make it through without the repechage. You just want to be off your feet and just soak in as much rest as you can before you have to go out later on the day and show everybody what you've got. But coming towards us, it's still that Calpe sculler just leading. I think possibly the Furnival sculler's just coming back on him.
Yeah, I think this is a race that's going to go all the way to the line because, as I say, only 0.8 of a second separated them. So if you're watching, it's the two scullers in the middle of the lake who I think are going to go straight through. And here we are. It's Sam Rylands. He's lifted his rate of Furnival. He's going for it. He's decided, I want the prize of saying I was the winner of my race, the winner of the D final. Thomas Zammit is responding. He's also raised his rate. And the two scullers are going side by side down the middle of the course for the honour of saying they've won the D final in this race. What fantastic
separation they've just pulled apart from themselves from the other scullers in the field. The two of them really knocking each other, hammer and tongs, just going for it.
You can see that on the screen. Look at that, half a canvas at most between these two crews. As they come up to the line, I think Zammit has just held on to it. Thomas Zammit of Calpe just held on to that ahead of Sam Rylands. But wow,
he had to work hard for that.
That was not easy.
No, third place is with Kent of Wallingford over the far side. Fourth with Hennessy Hunt of the Windsor Boys School, and then we have Grubb of Bedford, lane 2, closest to us in the tower, just coming into the screenshot now, and then we'll have Dryden of the City of Sunderland.
Yeah, Will Cave Grubb there, just, and in fact, Sculler also from Sunderland, Joseph Dryden, actually just coming across at a rather leisurely pace. So I think they've decided. I looked at the Wallingford sculler, Harrison Kent, and he just turned around and was like, "Where have they gone?" They were just over my shoulder. And of course, as you say, Carol, they just put in 3-4 lengths of distance on the rest of the pack at that point. Anyhow, on with the show. So we've had the Open Club single sculls. It's now time for the Women's Club single sculls. So here's race 56, the F final of that category.
So we have Esme Walters of Shanklin Sundown in lane 2, Emily Besley of Nottinghamshire County Rowing Association in lane 3, Olivia Cherry of Clydesdale Amateur Rowing Club in lane 4, and Theodora Travers of Shanklin Sundown Rowing Club in lane 5.
Yeah, this could be some exciting racing. I don't know if we've got any intermediate times. Oh, we do.
Just as you said it, and it was Cherry of Clydesdale leading the charge there, with Besley of Nottinghamshire County in second place, and then Walters of Shanklin Sundown in third. Don't seem to have a time for the other Shanklin Sundown sculler. We only have 3 times coming up the screen, so maybe they have not made it onto the start.
Well, we were talking about the exciting finish we just experienced in that race, and we could be in for a similar thing, because just looking at the times from the time trial, it was the gap between Emily Beasley from Notts County, who's in lane 3, against Olivia Cherry in lane 4, was just 0.2 of a second on the time trial.
And at 1,000 metres, it was 0.8 of a second between these two scullers. So I think we're going to see something very similar as we've seen in the previous race, where the two scullers in the middle of the field want that win in this final. And how much do they want it? And I think they both want it very much.
Well, you can see on screen that those two scullers we're just talking about. In fact, to be honest, you can also see the sculler in, I think, from Shanklin Sundown, Esme Walters, who unfortunately is a lot further back than those two. So yeah, the battle between Emily Beasley and Olivia Cherry could be going all the way down to the line. You can just see on your screen, it actually looks like that the sculler from Notts County, Emily Beasley, has just raised her rate up above Olivia Cherry and is looking to put some distance in. So perhaps she's timed it to do her race push around here. She's just at the 15, coming up to the 1,500 metre mark. They're 6 minutes into this race, so it's been a long time to be out there working on your own in the single scull.
Clydesdale.
Yeah, I mean, look at the rate she's at. She's just putting in the strokes. This is where she's timed her push, and it seems to be working because there doesn't seem to be a response from Olivia Cherry.
No, I don't think she's got it there, and very impressive performance there. Just to time that push just at that last little bit to just pull yourself in front, because they were nip and tuck for the first 1,500 metres.
Yeah, so you can see it was just 0.8 at the 1,000 metre mark. Some 500 metres down the course, that gap has widened to almost 5 seconds. So that's a testament to Emily Beasley's explosive power there, as she puts herself well clear of the rest of the pack in this the F final of the women's club single sculls.
A strong performance indeed, and I wonder if she's been working on that tactic, because that is not one you see very often, for people to put in a push just at that phase of the race.
Yeah, well, I also wonder whether, sometimes with the time trial it doesn't quite go to plan, or you don't quite push yourself as hard as perhaps you could have done, and you end up with perhaps the time trial result you haven't got. So perhaps what's happening is Emily Beasley is like, right, I didn't quite want to be in the F final, I wanted to be in the E final or better, so I'm going to make my point. I'm going to say, I'm going to walk away from this, and I'm going to set myself the goal of winning this final. And so far, she seems exactly on track to do that.
So then this is where you start looking at the times from the next finals and just doing all these calculations in your head. But great performance there from Emily Beasley of Nottinghamshire County, just in that last 500 metres or so, just to pull herself out in front. She settled into a nice rhythm now, a nice relaxed rhythm. She's actually managed to snap that elastic between ourselves and Cherry of Clydesdale, and has just got that clear water advantage as they come into the last 150 metres. Behind those two scullers we have Esme Waters of Shanklin Sandown in lane 2 and Theodora Travers, also of Shanklin Sandown, in lane 5.
I was going to say, we haven't talked much about Esme Waters, but actually she's kept herself with these two. She's only a couple of lengths behind Olivia Cherry, and as they come up to the line of the final 100 metres, these three are going to be pretty closely grouped together.
Esme is just sort of trying to pull back in touch with the Clydesdale sculler, and she's doing a really strong performance there, just to lift it in the last phase of her race.
Yeah, so across the line first for Emily Beasley, then Olivia Cherry, and now just coming up to the line it's Esme Walters, again principal sculling from all of them, and then a little bit further up, just coming into the final 200 metres now, is Theodora Travers, also from Shanklin Sandown. And as we were mentioning earlier, Shanklin Sandown's based in the Isle of Wight. It's a club with principally a coastal rowing heritage, if I'm correct.
I think so.
A quizzical look on Carol's face.
Well, I'm just thinking about the geography of where Shanklin is, and I would assume, but you know what assumptions do, I would assume it would be primarily a coastal club. But I could be wrong, and I'm sure somebody will come and correct me, which is the beauty of commentating at this venue. You learn an awful lot about clubs, their geography, where they race, and what their particular problems are, because there's no club that races on perfect water.
No, I was right. They were originally a coastal rowing club, but they have stretched out into inland rowing, and there we are. That rounds out the F final of the women's club single sculls, and the pictures have already flicked onto the next race, which of course is the E final of this event.
And we have Megan Dunlop of Dundee University Boat Club in lane 1, Amelia Eldridge of Cardiff Met University Rowing Club in lane 2, Ebony Hutton Mitchell of Nottinghamshire County Rowing Association lane 3, Rihanna Clifford, also of Notts County, in lane 4, Maya Norton of Calpe in lane 5, and Ruby Borley of Leeds Rowing Club in lane 6. Real nice mix of clubs in this one. 2 Notts County in the middle, but then the others are spread all over the country.
Yes, you've got Wales, Scotland, England and Gibraltar represented really in this race.
And that's what you want to see in these club championships. It's a really nice range and mix of clubs all coming together to compete.
So looking at the times from the halfway point, it's the sculler from Cardiff Met, Amelia Eldridge, who is way out in front by over 5 lengths. But then the rest of the pack between them are compressed within 5 seconds. So you can see just there, Amelia right out there in the front, in the near of your picture, in the red boat. But then the rest of the pack are all squished up right together. And although it doesn't look like it because of the angles, we do know that's the fact based on the times coming through.
5 seconds, 4 or 5 seconds separating 5 single sculls is not very much. And as Darbs keeps saying, you can change boat speed in a single relatively quickly, relatively fast, and actually make an impact on where you are. But these scullers, the other 5 scullers apart from Amelia, are not much separating. Amelia's still leading at 1500 metres. 5 seconds behind her we have Ebony Hutton-Mitchell of Notts County.
And look at that, beautiful pictures on screen of how closely packed together these single sculls are. You're absolutely right, Carol. I mean, in the race we were just commentating on, Emily Besley put in, I think it was a 5-second gap between her competitors in the space of less than 500 metres. So if that's all that separates the different crews, it's all to play for. And here we are. Actually, it looks like the sculler from Notts County in lane 3, that's Emily Hutton-Mitchell, has also done a push, and she's moved away from the field.
She certainly has. She's got about 5 seconds adrift of Amelia Eldridge, and then the other 4 scullers are within about 4 seconds. So Ebony's there just making a big push, as we were talking about, just making that difference and just pulling herself away from the danger spots of just being too much involved in that mix for the other minor places.
Well, the sculler from Cardiff Met, Amelia Eldridge, has this race completely under control and with her grasp. She's riding the tailwind, and she's probably far enough now that she can see all the different scullers in her peripheral vision. So she has complete understanding of what's going on. And as she raises her rate into the final sprint, she's determined to make her point and make sure she's the person who crosses the line first in this. Emily Hutton-Mitchell moving away from the pack, but so far not making any inroads on Amelia Eldridge's advantage. And the race for third, I have to say, is wide open between the 3 scullers on the far side.
Well, I wouldn't discount the one in lane 1 either.
Indeed, so that's...
You've got the parallax there that causes you a bit of problems when you're sitting up here looking down.
Indeed. Megan Dunlop in lane 1 from Dundee, Rihanna Clifford from Notts County, Maya Norton, Ruby Morley, they're all within grasp of taking the 3rd place in this final. It's going to be a very exciting final 100 metres. If I were to place a wager, I would say Rihanna Clifford from Notts County has just eked out in front, but she's being pushed so hard by Maya Norton.
Maya's really putting on a push there just to take that 3rd place.
Here we go, look at it, it's going to go right down to the wire. It's going to be on the surge. Who can get their bow in front?
Notts County, I think, to my eyes, but just not quite on the line. Rihanna just nudging Maya out there with Ruby in 5th and Megan in that 6th place.
Well, another incredible set of racing. And some nice pictures there on the screen of Amelia Eldridge sculling away. And the racing continues to come thick and fast. We've had the E final. It's now time for the D final.
And we start with, in lane 1, Harriet Haysom of the City of Oxford, Charlotte Carnegie of Lee Rowing Club, and you'll correct me for my pronunciation.
It's probably correct.
Lucy Blair of Newark in lane 3, Sophie Stoddart of Evesham in lane 4, Caroline Crabb of Dundee University in lane 5, and Amy Hallett of Dartotness in lane 6. And it's Lucy Blair of Newark leading the charge at 1,000 metres. 2nd place, Sophie Stoddart of Evesham. 3rd place, Amy Hallett of Dartotness. And then we have Harriet Haysom of City of Oxford, then Charlotte Carnegie of Lee, and in that 6th place, Caroline Crabb of Dundee.
Yeah, she's commonly known as Lotta at Lee Rowing Club, and she's been one of our... had a really successful season. She actually made the final in the Henley Women's Crew. She made the final of the Development Fours event. So she's decided to enjoy her summer and focus on the single while she's here.
Well, you know, so it...
Sorry for the interruption. We were just getting an update on some of the finals that will be happening later today. Anyhow, back to the racing. So, Carol, how did it all stand at the 1,000 metre mark?
Well, 1,000 metres, it was Lucy Blair of Newark leading with Sophie Stoddart of Evesham, you know, in the middle of the field yet again, which is where we'd expect to see the fastest boats leading. But then, interestingly enough, it was Dartotness in lane 6 and City of Oxford in lane 1, sort of in 3rd and 4th place. and then Lee in 5th and Dundee in 6th in lanes 2 and 5. And it's still New York Rowing Club just to come through, the first one to come through the 1500 metres, some 6 seconds in front. Oh wow, there was a
That's
move.
a big change. That's been a
from
huge
Lottie
change.
Carnegie of Lee to pull herself from 5th place into 2nd over 500 metres. That is awesome.
Well, not to be underrated, Lotta's Dutch, so she's got strong rowing pedigree within her, no doubt. We had some nice shots of Lucy Blair leading a very comfortable race in front, but you're right, the tables have turned significantly. What a significant push in the third quarter of this race from Lotta, from Lee Rowing Club. Obviously fills me with pride to see see the Lee having such race élan, savoir-faire, éclat, whatever words you want to use, insouciance, as we head into the final 350 metres. I think this is going to be very exciting, though, because
I think if Lottie's got that much in her legs, what could she do in the last 500? That's a big question, and I think she is motoring on, because I can see the orange of the lead just coming back on Lucy Blair of New York all the time.
Yeah,
that
indeed.
is impressive.
Well, dare I to dream, Carol, dare I to dream that we'd have a Lee coming through from behind to win this final. But I do think Lucy Blair is looking very imperious, very commanding as she comes into that final 100 metres.
Lottie did have a big disadvantage to overcome there. It's about 6 seconds, and that is a big, big ask, especially when she'd done such a huge push in the previous 500.
And I would have to say, Harriet Haysom of City of Oxford is looking like she's got a big sprint in her legs. She's pushing on. And on the far side of the lake, Amy Hallett from Dart Totnes is also thinking, I fancy putting myself into second position. As we come up to the line, this is going to be really, really tight.
Really, all these scullers really motoring on. It looked sort of fairly cut and dried earlier on, but it's actually changing. Look at that City of Oxford sculler. Hallett of City of Oxford. Haysom, just pushing on. I think she's going to overhaul Lottie, but over on the far side, Hallett of Dart Totnes. There's going to be 3 sculls go through pretty much.
Oh, and I think Haysom has just had a sprint there to take almost a length there, just out of Lotta in the final 50 metres. She had some steering. Lotta had some steering, and she just clipped a buoy there, which I think just took some of the momentum out. So that all happened in the final 50 metres. So
and then Dart Totnes came back up there as well. What a fantastic last 500 these scullers have all had.
Well, great racing and hopefully great experience for these scullers as they continue their rowing careers into next season. They've perhaps been rowing in crew boats and they're having a bit of fun now doing something in the single. Right, so that wraps up the Women's Club single sculls. We're moving swiftly on, and we'll see momentarily the pictures from the next race, which will be
There they are on our screen. Just as you ask for them, they appear. And in this race we have, it's F final of the Open Junior 16 double sculls. Falcon in lane 1, Star in lane 2, Tideway Sculler School in lane 3, Camas in lane 4, Sudbury in lane 5, and Brentford in lane 6. Don't seem to have a time for Tideway Scullers at 1,000 metres.
Well, the camera is positioned currently at, I think, the 1,500 metre mark, and we're seeing the Scullers crew out in front. But gosh, look at those intermediate times. They've just flashed up, Carol. 9 seconds between first and sixth, but actually just 3 seconds, in fact 4 seconds between first and fourth. So actually the positions of 1, 2 and 3 in this F final are still all to play for as they enter the final 30% of the race.
Absolutely. And we keep saying this about time trials. I say it all the time, that we get these really exciting minor finals because you've taken off the top 12 or so, and then you've got this bunch of however many who are usually pretty much similar boat speeds. So then they're put in a sort of final where from the time trial there might only be 3 or 4 seconds separating them, and then put them side by side, and we get these exciting races, as we've seen from these times, that they are so close together.
Well, in that time trial, there were just 4.4 seconds separating first and last in this race. Interestingly enough, that's not borne out in terms of the racing we're seeing in front of us, and in fact, looks like some of the crews have gone a bit backwards compared to the time trial. But nonetheless, it's still pretty tight up at the front, just 3 seconds separating first and third, which is, of course, the positions they'll all be angling to have them. But it does seem like at the moment it's Tideway Scullers race to lose. They're right in the middle of the race, in the middle of the lake. They can see what's going on around them. They just might not be able to spot the sneaky up from the far side from the Brentford crew out in lane 6, but otherwise
Brentford challenging Star Club very strongly there, just about a second behind. So Tideway Scullers first at 1,000, first at 1,500, Brentford second at 1,000, second at 1,500, Star third at both positions, but Falcon coming back on Star all the time. So I think there's going to be a big push from Falcon if they can do it in lane 1. And now to my eye, I think they've done it. Have they? They have. They've overhauled Star Club in that lane 1. They've just done a little sneaky manoeuvre and stuck up on their inside. But over the far side, Brentford also vying, and I don't know if they can see that move that Falcon put in there.
Yeah, well, actually, the Scullers in the middle of the rate have just had to have a look at Brentford and they think, oh, crikey,
Whoops,
I better do something about that. So they've had to raise their rate, take themselves up a couple of pips and push forward. As you can see on screen, they're just maintaining a lead of about a length now over the Brentford crew, who've paced that to perfection and are just storming forwards. It's not going to give them the win in this final, but it's meant they've moved well away from the pack. And indeed, the Falcon crew here have moved away from Star Club and they have a length advantage as they come over the line.
Great manoeuvre there from Falcon just to take that sort of third place from Star. And then we have Camus and then Sudbury just coming into the skiing shot just now, just to finish off their race.
Yeah, just the top of your screens coming up to the line, that is the Sudbury crew, which means race 59 is now over, which means we'll move on to the next event, which is of course the E-final of this category, race number 60, which is already underway. And as I look up the course, here we are, and I can see the bright orange of Lee Rowing Club.
So I'm sure Sasha talked about the debate earlier, so I would probably call it a Jaffa orange colour rather than, what was it, Moroccan Sunset?
Well, actually, the Dulux brand, if you wish to know, the Dulux brand which we paint the blades with is Moroccan Flame. So, but you can, you know.
I'm sure there's a Pantone number for it somewhere out there.
Other paint brands are available, of course.
And there will be a Pantone number for it. So in lane 1 we have City of Oxford, in lane 2 bright orange of Lee, in lane 3 Weybridge, in lane 4 Molesey, in lane 5 Molesey, and in lane 6 Mersey.
Yep, so Zach and Finbar in the Lee Rowing Club there, just on the left hand of your screen as they come up towards the 1,000-metre mark. We don't have any times yet, but I would say, just having a quick squint out the window, it does seem to be the crews in lanes 3 and 2, so Lee and Weybridge, who seem to be leading the pack right now. But this camera angle doesn't give us much insight. As they approach now, this camera is at the 1,500-metre mark, so we'll get a better assessment in about 20 seconds' time.
I would totally agree with you. I would think it's Weybridge and Lee having the battle there. Not just because they're closest to us, but just from where they're positioned on the course, they just look further down the course.
Yeah, I think, and then third place probably actually in the hands of Mersey as they come through up to the 1,500-metre mark. Here we go. Here's the camera. It's swivelling around. We'll have the answer in a few seconds' time. Perhaps it's Weybridge out in front of Lee, but it's going to be close as the camera swivels. Just a few strokes as the camera comes round, the final few degrees of turn. It does seem to be Weybridge out in front by maybe a length now. In fact, possibly Clearwater as they come there, a length, just over a length.
And just Lee in that second place being really challenged by Molesey now in lane 5. Oh, yeah, sorry, it was Molesey in lane 4.
Yes, sorry, Mersey are in lane 6, apologies.
And Molesey in lane 5, in 4th place, Mersey in 6. In lane 6 in 5th place, and City of Oxford over lane 1, just slightly behind the rest of that pack. Good battle going on here between Weybridge and Lee, though.
Indeed, and actually that crew, as you mentioned, from Molesey, also very much in the mix with the Lee crew. It does seem to be Weybridge 1, Lee 2, Molesey 3, but with 350 metres to go, that starts to be changing, and I have to say the momentum from the Molesey crew looks to be good. They've got into a final sprint, and they've upped their rating, and the crew, their boat, their hull is moving through the water very smoothly. They're clearly taking a lot of advantage from this tailwind, but I think so far still Lee are up on them. And again, about another length up to Weybridge. Weybridge now increasing their rate. They're going to their final push. The question will be, can they hold on? And can Lee offer any response?
I think Lee are going for a push too, and I think they are moving away from Molesey, sort of making that gap between themselves and Molesey much bigger. The screen angle isn't quite what because it's on an angle, we're not quite seeing across the course, so it's very hard to gauge from the angle you're looking at. You're standing on the bank, I think you'll see that Lee are in front of Molesey. Molesey coming back though.
Oh, and just a little wobble there from the Lee crew. They've just caught a buoy as they went into there, so that's given Molesey a little bit of an opening. The Weybridge crew storming ahead. No one's going to challenge them now. They're almost on the line anyway. And here it is, Molesey now pushing right up against Lee. Can Lee hang on and maintain that advantage they've had all the way down? I think they can, but it's going to be tight. Ooh, just half a length between Molesey and Lee.
But still half a length. So yeah, great performance from these crews. And then we've got this big push. City of Oxford in lane 1, just coming back on the other Molesey crew over in lane 5. But it's Molesey in lane 5 going to go 4th. City of Oxford 5th, and then Mersey settling for 6th in this E final.
Yeah, and a nice little shake of the hands there between Finbar and Zach in their J16 doubles race. So lovely them, the two Lee Scullers, to be showing the sportsmanship that this racing is all about. So that was the E final of the J16 doubles. Very exciting racing we've now got on the course. The D final, it's 3 minutes in. Carol, who are the runners and riders, so to speak?
So in this race we've got another crew from Weybridge in lane 1, a City of Oxford Falcon Composite in lane 2, another Molesey in lane 3, Windsor Boys School in lane 4, Clare's Court School Boat Club in lane 5, and Evesham in lane 6. No times coming up on my screen.
Well, I think we are at the 1,000 metre mark now as the camera pans around, and it's the Molesey crew out in front in lane 3, and then it looks like half a length. In fact, it's almost completely level between the Windsor Boys in lane 4 and the City of Oxford Falcon crew. You've got the times, Carol.
I've got the times here, and just looking at the times, it's amazing. But 6 seconds between these 6 boats. That's how close it is. Molesey out in front, about 1.5 seconds in front of the Windsor Boys School, and they're just about a second in front of the City of Oxford, who are 0.5 of a second in front of Clare's Court, who are themselves just a second in front of Weybridge, who are just about a second in front of Evesham. Nothing really separating these 6 boats at this stage. You know, there's overlap between them all. They could all hear each other, see each other, feel just how intense this mix is. When you're in the middle of it, it's really hard to stay in your own race plan because you get sucked along with other crews.
Yeah.
But really good. This Junior 16 event, take a lot of determination just to stay in your own race plan.
Well, just some beautiful shots there of the Windsor Boys crew being trailed by the umpire's launch. Now we can see the Molesey crew, the Windsor Boys crew, and the Clare's Court School in shot. There were only 3 seconds that separated all 6 crews in the time trial, and though it's a bit wider at this stage, I think it's all very much all to play for. I've seen some phenomenal finishes from the Windsor Boys Schools racing here at Nottingham at previous regattas. I'm very excited to see what they can do.
Well, absolutely, and we know they can always produce something spectacular in the closing phases of the race. You know, there's a lot of quality sculling in this field. Junior 16 event, we were talking about this earlier, about the strength and depth in Junior 16 double sculling, and it's just coming to show
and look,
here.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Carol. Look at that. They've just gone through the 1,500 metre mark, and Windsor Boys have come out in front of Molesey. We were just talking about this. Dramatic changes of pace, and there it is. They've managed to take themselves down from being about a length down up to being a quarter of a length up in just the space of about 1.5 minutes. And as we go into the final quarter of the race, this is going to be
0.7 seconds between these two at 1,500 metres out. So
it's nothing.
Nip and tuck really moments there. It's yeah, they're going to have to work hard just for how much they want it, but it's still, you know, just over 10 seconds separating these 6 boats at the moment.
And I'm also just having a look to see, as I look out the window, who else could be challenging for this. I like the look.
Lane 1, Weybridge there.
Yeah, Weybridge.
I was just going to mention that, but yeah, you can just see them sneaking up on the inside, and that's often a blind spot for some crews over in the further spot.
Well, this Molesey crew unfortunately seems to be going a little bit backwards compared to the competition, and I think they are now being challenged very hard by that Weybridge crew in lane 1. The question is, can they hold on to their second place spot, or is it going to be lost? I say that, and Weybridge have just had a bit of a steering issue. I don't know if that was caught on the camera, and I've had to clip the boys and then come back into lane, so that's given some momentum back to their opponents. It's now Molesey versus Clares Court for that second place position. Windsor boys continue to be a class act and are moving away from the field. I don't think anyone's going to catch them, but it looks like Molesey are the ones who are going to get caught, because this Clares Court crew in lane 5 are absolutely moving. Perhaps they've got their push down to the line perfect.
Well, I was just looking at Weybridge on this side as well, and the composite. All these 4 crews are moving on. Molesey just lifted it there, and I think they're going to just, have they done enough? I think they've done enough just to stay in front of Clares Court. This is a phenomenal race between these crews. Molesey holding on, Clares Court having to settle for 3rd, the composite into 4th, and this side Weybridge. What a big push they put in there.
And I don't know if you can see this on picture, that the stroke man of the Molesey crew is laying down in total exhaustion. He has given absolutely everything, and he needs to sit up to show that he's okay, otherwise the medics will be around. There he is, he's okay, thumbs up. But phenomenal effort there from them to hold on to that position.
And Evesham just finishing out their race there, the umpire. White flag signalling everything fine by him. So some cracking races these umpires have got the privilege to follow behind, just watching. We've got the privilege of seeing them all from the start all the way down the finish. If you're watching on a big screen, you've got that privilege too.
Now, I'm very excited to say, Carol, we have completed today's D, E and F finals, which means on the course now we have our very first A final, which will be our first medals race of the day, and this is for the women's club Cox's Fours.
I know, and yes, I was watching the time trial earlier, I watched the repechage earlier, so I am looking forward to seeing this one. And in this race, we have Tideway Scullers in lane 1, Wallingford in lane 2, Nottingham Rowing Club in lane 3, Notts County Rowing Association in lane 4, Glasgow Academy Rowing Club in lane 5, and in lane 6 we have Sir William Perkins School Rowing Club.
It has been a stacked day of racing so far. We've had time trials, we've had semis and much more besides. There is loads going on over at the event village, so if you are here in the venue, do make sure you get yourself down there. But now it is time to hand out some medals. So let's head to our commentary team to talk us through the finals.
And as we said, this is the first final, the first race where we'll see medals being presented down on the pontoon in front of us. All the ceremonial placards have been set up, and it is all in place for whoever is going to win this race. Making an early showing at 1,000 metres, it was Wallingford. Leading the field, second place, just about a second and a half, were Sir William Perkins School. And then we had a bit of a gap to Nottingham Rowing Club and then Notts County. And between Nottingham Rowing Club and Notts County, just over a second. And then the Tideway Scullers School and, in fact it was Glasgow Academy before Tideway Scullers School.
So there you are, the times are on screen now. So it was indeed the crew from Wallingford Rowing Club apparently out in first, followed by Sir William Perkins School, and then the two Nottingham crews very close together. Wasn't actually a very important time trial, it was a race for lanes, so here we are, we're going to save ourselves for this race, and it seems to be paying dividend, because as the camera swivels round at the 1,500 metre mark, they're 5.5 minutes into the race, and here we are, it's a lengths advantage for Wallingford Rowing Club over Nottingham, who in turn have a length over Notts County Rowing Association. Those seem to be the medalists in order as we come through into the final 500 metres. But there is one crew who could overturn it, and that is, of course, the crew from Glasgow Academy on the far side in lane 5.
Yeah, looking at the times, there's nothing between Notts County and Glasgow Academy. Glasgow Academy have come back about 5 seconds in over Notts County in that last 500 metres. So that's quite an impressive showing there. Just depends where you want to have your boat speed and where you want to make your showing. Big Glasgow Academy, just that lane adrift, which is often a blind spot for some crews, especially in these Coxless boats. You know, the best will in the world, you can keep your eye on your steering and various other things, but you don't want to move your head too much out of the boat because that can unsettle you. So
Well,
sometimes on the outside lanes, things can happen.
Well, I'm so sorry, Caroline. I misread the times on the previous 1500. The crew I was actually referring to was in lane 6 from Sir William Perkins School. Unfortunately, Glasgow Academy have had a few steering issues and are just falling back from the pack. So the question is this order of Wallingford, Nottingham, Notts County going to be disrupted by Sir William Perkins in lane 5? And here we come into the red boys. It's Wallingford out in front. Nottingham are pushing them hard. They can sense the gold medal might within their grasp. We've got just 150 metres left to go in this race, Carol, and I can't call it between Wallingford and Nottingham. This is an amazing push by Nottingham.
But both these crews going up and Nottingham motoring on. They've let Wallingford have it for so long and they're just pushing on Wallingford, and I think they've taken it. I think they've just inched themselves in front
Nottingham
of Wallingford.
up at 41 there, Carol.
Good grief.
And it's going to go to a photo finish.
Wow.
And wow, I think our first gold medal has gone to home rowing club, Nottingham Rowing Club, who just managed to have the comfort, stay behind Wallingford all the way and just pip them on the post. An incredible piece of race pacing.
And Nottinghamshire County coming in third, having beaten off that challenge for Sir William Perkins School. And yes, I should have spotted the purpley tartan of Glasgow Academy, but I missed that lane in the middle. Just pipping fish from Nottingham Rowing Club though. That was awesome.
And just coming across the line, Tideway Scullers rounding out that race, as you can see overhead. And there we have some inset shots of Nottingham Rowing Club. So that's Rowena Hems, Kathy Beaumont, Molly Elsavali and Annie Beaumont. They are the winners, it seems, of the Women's Club Coxless Fours, and they will be coming round with their colleagues in a moment to the medals pontoon for our first ceremony, where medals will be presented by Tom Salisbury, Chief Executive of British Rowing. Now, just on screen, race that we were commentating on the time trial earlier today, Carol. This is the women's beginner Cox 4, a uniquely focused race of just of 3 competitors.
Yes, and I'm sure Darbs is somewhere in the back watching this with intense interest. Yes, he had a lot of interest in his University of Birmingham crew in the red. You can see on your screen there. And so in this race, City of Cambridge in lane 2, Birmingham in lane 3, Furnival Sculling Club in lane 4.
And I think the delight of the commentary team might be today, because this seems to be a lead for Birmingham University. I can't quite see all 3 crews, but it does seem that Birmingham University are out in front based on the pictures we're seeing and you're seeing. They have some comfortable distance over Furnival, but I'm just looking to see where City of Cambridge are in this race. Perhaps they're not in it at all.
Well, I'm hoping they are. You'd rude not to be there. Yeah, good performance from University of Birmingham. Just to my eye, it looks as though there's nothing on their inside unless they are. There we go. City of Cambridge now, pretty much level with Furnival, just as they come through this timing point. So it's University of Birmingham leading the field, some 8 seconds in front of both City of Cambridge and Furnival Sculling Club.
Well, that's an abject lesson in having to be careful with the camera angles, because they were zoomed in on the 2 crews in the middle. We couldn't actually see City of Cambridge at all, so I was worried they had dropped very far away. But not at all. They're in a closely fought battle for second place. It seems, however, that it's University of Birmingham who've taken this race by the scruff of the neck and are running away with it. And it doesn't seem like either of the other 2 crews are going to have anything to say about it whatsoever. And there we go, some lovely overhead drone shots, Carol, just showing that, again, University of Birmingham way out in front, which will be a wonderfully comfortable position to be in at this point in the race. But the battle for second place between Furnival and City of Cambridge continues to be incredibly tightly fought. Just a quarter of a length, I think, between the 2 crews. The camera shot you can see on screen is at the 1,500 metre mark. They're almost 6 minutes into this race, and that will tell us who is in front between Furnival and City of Cambridge. But very much Birmingham's race to lose.
Yeah, well, Furnival were about half a second in front at 1,000 metres. It looked pretty close. The various shots we've seen, they looked so close together, but as you have said, it is Birmingham's race. Very neat, very tidy crew there, well schooled, moving together beautifully, the bodies in sync there just as they are rowing along. And sure, as I said earlier, Darbs is out there just hopefully following the race or just watching it somewhere so he can keep an eye on what his crew are doing. He'll be delighted with their performance.
I'm sure he will. I mean, who wouldn't? They've clearly done very well to put themselves in this position, come through the time trial, and then reach that lead and put themselves in a very comfortable position in the final 500 metres. All compliments to Alex Darbs' coaching. We must take our hats off if we were wearing them. It's too hot in the commentary tower, frankly. As you see some lovely in-shots there, pictures of the Birmingham University crew who are storming away to take the win, it seems, in the beginner Coxed Fours race.
And if you're looking at the screen and you're at home, you just got an idea of how intensely well populated that far bank is with boat trailers, boats, gazebos, and it is quite a spectacle to see that we don't often see at Nottingham, but it's just lovely to watch so many people here just engaged in the sport of rowing, watching these crews do what they need to do. Lovely shot of Birmingham just racing towards the line there. They have got a substantial advantage over their nearest opposition, and I think, just looking up the course, I think that second place is now with City of Cambridge, who I think have overhauled Furnival Sculling Club to come into that second place.
Yeah, indeed, they've given themselves about length advantage, and we're seeing inset now the first pictures from our first medal ceremony today. So you're seeing, we just had the bronze medal awarded to Notts County Rowing Association. Here are Wallingford Rowing Club receiving the silver medals from that race, just pipped at the post as we saw by Nottingham Rowing Club, but nonetheless an incredibly creditable effort to get themselves up into a medals position.
And look at this performance from the University of Birmingham, substantially in front of the rest of the crews in this race. Women's beginners for, look at that.
The hands of the Cox go up in delight. She's patting the bow in the back. High fives there from 2 and 3 together. Sprays of water being directed
well,
at the Cox.
I think they probably need that just to keep themselves cool. But here we have City of Cambridge just taking that second place. Furnival Sculling Club having to settle for third in this women's beginners for a final.
Yeah, and again we're getting some rather dynamic inset shots of the medal ceremony. Some lovely zoomed-in pictures of the pontoon. But we'll be seeing the gold medalists, who of course were Nottingham Rowing Club, on your screen momentarily.
Just coming in. Just coming in now, and from this we move into the C final.
Yeah, and so we're now moving on to the Open J18 single sculls.
And in first place, the winners of the Women's Club Cox's Fours, Nottingham Rowing Club.
So sorry, as we were saying, we've got there you are, some inset pictures of the Nottingham Rowing Club. Congratulations to them, winners of the Women's Club Cox's Fours. We've had the beginner Cox's Fours. It's now time for, as you were saying, Carol, the C final of the Open J18 single sculls.
Yeah, it's a really good field here. We have Leander in lane 1, York City in lane 2, Windsor Boys School in lane 3, Durham School Boat Club in lane 4, the American School in London Boat Club in lane 5, and Hartpury University and College Boat Club in lane 6.
Yep, and we don't have any. Oh, we do have some intermediate times.
We do have some times. Making an early showing, it's Chater of Durham School Boat Club, with second place with Ollie Grad of the American School, third place Benjamin Cousins of Leander Club, and then we have Pierce Woods of the Windsor Boys School in fourth, Oliver Richardson of York City in lane 2 in fifth, and Gethin Bulkwell of Hartpury University and College in lane 6 in sixth place.
Okay, so the crews have actually well advanced in this C final, and you're getting some shots now from the 1500 metre point. We don't have the times up yet, but as I look out the window, it looks to be the sculler actually in lane 1 from Ben Cousins from Leander, who's doing pretty well, and then of course across the lake, as we were talking about, Will Chater from Durham School in lane 4 with Ollie Grad from the American School in London. I actually think that Ben Cousins in the last 500 metres has taken this race by the horns and decided to think, I fancy winning this race, because he seems to be out in front.
Yeah, it's yet again, it's sort of a sneaky little manoeuvre there in lane 1. It's maybe not, as we talked earlier about the time trial, it's maybe not the time trial result you wanted or got, but he's actually going out there just to make a point and say that he's maybe thought to himself, I haven't made the AB final, but I can be the fastest in the C final, and I think maybe that's what was going through his mind. But he is not having it all his own way. Look at this battle going on for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. So it's Leander, to my eye, in first. I think it's American School in that 2nd place now.
And it's not often nice. And look at this, it's the Sculler from Windsor Boys who decides he wants a crack at the 1, 2, 3 positions. Yeah, is he going to take it from the Sculler from Durham? And I think he is.
Just looks as though he's just going to do that on the line. What a finish! And then we have York City, Richardson of York City, and then Balkwell of Hartpury University and College Boat Club. What an amazing race that was. It's nice when you see things change when you're not expecting to see them change.
Absolutely, Carol.
In first place, the University of Birmingham. Congratulations to Alex Smith, Rennie Porter-Pacer, Maya Alexander.
And just seeing on set now the pictures from the next medal ceremony, medals being awarded by Tom Salisbury, CEO of British Rowing. This is for the women's beginner coxed fours, I think.
Medals being awarded to Alex Smith, Rennie Porter-Fraser, Maya Alexander, Bridget Chapman and Daphne Person Cox. And it just amazes me how fast an hour can go. And here's Sasha to take over for the next little slot with Charles, and I will go and refresh my cup of tea and be back with you just as soon as we can.
Well, welcome aboard back to the commentary tower, Sasha. We've just had an exciting set of our first A finals, and we've had the C final of the Open J18 single sculls. Just in set, you're seeing the silver medalists from the women's beginner coxed fours race. That's City of Cambridge, I believe. And then on screen, in the top left of your corner, we are seeing the B final of the J18 single sculls. Who have we got in this race, Sasha?
Yes, thank you very much for having me back. We have in lane 1 Hamish Gamble of Hereford Rowing Club. In lane 2 Artem Solovyov of Shiplake College. Aidan Lawler of Durham Amateur. In lane 4 Finn Walker of City of Bristol. In lane 5 Aidan Manwaring of the Windsor Boys School. And in lane 6 Lowen LeBlanc of City of Oxford. I have to say, I've got my eyes on Aidan Lawler there. He is racing a category up. He's normally a J16, but he recently is off the water from the GB France matchup, where he came first in the J16 single sculls. So he's got, I think, a lot to look forward to in his next couple of seasons, and I look forward to seeing what he does in the J16s, but spectacular to see him up in the B final for J18s today.
Well, indeed, and as I look out the window, it does seem to be the sculler Aidan Manwaring from Windsor Boys who Actually, no, I don't think it's him. I apologise. It's Lohan LeBlanc from City of Oxford, who seems to have taken this race by the scruff of the neck, because he seems to have a 2 or 3 length advantage on the rest of the pack. In second place, possibly, it's Hamish Gamble across from Hereford out in lane 1. And then third place seems to be bitterly contested. I think Aidan Lawler might just be holding on to that third place spot, but he is being pushed so hard by Finn Walker of City of Bristol just alongside him as well.
Yes, I think a little bit of a scrap there in the middle lanes from Durham and City of Bristol. Less than a second between them as they came through 1K. Finn Walker of City of Bristol was just out by 0.6 of a second. But yeah, I think that the big battle is happening in those two outside lanes, Lohan LeBlanc and Hamish Gamble of City of Oxford and Hereford respectively. Lohan LeBlanc of City of Oxford putting in a massive push. He's ahead of the rest of the field, but he knows that his competition is in the lane furthest from him. He is not going to let it get to him, and he is storming down towards the line. I think there'll be contact as they cross, but it will be Lohan LeBlanc of City of Oxford first, followed very quickly by Hamish Gamble of Hereford Rowing Club.
I think I just clocked Hamish Gamble at 45 there in the final moments of that sprint, which is extraordinary. Aidan Lawler takes the third place position ahead of Finn Walker of City of Bristol, and then I think it was Aidan Marring just ahead of Artem Solovyov of Shiplake College, who's in lane 2.
We spoke with him earlier, but Tom now on the pontoon to give out some more medals from today's A-finals.
So Tom, you have raced here, and as a rower, what was your favourite memory of racing at the British Rowing Championships?
My favourite memory, I think it was 2005. So I'm showing my age there, but it was in the single scull, and it was my first time, I think, racing in a single scull, and I absolutely loved it. And I think I came 6th. And it was just a real good springboard for me into trialling for Great Britain and then making the team for the World Champs the year after. So yeah, really, really good memories.
And it's quite daunting that first time in a single scull when you've not got your crewmates around you. And yeah, does it bring back the memories when you're here of that moment?
It does. Even though I'm not racing now, it kind of brings back the butterflies just being at a race. So yeah, it's really exciting, but kind of that feeling of how the competitors are and the excitement and the nerves going up to the start, yeah, it brings it all back.
Wonderful to hear from Tom Salisbury there, CEO of British Rowing, of his own experiences on this stretch of water, and it's been great to have him around presenting medals. He will be here presenting medals for the rest of the A-finals, I believe, but brilliant to have all the great and good of British Rowing with us today. We have some great and good racing on the course right now, the Open J18 Single Sculls A-final.
So this is a race I've been itching to watch all day. This is featuring, we have Sam Moss of Windsor Boys School in lane 1, Daniel Page of Hartpury University College Boat Club in lane 2, Thomas Bakulis of Lee Rowing Club in lane 3, Fred Britton of Sir William Borlazes in lane 4, Max Evans of Rob Roy Boat Club in lane 5, and Fraser Whitehead in lane 6. And I was hoping very much that this would be a race that Thomas Bakulis would win. He got the gold medal at National Schools Regatta in the single scull, and I'm hoping he'll be able to repeat it. And looking at the 1,000-metre times that have just flashed up, he was in front, and here's the camera at the 1,500-metre mark. Can he hold on? And it looks like, to be honest, he's well out in front, possibly got a length and a half's advantage on the rest of the field, maybe even 2 lengths advantage, Sasha.
Completely unpartisan commentary from us up here. It's myself, Sasha, and Charlie Barry of Lee Rowing Club. You are the club captain, so it must be really wonderful for you to see the athletes that you have kind of helped support throughout the season and from seasons prior to come and, of course, do amazingly well at Nat Schools, but also do spectacularly. Just spectacularly here. On the water. I think we're going to hear from Tom Bakulis in a second.
Here with me now, I've got Thomas Pakoulis from Lee Rowing Club. Now, you're in the Open J18 schools earlier today, and you've got gold at Nat Schools. You've represented Team GB. It seems like you've really hit your rowing stride at the moment.
Yeah, it's been a good season so far. This is my last race as a junior for the Lee, so I want to really end the season on a high. So yeah, it's been going well.
And it seems like it's been going well today as well. The semi-final earlier, you did such a good job. Talk us through that race.
Yeah, so it was a bit of a hard start. The pontoons were broken, so we had to do a free start. So we were kind of moving around the lanes for like 10 minutes before they really started the race. But then we got off, and I got out ahead and just kind of tried to hold that the whole way. And then it was a tough race, but I managed to hold it all the way.
And very impressive to keep your cool when there's a little bit going on up at the start line there. And tell us a little bit about how you're feeling about the final then.
I'm feeling pretty knackered, to be honest. The sun's come out, so heat's getting to me a bit. I'm about to go have a nap ahead of it. But yeah, I'm feeling confident. I mean, time trial went well, semi-final went well, so feeling good, yeah.
Fantastic. Well, best of luck and thank you for chatting with us.
And as we come back to the racing, I am absolutely delighted to say that Thomas Pakoulis crossed the line first in the A final of the Open J18 single sculls. It was gold at Nat Schools, and it is gold at the British Rowing Club Championships. And as the League Club captain, that fills me with absolute pride. He's had a fantastic season. Congratulations to him. He's going to have, no doubt, a great rowing career at Stanford University next year. What a great way to end his time as a junior at Lee Rowing Club. And we should also say, Sasha, that while that was going on, we had a very exciting other medals race between the silver and the bronze position.
Yes, we did indeed. I mean, Thomas definitely out there. Clearly his nap was put to very good use, got some energy back into his legs. But 0.4 of a second between Fred Britton of Sir William Borlase in second place and Max Evans from Rob Roy in third. A huge congratulations to all of our medalists for the single sculls category for the Open Junior 18s. I mean, a huge congratulations to you, Charles, and a huge congratulations to all of our scullers. And we will now glance back up the course. I think we're probably approaching 1,000 metres actually, quite quickly. And we've got the C final of the women's Junior 18 double sculls.
Yeah, and we'll no doubt be seeing Thomas momentarily when we have the medal ceremony. And of course, we should also give, I'm very proud of it. I haven't done any of the work. It's been the coaches who've been out there. Mark Cushway, who's retiring this year as Director of Junior Rowing for Lee Rowing Club. He's done 15 years of hard work as a volunteer, and no doubt that will be the thing that puts the seal on his career, if you like, as a coach. So no doubt delighted. And of course, Steve Mitchelson as well has done a phenomenal job coaching the performance team.
It's always wonderful to be able to hear about the stories of the people who make it possible to get athletes to all of our events. Obviously, the athletes put in a huge amount of work, especially in a single, when you're the only person out there holding you to account for the race that you are having. It's wonderful to be able to do well, but rowing is a team sport regardless of what boat class you're in. And so, yeah, huge congratulations to everyone at the Lee who was part of that victory. Coming thick and fast down, they've just passed the 1K marker in this C final for the women's Junior 18 double sculls. In lane 1 we've got Warrington Rowing Club. In lane 2 Grosvenor Rowing Club Chester. In lane 3 Hartpury University and College. In lane 4 another Lee Rowing Club crew. In lane 5 Hereford Rowing Club, and in lane 6 Agecroft.
Yeah, indeed, and we'll have the intermediate times just up there now. So it was Hartpury University and College who were out in front at the 1,000-metre mark, about 5 seconds clear of the crew from Grosvenor. That was Madeline Pritchard and Maisie Seed from Grosvenor. And in third place position, it's Hereford. So while I'm looking for Alucci and Millie of Lee Rowing Club to move up the pack, unfortunately they're currently sitting in 6th place. But what I would say is the positions are very compressed at the 1,000-metre mark. It looks like that between 2nd and 6th, there is only a couple of, about 5 seconds at most. That's just a couple of lengths between them. And we've got some shots there of the Lee crew, Millie and Alucci there in lane 4 on the left. We can see this crew from Hartpury. And then in the middle of your picture, we can see the scullers from Hereford, and on the far side from Agecroft Rowing Club.
I'm really excited to see what Hereford and Agecroft do against each other at the 1K marker. There was 0.6 of a second between them, so Molly and Annie are going to have to do some serious work to try and move past Florence and Gloria of Agecroft and just make sure that they stay in the lead and keep pushing forwards. Perhaps they'll go on to challenge the Grosvenor double, Madeline and Maisie. There's a lot of bright colours out on the water. I wonder if they are also classed as Moroccan sunset, or whether you think they have other different orange names. Darbs and I earlier were having a chat about the different shades of orange. But I think it's really wonderful to see, it's lots of different club colours. I'm a big fan of an exciting uni suit. So congratulations to the Herefords of the world with your stripes.
Well, you're talking about exciting colours of orange. Here is one that's very exciting. Thomas Bakoulis, the winner of the Open J18 single sculls. You can just see the medal ceremony there. Their coach, Steve Mitchelson, just giving him a little fist bump there. Fantastic effort. Anyhow, back to the racing, because there's another lead crew out on the course as well. As we were saying, it's the Hartpury crew who are coming into the final 250 metres out in front. They've got some 2 lengths advantage on the rest of the field, but this is only a C final. There are no medals at stake, but of course honour and racing prowess, and it's looking to be incredibly compressed for the 2nd and 3rd position. Looking at this, there are potentially 4 crews in contention for those positions from across all of the different lanes. I think as we come into the final 100 metres, Hartpury well out in front. It could be the crew from Warrington, but they also their Northwest compatriots from Grosvenor, who have possibly got a quarter of length advantage from them. Lee in lane 4, also in the mix, and then Agecroft out in lane 5. And this crew from Hereford also charging. This is going to go right down to the wire. If you're on looking at the screen, look at this. All of the crews are coming simultaneously across the line. And I think, it was just Warrington there, excited, fisting, pumping the air there from the bow of the Warrington crew. Annabelle Savage, delighted with the result to just have their babble, I think, in front of the Grosvenor crew.
Really well done there for the all of the pushes done by all of those young athletes. That lead crew jumping up from 6th to 4th, but Hartpury led from the start and led at the end, so they come across the line first in that C final of the women's J18 double sculls. But we go back to Tom Bakoulis of Lee Rowing Club, who is going to have a chat with our lovely Megan Chester.
Race. Very proud.
Well, you should be proud, and this is your last race for Lee. What does it mean to have that gold medal around your neck in those circumstances?
I mean, it's a great feeling for me, but also to give that to my coaches, and they've taught me how to row for many years, so it's nice to be able to give them back something before I leave, so it's great.
An impressive thing to give back, so thank you so much and congratulations again.
I think some emotion there on the face of Tom Bakoulis in his last race for Lee. As Charles said before he goes off to Stanford, I'm sure that he will bring the best of British to our American compatriots across the pond. But looking up the lake, the B final of the women's Junior 18 double sculls. Several Hartpury crews on the water, as we kind of expect to see in junior women's sculling. They are often seen at the top of the pack when it comes to these races. But in lane order, Hartpury University and College, Barn Elms Rowing Club, Newark Rowing Club, City of Cambridge Rowing Club, Christchurch Rowing Club, and then that second Hartpury University and College Boat Club. Paige and Ellie in lane 6, Evie and Rosemary in lane 1.
And as you were saying, Sasha, with these J18 categories, it's a bit hard to tell. Sometimes you might have J16s or J17s doing a higher age category just because that's the way the racing has panned out. But sometimes this might be their final race, and so even if it's not a medals race, it's got emotional significance sentimental significance and something that people want to look back on. Anyhow, as we come through the middle of the race, this looks to be the crew from Newark, I think. No, correction, it's Hartpury. Who are out in lane 1. I was just a bit. I thought they were in the middle of the crew, middle of the lake, but it's not. It's Hartpury in lane 1 who are out in front with a comfortable margin. The camera just there at the 1500 metre mark, so getting some nice shots of them with the backdrop of the rowing lake. We don't have any intermediate times to tell you how everyone was doing at the 1500 metre mark, but it was the crew in Barn Elms in lane 2 who were out in front next. A sort of echelon pattern, if you like, with the crews forming across the lake from right to left. And I think as we come into the final 500 metres, it's very much Hartpury's race to lose.
It is indeed about 10 seconds separating the packs at Hartpury and Hartpury at either end, sandwiching the crews. It looks like the crosswind that I think we've been having across the day is playing a little bit of havoc with some of the crews out on the water, just slowing them down ever so slightly. I think it's hard to put power through the water when you're being jostled around from all sides, hey? But yes, Hartpury in lane 1, Barn Elms in lane 2, but I think Barn Elms is being challenged by that City of Cambridge crew in lane 4, who are starting to put in a bit of a push towards the finish line.
Yeah, it's about, I'd say, a length advantage for the Barn Elms crew over City of Cambridge. But City of Cambridge, a rowing club with a phenomenal programme. They're having success at the junior level, at the senior level. You've got some close up shots there of the Hartpury crew on the screen. But as we come into the final 100 metres, I think Barn Elms are going to hold on to that second place position. But it's really quite tight, as you were saying, Sasha. This City of Cambridge crew have stepped up a gear and made some inroads. There we are. That's the shot of Hartpury across the line. A huge gap between them. And then it is Barn Elms who are just holding on to about a length advantage over City of Cambridge, who in turn about a length on the next two from Newark and Christchurch Rowing Club there, just crossing the line, rounded off by the other Hartpury crew in this race.
Yes, I think that the thing that you miss out on not being by a screen and being on the lakeside is the close-up shots of all of the crews having their wonderful, very well-fought celebrations. But what you miss out on the live stream, and why you should be here in person, is that you get to see all of the crews celebrating, because as we always say, it's brilliant to just to get here, and so a lot of work has got them to this point. Now on, we have the A final of the Women's Junior 18 double sculls. We've got City of Bristol, Nottingham and Union, George Heriot, Sir William Perkins's, Leeds Rowing Club and Peterborough in lane order. And I think we have an interview with Sir William Perkins's coming up now.
I'm here with Carmela and Dania from Sir William Perkins School. Now, you were in the J18 doubles earlier today, and your semi-final ended with an incredible photo finish. It has to be one of the races of the day so far. So what was it like from your perspective in the boat?
I think at the time we didn't actually know we'd won, so afterwards it was just such a great feeling to hear from our coach. But yeah,
it was really thrilling. Like we just went and it was really fun. It was really cool to have experienced that. And really proud to do it for Perkins, and it was really fun. It was a really good race.
What was going through your mind during that charge to the finish? Because it was a three-way charge to the finish, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think we didn't really know where we were in the race because we didn't want to look out too much. So we were just going as hard as we can, and then the buzzers went. So,
and it worked out really well in the end. So you're on into the final later. What are you going to take from that earlier race into the final?
Definitely the drive and the want that we had to be in that top three, and let everything go and just go as hard as we can.
And there's something about being in a double, it's just the two of you in that boat. What's that kind of teamwork like for you?
I think it's just trusting in each other to go together and just do everything the same. Yeah.
Amazing. Well, best of luck and thank you for talking with us today.
Thank you.
So back to the women's J18 doubles A final, And as we come through the 1,000 metre mark, the crew's actually just past 1,500. At the halfway point, it was very much Nottingham and Union who were out in front. And indeed, as we just get the indications from the 1,500 metre mark, the orders remain the same. Nottingham and Union in first, George Heriot in second, Peterborough City in third, and City of Bristol fourth, William Perkins fifth, and it leads in sixth. As I glance out the window into the final 300 metres, it very much seems like Nottingham and Union have taken the initiative in this race. They are about a length up on anyone else, and the challenge they are facing now is stiff pressure from the crew in the lane next to them from George Heriot School in lane 3. Meanwhile, across the lake, it's Peterborough City out in lane 6 who seem to be in the bronze medal position, and they are continuing to motor up towards the George Heriot School crew. But I think at the moment we've had a pretty consistent 1-2-3 pattern, and barring a dramatic upset in the final 100 metres, that seems to be the pattern of this race as they will go across the line.
Gosh, I mean, these crews are really battling it out, as you said. Nottingham and Union really being pushed all the way to the line. Ella Hardman and Amy Page have done a huge amount to earn their place and get that gold medal. A little bit of a crab as they cross the finish line often happens with big celebrations. And Charles, you were right. It is George Heriot across in second, Peterborough in third, City of Bristol across the line in fourth. We'll wait to see that the umpire confirms those, but Ella and Amy from Nottingham Union very, very chuffed with their performance. They battled all the way to the semi-finals at Henley Women's this year, and they placed fifth at Nat Schools Regatta, not only contending with the heat wave, but with the tough competition there. So great to see them moving through, and the white flag from the umpire. That is a gold medal for Nottingham and Union Rowing Club in the Women's Junior 18 Double Sculls A final. Silver to George Heriot, and bronze to Peterborough City.
Well, we'll see the medal ceremony for that race momentarily, but now further up the course, about 3.5 minutes into their race, it's the women's J16 single sculls. This is for the C final.
In lane order, we have Alice Baker from Rob Roy Boat Club, Eleanor Bewick of Nottinghamshire County Rowing Association, Amelia French of Maidenhead, Hannah Skelton of Nottinghamshire County Rowing Association, Libby Doty of Northampton, and Josephine Brutton of Trent Rowing Club.
Yeah, don't have any intermediate times yet, but the camera is at the 1,000 metre mark, and as we swivel round, it does seem to be that the sculler from Maidenhead, I think, is out front. We've got a bit of sun on the screen, which makes the colours a little bit hard to select. There we go. Yep, Maidenhead out in front, and a huge gap out on the rest of the competition. I think, gosh, it's incredibly tight between scullers from Rob Roy, Notts County, and I think Northampton across the lake. Again, slightly hard to tell with the sun on our screen. We'll wait for those to be flashing up on the intermediate times. Definitely sculler out in lane 1 in Rob Roy there, just on set on the pictures with the sculler out in front. Amelia French, who seems to be having a rather comfortable advantage in this race as they go through the 1,000 metre mark. As we were saying earlier though, 1,000 metres is a long way to go in a singles race, and it could all be changed.
Absolutely, and especially with the habit of this lake in its waves and wind, the course can change, the conditions can change, and I think especially as a maybe slightly more inexperienced sculler at J16, you've been rowing for maybe 5 years compared to some people who will come with decades of experience, and so dealing with the changing conditions can be tough, but it's fantastic experience, especially if you want to end up on the Henley Reach at some point, given that bit of water's wobble ever so slightly. But yes, no, really fantastic to see Amelia French of Maidenhead out in front by quite a margin, almost 10 seconds over Libby from Northampton in lane 5, who is in second place. But I think we can maybe expect some slightly exciting racing from Northampton, Nottinghamshire, CRA, from Eleanor, and then Alice Baker of Rob Roy, because they're all pretty close together. Got some wonderful images on our live stream screen of that Nottingham and Union crew collecting their gold medals.
Yeah, indeed. Fantastic to see the double from Nottingham Union taking the win there. A commanding performance, and something that their coaches and themselves should be rightly proud of. Meanwhile, up the course in the C final, we're continuing to see an amazing performance by Amelia French, out in front with a huge advantage over the opposition. Again, the gap between the remaining crews, though, Libby Doty of Northampton Rowing Club, only a second ahead of scullers from Notts County. And while we wait for them to come into the final 400 metres of the course where they are now, they're just past the 1500. Don't have any times yet for that timing point. And we've got a nice wide shot there from the camera tower looking out on the lake. But it does seem like Amelia French has decided that she's got a point to prove here from the time trial, perhaps, that she's going to, or even, with the time trial, to see that she can show herself to be, that she can prove to herself that she can do this. As you were saying, Sasha, these are J16s. They've not been sculling for a huge amount of time, only a couple of years at most, and I still think it's amazing that they're handling. It is quite blustery now in the course, as you were saying, and I think they're doing a tremendous job in it.
Yes, we don't quite have the white horses that we had in some of the repechages earlier today, and our fencing is doing a good job of staying up right now, but I think still difficult conditions to be contending with at the best of times, especially in a small boat with this experience. So they're doing a fantastic job, and I'm sure can only be looking forward to competing either again in this category next year or maybe moving up depending on their age. And so I think that's one of my favourite things about Brit Champs, is you can really see the progression pathways that you might have through the competition. But whilst Amelia French is really, as you said, proving her point and getting out ahead, I think second place is looking like it's probably going to go to the sculler in lane 4. We don't have times for her, but she seems to be pushing out far ahead. Rob Roy and Notts CRA in lane 1 and 2 having a little bit of a battle there themselves for 1 and 2, but I think Alice of Rob Roy has broken free of her competition. Eleanor from Notts CRA in lane 2, and it was Amelia French over the line first.
So Hannah Skelton from Notts County Rowing Association, it seems, come across the line. Or sorry, it should be Libby Doughty from, I think. Sorry, we're slightly confused because she's racing in lane 5 with a lane 5. She's racing in lane 4 with a lane 5 bow number, so we're not quite sure why that is, but potentially there was a change of lanes at the start line. But anyhow, Libby Doughty there from Northampton Rowing Club, tremendous effort to take the second position in that C final. Masterful performance to just come through the pack and make sure that she very much held on to that position.
As we keep saying, really brilliant to see these young athletes getting out and getting stuck in and getting stuck into the B final of the J16 women's singles. We have Barn Elms in lane 1, George Herriot's in lane 2, Camas in lane 3, Lambton in lane 4, Chesterless Street in lane 5, and Putney High School in lane 6. So quite a broad set of geographically placed boat clubs here. We've got everything from Putney to the reaches of the northeast to up into Edinburgh with George Herriot there.
Yeah, indeed, and hopefully we'll have quite a good race. I'm just looking at the intermediate times that have flashed up while you were talking, Sasha, and it seems pretty compressed. Okay, it's Freya Hall of Barn Elms out in front by probably about a length, but of course that's not very much at all in single sculls. And then between everyone else, it's just 4 seconds. So this is an incredibly compressed and tight race, and I think there's all to play for. We've just got some nice shots there of the scullers heading down the lake, this camera position at the 1,000-metre mark, so they're well into the second half of the race now. They've been racing for about 5 minutes and they've probably got another 3 to go, and that's the point at which the tables may start to turn.
I think that's the thing Dubs and I were talking about earlier, isn't it? Is you've got that dead stretch in the middle of the river where the adrenaline of the first 500 starts to calm down ever so slightly, but the adrenaline that you get and the push that you get from the crowds on the bank and reaching the tents, it hasn't quite kicked in yet, and that can be quite a daunting place to be, especially when you're in a boat on your own.
Yeah, indeed. When you're in an 8 or a 4 with a Cox, you've got someone who can tell you what to do, who can prompt you to execute the race plan. And in this case, it's all down to you and your own self-discipline. And as we come up to the 1,500 metre mark, you can see the 1,000 metre times there in set. But we've got nice shots of Freya Hall from Barn Elms, who I think is still out in front as we come through the 1,500 metre mark. Let's see what happens as the camera swivels. Very much Freya Hall with a commanding gap over the rest of the pack. It looks like the sculler in lane 3 from Camas. Olivia Lewis is then in second. We'll wait for the camera to show us as it continues to follow Freya Hall round. It's very much, she's taken the race by the scruff of the neck, so to speak, and is walking away. She's sculling beautifully in these tailwind conditions, and I'm sure, no doubt, she's not going to have much difficulty from the rest. Meanwhile, as you can see on that beautiful drone shot, Sasha, it's a much tighter race behind.
It is. I think this is a classic case of breaking the elastic, isn't it? Freya Hall walking away from the rest of the crew, but there is overlap between everyone else. I think the sculler in lane 3, Olivia Lewis of Camas, has moved up from the 4th place that she held at 1,000 to, I believe, 2nd. I think George Heriot's sculler, Kate Desmules, has just knocked it back a few notches, but as you said, things can change rather more quickly in a single than they do in an 8, and so they've got a little bit of time to make it up. They've got about 350 metres left of their race. Now is the time where you have to really start revving the engine, thinking about whether you want to go, is this something you want to fight for? Because, you know, you're running out of water.
So yeah, indeed, and you're right to say that Olivia Lewis from Camas has moved through the gears, moved through the pack, but I wouldn't rule out Kate Demule in lane 2 either from George Heriot's school. Perhaps she's burnt her matches too quickly and paced this to be faster in the first with the race, and indeed it does look like she's going perhaps slightly backwards relative to Olivia Lewis. As they come into the red boys now, it's still Freya Hall of Barn Elms well out in front, just moving across the lane actually slightly. She needs to make sure she's staying straight and true and doesn't have any trouble with the boys.
I was going to say, looking at Freya out of the window, it looks like she may have also burnt her matches a little too quickly, and I mean, she's in a very privileged position of being able to slow it down ever so slightly. She can see all of her competition and she knows that she's moving away from them, but here she is coming towards the finish line in the red boys. She knows she's got a few strokes left, and she put in a push and wafts across the finish line spectacularly, first in this B final, followed by Olivia Lewis of Camas and Kate Desmules of George Heriot's. 4th across the line there, Faye Thompson of Lambton Rowing Club. She will be followed by Dana Simpson of Chester Street and Grace Smith of Putney High School.
And another exciting set of racing there with the B final of the women's J16. So we've now got the A final on the course. They're already a substantial margin into the race, so we'll be looking to see how they do momentarily. Who have we got on the course at the moment?
Well, in contention for medals in this J16 single sculls A final, we have Ashley Sullivan of Sir William Perkins's, Lara Tilorney of Falcon Boat Club, Alva Clements of George Watson's, Lily Margot of City of Cambridge, Imogen de Pennington of Stratford-upon-Avon, and Beau Gritton of Chester Street.
So we don't have any intermediate times just yet, I don't think, but looking at that, it's the sculler in lane 3, and Alva Clements of George Watson, who seems to have a commanding lead. I think this camera is at the 1,000 metre mark. It's just panning round, so that's why we don't have any times. And then it's on the near lane in lane 1. It's Ashley Sullivan from Sir William Perkins, who seems to be in 2nd place. There we go. So a length and a half to Alva Clements, then Ashley Sullivan, and then in 3rd place it was Laura Tilorney.
Well, I know for a fact that Carol will be somewhere out there jumping for joy, whether actually or just metaphorically, that we have some Scots out in front. Got some timings coming in there, about 3 seconds between Alva of George Watson's and Ashley of Sir William Perkins's. Gets a little bit tighter after that. Lara Tilorney of Falcon Boat Club really chasing it down, wanting to stay in medal contention, hoping, I'm sure, to bump up a little bit from a bronze to a silver, but down there racing in 4th, 5th and 6th, we've got Lily of City of Cambridge, Beau of Chester Street, and Imogen of Stratford-upon-Avon. But I think there's only about 3 seconds in it between Lara and Lily from Falcon and City of Cambridge. And I'm sure that Lily is really, she's got gold on her mind, but she's going to try and push to see if she can upset the current trajectory and see if she can get herself a place on the medal pontoon.
So looking at this beautiful drone shot we can see on the screens now, it is Alva Clements of George Watson College way out in front with several lengths advantage over her opposition, and then it is Ashley Sullivan in lane 1 who seems to be in the 2nd place position. It seems also that the bronze medal is being held by Laura Trelawney, which was very much the setup as we were going through that 1,000 metre mark on the bronze medal. But I would say there's a bit of a move here from lane 4, Lily Margot, as Sasha was saying, and indeed just a bit of a steering issue there from Laura Trelawney. It looks like she's just moved across the lane. Perhaps a gust has caught her bow, or her alignment with the lane isn't quite what it needs to be, and that's just giving Lily Margot a little bit of advantage as they come into the final 500 metres of the race.
I think you're right. Sometimes the pressure can really get to you. Potentially she had a little look over to a couple of lanes on her left, saw that City of Cambridge crew was hot on her tail and maybe got a little too focused on that, but is doing a spectacular job. She's straightened up. They're still moving. They're swiftly approaching 3:50 to go. They can feel the red boys behind them. They know they're moving towards them.
So yeah, indeed, and we just got the time up there. So Alva Clements way out in front by about 6 seconds over Ashley Sullivan of Sir William Perkins School, who in turn has 4 seconds advantage over Lil Trelawney from Falcon Boat Club. Big flock of geese there actually in the lane of Laura Trelawney, which fortunately she is dodging with no issues. The question is though, who is going to get the bronze medal? Because Lily Margot was starting to make a move just as we cut from that shot, and as we look at the times there, it was less than a second between them for the bronze medal position. It does seem that Alva Clements is unassailable, and indeed Ashley Sullivan also feeling fairly secure in a silver medal position. But as we go into the final 250 metres, Sasha, I think it's all to play for this bronze medal.
I think you're absolutely right, and I'm sure that Ashley Sullivan there in lane 1 is feeling quite smug about her lane allocation, because it just gives you, I think, a little less pressure when you've got scullers only on one side of you that you're having to contend with. You're close enough to the bank that you can hear and feel the support from the crowds, and you just have to keep your focus to your left. There's a little less to concentrate on. She's getting quite close to the buoy lines, but I think she is in a solid place for that 2nd position. But 3rd, gosh, I think there has been a bit of an upset there, and Lily is out in front. City of Cambridge moving through Falcon Boat Club, lane 4 coming into clutch, and I think she's putting in a shift for the silver as well.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Sasha.
Oh, the gold is set. That's going to George Watson, but Ashley Sullivan is in danger, and I think that she has been overtaken by...
This is going to the wire. That's a photo finish. I don't believe it. That's an unbelievable piece of pacing. Lily Margot there from City of Cambridge. I thought, yes, she's making a good bid for the bronze. I could not foresee that she would put herself all the way forward for the silver medal position, and I'm afraid we're going to have to wait for the official confirmation of that. Do we have some time, Sasha?
We do. We'll wait for the white flag of the umpire, but it was George Watson's that crossed the line first. There is the white. Gold to George Watson's Alva Clements, way ahead of her competition. Ashley Sullivan from Sir William Perkins did manage to stay just in front. 0.3 seconds between her and Lily. Lily put in a fantastic shift, very deserving of a medal placement, and I think didn't quite, maybe ran out of water just slightly. It was very much on the surge. I think that Ashley took that silver and Lily took the bronze, but a spectacular race in this A final for the women's junior 16 single sculls. And we now move on to the Open Club singles C final. In lane 1, Canterbury Pilgrims. In lane 2, Nottingham Rowing Club. In lane 3, City of Sunderland. In lane 4, Royal Chester. In lane 5, Cambridge 99, and in lane 6, Nottingham.
And indeed, we've just got the intermediate times flashing up there. So it is Cameron Black of Nottingham Rowing Club out in front by about a length over Harry Peel from Canterbury Pilgrims Boat Club, And third place currently Dominic Hartley from Nottingham Rowing Club, about a third of a length behind Harry Peel. The scullers just coming up now, about 12:50 into their race, and I think looking at those times there, it's very compressed. I think 8 seconds separates, just about 8 seconds, which is about 3 lengths, separate the different scullers there. That's something that potentially could all be changed, as we've already seen in the last 2 sets of singles racing. So it'll be exciting to see how this plays out. Some nice shots of the scullers from the 1500 metre mark. As that camera swivel rounds, we'll get a better assessment of the latest state of the race.
I think that's the really exciting thing about these small boats, isn't it? Is that things are a lot more changeable. They're a lot more at the mercy of the weather and the wind, but also kind of to the whims of their competition. And, you know, the slightest lack of press on the footplate can lose you half a length, but a really big push can put you out ahead now. First out there is Cameron Black of Nottingham Rowing Club, really putting in a push. Second, Harry Peel of Canterbury Pilgrims, moving with Cameron. But the rest of the crews, really neck and neck.
Yeah, I can't call who would get third place position at this race between these 4 scullers. As you can see on the larger picture at the top left of the screen, those 4 scullers in lanes 6, 5, 4 and 3, i.e. from left to right, they are all basically level. And as we come into the final 350 metres of this race, any of those 4 scullers could take the third place position. And just seeing some inset pictures of the medal ceremony from the A final we've just seen for the women's J16 single sculls.
A reminder that the Water Sports Centre side is definitely the place on the lake to be. We have medals galore. You can see the joy of the crews and their coaches as they accept the victorious spoils from all their hard work. But also you have our wonderful food vendors and the loons and the rock the boats of the world. We've got our wonderful stands selling clothes. And so, yes, make your way over. I think we've got some ice cream that I'm seeing out the window, which always gets me going. And I think it's getting these scullers going too as they gun down towards the finish line. They are entering the red buoys. It is still Cameron Black from Nottingham Rowing Club, I think, who is out in front.
But I will say Harry Peel, who was in this rather comfortable second place position only a few hundred metres ago, has slipped backwards and backwards, and the field has come right back onto him. So I think, I'm afraid, the deck of cards has been completely reshuffled, and second place seems to now be in the hands of Hamish Tennant from Cambridge 99, who has zoomed ahead. And indeed, the bronze medal, not even the bronze medal, the third place position, this is only a C final, I'm getting ahead of myself, might be Dominic Hartley across the lake from Nottingham. So it might be a Nottingham 1-3 in this race, because here we come up to the line. You've got the finish shots. It's going to be incredibly tight. Look at that. 3 crews addressed.
Gosh, what a phenomenal race. I mean, that was incredibly tight right down to the line. I think Harry Peel had a bit of an issue with his steering. He veered slightly into the second lane, came back to his own, but he put in a huge shift coming back. And I think there's a flag, and we can confirm it was Nottingham Cambridge 99 and Nottingham Rowing Club. So Harry Peel lost out only just for the Canterbury Pilgrims, coming in 4th place.
Well, what an exciting race, and it proves my motto, which, Sasha, is ACIS. Anything can happen in singles. And you should always bear that in mind as we enter now. We've had the C final, we've got the B final on the lake. Just a bit further up, they've gone through the 1,000 metre mark, so we should have intermediate times very shortly. But this is another race featuring a Lee sculler. So we have in lane 1 Rory Mooney of Lee Rowing Club. We have Josh Palfreyman in lane 2 from City of Cambridge, Michael Janeway of Broxbourne Rowing Club lane 3, Lawrence Joss lane 4, Thomas Fuller Reading Uni lane 5, and David Smith from Nottingham lane 6. And may I just say, Sasha, Rory had a bit of an upset with in the semi-final where he caught a buoy and had a bit, didn't go in, but had a big wobble, and that just put him way back and off the race pace. So I said to him, he said, what am I going to do now? And I said, well, you've got to go out there and win the B final. And as it looks like it, He is way out in front. I say way out in front, only half a second, but he's still out in front as they come through the 1,000-metre mark.
Yeah, he took that very seriously and is putting in a big shift. I think this feels like it's going to be a lead from the start kind of situation. He wants to get out in front and stay there.
So we've just had an update from the race officials regarding the women's J16 single sculls race. The results as we announced them were the unofficial times, and I believe that the times have been revised following a review by the Finnish judges. So if you're looking for the official race results, we do have it now confirmed that the final outcome of that race was that Alva Clements was in first, it was Lily Margot of City of Cambridge in second, and Ashley Sullivan of Sir William Perkins School was in third position.
And looking back down to the finish line there, coming pretty quickly, Rory Mooney now, I think, in second position, but doing a spectacular job there in lane 3 is Michael Janeway of Broxbourne Rowing Club, who has clearly put in a massive shift during that dead zone of the lake and has come across first, followed closely by Rory Mooney of Lee.
Yeah, and just rounding out there, we have Hamish Tennant from Cambridge 99, and then the sculler in lane 6, Dominic Hartley, rounding out that. Dominic Smith from Nottingham Rowing Club and Toby Fuller from Reading University there in lanes 5 and 6. And just drifting across the line, it's Paul Freeman of City of Cambridge in lane 2. Now, that was the B final. It's time for the big kahuna. This is the Open Club Single Sculls A final. Who have we got in this race then?
Well, I'm sure that no shrieks of excitement will be heard from the commentary tower at all, because in this A final, in lane 1, Charlie Palmer of Star Club. In lane 2, Aaron Jackson of London Rowing Club. In lane 3, Max Raymond Barker of the Lee. In lane 4, James Coombs of Hereford. In lane 5, Archie Norton of Minerva Bath. And in lane 6, Teddy Sherman representing Leicester Rowing Club. Now, at the halfway point, it was James Coombs of Hereford who was leading London Rowing Club's Aaron Jackson in second, and Max Raymond Barker of the Lee in third place. Very, very tight racing there between London and Lee. 0.3 seconds between them, and back in fourth, Archie Norton of Minerva Bath. Not far behind, less than a second back to him. And again, as we said, changeable conditions and changeable placements for these single sculls, so we will wait to see what happens as they come past 1500, but I think looking pretty good for your sculler there, Max. Charles?
Yeah, well, Max is a previous medalist in this event and will no doubt be looking to get himself on the podium once more again. He's right in the middle of the lake in that chevron. James Coombs, however, putting in a phenomenal effort. He was racing only last weekend at Henley Masters Regatta in the B final. If I remember correctly, he was pipped to the post by Sylvain Boyer, who's racing lightweight later today by that. I think it was a foot, as I said, I mentioned in that race. Here's the camera at 1500 metre mark, and it does seem to be still the sculler from Hereford, James Coombs, out in front with close pursuit, Max Raymond Barker in lane 3 from Lee Rowing Club and Aaron Jackson in lane 2. So here come the intermediate times. It's almost 3.5 seconds advantage, so about a length's advantage to the Hereford sculler. And Lee have moved up into second place, so Max Raymond Barker has just overtaken Aaron Jackson in the last 500 metres. This is going to set us up for, I think, a very, very exciting final 500 metres, Sasha, because the question is, can anyone catch James Coombs?
I would have said at the start of today, if I was just watching this race, probably not. He looks like he's put in a really good shift and put himself out in front of the rest of the pack. But as we've seen with many of our finals across today, minor and major, everything is to play for, as we commentators often say. And so I think that there's just a huge amount of variability that can happen. These scullers are looking pretty close together, and whilst James Coombs is doing a spectacular job of getting the Hereford Rowing Club out in front as they start to come into the Red Boys, he is being very heavily chased by Max Raymond Barker of the Lee. And I have to say, I think Archie Norton of Minerva Bath has also put in a massive shift. I don't think that a medal is going to be going home to London Rowing Club today. Aaron Jackson overturned Max Raymond Barker of the Lee, really putting in a few fast final strokes. What do you think is going to happen on the line, Charles?
Well, it does look like James Coombs has done enough to hold himself front. There's just a length and a half's advantage, and Max Raymond Barker looks over his shoulder to see where he stands. He's got the silver medal by the looks of things. Archie Norton, as you said, completely came out of nowhere to take the bronze medal, and Aaron Jackson unfortunately was in second, I think, at the halfway point, and has had a very difficult second 1,000 metres. He's just gone backwards relative to the pack. Just across the line now, rounding out, is Charlie Palmer from Start Club, and across the side of the lake it's Teddy Sherman from Leicester Rowing Club. An exciting A final of the club single sculls.
Well, another medal goes home to Lee. The white flag of the umpire will wait to just confirm those finish positions, but we move on now to the women's club single sculls. This is the C final. In lane 1 we've got Annabelle Noonan of Tideway Scullers. In lane 2, Kay Corley of Newark. Jessica Simmons in lane 3 for Leeds. Anwen Reid from Agecroft in lane 4. From Millfield School Boat Club in lane 5 is Poppy Clothier. And in lane 6, Rosemary Tregenza of Agecroft. So 2 Agecroft boats here. A testament to their fantastic programme. We've seen a lot of representation from them across the junior categories this morning and now the clubs, and I think they're a pretty excellent crew when it comes to the sport they've got. James, I've now said his first name without remembering his surname, but James, who is part of the GB Beach Sprints team, who is very impressive, I think, was in the double with Cam Buchan last year at British Rowing Beach Sprint Champs. So they've got, a huge amount of depth to their squads.
Well, looking at the inset pictures, we have the C final of the women's club single sculls. So in lane 1 we have Kay Corley of Newark Rowing Club, Jessica Simmons of Leeds Rowing Club in lane 3, Anwen Reid of Agecroft Rowing Club lane 4, Poppy Clothier of Millfield School, and Rosemary Tregenza of Agecroft. So 2 Agecroft crews in this race, and the crews are through the 1,000 metre mark. I've just seen that on the picture. We don't have any times yet, and here we go. This is the inset is the medal ceremony from that club single sculls, and it's James Coombs of Hereford, who, having raced Masters B last weekend at the Henley Masters Regatta, is rounding that off with a gold medal in the club event for single sculls at the British Rowing Club Championships. And their coach there delighted to be giving him the shield as well. So we've got the intermediate times from the C final just on the course now. So it's the sculler from Newark in lane 2, Kay Corley out in front. Then the sculler from TSS, Annabelle Noonan from TSS in lane 1, and then I think it was, here we go, it's Anwen Reid from Agecroft who was in the 3rd place position. Still pretty close between the first 5 crews.
Yes, absolutely. I think Rosemary of Agecroft in lane 6, falling back a little bit off the pace, but as you said, it's 4 seconds between 1st and 5th. So it'll be really exciting to see what they do in the second half of this race, especially between lanes 1 and 2, right next to each other. Kay Corley, Annabel Noonan are, I think, really going to be fighting it down to the line.
Well, James Coombs is out of his boat and he's walking around the medals pontoon. We've just got some pictures there of Max Raymond Barker being given his silver medal, so congratulations to him for what a fantastic set of racing. James Coombs' boat almost blew away as he got out there, and then here is Archie Norton from Minerva Bath, about to receive the bronze medal from the organising committee. Congratulations to him. Meanwhile, we're getting inset the pictures from the 1500 metre mark, and as the camera swivels round, it's lane 1. It's Annabel Noonan from Tideway Scullers who is flipped the race over and taken it by storm. And look at that, dead level between lanes 2 and 3. Kay Corley and Jessica Simmons has gone completely level between those two. Kay Corley was out in front. She's now slipped to possibly 3rd place as we go into the final 500 metres.
Yes, I mean, looking down the course, I think it's still the Sculler in lane 6 who's slightly off pace, but not by much. The rest of the field looking pretty tight together, especially, as you said, those first 3 lanes. I think it is it's going to be Annabel Noonan who puts in a big push as they come through the 350 marker and make their way down towards the finish line. It looks like some of the power has been lost in lane 2 by Kay Corley, but at the same time I can see the shade of the wind that she is having to scull through, so I'm not surprised by that at all.
Yeah, indeed. As we come into the final 250 metres, it is very much the sculler from Tideway. Annabel Noonan out in front and with a commanding lead, plenty of clear water. However, the position for 2nd place, actually, I'd say Jess Simons just moving through. She's got a bit of a tailwind, to be honest, in her lane, looking at the ripples on the water. But she's just managed to keeping her bow in front of Kay Corley, and also the sculler from Millfield School, Poppy Clothier, out in lane 5, also in the mix here as the crews come into the final 100 metres.
Gosh, this is, I think, going to be another exciting race. There might be some upsets as they come down towards the finish line. Annabel Noonan making sure that she is in the best position possible to cross that line first. Kay Corley being left behind as the other scullers move through her. It's looking pretty neck and neck between Jess Simmons from Leeds and Poppy Clothier of Millfield. I think Poppy looks like she's moving slightly faster but might not have the water to scull through Jess Simmons. I think Jess finding another gear and pumping her way across the line.
Well, Sasha, it's been some great racing we've watching. I'm afraid our time on the mic together for now has come to an end, so we're going to do a quick swap over as the A, B and C finals continue for the rest of the day.
You will be left in the capable hands of Darbs and Carol as they take you through what I'm sure will only be more exciting racing, and that's for us, day 1 done.
Well, welcome back to Darbs. He's sitting beside me, proudly wearing his gold medal for the women's beginner fours. Proud and loud. So, congratulations, Darbs. How did that feel?
Thank you very much. It was great, yeah. Girls performed magnificently. And
they took it on from the start. They went
they
out
did.
there.
They basically had a length after 500.
Oh, wow.
They didn't get it straight away. It was quite close, but it worked out to a length of 500, about 2.5 lengths at the K. It was quite disappointing a little bit for Furnival. They were in a fantastic race with City of Cambridge.
Yep.
Through the first 1,500 or so.
I was tracking them. I was commentating on it, so we were tracking them, and then they just seemed to.
Unfortunately, I think there was a crab or something and just held them up. They straightened up, but by then it was
Cambridge was through them.
But it was a really good race. I filmed it all the way down, and it was on the surge at that point, like literally.
Yeah.
And I think Furnival had actually put their nose back out in front. But that was shaping up to be a really good race. But them's the break sometimes, I think.
Yeah,
but,
well, beginners 4, you're never quite sure
Absolutely.
what could happen.
But
and
very proud
great
of
racing
my-
experience for them all. And
Yeah, very
I
proud
was
of mine.
watching Furnival City of Cambridge, and it looked, for the first 1,500 metres, a really, really close race. But here we are, back with the Women's Club Single Sculls. And, well, gosh, they've got so little left of this race to go. So, just try to look at, gosh, you take your eye off the prize, you get your eye out of Parallax for a couple of hours or so, and you just forget where how they're placed across. This is close, though.
Lane, we're going to go 4-5. 4-5,
well, what about
2-6 maybe, yeah.
Well, you see, I think 2's up there.
So Nottingham, Llandaff.
I think it's
Chester
2,
Le
3,
Street
4, and
as well.
5, to be honest. But then 2 is Chester Le Street, 3 Warrington, then Nottingham in 4, Llandaff in 5. Oh gosh, Llandaff's coming back strongly there though. Just over in lane 5. Oh wow, this is a finish. You'll see the orange of Lee in lane 1, and I think they're just not quite in contention just for these last little places. B final, we saw them in the A, B semis earlier and had a rough idea how the boat speed. These crews were really close, very little to choose between them on the time trial. Very little to choose between them in the AB final. Look at Llandaff. They have got
also Susanna Yulton, Chester Le Street, and Madeline Jones, Warrington. They're having a right battle in the middle there.
But Postlethwaite of Llandaff just taking that race on by the scruff of its neck, just in that last 500 metres, and just pulled herself in front of Yulton of Chester Le Street, who's having to settle for second.
Yeah, and Morella McGee, another good scholar over there from Norwich Rowing Club.
Warrington in third, and then Norwich just over there on the far side. Goodness gracious me, what a race to come back into.
Chloe Bernard also in there, who has it won't feel like it right now, but she has a huge, huge future in this sport, and I know she's going to work on that sprint, and in a year's time, it'll be a very different story. She's going to be a fantastic rider, we can tell.
I remember the AB semi-final, she just missed out on that place in the A final, just because I think the other scullers had just that bit more experience and just knew when to time their push to their advantage.
And we're also able to just stick it up into the high 30s and really push it along, but she's definitely a future star of ours.
A name to watch.
Absolutely, yeah.
Heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen.
I'll hang my Unirowing hat on that.
Yeah, well, you heard it here first, and look out for that name in the future. So rapidly moving into the A final of this Women's Club Single Sculls, and some big names in this field. Darbs, just some big names that we've commentated on variously.
And like we said, there's some names that we've commentated on, and I think Flora Turnbull had the turn of pace.
She
in that
did.
Semi-final
She
to
certainly did.
Burst into this race.
But as you say, some big names, lots of experience. So I'm looking forward to this. So who do we all have? We have Titterington of Newark in lane 1, Fleming of Nottingham in lane 2, Saunders of Tideway Scullers in lane 3, Faint of Leeds in lane 4, Janes of Hartpury, Uni and College in lane 5, and Turnbull of Rob Roy in lane 6.
Yeah, Gracie Janes had a good sprint as well, and will probably need it with a bit of a 6-second gap from 3rd to 4th, but that may well close up. We're just waiting for the 1,500 metre splits to come through. I don't think they're quite at the 1,500 metre yet. They've probably got about another 100 metres to go to get there. But yeah, for a medal race, yeah, I think actually lane 4 has done very, very well there. Charlie Faint continues to
I was
walk
just going to
out,
say,
yeah.
it's to my eye, it was Charlie Faint out in that lane 4, just getting herself out in front. She did that in the semis as well. She just got herself out in front and stayed out the danger and just made sure that she could see what was happening behind her. We've seen some really amazing finishes from about 750 out to 250 metres where things can change. I think these are all experienced scullers. I can't see that really happening here, but I could see jostling
if
for...
we hit that drone shot, you can see, his lane 4 has just about 2 lengths lead, I think, but overlap between 2nd and 3rd place tied with scullers.
Well, I think that's where the jostle will be, wasn't it? Silver, bronze, 3rd, 4th, 2nd, 3rd and 4th. But, you know, with this quality of the field, there's no way you can relax.
No, definitely can't relax. Got to press on, press on, press on.
But lane 2, it is
good move
Fleming
there.
of Nottingham. Just
Ursi Fleming making a move, yeah.
But it's going with her. We have Saunders of Tideway Scullers. Just 2 of them just jostling there.
Well, Carol, I heard something a couple of days ago. It was like, these are the 7 most important words that were ever said. And it was, don't give up. Don't ever give up. And at this point, that's where you have to just remember that. And Ursi Fleming is absolutely throwing it in to try and get on terms with Margaret.
Who's moving on as well there. Charlie's having to lift it up. Just Charlie Faint for leads. You can just see her going up, just maintaining that advantage she has, because she's just seen the push come from these other athletes. And as you say, never give up. Never ever give up, because you just don't want to be kept napping on the line. And she's not going to do that, because she is just jostling, really ramping it up.
Who's going to get this silver medal?
But, this is going to the line, isn't it? So Charlie Faint just got to come through there, that first place.
It looked to me like half a length
for the
Scullers.
Yeah,
but he had to just keep throwing it in. There was no way of going easy to the line there. It was everything in that last 100
Great
meters.
battle going on for 4th place as well, you know, between Newark and Hartpury. And then we have Turnbull of Rob Roy over on the far side, just finishing out these 6 scullers in this A final.
Yeah, and she's putting that sprint in like before, but was just a little bit out of touch coming to those later stages. But a fantastic race from those ladies.
It's just a lovely shot of Charlie Faint there, Leeds Rowing Club, just zooming in there. She's finished her race.
And whilst we don't have it written down here, you know, we have to say very well done to the coaches. And I love that the coaches, not just because I got one around my neck, but I love that the coaches get a medal here as well, because none of these athletes are going to be able to perform in exactly the same way without the coaching support that they've had throughout their careers.
I remember when they first introduced the gold medal for the coach of the winning crew, and now I'm really delighted to see they've introduced the medals for the coaches of the crews that came 2nd and 3rd. And as you say, for a lot of these athletes, without huge amount of coaching input, sometimes voluntary, because not every club has a paid coach, it's a reward for the coachers, and who give usually a lot of time above and beyond. So well done.
And it's not just time, isn't it? It's like emotional energy. It's a lot of the time it's money as well, especially if you're not being paid for it. It's like, yeah, okay, sometimes I'll cover expenses, but you always put a little bit more in than what you're going to get back.
I don't know about you, but as a coach, I find it very emotional watching your crew.
Well, Sophie, who's been helping me with this crew, so I should really cut this medal in half and give her the other half. She was very nervous for them up there, because you do get so invested.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And you know, sometimes it's you're so emotional that you really have to pull yourself away and just take time before you go and have a chat with them. So yes, it's not just turning up, giving some words of wisdom, it's actually emotional investment as well. And here we have the B final of the Open Championship Lightweight Single Sculls.
I don't know if you noticed, but the other day British Rowing put something out about lightweight international pathway, self-funding, but we will open that up, that if you're good enough and you are willing to, you know, invest in yourself.
I noticed
we'll-
that
we'll
very
back
well
you going to
because
do
one
it.
of the first recipients of being given his GB jersey or GB All-in-One was Ben Parsons of Clydesdale.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And he's been putting himself out and about on the international stage a long time, just trying to get some sort of support and recognition. And I'm delighted that British Rowing have just started to reward that. And yes, I know there's no lightweight events in the Olympics anymore.
But there are, world
but there
champs
are
and things like this. Yeah.
But there are lightweight events
Literally,
out
yeah.
there, and people need to see a pathway.
Yeah.
And I'm delighted that it's there now.
And on your screen, you can just see the medalists being given out. So very, very happy scenes, which we want. So, gold for Leeds Rowing Club. That's brilliant for them.
And the coach just picking up their gold medal too, isn't that just, and the club getting the plaque because they're the fastest club. And it's just all
we got
these
a plaque as well. It's great. Yeah,
all these awards.
That will be going up in the boathouse.
And it's great to see that all this success is being rewarded. So on the screen we have it's the actions over on the far side with MacDonald of Hartpury University and College.
Ripping it.
But it's Jones of Gloucester giving him a run for his money, leaving the two in the middle of the field, slightly behind Ray of Peterborough and Comiskey of Tideway Scullers.
Yeah, and just in the bottom corner we can see Margaret Saunders of Tideway Scullers getting the silver medal.
I think it's Kate O'Sullivan presenting the medals.
Yeah, it is. I'm just having a look out the window to see who is now giving them out. But, yeah, good stuff.
Great performance here from MacDonald of
We've got to have
Hartpury
eyes
University
everywhere,
and
don't we?
College.
Because here we come into the last 50 metres in the champ lightweight B final. Ben
They
McDonald.
had a great battle just in the repechage.
Yeah, and Hartpury over Gloucester. I think they'll always like that, I believe. And then Tideway Scullers ahead of Peterborough. And is Ursi Fleming? Yes. So there's our other medalists.
Just picking up her medal.
Nottingham Rowing Club. So very well done to our medalists, and of course our non-medalists as well. Everyone that's competing here. It's, a big shout out. Not everyone can go away with a medal, but everyone can go away with a big performance or a best performance they can put in. And that's what we want.
And the photographers out there taking their chance to get these lovely club photographs, and I'm sure we'll see a lot of these around the clubhouses in future years because these have to be celebrated and remembered.
And all Mark One do a fantastic job. They're here, there, and everywhere, and that takes effort. It's not just some. It's not people. It's people getting out and.
I remember seeing All Mark One at Strathclyde Park. It was the spring regatta, and it was one of those days where the weather gods were not smiling. They threw everything at him, and he was sitting at 500 metres, totally exposed, taking pictures of the first 500 metres of every race. And how he didn't get hypothermia, I have no idea. But kudos to these photographers who, yes, they come out in really nice sunny days, but they're out there in some very challenging, difficult, cold conditions to give you your best rowing shots.
Yeah, absolutely. To capture your finest moments out on the water. Right, so let's do a roll call here then. The A final for the champ lightweight single. In fact, just based on who's here, some Scottish crews. Come on, Carol.
I just saw Jakob's name and just thought, no, I'll give this one to Carol.
I'm giving it a go, but
Jumac of Clydesdale in lane 1, Jakobs Mikowski of Aberdeen in lane 2, Boyer of Kingston Rowing Club in lane 3, Chard of Wallingford in lane 4, Marston of Hexham in lane 5, and Benyon of Northwich in lane 6. So really quite nice to see so many championship lightweight single sculls. seemed to have just sort of fallen off the radar for a while. But it's nice to have it back in the programme.
Yeah, good to have 10 athletes competing in it as well.
Absolutely. And there was a couple of scratchings from the time trial. One was Ben Parsonage, because he's on duties elsewhere.
Understandable.
And yeah, it's just so great to see so many of them. And as we would expect, it's the Scullers in the middle of the field, Boyer of Kingston and Chard of Wallingford leading the charge as they come towards us. And then really nothing much between Clydesdale, Aberdeen, Hexham and Northwich. And I think the charge will be on for that bronze medal. I'm not quite sure where the silver and gold will go between the two front runners, because they're pretty much level as they're coming towards us. And then a really great battle for third and fourth place. It's just what we want to see.
Yeah, third and fourth separated by a couple of seconds. First and second also by a couple of seconds. But it doesn't really matter. If it was a couple of seconds then, it matters what happens now. And Wallingford, Sam Chard, is throwing it all in to get on terms with Kingston Rowing Club's Sylvain Boyer.
Kingston Scullers just upping that rating just as we've spoken.
Yeah.
And Wallingford Scullers going up to... These two Scullers didn't have to do a repechage, so they got a bit more than the legs, who just made it straight through to the final.
Well, they'll need it now.
But they are really taking lumps out of each other there.
I would say at the moment Kingston has done a very good job of seeing off the person in second who was really trying to put a final charge in.
It's still motoring on, he's still pushing on, and then they got the two Scottish Scullers, Clydesdale and Aberdeen, and this is just going to come down to the line as well.
And neither have been able to take their foot off the gas, but the form is still good. The legs are driving down.
And it's Kingston just going through in that first place. And I'm going to have to stand up here. Wallingford in second. And then a push on between Clydesdale and Aberdeen. And to my eye, I think it's... Jakob thinks he's got it.
Yeah, Jakob definitely thinks he's got it.
And
he's also got the dip, so he's going that. Yeah, okay, there we go.
And that's the hard way, Jakob. And I'm sure there'll be lots of clubmates out there taking the pictures. But he crossed the line before he went in.
Yeah. Well, it was the celebration that sent him in. It wasn't the racing. Yeah.
I know, and I am delighted for him.
And that's a beautiful position right there.
Absolutely.
Cuddling the Empacker.
And Coach Gary and Pete down there just making sure the moment has been claimed for posterity. He's still happy with that. And but we've moved on from the Open Championship lightweight singles to the Women's Championship lightweight singles sculls.
He'll have to spin it over and hop back in, though. He's got to go get his medal. Oh, he's abandoned ship. There we go.
The abandoned ship abandoned the love of his life, his boat as well, which I find quite surprising.
Yeah, he still seems very happy. I'd be more happy getting hold of him. I mean, that's got to be a 10 grand shell.
Yeah, and the rest. And the rest.
So this is straight to the next medal race. It's the Women's Champ Lightweight Single. Loughborough Boat Club's Charlie Morby, Beckett Rowing Club, Emily Vaughan Brooks, City of Oxford, Hazel Wake, Hollingworth Lake, Leanna Daniels, Sudbury's Rowing Club's Amelia Moole, and Trafford Rowing Club's Emily Robertson. I believe Hazel Wake was straight through to the final after the time trial.
The rest had to make it through the repechage, where there were 6 boats for 5 places.
Okay.
So everybody else has had an extra race in to get through before they've made it into this A final.
Yeah, so Hazel Wake, it was worth winning the time trial just to give yourself that extra bit of rest coming into the race. But yeah, it seems to have paid off because Hazel Wake has a 5-second lead. I mean, Hazel Wake is a fantastic sculler. Has been so successful over the last, I want to say 5 years, but it might be longer, to be honest.
Well, just looking at the names, a lot of these names keep cropping up, and we've talked about this before in the women's club singles. They're the names we see and recognise, and you know they're good scullers, you know they're going fast. And it's just lovely to see so many of them in this event.
Yeah, and I think unfortunately Sudbury and Trafford have just been a little bit off the pace at the 1K, but only 1 second separating third and fourth at the 1K mark. So medals still being competed for very, very hotly.
You can see Sculler's got back in his boat and he will be swinging around to the pontoon to just pick up his medal as soon as he can. The medals being presented by Kate O'Sullivan. That's Chard of Wallingford just picking up his silver medal there.
Yeah, so normally the gold medalist comes over first, but the Kingston Sculler is still over with Jakob, I think.
Just making sure he's still upright. It'll take Jakob a long time to live that one down.
Well, legends have to be born somehow, so that's one way of doing it.
Yep, absolutely. Celebrate hard.
Just watching Hazel Wake here, trying to
and going
add
with her
yet
is
another thing.
Leanna Daniels is on her outside. Just, oh gosh, but is she in second or is it Vaughan Brooks of Beckett? Well, that's a hard one to call.
I think Leanna Daniels is a pretty formidable competitor and has had a decent lead, 3 seconds at the 1K, and I don't think would want to give any of that back. So she's charging. But Hazel Wake, what a wonderful, wonderful sculler, and going to add more to her list of accolades here, it looks like to me, with about 100 metres to go.
Just really nice example. She's very powerful and just getting a lovely run in that boat just as she's coming towards us. Just putting the blades and driving it on and just letting the boat move underneath her. Just classically what you should do. Leanna Daniels, just, yeah, as you said, just pulling yourself, lots of experience there, just staying in that second place.
And there'll be a good third place for Emily Vaughan Brooks, Beckett Rowing Club. Well done, Beckett, indeed. Just
chased down by...
Yeah, good stuff ahead of Loughborough Boat Club.
Loughborough just in that fourth place. And then we have Sudbury over in 5 and Trafford over in 6.
Yeah, so as we say, Hazel Wake will add to the list of accolades. So will Leanna Daniels. And so will Emily Vaughan Brooks. So I think we change patterns slightly in a moment because we've kind of been going A final, B final, A final, B final.
I think that's because there was fewer entries. So we're getting into the bigger events because Open Junior 16s had so many entrants. In fact, I've still got the papers here, I hope. And just it was pages of the Open Junior 16 double sculls. So that's why we're moving on to the C finals. I'm just trying to find the numbers, but I don't have it at my fingertips. Yeah, 40 odd crews. And fought it through to get to that. And just picking up their medal now, we have the sculler from Kingston, Boyer, just picking up the gold medal from Kate O'Sullivan.
Yeah, 42 crews, you're right, over 40 entries. And that's not even the most entries from today, I don't think.
No, I think it was one of the singles events.
And then on our screen, you can see the plaque has been given to the Kingston sculler, Sylvain Boyer. Very happy about that.
Absolutely. So just looking up the course, just on screen, we have these double sculls. So the C final has Lee Rowing Club B crew in lane 1, Lee C crew in lane 2, Maidenhead in lane 3, Rob Roy B in lane 4, Buell Bridge in lane 5, and George Watson's College B in lane 6. And sort of casting my mind back to the time trials and some of the semi-finals, and some really cracky racing went on there.
Just going to have a look back here, because obviously it was much earlier on. 3 seconds the spread in that C final. So it was very, very tight in the time trial for this.
Well, yeah, the C final, they only missed out at the B final by, I can't remember, a fraction
0.2 of a second.
A fraction of a second. So they were champing at the fastest 12.
Maidenhead and Rob Roy were only 0.1 of a second apart. And both of them were within 0.3 of being in the AB semis.
Well, interestingly enough, it's the two Lee crews over on this side really showing their performance early on in this race. So it's Lee B, Lee C, and then Maidenhead leading the charge towards the line. Not what I would have expected. I would have thought the typical chevron pattern to appear.
Yeah, not the norm, but it's still... so
but then if they were so close together, it doesn't really matter, does it?
No,
because
it's really close, and sometimes it's hard to gauge a time trial. You know, you think you've given everything, but you were just slightly off sync.
Yeah.
And so you gave everything, but you weren't really humming. And that's
that's a lovely way of phrasing it. Yes, singing along, making it look effortless, and sometimes that just doesn't work, and then sometimes it all comes together for the final.
Yeah.
And I think that's what's happening with these Lee crews. They've just got the time trial out of their system, and they're just pushing it on.
But here come Maidenhead, putting a charge in, trying to take Lee's second place off them. Who's going to have the better rhythm coming into this last 10 strokes? It will indeed be Lee on this near side, who have slight open water. But
oh gosh, Maidenhead really pushing on at every stroke. I think it was 1-2 for Lee there.
I think it was. They were 1-2 for most of the race.
Maidenhead in third.
For Maidenhead, yeah.
And
really
then Bealbridge,
try and get on terms.
Rob Roy, and George Watson's College.
And a very long gap when you go from the time trial to the C final. Because what's the time now? 5:16.
Their time trial was about 11 this morning. 10. No, the last one was 11, so it would have been...
I think they were one of the slightly earlier time trials.
10 o'clock this morning.
10 o'clock, yeah. So 7.25 hours between that and this.
And
sometimes it's just difficult to twiddle your thumbs for that long. Got to keep yourself occupied.
But not too occupied.
Not too occupied that you're tiring yourself out, but I think you do have to decompress and get away from it a little bit.
They're just picking up their medal now. We have... trying to get a look for who it is. So it's Vaughan Brooks of Beckett, just picking up her bronze medal there. Just coach posing for the moment.
The one that's just down the road, right? Very close to here, I believe.
I don't know. I'm not sure about that one.
I'll have a quick look.
And just picking, we have Leanna Daniels on screen there, just picking up her silver medal.
Yes, they are based in Nottingham, mostly train here. I think they have one of the bays down the bottom.
Ah, well, thank you very much for that. Every day is a school day, Darbs. I didn't know that.
It's a real good hotbed of rowing here at Nottingham.
Isn't it? But they've got the Trent. They've got this amazing facility. Beautiful river, the Trent.
Yeah, and a couple of decent unis as well. So, it doesn't matter if you're a uni student, a junior, a master's rower, or just a senior rower. There's plenty for everybody.
And just picking up our medal, we now have Hazel Wake of the City of Oxford, just being presented by Kate O'Sullivan, getting her medal, coach getting his medal, and the club getting the club plaque for the boathouse wall.
Hazel, congratulations. What an incredible race. Tell us how it feels to have such a strong lead.
It was really good, yeah. I followed my race plan, get ahead, so I had a pretty strong start, lead by 500, and then it was just trying to maintain that through the end. It was quite good conditions out there, fast times, yeah.
Fantastic. And how does it feel to be representing City of Oxford today?
Yeah, it's great. Great place.
Great place, great race. Yeah. Well done. Congratulations. Thanks, Hazel.
Thank you.
So from the award ceremony for the Women's Championship Lightweight Singles, we'll rapidly move into the B final for the Open Junior 16 double sculls. Exeter in lane 1, Rob Roy A in lane 2, Composite from Hartpury and Ross in lane 3, Royal Grammar School High Wycombe in lane 4, Hinksey Sculling School in lane 5 and Hexham in lane 6. And some of these doubles will be annoyed to have missed out on the A final, because I remember watching the AB semis and there was some really tight racing there, so I'm sure that these doubles will have had a time to just get themselves composed and just come back and really make their point in the B final.
Yeah, this race is approaching the last 500 metres, might even be in the last 500 metres. Yes, first time flashes up on the monitor here, 5:19.4 for Hartbury and Ross Composite, ahead of Hinksey's Sculling School. So, I mean, that kind of fits to what we're seeing out there. Lane 3 is out in the lead, but yeah, lane 5 charging very, very hard. But I think it's pretty close there for second place. Lanes 4 and lane 6, I believe, is what this is looking like to me.
Yeah, just try to get my eye in here. You know, sometimes when the field is drawn out, yeah, it's the Composite certainly in the lead there. Hinksey in the second place, I think.
I think it's Hexham actually out in 6. Yeah, Hinksey in 5. So Hexham out in 6. Just.
Oh, it is. It's the blue of Hexham. Yeah. I do apologise.
Challenge Royal Grammar School High Wycombe, who are in 4. And then we also have this battle in 1 and 2. So we're just going to watch as this B final approaches the last 300 metres. Well, sorry, less than that.
It's less than that, but the Composites seem to have this race under control, but the battle is on for second and third. Royal Grammar School High Wycombe and Hexham just throwing everything at it. They've overhauled Hinksey Sculling School, but really motoring on for the line there. And look at this, it's Composite going through first. Delighted with their performance, and it's just going to be High Wycombe just edging out Hexham there, just before the line, and of course almost a blanket finish between Hinksey, Rob Roy and Exeter. Wow.
Drone shots being given to us at the moment, and it's the A final of the J16 doubles featuring Chesterley Street and Durham School Boat Club as the Composite in lane 1, Henley Rowing Club in 2, Camas 3, George Watson College in 4, Brentford Boat Club in 5, and the Windsor Boys School Boat Club in lane number 6.
Casting my mind back to the AB semi-finals. Casting my mind back to the AB semi-finals earlier, both Camas and George Watson's were in different semis.
Yeah, I think if they were 3 and 4, they would have come from different ones.
Both crews were quite out far in front of the rest of their field in their semi, so they had sort of a fairly comfortable ride in the semi, but they're not seeing that now because they're up against each other now.
This is the first time they're going to have to hold their nerve.
Yes, and they're up against each other, they're side by side, and this is where they're really going to have to push hard. Junior 16, you know, sort of fairly young in the racing experience, and this is be a real push for them. I could see
Windsor Boys School in 6 actually went through the K first. Like, they put in a stonking first half of a race. And they're still in the mix, but I believe the two crews in the middle have pressed through them in this second half of the race.
But I would think that Chester Street Durham School in lane 1 are sort of coming back on them as well.
Yeah,
this is just going to be such a
they
great
went really
race.
big in the first half, but this drone footage would suggest, lane 1 may have come through them as well. It's really close between 6 and 1. So we're just going to wait for an angle to become a little bit more.
So it's Camas and George Watson's College in the middle of the field. To my eye, I think Camas are just pulling themselves in front. They've gone up the rating there. George Watson's College have just upped the rating as well. Danger of going up too high in the rating and just losing some of the power, to make sure that the power is still engaged as the rating comes up. But it's Camas really pushing hard now.
Yeah, the time for politeness has come and gone.
And Windsor Boys School and the composite Chester Street Durham School really pushing on for that bronze medal position.
Well, let's keep eyes at the front. Who will this be?
Oh gosh, it's going to go all the way to the line, Darbs. And they're still pushing hard. It's Watson's College and it's Camas. And look at that shot. And Camas?
I think Camas found a little bit of speed in the last 3 strokes.
That was only in the last 3
really
strokes.
Close.
And it's going to be the composite from Chester Street Durham School just inching
I think
in front of the Windsor Boys School.
Well, absolutely, yeah.
What a finish. And then we have Henley, and then over the far side we have Brentford. What an amazing finish between 1 and 2 and 3 and 4.
Yeah, that was an unbelievable finish. To us, it looked like Camas just found a little bit in the last 3. I think it was in the last 3 strokes. Before that, it was really on the surge, and they just found maybe 3 feet.
If it was that, it was so close. But what a cracking race! And it's Sonny Hughes, the Harry Shaw of Camas there, just cooling their feet off in the water. Don't think the water's any cooler than the ambient air temperature, to be honest.
Well, my crew earlier threw the cocks in, and then they jumped in, a few minutes after, and they did say it was quite refreshing. So
I remember many years ago windsurfing on this lake.
Oh, really?
Because they used to do windsurfing way back, and it was all well and good when you fell in. The top 3-4 feet were really hot.
Okay.
Below that, it was really cold. And that was in summertime.
So the moral of the story is only fall in to the top 3 feet. Don't let yourself sink down.
All I would say is don't fall in.
That too.
We can ask Jakob and see what he thinks. I will be finding him later and just asking that question. So whilst we're waiting for these doubles to come round and pick up their medals, we still have a C final underway of the women's junior 18 coxless pairs between Clare's Court School in lane 2, Wallingford in lane 3, Aberdeen Schools in lane 4 and Strathclyde Park in lane 5.
I have to give credit to Wallingford here. They have 2 Cecilies in their boat.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah. Not sure I've ever met a Cecily, but there's 2 in this boat. So
Well, I was just thinking along the same lines, and it was the importance of being earnest that I just sprung to my mind, and thought, I don't think I know a Cecily, but 2 in the same boat.
Yeah, so Wallingford are represented by Cecily Swinfen and Cecily Gowden. Clare's Court, who are in lane 2, are represented by Tabitha Johnson and Trixie Lamb.
Aberdeen Schools, Hope Thompson and Mackenzie Park.
And
Strathclyde Park, I'm not quite sure.
Elsa West and Jessica Robertson is the 2 in there. And on shot we can see the 2 Cecilies. It's pressing away in very distinctive Wallingford colours.
Indeed. But being pushed on there by on their outside Aberdeen Schools.
And then I'm sure Strathclyde Park, you're more used to seeing the kind of the light blue, but whenever I see the word Strathclyde, obviously from a university standpoint,
it's polka dots.
Polka dots. But I know that Strathclyde Park are not.
The polka dots. to their credit, Strathclyde University have had those polka dots as far back as I can remember, and they're sticking with their polka dots, and I think it's the only club in the UK that has polka dots. Very distinctive.
They should stick with it then.
Absolutely.
Maybe some more new clubs should get themselves some polka dots.
There's a lot of pale blue clubs in Scotland. Edinburgh Uni are quite pale blue, St Andrews Uni are quite pale blue, Strathclyde Park quite pale blue, Nithsdale down in Dumfries has got a pale blue with a diagonal stripe. So it's nice to have things that are very distinctive.
Well, as a commentator, we appreciate that. We appreciate crews that stand out.
And just on the pontoon now, we have the Chester-le Street Durham School double picking up their bronze medal there. A nice reverse wing boat there. And they're being followed on by the double from George Watson's College. And just waiting patiently in the wings, we have this crew from Camas just coming in to pick up their gold medal. Gold medal for the coach and the club plaque, just for the clubhouse.
And just bit of weaving out on the course from Wallingford. They were pretty up and out there, but they've snaked it. You can actually see like the course behind them on our shot from in the top left of your screen. You can kind of make out the S bend.
I think they've been overhauled by Aberdeen Schools there.
Yeah, Aberdeen Schools have really put
and I also think Clare's Court are up there in contention. So these three pairs really pushing on for Wallingford.
And I think we're due an interview with the Camas double.
Just looking at the pairs coming down towards us, to my eye now, it's Aberdeen Schools, Hope Thompson and Mackenzie Park just taking the edge over Clare's Court School, with Wallingford now having led for quite a distance, just dropping off the pace.
Well, I'm just loving this shot from we just had a moment ago that was back up the course, and you could see that some of the crews were struggling slightly with their steering. No one had come out of lane, but it was a little bit of weaving going on. Yeah,
making full advantage of the 13.5 metres of the width of the lane.
Absolutely. But you know, I learnt to sort of crochet the other day, and I was getting, you know, bit left, bit right, and yeah, deja vu. But it could be Clare's Court here charging.
I think they are, and it depends how much Azra I've got left in the tank just to stay in front.
So this is what you love, though, a charging pair. So that's the optimal synergy is to do everything together.
And, yeah, absolutely. And it's Clare's Court on a surge, but I think Azra have just done enough to stay in front as they come through the line. Clare's Court in that second place. Wallingford having to settle for third, with Strathclyde Park just slightly behind them.
But yeah, hard fought, you know, C final, women's J18 pairs. Respect to everyone, particularly the people steering the pairs. You know, that's tricky to do when you ramp it up for the final push.
I know when you go with stroke and you try and do what stroke's doing, but you're also concentrating on keeping a straight line and just trying to keep the power on with stroke, keeping the power on, and it's a big ask.
Yeah, so now we're gonna go to Megan, who does have the interview with Camus.
Sonny, Harry, what an incredible race that was. What was going through your head in the final section of that race?
Well, in the last 500, we've seen George Watson's really starting to come towards us. And I think we were thinking about last year, because last year we done the J15 double, and we got silver by 0.8 of a second. So that was we were just trying to get the gold this year.
And you got it, you got the gold. It's around your neck to prove it. And what was it that helped you to dig deep in that sprint to the finish there?
I think it's just, we've been rowing together for years, and we've never won this competition before, so it's been a long time coming.
How much does it mean to be doing it together then, if you've been rowing together?
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, this is our last race together as well, because I'm moving away, so it really means a lot to finally get a winner. Yeah.
Well, congratulations, you're going out with a bang. Congratulations, well done.
Thank you. And how awesome is that, to lose by 0.8? All right. Yeah, to lose by 0.8 they were saying, and then final race together. That's an awesome story.
It's like a fairy tale, isn't it? It's just to come back and this is our final race together and to come away with a gold medal. That's one of those just wonderful stories that you just think that rowing throws up every so often, and you just think this is wonderful. And I'm sure, maybe they move away, but I'm sure at some stage, rowing's a small community. You always bump into people who you know, or you meet up with somebody, and who knows, they may end up at university together or in a senior club together in the future and reprise their winning roles.
Yeah, or they just, a future British rowing club champs just go, let's do a double. Let's do it again. J18 pairs for the women. The B final features Durham Amateur Rowing Club with Durham Schools, a composite, Hereford Rowing Club, Evesham Rowing Club, Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association, Great Marlow School, and Weybridge Rowing Club. And that race is in its second half. I believe these crews are about to hopefully hit some 1500 metre times for us, but they may have even just come past that, and we're just waiting for the system to catch up.
Yeah, I think I think they're in the last 500, and to my eye, it's Hereford, Evesham, Aberdeen Schools, and then Great Marlow School just slightly behind them, with Weybridge slightly behind them, and the Durham Composite just slightly behind there. So it's 4 crews contending for these 1, 2, and 3 there. No medals in this because this is the B final, but it's all honours. It's where you're placed in this ranking. 7th to 12th, and this is what you want to be. You want to be higher up the ranking. And sometimes for these athletes, this is the final junior race they'll have. Some might be going off to university. At Aberdeen Schools in Hereford, I think it's the solid black of Aberdeen Schools and the stripy black of Hereford there.
Hereford just playing jeopardy with the buoy line a little bit, but just moved off of it now. There we go. And
I could hear all these huge roars of encouragement from the far bank. Still a lot of people out there supporting their club. Coming back, we have Evesham just moving on there. It's Hereford just inching away from Aberdeen Schools.
Yeah, Olivia Head and Lola Jones trying to push away from Gabrielle Topp and Mac Marks swirling.
Usually called Gabs.
Okay, Gabs, there you go.
Gabs is...
guess it's who you know.
It's who you know, and and I know this is one of our last races as a junior.
Yeah, the Hereford.
But it's Hereford. What a great performance, just powering it on there, and going to go into that finish line first with Aberdeen Schools in second place. Oh God, the battle there for third between Evesham and Great Marlow School. Where do you think it went?
I think it went to Evesham. I think Jess and Jess, not 2 Jesses, were just ahead, I think, of Elise and Kayla. But it was very close.
From there, and then we got Weybridge, and just in front of us they have the Durham Schools, Durham Amateur Rowing Club Composite. Some cracky racing going on there.
Yeah, third race of the day for those ladies, because they would have had to come through a semi-final. And the quality in the last few strokes was still very, very high. And we do have a little bit of a gap back up. It's not going to be quite as thick and fast. It has come off the start, it would look like from here, but the A final of the women's J18 pairs is just only about 1 minute 49 seconds in, so they're still a little bit further away. Carol, would you like to introduce our finalists?
Oh, I would love to. I'm just looking along the names here. I'm just trying to sort of refresh my brain, because we both watched the semi-finals earlier, and I'm just trying to refresh my brain as to how they were performing in the semi-finals, just to remember how they were running. But we have in this race City of Cambridge in lane 1, and Aberdeen Schools St Andrew Boat Club composite in lane 2, King's School Chester in lane 3, Tideway Scullers in lane 4, Calpe in lane 5, and a Hexham Warrington composite in lane 6. And I seem to remember that all these crews had really good finishes. They were all vying up there, really pushing each other on. Remember Calpe coming through sort of fairly fast and furious at the end of their race. And
so this one, I think you must have been on with maybe Sasha.
Oh, was it not you?
Yeah,
Oh,
I didn't see the pairs, but I mean, I wish I had, because I think women's pairs are one of the most excellent races to watch. And but I'm sure you're right. You know, they would have had great sprints coming into the line.
You know, the sort of nip and tuck all the way down. Various people sort of moving from various places, but not much separating them. Distance-wise down the field, but coming towards the line, they all had really strong finishes.
Yeah, and based on the lanes, I presume it was King's School Chester and Tideway Scullers must have won the 2 semi-finals. And on our screen right now, they are absolutely slugging it out. You can see here. There's a lot of power in those pairs. You know, pairs can be very graceful, or they can be very powerful, or they can be a little bit of both. And it looks to me like this King's School Chester pair have really got to grips with the conditions and with their boat and with each other, and they are moving quite nicely. But the Tideway Scullers School is right on their tails.
Try to just hold on to that tail end of the boat, not let any of the elastic strap. Don't get clear water, because that's where you start drifting backwards. So Tideway Scullers doing a great job just holding on to that King's School Chester boat.
Yeah, and then the Calpe crew just right there as well. And if you said they had a very feisty finish to their race, that's exactly where they'd like to be.
Definitely a feisty finish. That's a good word to describe it. And in fact, a lot of these crews had feisty finishes. So yeah, building up to an exciting race. A lovely chevron pattern developing there, though. Just the overhead shots are just so cool. And it's King's School Chester just taking the race on early doors, and I think maybe their coaches would have said to them, watch out for these other crews, because they have, as we've talked about, feisty finishes. Get out there early and try and maintain that lead. Don't let any danger happen.
Yeah, I think it depends on how you like to race, isn't it? So if you like to race from the front, you better get there. And the King's School Chester were the quickest in the time trial, but by only 0.1 of a second, between the joint second place, Hexham Warrington and Tideway Scullers. But Hexham Warrington are out in lane 6, but they're in here. They were quick in the time trial, and those three were actually significantly quicker than the next quickest crew. So we want to keep an eye out for Hexham, who were just sitting in 4th through the 1K mark.
I seem to recall Hexham had that composite had a really good strong finish as well. It's one of these races that could be quite hard to predict, because we're just not quite sure how their race plans are, how their race plans are relative to each other, where they're going to put in a push, where they're going to make their big moves.
Yeah, and they'll need 3 seconds based on what was happening at the K to catch up with the Aberdeen Schools St Andrew composite, and we'll have to see what happens in this next 500. The times are just sort of starting to filter through. And,
I can see King's School Chester out in front.
Yeah, it still.
But then I think there's 4 boats vying for the medals. Just looking at just how close they are across the course, and having seen some of these finishes earlier, Well, I'm not a betting woman, but I wouldn't like to put my money down anywhere really at the
I
moment.
think 2, 4, and 6. That's who we're looking at. It's going to be Aberdeen Schools, Tideway Scullers, and Hexham, who are right in the mix there for the 2nd and 3rd place.
Oh, aren't they just?
It's still the very good-looking King's School Chester, who have been out in front for the whole of this race. I know the timings don't say so, but they've definitely been out in front. But this is the point when the pressure will come from the crews that don't want to give up their silver medal and want to really maintain that and might push them back up towards the gold medal place.
So I'm just trying to think, is it my eyes deceiving me? I think Aberdeen School St Andrew are just inched in front of Tideway Scullers there. But is it maybe just the angle across the course, or is it just wishful thinking on my part?
I have a convenient pillar just in front of me. But, you may be right, but Hexham charging really, really hard. Lucy Fontana, Emily Lunt, Hexham, Warrington on the outside, pushing very hard. But here come Tideway Scullers. Here come the Aberdeen School St Andrew pair as well.
Yeah, Lottie and Katie just come together for racing, and I know they're both determined racers, so it just depends what they've got, what Tideway Scullers have got. To my eye, it's King's School Chester taking that lead, and I think they're going to maintain that lead. And it's going to come down to the colour, but Hexham and Warrington over the far side pushing on as well. Just down to, where have they made the push here?
Tideway going to hold on.
Yeah, Tideway just holding on with Aberdeen Schools in that 3rd place. Hexham, Warrington having to settle for 4th, with City of Cambridge in 5th. And I'm sorry, City of Cambridge, we were so excited with what was happening up in front, we forgot to mention you. And Calpe's brave effort to get into the A final, but I think the odds were against them there. But phenomenal performances from all 6 pairs in this final of the women's J18 pairs.
Right, I am going to pass over to the legend that is Fergus, who I just have to say, I'm going to say it on air, your Henley stuff, unbelievable. I think that was fantastic. Like, progress board, top tier. That was top tier content, Henley Royal has been putting out some top tier content, but that just put it on another level, So what can I say? We were all so proud of it, and I'm sure you were proud, but
it was very, very good, and bring in the experts, and what you get is quality broadcasting. So we've bigged you up now, Fergus. Bigged you up, Charles. So we'll just leave it to you. I'm signing off for today. I think I'm going to go and find some people and have a laugh at their little early bath. And just, maybe find a pint of something refreshing. So signing off for today, and hope come back and join us tomorrow. So Fergus and Charles will take you through the last of these races for today.
Carol, Alex, always a pleasure. Thank you so much for keeping us entertained and occupied over the past couple of hours, and it is wonderful to be back here. The sun is still beating down. I've got Charles Barry alongside me. We've got C, B and A finals to look forward to, and the next of those is coming down on the course at the moment. It's the B final. It's the J18 Coxless Fours. What a showdown we are looking forward to. 5 crews racing in this one. Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association in 1. Their second crew next to them in 2. Clares Courts B crew in 3. Nottingham and Union Go in lane 4. Monmouth Comprehensive School, they're on the far side of the course. The scoreboard side in lane number 5. 5 boat affair Chucky, Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association, that A crew from them out in front leading this one as we come into the last 250.
Yeah, indeed. They were second at the 1,000-metre mark, but they moved themselves into first as they came into the final 500. And as we enter now the last 250, it looks like that the crew from ASRA, Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association, in lane 2, Nicole Martin, Finlay Morrison, Luke Renwick, Sandy Bain are starting in front. A bit of steering correction applied. They're being pushed so hard by this Nottingham and Union crew out in lane 4. But I think ASRA, if they can just cling on for the next 100 metres, then this B final winning title will be theirs.
Yes, well, 150 metres left to go then. Aberdeen Schools winding it up. Carroll should be hot-footing it down to the bank to see what they can do in this B final. But that combination, Nottingham Union, the local crew in red and black, they're winding it up. It's going to be oh so close as we come up to the finish line between Aberdeen Schools, between Nottingham Union, but Aberdeen Schools by half a length will hold on. The two of them just pulling away from Clares Court, who will finish a length back on Notts and Union. Great racing there from the boys from Aberdeen, from the River Dee, who come through ahead of Nottingham Union, ahead of Clares Court. That's Monmouth Comprehensive coming through now on the far side of the course. And then we'll have the B crew of Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association coming through in lane number 1, rounding out this B final.
Well, some absolutely cracking racing there. The first 3 crews, that was only a B final. I say only. All races are important, and indeed an important part of people's development, learning how to race, learning how to deal with pressure and so forth. But they absolutely gave it their all there. Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association, masterful mid-race push there to take them through at the 1,500 metre mark, and they were able to hold on.
They absolutely were, but we can go back up to the course now because we're approaching halfway, 1,000 metres then. In this A final then of the Open J18 Coxless Fours. Windsor Boys in 1, Wallingford in 2, Clares Court School in 3, Reading Blues Court School next to them in 4, Leeds Rowing Club in 5, Great Marlow School in lane 6 on the far side of the course.
And we've just had the looking at the pictures on shot. It looks like the crew in lane 4. Yep, there we go. Intermediate times flashing up. It's Reading Bluecoat who are out in front, but only just ahead of Clares Court School in lane 3. And then behind them, it was the Windsor Boys in 3rd. Unusual to see Windsor Boys in a sweep boat, but I tell you what, folks, I was watching these crews. In fact, we might have been watching them together, to be honest, earlier today. My mind escapes me. The standard of the rowing in these J18 Coxless Fours was incredible. And I think we're in for a very exciting second 1,001 metre. Barely 5 seconds separates the top 4 crews, and there are 3 medals at stake. Yeah, there are. That's going to work out at about 2 lengths or so separating our top 5 crews. You know, what have we got? We've got a couple of seconds between first and second, of course. Reading Bluecoat School, Clares Court School, a second and a half between the two of them. We're looking at about half a length, maybe 3/4 of a length between those crews as they come through this third 500. The all-important third 500 metres. And it means we've got about 700, 600 metres or so to go. I think even we're approaching 500 metres at this point. So about a quarter of the race then left to go to determine who's going to get gold, silver and bronze. At the moment, it is still that combination from Reading Bluecoat School. I saw them out paddling yesterday evening. They look superb and they look even better out in front leading this one. Yeah, exactly. I mean, they're looking tremendously strong, but I wouldn't say that this race is completely sewn up. We're just seeing on the pictures now the 1,500 metre shot. So there you are. It is the school, Reading Bluecoat School crew out in front over Clares Court by about a length, and then behind them about a length back to the crews. Close to your picture, I think that's the crew from Windsor Boys School in lane 1 there, just in 3rd position. But as we come into the final 350 metres, this is going to hot up. Here come the intermediate times. Reading Bluecoat just confirming what we're saying. Barely 2 seconds, in fact, maybe 1.5 seconds ahead of Clares Court, who in turn 1.5 seconds ahead of Windsor Boys School. And we shouldn't write off Wallingford Rowing Club either from the mix. They're right there. As we come into this final 300, Fergus, I think it's all to play for between these top front 3 crews. I think you're absolutely bang on the money. What have we got? As we've said, our leading combination, Reading Bluecoat School, slap bang there. They're going in lane 4. Next to them, the silver medalists. As things stand, that's Clares Court sitting about a length or so down. But Windsor Boys, that crew are just looking sublime. Sitting there in lane number 1, starting to go through the gears. They are absolutely motoring. Their steering has been impeccable. Wallingford Rowing Club just starting to move from side to sides in the buoy line. But I think advantage at the moment is with the Windsor Boys School. I think they're the fastest moving boat
go out in the water. A crab, though, a small crab from Windsor, they're back up and running, absolutely surging as we're coming into the final 150 metres left to go.
And we have seen, Fergus, so many times, the Windsor boys have been trained so well to nail their finish. We've seen them come through, and I think they're doing it now. They've moved from third into second, and they're going for gold. Can Reading Bluecoat hold on? We're right on the line. We're not quite on it ourselves. I think maybe Reading held on by our cameras, but are never for all. And actually, as I say that, the third medal position, the bronze medal, completely contested there by Wallingford. I said watch out for them, and I'm afraid we're going to have to wait for the judges to determine that one. We have some unofficial times that flashing up, suggesting that it was Reading Bluecoat first, Windsor boys second, Clares Court third, but the gap is only 0.3 of a second, and we have had a situation earlier today where the unofficial times were not actually completely accurate. So we'll have to wait for the judges' determination to call that bronze medal position. It was too close for me to judge it as I looked out the window.
Yeah, an absolute humdinger there. Windsor boys surging, really impressive final 150 metres from them. Reading Bluecoat School had just done enough. I think that third 500 for them was where they did the damage, got the work done, and it meant that they had enough of a gap between the rest of the field and that final 500 metres to ensure that they were able to hold on and just stop the rest of the world from catching up. That was sensational. Really, really impressive racing from them.
Yeah, well, with all that excitement from the A final, I think we're going to have to calm ourselves a little bit as we head into the next race, which will be for the women's J16 pairs C final. They're just on the course now, about 2.5 minutes into their race. You can't quite see them on pictures yet, but it will be a race between Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association in lane 1, Leeds Rowing Club in lane 2, St Paul's Girls' School lane 3, Tideway Scullers lane 4, Wallingford Rowing Club lane 5, and St Paul's Girls' School Boat Club in lane 6. They're probably about 500 metres, just through 500 metres now, just coming to the 3-minute mark. So actually we can see on screen now, it's the Wallingford crew out in front by the looks of things. And as this camera is positioned, is at the 1,000 metre mark. We'll have some times from them very shortly.
Yeah, we will. And again, Wallingford Rowing Club, they're looking particularly good at this point in the race. Largest entry of the club championships, that's from Wallingford Rowing Club on this occasion. Of course, they're back-to-back winners of the junior, of the overall Victor Ladorum as well. They've been so successful in 2024 and 2025. They're looking to do 3 on the bounce, go for the triple in this event. They'll be facing stiff competition from the likes of Windsor boys, you suspect. With that programme, so strong, so much depth. They had a phenomenal National Schools Regatta, looking to do the exact same thing here at the British Rowing Club Championships. But out in front then, leading this C final, it's their J16 pair, I think, as the camera pans out. That's a great margin they've got over Tideway Scullers at this point.
Yeah, indeed. The Wallingford Rowing Club crew there of Sophie Ireland and Shona Fletcher showing real discipline and prowess. Meanwhile, inset, we're starting to see the medal ceremony for the Windsor Boys School who were racing in the Open J18 Cox's Fours. Looks like they're lining up there as the bronze medal winners. I think, if I can see correctly, we haven't had the final times come through on our system. Meanwhile, the Clares Court School are lining up on the pontoon behind them. So we'll wait for official times to give us the final verdict on that one. Anyone heading back up the course, we've now got the intermediate times for the women's J16 pairs, just flashing up on your screen. Fergus, what do you make of it all?
Yeah, I think it's another one of these close encounters that's just setting up between second, between third, between fourth, fifth. I think, what have we got? We've got 4 crews separated by 2 seconds at this point. Scullers, Leeds, St Paul's Girls, Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association. I think all of these crews, I think we're going to be expecting a real ding-dong over the next 500 metres as this one pans out. But, with that margin, that Clearwater margin that Wallingford Rowing Club have got, I'm expecting to see them hold on, pull away or so in this final 500 metres, because they've been so good from start to finish. Really, really impressive.
Yeah, I mean, as you're saying, the pack is really looks like Wallingford well out in front by about 5 seconds at the halfway point, but then the gap between everyone else, between second and fourth place in this race, was about 4 seconds. So second and fifth place, sorry, it was 2 seconds. I'm talking rubbish. So I think the pair, it's a tricky boat. It's not symmetrical. You've got even if you have 2 people of the same power, it will wiggle a little bit throughout the course of the stroke.
You've got a rudder you need to steer to keep yourself straight for that reason, and therefore as we go into the second half, I'm really expecting to see perhaps some crews to put pushes in that will affect the course of the race.
Yeah, and I think we're starting to see a little bit of that. But just from Tideway Scullers, just at this point in the race, just trying to keep up, trying to bridge that gap, and it looks like they're being successful at the moment between themselves and Wallingford Rowing Club, but just going with them as well. You can just see that combination there. That's in lane 1. That is our combination in. I think that's Leeds Rowing Club just in lane 2, going really nicely there, just with the chasing pack. And I think as we expected to, close margins at 1,000 metre at the halfway point. But now as we're starting to come into the closing stages, we're seeing a bit of the move starting to come from Tideway Scullers, from Leeds Rowing Club, who are going nicely in lane 2, but no one at the moment is catching that combination from. Well, I say that it's Tideway Scullers. That's the move. That's the decisive move right there on screen, because. I'm starting to talk gibberish in this sunshine, because Tideway Scullers School are just starting to move up borderline level with Wallingford Rowing Club at this point in the race.
Yeah, indeed. And there's the Reading Glucoat School crew, the victors of the Open JAT in Coxeter's Falls. And as you say, this is proving to be a very exciting final 500 metres for the J16 pair that's in progress. So it's Wallingford out in front again, but the gap between them and Scullers has closed from 5 seconds to 2 seconds. And as we come into the final 500 metres, it's Leeds Rowing Club, still in third position, but only a little bit ahead of St Paul's Girls' School. Just 0.6 of a second separates them and the crew from Tideway Scullers. And I think if Tideway Scullers aren't careful, they're going to be taken over by that crew from Wallingford Rowing Club. Sorry, who are still out in front. It's the crew from Leeds I'm talking about. And just coming into the final 100 metres, Tideway Scullers now out in front. That's a bit of an upset. That's not what I was expecting at all. It was Wallingford who were out in front for all this race, and the Tideway Scullers just found a burst of speed. And look at that, they're taking chunks out of them, Fergus. Every stroke, it's going a seat or more.
They absolutely are. What a thrilling final 600 metres or so it's been from Tideway Scullers School, down at halfway, but they have absolutely motored through. Clear water now that they've got over the rest of the field. Wallingford pushed down into second, but this crew from Leeds Rowing Club, they've just been hanging on to the coattails of Tideway Scullers, and I think it'll be third place for them as they come through the finish line. They'll finish nicely ahead of that combination in lane 3. That's St Paul's Girls' School. Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association come through in lane 1, and that means just rounding out then on the far side of the course, it will be our second combination from St Paul's Girls' School in lane number 6, rounding out this one. What a turnout for the books. Tideway Scullers, they were absolutely impressive, weren't they?
I know, I completely lost my grip of the race for a second because I was so reliant on what the computer was telling me, and then I looked out the window and I was utterly confused. That result from Tideway Scullers there, a phenomenal bit of race pacing, to be down by such a margin, over 5 seconds at the 500 metre mark, to overturn that and be 5 seconds up at the finish is so impressive. And these are only J16s, Fergus. They've done so well to be able to show such discipline and calibre in only their third year of rowing.
Yeah, of course, this C final for placings. Positions 13 through 18 in the rankings of the women's J16 pairs, and what we're seeing now on the race course, it will be for positions 7 through to 12, because it's the B final of the women's J16 pairs. Queen's Park Chester are in 1, Clares Court School are in 2, Molesey Boat Club, their B crew in 3, their A crew next to them in 4, Wallingford Rowing Club are in 5, that's their A crew, and Henley Rowing Club will be going in lane number 6.
Yeah, indeed, and we have some intermediate times just popping up. So Molesey were out in front by about a length over Henley, over in lane 6, and then in third place, just behind them, was Wallingford Rowing Club. Hot on their heels, another Molesey crew in 4th position, and again a tiny gap back to them to Queen's Park. So an incredibly flat field, only 5 seconds separating 1st and 5th. Clares Court School's pair just falling back somewhat, not quite matching the pace of the rest of the field, and you can see those times there on screen as we go through the 1,000 metre mark. It is very much the crew from Molesey Boat Club out there with clear water on the opposition.
Yeah, just 500 metres left then for Molesey Boat Club. They put themselves in an outstanding position at this point in the race. But, we're seeing the exact same thing about Wallingford Rowing Club in the previous race, and then we saw that outstanding surge coming through from Tideway Scullers. But yes, as we look down the course then, our view from right to left to the scoreboard side, it's that Molesey Boat Club crew in lane 3. Now that's their B crew, just ahead of the rest of the field. Their A crew at the moment, we know, just in a bit of a tussle with the likes of Wallingford Rowing Club just across in lane 5. But of course, we're keeping an eye on lane 1, sneaky lane 1. We've seen some fast finishing crews. Windsor Boys, we saw them a couple of races ago. That's occupied by Queen's Park Chester, who I think are going very nicely at the moment. They were sitting back, I think, in 5th place at one point as they came through 500 metres. But, Charles, I think they've just pushed themselves up. And I think potentially a 3rd, 4th kind of tussle that they were in for at this point in the race.
Well, they are absolutely going as hard as they can, but that is affecting their steering. Queen's Park getting very, very close to the boys and to Henley out in lane 6, so they just need to be aware of that. And the umpire has swung himself all the way across to go and keep a close eye on what's happening in lanes 5 and 6. But just a reflection of how hard everyone's pulling. This crew from Molesey out in front in lane 4. Lane 3, well ahead of the rest of the pack, and indeed their B crew in lane 4. But I really like what's going on in lane 6 and lane 5, Fergus. Wallingford and Henley, they're the movers and shakers, it seems, in the final 100 metre.
Yeah, it definitely seems that way. But out in front, Molesey Boat Club, they have been outstanding. They've been really impressive. They've got clear water then over the rest of the chasing field. Their B crew doing all they can to hold on to the race that is developing between Wallingford, between Henley Rowing Club. But out in front then, 50 metres to go. They've got to be careful of their steering, just starting to drift into the other lane. They're now going to be washing down their club mates at this point, but they have clear water over the field. Molesey Boat Club B provisionally come through to win this B final. Then it will be the crew from Wallingford. Oh, it's nail biting on the line between Henley and Molesey B. You wonder if those puddles that were washed down had some sort of impact on that final. But then, of course, Queen's Park Chester, they come through in 5th place. A valiant sprint from them, and it will be Clare's Court School rounding out this B final.
Well, I'm just watching the umpire very carefully.
We are.
You can just see him waving the white flag, which means all good. But he did. The Wallingford and the Henley crews are right up against each other once they cross the finish line. So a very exciting B final nonetheless. Now, Fergus, we need to go back up the course because we've had the B final. It's the turn of the A final.
Yeah, absolutely. It's lane 1. It's Walton Rowing Club in the women's J16 pairs A final. Next to them, the B crew from St Paul's Girls. Sir William Perkins' school in 3. Strathclyde Park in 4. St Paul's Girls, their A crew in lane 5. Kingston Rowing Club going in lane 6. And these crews, they are through 1,000 metres. Halfway left then in this A final of the women's J16 pairs.
So supporters of Sir William Perkins School will be delighted to see that their crew is out in pole position, but it's not by much, just 0.3 of a second at the halfway point, and 3rd place, which was Strathclyde Park, they are only half a second behind them as well. So out in front, Sir William Perkins School by a whisker, then St Paul's Girls' School in 2nd, Strathclyde in 3rd, but Walton Rowing Club only a second behind them as well. So all to play for between these 4 crews as we go into the second half of the race.
I know, 2 seconds separating 4 crews at this point. We've got an absolute humdinger developing, I think, on the race course at this point. As we look up, you could throw a blanket over some of these fields at the moment. We're focusing in, and if you're tuning in online, you're able to see the blue kit in the yellow Empaca. That is Strathclyde Park Rowing Club, and they're looking good, looking quick at this point in the race, going nicely though, just 1 lane across them in the darker kit with the gold stripes on their blade. That's Sir William Perkins School. But we can tell, we'll wait for camera angles to start to pan round as they come into the final 500 metres or so at this point. But these 2 crews just starting to distance themselves, just starting to separate.
And look at that,
but
Fergus,
I think, Chucky,
as the camera swivels the final few degrees, look at that. There was just about a foot between those 2 crews, and I think possibly the crew in lane 4 from Strathclyde Park has gone through. I hope I've got that right, because that's quite a bold claim, given that they were in 3rd place at the 1,000 metre mark. I'm looking forward to some intermediate times from the 1,500 to confirm my judgment. So Sir William Perkins out in front. SCP Strathclyde Park Rowing Club have moved to 2nd. I wasn't seeing things. It is the case. What an incredible shift, and it's so tight still out there. It's Walton going slightly backwards, but they're ahead of St Paul's Girls, who are really going backwards. They've gone from 2nd into 4th. So this final 500, it looks like advantage to William Perkins over Strathclyde, but by absolutely nothing.
Absolutely nothing. I thought that was brave of you to come up with a call there on the line. Put your neck out there. But at the moment, Sir William Perkins School, they're just managing to absorb the blows that are coming from Strathclyde Park. Walton as well. That crew, that sneaky Lane 1 crew are doing particularly nicely. I think they're just sitting, maybe about a length or so back on the combination from Strathclyde Park Rowing Club. But Sir William Perkins, Chucky, as we come up to the line, final 250 metres, still looking good, aren't they, Perkins?
I mean, we're enjoying the sunshine and we're enjoying just a series of spectacular races. Every single one has been, so far we've commentated on, has been high octane and exciting. Look at this. The crew from Strathclyde might have timed this to absolute perfection, because I think they're putting in their final sprint now and they're going through William Perkins. This could be one of the closest finishes we've seen in the day.
Right then, here we go. 150 metres left to determine the winners of the women's G16 pairs. Strathclyde Park have timed it to perfection. They've come through Sir William Perkins, who at this stage have got nothing to respond. Strathclyde Park are motoring up to the line. It's now a length's advantage they have. It's a crab for Sir William Perkins. On the line at Strathclyde Park, you can see what it means to them as they come through.
And look at that, the stroke of the William Perkins crew. I think that's Eleanor Hollingshead just actually stopped before the line. She was so exhausted by dealing with the charge there from Strathclyde Park Rowing Club. What an amazing race.
Absolutely sensational. Walton come through for a brilliant bronze medal on the far side of the course. St Paul's girls will come through the first of those combinations just ahead of the second. That's their B crew in lane number 2, and then we'll have Kingston Rowing Club rounding out this A final.
And scenes of total jubilation down here at the bottom of the finish tower near the medals pontoon. There is cheering, there is hugging, there is clapping. It's amazing to see, and what an incredible race. I had to remind myself this was an A final because we've had so many exciting minor finals, but yes, there were medals in contention there. What a phenomenal performance from Strathclyde Park Rowing Club to take the gold medal in the final of the J16 pairs. This might be the first year of rowing that these girls have been doing, because they might have been sculling as J14s and J15s. That's the sort of default approach. So to be able to do that sort of thing in your very first year of sweep, let alone anything else, is phenomenal, and I'm amazed.
Yeah, really impressive. Really impressive stuff from them. And it is, as we said, Strathclyde Park coming through, provisional gold medalists here in the women's J16 pairs. But we go back up to the start because we've got our next block of racing is the J16 Coxed Fours. We've got 3 boats contesting the C final. Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association, their B crew in lane 2. Brentford go in lane 3. Hereford Rowing Club going in lane number 4. We can look up the course. We're through, I think we're just about through 1,000 metres now at this point, or coming up to it. We're sort of coming through it. There we have it. We're through 1,000 metres, and leading out in front it is Brentford ahead of Hereford, ahead of Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association. Chucky, at this point, great margin for Brentford over the rest of the chasing pack.
Well, I'm finally relieved to some extent to have a race where I can catch my breath. I've been talking so excitedly for the last few minutes with so many close races, and for once it's nice to have something slightly calmer pace just to space things out. But yeah, so far it looks like that Brentford have had a very stately first 1,000 metres, giving themselves a 5-second advantage over Hereford and a further couple of seconds over Aberdeen Schools. And as we look at these camera shots at the 1,500 metre marks, they've extended that to some 2.5 lengths advantage, which means I think they're going to have a very fun, relaxed and comfortable final 500 metres, knowing that they've won, potentially, this C final of the Open J16 Coxed Fours.
Yeah, relaxed, I'm not so sure. Comfortable, perhaps, but they'll certainly be loving it. They'll be absolutely enjoying it, soaking it in and just basking in this glorious sunshine we have here at the National Water Sports Centre. They have had a brilliant opening 1,500 metres to this race. Yes, they will have wanted to be racing in B finals, contesting medals perhaps in the A finals as well. But they'll be able to leave Nottingham, leave the National Water Sports Centre with their heads held high after putting together a performance like this over the rest of the field. And worth noting, I think, at this point, Aberdeen Schools and Hereford, we can see there, if you're enjoying our pictures from wherever you are around the world, you'll be able to see Hereford just on screen at the moment. They're sitting, oh gosh, it's hard to say at this point, them and Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association at the moment. Look like we've got a cracking race developing between the two of them as we come into the final 250 metres.
Yeah, I mean, it's an 8-second margin at the 1500 metre mark between Brentford and Hereford. So, to be honest, there's not too much for us to say about that. But you're absolutely right. The gap between ASRA and Hereford was only a length. And as we come into the final 500 metres, I think ASRA have found a second gear and are getting a little sniff of the idea that they might come through a bit closer to Hereford. They're just needing to make sure that they're keeping their rhythm in time as they start to work a bit harder in their final sprint. The Hereford crew looking pretty solid, actually, on the other side of the lake. Question is, ASRA are pushing as hard as they can, but will it be enough to impact on Hereford's advantage of about a length as they come into the final 100 metres?
Well, up to the line then, it is Brentford Rowing Club. They have been simply sensational and have done all the work in the opening stages, which means they're able to enjoy this row up to the finish line. They will provisionally win this C final of the Open J16 Coxed Fours, but it will be the combination from Hereford who will come through and take second place. It's been a well fought performance from Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association, who will come through in third place, and that will round out this C final. But we're bounce up to the B final shortly, but we're able to enjoy some of the pictures of our medalists. On screen on the moment, that is Cerulean Perkins School, as we just pan round to the winners of the women's J16 pairs. And of course, that was Strathclyde Park Rowing Club, Matilda West and Blythe Robertson. And I believe the medals are being presented by Dr. Peter Boys, the head women's coach at the University of Nottingham.
Well, fantastic, and they should be very proud of their achievement. I mean, as I say, I've seen many things in racing, but to be able to do that as a J16 in a pair is phenomenal. And I hope they've clearly got a huge number of supporters down with them at the medals pontoon, and quite rightly so. Congratulations, Strathclyde Park. And we will see, got the Walton pair on the landing stage, who will be looking to take the bronze medal home with them, having after that race result.
We can head back up the course though, because we've got the B final of the Open J16 Coxed Fours. 6 boats fully loaded this one. Queen Elizabeth High School in 1, Trenton Boat Club in 2, 1863 going 3. Next to them it's the Windsor Boys School, RGS High Wycombe in 5, Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association, while they go in lane 6.
So the race is 3.5 minutes in. We don't have any intermediate times yet, but we're just seeing some pictures from the 1,000 metre mark. And I have to admit, it's hard to work out who's who because of the glare of the sun, of the low sun on the water. It looks like the crew in lane 2 out in front from Trenton, but actually I've just got some indications. It's the Windsor Boys School, surprise, surprise, in lane 4 who have just gone through the 1,000 metre first. Don't have any times to tell you the difference yet. Second, Trenton, as mentioned, and then third was Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association over in lane 6. So an interesting race with normally you see the sort of fastest crews in the middle and spread out there, but actually that isn't the case here. So we will have to see how we get on when we get to the next timing point.
Well, what we are able to do at this point is we can head back down and join Megan, who is just on the winner's podium, and she's able to catch up with that winning combination from Strathclyde Park in the women's J16 pairs.
Matilda, Blythe, huge congratulations. What an incredible race. How does it feel to have a gold medal around your neck?
It feels unbelievable. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. This is my first one as well, and I can't believe it.
Well, that's incredible. You had such a huge support crowd on the banks here. Could you hear them as you went past? Can you hear them now? They keep going. How much does it mean to win this medal with so many family and friends around you?
So happy. It makes me so proud, and they've been here for the full journey.
And it is about that full journey, isn't it? Not just today.
It's just so fun as well. I can't believe I did it with Blythe as well.
Oh, it means a lot to do it together, hey?
Yeah.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations.
Well, what a fantastic pair of girls, and what an amazing achievement. We've just seen some pictures there from the 1,500 metre mark of this B final of the J16 Coxed Fours. And as I look out the window, I very much fancy the chances of the crew in lane 2 from Trentham. I think they have gone up to and possibly through the Windsor Boys crew. And indeed, my suspicions are confirmed as the first intermediate time comes through.
Nothing
Look at
goes
that.
past you.
They've just gone 1 second up ahead on Windsor Boys School. So a turnout for the books, as you might say. Windsor Boys School, an incredible operation in sculling, proving to be a very effective operation in sweep, as we saw earlier. And then famous for their finishes, but it seems Trentham might have got the better of them, because looking now, Fergus, I think that's a length.
Yeah, 2:50 left to go. They've just hit the red boys, have Trentham. Big last 250, 300 metres from them to overhaul the Windsor Boys School. And, just casting your eyes over the rest of the field at this point, we look across to the scoreboard side, the left-hand side of people's screens as they're watching, on Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association. What a bit of a tussle they're in against the Royal Grammar School, High Wycombe. Perhaps, I think High Wycombe have the advantage for third place at the moment. But Windsor Boys certainly aren't down and out of this race when it comes to second place. They're trying to chuck a few more gears at this, go back up through the rating. But I think that surge, that performance from Trentham Boat Club has put them in an outstanding position. Although, just as I'm saying that, once again, I think Windsor Boys are going for one last crack of the whip as they come up to the finish line. But it won't be enough on this occasion, because the final surge in the final 500 metres from Trentham Boat Club was just too much for the Windsor Boys School to hold on to, and Trentham come through and provisionally win this B final over Windsor, over RGS High Wycombe. Aberdeen Schools will have Clearwater over them, and then coming through will be the combination in lane number 3. That's 1863 over Queen Elizabeth High School, who will then come through rounding out this B final.
Well, that was a very impressive race move from the Trentham crew there, particularly against such seasoned and experienced opposition, and again, a worthy winners of that B final of the J16 Coxed Fours. And our attention will now turn, of course, from the B final of that event to the C final. And you can just see on your pictures now the first footage we're seeing of this A final race. So, on the course we have Reading Bluecoat School Boat Club in lane 1, Wallingford Rowing Club in lane 2, Wallingford Rowing Club also in lane 3, Barn Elms in lane 4, Leeds Rowing Club in lane 5, and Great Marlow School in lane 6. And as we go through the 1,000 metre mark, it looks like just the Wallingford crew in lane 3 is up, but that crew on the near side from Reading Bluecoat School appears to be up as well.
Yeah, we saw a great performance from Reading Bluecoat to win the J18 Coxless Fours version, and we've got a similar, similar players have come into this one as well. Reading Bluecoat, Wallingford Rowing Club, they've got 2 combinations. We saw a couple of those crews battling it out in the Coxless Fours, so brilliant to see how they can do it again here just now. Wallingford, they're leading out though, a second advantage over Reading Bluecoat. Barn Elms sitting a length or so back themselves in I think that's going to be a really good race for that third place. Those 2 crews, that second combination from Wallingford going up against Barn Elms for that bronze medal, I think will be sensational. We can see 2 of those crews on our screens at the moment. Wallingford Rowing Club in their distinctive red and blue kit, Barn Elms in the iconic green kit, just sitting ever so slightly back. But I think for that bronze medal is going to come right down to the wire on this occasion.
Well, you're right to say that Wallingford crew have got a big advantage of about I say a big advantage. They've not got a big advantage. They've got about 1 second over Reading Bluecoat, who in turn have got about a couple of seconds over the rest of the pack. But you know what? As we have seen already today, there have been so many reshufflings and upsets. And we're just looking at the pictures now. It's still Wallingford out in front as they come up to the 1,500 metre mark. And indeed, looks like they've extended their advantage slightly. But that Reading Bluecoat crew on the inside, not to be messed with. You've talked about the pedigree that they've got. This is the Coxed Four event. Here we are. Some lovely drone shots that explain that. So look at that Wallingford crew in lane 3, just stretched out now to a length and a half, possibly 2 lengths lead over Reading Bluecoat. And the battle for bronze, as you were saying, Fergus, is completely wide open. The crew in lane 2 from Wallingford, the crew in lane 4 from Barn Elms, they are going neck for neck, bow ball for bow ball, and it's too close to call at this stage.
There's our race leaders at this point. That's Wallingford Rowing Club out in front, leading on this occasion, and they are looking untouchable. That margin is continuing to grow. 3 seconds Clearwater they have over Reading Bluecoat School as they come into the final 250 metres. But goodness me, Chucky, just look at that crew, that combination from Reading Bluecoat School. That's a performance, I think, that is it enough to cling on to a silver medal? I don't quite know at this point in the race, but I think Wallingford are going to have to dig in if they're wanting to get two crews onto the podium at this point.
I mean, look at this. The race for silver and bronze has completely heated up. I thought that the Reading Bluecoat crew on the right of your screen would be unassailable, but they're going backwards, and it's the crew in lane 4 from Barn Elms who've decided they want to be in the mix. And actually, this other crew from Wallingford also shouldn't be ruled out. Meanwhile, the leading crew from Wallingford in lane 3, way out in front, and I think they're going to have a very happy and contented final 250. But the race for silver and bronze in this A final is completely wide open.
Right then, here we go. 200 metres left to go. Are Wallingford going to have two crews on the podium in this final of the J16 Cox Force? They've got one. The gold medal is just about sewn up for Wallingford Rowing Club. But this crew from Reading Bluecoat, they've been so brave in the final stages to hold off the surges that are coming from Barn Elms, coming from Wallingford. But Barn Elms, goodness gracious, they've found something with 100 metres left to go. It will be gold for Wallingford. I think Barn Elms will take silver, just a canvas ahead of Reading Bluecoat. Wallingford will be pushed down into 4th place on this occasion. What a performance, I think, from Barn Elms. That was sublime from them in the final stages. Coming through on the far side of the course, that will be our combination from Great Marlow School, just ahead of Leeds Rowing Club, rounding out this A final of the J16 Cox Fours. But Wallingford Rowing Club, time and time again, setting the standard when it matters most in the junior racing here at the Club Championships.
Well, incredible. Great stuff to just have such a commanding performance. Sometimes, as we say, we've seen dramatic comebacks in the final 200 metres. Here we just saw a race where they got out in front, stayed ahead, and didn't let anyone get any opportunity to come back in at all. But so close between Barn Elms in second and the Reading Bluecoats crew in third. Just 0.6 of a second there between those two crews. These are all unofficial times. Let the umpires and the judges work out how the medals are going where.
Well, back up then, we've got three races.
A much more sedentary affair of a race. We've got the B final of the Open Club Coxless Fours, and this is a 2-horse race between Wallingford Rowing Club and the Clares Court School Boat Club. And I'm afraid to say that at the 1,000 metre mark, Wallingford had opened up a 5-second lead, and this is now extended to a 9-second lead as we go into the final 500 metres.
Yeah, great performance from them. This is, of course, the B final. We've got a 6-lane, fully loaded affair coming up in a couple of minutes' time. But great performance, really strong performance from Wallingford Rowing Club. The back-to-back wins, of course, they just won the A final and the J16 Cox Four. They'll win provisionally looks like they'll win this A final, this B final, I should say, of the Open Club Coxless Fours. But a different feeling for them as they come up to the finish line. You know, of course, the racing that we've seen, it's been thick, it's been fast. We've had 6 boats. But this one, it's a real psychological win, getting out in front and staying ahead of your one opposition that you have to go up against.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting watching this. I mean, I don't know whether the Clares Court School is an alumni crew rather than a boys' crew, but the interesting thing is just seeing, like, it's sort of surreal sometimes to watch a senior club crew racing against, at least in name anyway, a school crew. But nonetheless, this Wallingford crew, although they didn't quite make the A final, they're looking a class act, and they are just continuing to motor away. They must have 4 or 5 lengths advantage now over Clares Court as they go through the line. Some beautiful panning drone shots there as Wallingford cross the line.
Wallingford Rowing Club, they will come through. They will take the win in this B final of the Open Club Coxless Fours, several lengths ahead of their opposition of Clares Court School, and the white flag of the umpire is raised. Clean race from both, and that means we will head back up and get ready for the A final, which was already on screen. It's already, where are we at, to about 1,250 metres left to go in that one. But you can see there on screen just as we split, and for those of you who are enjoying our coverage from the lake, you'll be hearing the cheers, the roars of Wallingford Rowing Club, because they are receiving their gold medals for winning the Open J16 Cox Four. It was a dominant performance, and of course, once again, it is Dr. Pete's Boys handing out the medals on this occasion to our winners from Wallingford Rowing Club.
So, as you were saying, Fergus, while Wallingford are receiving their medals, not sure what I'm just watching the bowman of the Wallingford crew. He's taken his medal off. I'm not sure why. He's put it back on again. Okay. Going back up the lake. So this A final in lane 1 we have Evesham Rowing Club. In lane 2, Nottingham Rowing Club. In lane 3, another crew from Nottingham Rowing Club. Lane 4, Globe Rowing Club, friends and compatriots of mine from East London. Dart Totnes Amateur Rowing Club in lane 5 and Leeds Rowing Club in lane 6. And we're just looking there at a very tight battle between the two crews in the middle, between Globe Rowing Club, I think, and Nottingham Rowing Club. Looking at the times, at the halfway point, it was Nottingham out in front, Globe about 2 seconds behind them, and in third place, the other Nottingham crew about a couple of seconds back from them. And then a bit of a gap back to 4th, 5th and 6th of a few more seconds each apart. And here we are. Here's the pictures of, I think, the 1,500 metre mark. Fergus, looks like Nottingham out in front.
Yeah, great position. They'll be enjoying this. And yeah, the home crew, the home favourites, they'll be delighted with this one. They'll have been battling it out against their club mates all season long in training, whether it's on the Trent, just on the other side of the course here, or whether it's here at the National Water Sports Centre. So they'll know how quick they are compared to their club mates. They'll have a good idea based on time trial results from this morning, how they stack up against their opposition. But look at this, clear water over the rest of the field as they come through. And I think their club mates from Nottingham Rowing Club. Do you know what I think, Chucky? At this point, we could be looking at a Nottingham 1-2 at this point in Club Coxless Fours.
Well, there's not much in it between the three crews. It looks like at the 1,500 metre mark, it was Nottingham out by about a length over Globe and perhaps a length from them back to Nottingham. So that could be overturned, but I would say probably the odds are against the Nottingham 1-2 at this rate. But you never know. All's fair in love and racing. But as you say, a beautiful, beautiful day. Light tailwind, sunny weather, almost mill pond conditions at the finish, for Nottingham anyway. And that means this must be the most wonderful final 300 metres for this Nottingham crew out in front. If they can hold it together, no surprise from the Globe crew, this must be a magical final minutes of racing.
Yeah, here we go then. We've got, as Chucky says, about a minute, 45 seconds or so to determine our winners then of Open Club Coxless Fours. It's our penultimate race of the day here on day one of the British Rowing Club Championships. Nottingham Rowing Club, they have been sensational, they've been sublime, they've been just every superlative you can look for, because they are continuing to pull away from Globe Rowing Club, who hold on to that second place position. Their club mates, though, they've got their different kits on to distinguish between the A crew and the B crew. They're starting to motor. Is that 1-2? Is the 1-2? Is the Nottingham 1-2 on? Well, their A crew's out in front. Clearwater win for them. Can Globe Rowing Club hang on? It's going to be ever so tight as we come up to the finish line, but it will just be Globe Rowing Club who will take silver. It's high fives all round in the A boat to come through for gold. Their B crew will take bronze. A brilliant bronze medal. Coming through, we'll then have that combination from Evesham Rowing Club, who will take fourth, ahead of the crew from Dart Totnes. And then it will be our crew from Leeds Rowing Club. They're in lane 6. They're on the far side of the course, who will come through for a well-fought 6th place finish here in the Open Club Coxless Fours. But that A crew from Nottingham, Chucky, they were outstanding, weren't they?
Yeah, absolutely. Incredible to be out in front. And that second crew almost took a length out of Globe in the final 250 metres. Fortunately for East London rowers, they did manage to hold on to that silver medal place, so congratulations. But nonetheless, very impressive racing nonetheless. We've had some pictures of the medal ceremony ongoing. We had Barnelms on screen a moment ago in their green, and now it is Reading Bluecoat who are enjoying their medals, as you can see.
We've got one race left to go. One race left on day one of the British Rowing Club Championships.
I can't believe it. It's flown by.
I know, and of course every race, every position matters, because at the end of the club championships, at the end of racing on Monday, we will have the Victor Ladorum awarded for the junior racing, for the club racing, but of course for the overall event as well. And not just the trophy will be presented to the winners, we will also have an SL Racing shell will be presented to the winners of the Victor Ladorum. So every position matters, every boat, every crew counts towards the club's opportunity to win one of the boats, which you can see on display with the SL Racing crew at the bottom of the finish tower. There is so much up for grabs as we come towards the end of racing on day one and look ahead to all of the racing that will be coming up on days 2, 3 and 4.
So in this race we have the University of Sunderland Rowing Club in lane 1, Thames Scullers in lane 2, lane 3 Cardiff Met University Rowing Club, lane 4 Nottingham Rowing Club, lane 5 City of Cambridge Rowing Club, and lane 6 Leeds Rowing Club. And we've got a beautiful, well, it's a high-level drone shot, but you could see there that the crew in lane 4 from Nottingham Rowing Club, I was reading those out in order of right to left, perhaps somewhat confusingly, but this is the picture at 500 metres, and it's the crew from Nottingham Rowing Club, it seems, out in front ahead of Cardiff Met in that red, and then the high-vis green of Thames Scullers there, just taking into the 3rd position as they come through what I think is the 500-metre mark.
This could be a really exciting 10 minutes or so for Nottingham Rowing Club, of course. Gold and bronze. The bronze medal is just on screen from the Open Club Coxless Fours. But to go and get a couple of gold medals to finish off the day, what a high for that club to round off the day's proceedings. But we're only through halfway, and it's developing into a really impressive crescendo on which to finish the day's racing.
Yeah, absolutely. You were saying just about how much Nottingham Rowing Club must be enjoying the position right now, because as I look down from the commentary tower, I see the medals pontoon filled with 2 different Nottingham Rowing Club crews, of course, from that Coxless Fours event we just witnessed. Really impressive result for them, and no doubt a source of great pride to the club's organisation. Anyhow, they've got the 1,000-metre times up on the screen, so Nottingham Rowing Club out in front about 4 seconds over Cardiff Met, as we were saying, and Thames Scullers taking 3rd, and then a bit of a gap, about 10 seconds back to City of Cambridge in 4th, then Sunderland University in 5th, and Leeds Rowing Club round it out at 6th. So very much a race of 2 halves. This is an A final, and there are medals at stake, and you can just see those 3 leading crews now in your picture as we approach the 1,500-metre mark.
Yeah, through 1,500 metres. We talk about how important the 3rd 500 metre is just to define the field. But time and time again, that rule book, perhaps that script book, has just been ripped up and thrown out of the window, because we've seen some unbelievable sprint finishes over the course of the last hour or so here at the National Water Sports Centre. The crews have been racing right down to the bitter end, throwing absolutely every ounce of racing at it. But out in front at the moment, as we've talked about, it is that combination from Nottingham Rowing Club, who are continuing to lead, continuing to excel and set the standard, and it's a good position for them all to be in. A sort of clear water between our respective crews at this point. Nottingham to Cardiff Met to Thames Scullers just coming in after that. So it's going to take a lot, I think, at this point to change those proceedings, perhaps change some of those medal colours.
Yeah, the bigger the boat, the harder it is to flip the script. And also with beginners, perhaps we tend to see more of a predictable race outcome, get out in front, stay in front. But nonetheless, that's no discredit to any of the people who are sculling today. They've worked hard through the time trial to make it to the A final, and as you can see, they've put significant distance between them and the other half of this race. This is literally a race of 2 halves. The Nottingham crew out in front, and do you know what? That crew from Cardiff Met, not given up yet. They're probably about a length and a half down on the Nottingham crew, and I think they'll have a good go at them in the final 250 metres. And this Thames Scullers crew as well, out in lane 2 in their bright high-vis green, also putting themselves into the mix. But that's currently our gold, silver, bronze medal situation.
Yep, our medals have perhaps been decided for a wee while now, but we've still got 200 metres or so left to go between where our crews are on the course and the finish line, the golden finish line, which will be, we think, awaiting for Nottingham Rowing Club. But I'm just keeping an eye on that crew in the middle. In the red kit, the archers of Cardiff Met University are really starting to go through the gears. They're pulling away. Well, they're pulling away from Thames Scullers at this point in the race and closing down that margin that the Nottingham Rowing Club crew have. We can hear the cheers coming from their supporters. But I don't think it's going to be enough as we come up to the finish line, because that work that Nottingham Rowing Club did in the opening stages of this race has paid off. It's going to be a golden 10 minutes for Nottingham Rowing Club. They take gold in the Club Coxless Fours. They take gold in the Open Beginner Doubles as well. What a note for that club to end day 1 of the championships on. Cardiff Met come through. The students, the archers, they take silver, and it will be Thames Scullers who hold on for that bronze medal, and those 3 crews will just sit back, enjoy this moment, enjoy the medals they've just won in the sun, and they'll sit back and watch the rest of the world catch up with them. And that world will be led by City of Cambridge, who will come through in lane 5. They'll be followed by Sunderland University, who will come through in lane 1, closest to us in the finish tower. And that means it will be our combination from Leeds Rowing Club with about 50 metres left to go, who will round out the Open Beginner Double Sculls and round out the final race of the day here on day one of the British Rowing Club Championships. Just a few strokes left then for Leeds as they come up to the finish line. And that will conclude the A final of the Open Beginner Double Sculls.
Well, Fergus, it's been an absolute pleasure to commentate you on. It felt like we flipped over onto an exciting. It was almost like action stations. We came straight on duty, and it was back to back of close races, scripts being rewritten, card decks being thrown up in the air. We've got some lovely pictures now of the Globe crew who are receiving their silver medals from the Open Club. Coxless 4, Jack Davidson there of Globe Rowing Club, just shaking his hand. Very happy to be holding that medal, no doubt. Then followed by Joseph Kokobus, Gianluca Vartan and Peter O'Callaghan as the 4 members of that Globe Rowing Club crew. And their coach, Will Darlington, there, also getting a medal. Great thing, Fergus, that this competition gives coaches medals. It's recognition of the hard work and effort they've gone through to get to this point.
You're spot on the money. You're spot on the money. Well, Globe Rowing Club, they will push off, and that means we'll have just one presentation left to go, and that will, of course, be the Open Beginner Double Sculls. We've got the umpire launches just starting to park up, and just a few crews left to go. And there we can see the National Water Sports Centre in all its glory.
Yeah. For those of you who are astute observers of the layout of the National Water Sports Centre, you can see the new paddle course that was being built when I was here for a regatta earlier this year, and indeed is now fully functional, as I discovered this week. And it was for Britmasters, that's what it was. I couldn't remember why I was here. And that's now fully functional.
Yes.
And the earth looking a lot browner and more parched than when I was last here. But as you can see, some beautiful, stunning shots of the Globe. Coxless 4 just turning in to head back to finish, and we're waiting for the Double Sculls to paddle up to the Middles pontoon to round out the day's proceedings.
Well, here come the crews then for our final medal presentation of today, just making their way up past the umpires' launches, and they will, of course, be led by our bronze medalists from Thames Scullers, and they'll be followed by our crew from Nottingham Rowing Club. And then it will be a crew from Cardiff Met University, rounding out that trio as they come up to the podium, where they will be met by Dr. Peter Boys, who will be presenting the medals on this occasion.
An impish grin across Fergus's face there as he said that, but nonetheless, it is the Thames Scullers crew of Jack Wilson and Oliver Higgs who are just on the medals pontoon now, closely followed by the crew from Nottingham. That's Ruben Kerry and Julian Straucher, and we'll have the third crew in this medals pontoon from Cardiff Met University, Igor Bilbao and Oliver Nathan, joining them in a moment. And insert some pictures there from the Thames Scullers crew receiving their bronze medals for the beginner doubles. Now, Fergus, I think this is an opportune moment to say that my very first race ever in rowing was at the 2005 National Junior Championships, this very event 21 years ago, and here I am, not quite as lean and athletic as I used to be, but nonetheless loving every minute. And I think this is just a fantastic event. So while we're waiting for this medal ceremony to proceed, some nice pictures there of the Nottingham rowers, Scullers, Ruben Kerry and Julian Straucher, as we were saying. I'd just like to say, while we wait for this medals ceremony to proceed, just to say a massive thank you to the Regatta Organising Committee. We are running bang on schedule despite some disruption we had earlier this morning. To thank you to all the athletes who participated and shown great sportsmanship throughout the day, and a massive thank you as well to the coaches and our many other volunteers who have made today possible, people on the stake boats, people on the timing team, etc. It's greatly appreciated and you've done a magnificent job. think that was a younger relative there receiving a medal from the Nottingham crew. Well done them. And finally, here's the Cardiff Met crew just about to come up to the finish pontoon.
So the final presentation then of the day, it's Cardiff Metropolitan University. The archers are silver medalists, open beginner, double sculls. Their medals just being handed out, and that will conclude racing for the day. And the best part is, we get to do it all again tomorrow. Racing will be kicking off once again with time trials at 8 o'clock in the morning, 0800, and we'll be going right through to the end of the day's proceedings. We will, of course, have our semi-finals, our repêchages to look forward to, and then the same format as today. D, E and F finals, and then a full roster of A, B and C finals to look forward to right the way through into the evening sun. So we hope you have enjoyed our coverage of the 2026 British Rowing Club Championships Day 1. We'll see you all again tomorrow.
Goodbye.